Chapter 1: Reasonable and Justifiable. Let us all pretend that nothing happened last night. Chu Fei, still enveloped in the haze of sleep and nursing a throbbing headache, shook his head and glanced at the substantial pile of cash on the bed, still processing the night's events. Only when he saw Su Li, impeccably dressed in designer attire, did he gradually awaken. Beautiful lady, since we were all drunk last night, and it was a mutual affair, does it truly serve the purpose to insult me in such a manner? Besides, do I strike you as someone in need of a modest sum of money? Chu Fei's eyes roamed over the stunning woman before him. One could not deny that she was a natural enchantress, her figure a striking contrast to that of ordinary women. Feeling his heated gaze upon her, Su Li's fair complexion flushed a deeper shade of crimson. That despicable man seems entirely oblivious to the notion of cherishing fragile beauty. She still felt the lingering after-effects of last night's exuberance, and it was painfully evident that it was her first time. However, as thoughts of her future life clouded her mind, her expression turned icy once more. So, what do you propose? Name your price within reason. I can accommodate you. Chu Fei chuckled, bemused by the dichotomy of his exalted status as the illustrious king of hell, a revered figure in the Daxia Empire. And while it was unnecessary to mention his unlimited bank accounts, even those with restrictions held balances that eclipsed the means of countless so-called tycoons. I must clarify that I am not one to barter my body. Should mutual consent transform into a transaction, it becomes an unlawful act, and I pride myself on being a law-abiding citizen. If you're in need of funds, simply state a number. Consider my treat at the bar. Is that acceptable? In need of funds? Su Li scoffed. As the president of the Qiao Group in Jiangnan City, with a net worth of billions, was she truly in want of money? Very well. Treating me to drinks does not come cheaply. How about a sum of 100 million, which I consider a bargain? Just as Chu Fei had pushed aside the covers and readied himself to leave, he was momentarily stunned by a splash of crimson staining the sheets. At that moment, an avalanche of thoughts flooded his mind. What a calamity! This woman, seeking solace in a bar, was still a virgin. More importantly, it dawned upon him that he had not taken any precautions last night. What a fiasco! A cold sweat broke out across Chu Fei's brow. Yet, Su Li mistook his stunned silence for shock at her price and sneered. What's the matter? Can't come up with it? If you can't, then perhaps refrain from making grandiose claims. I'll use that money to buy myself some supplements. Frankly, I found your performance rather mediocre. With that, she turned, intent on departure. But at this moment, Chu Fei found his pride stung. Mediocre? What on earth constituted mediocre? Was she insinuating that he had failed to satisfy her? Without even buttoning his pants, he swiftly strode forward, pinning Su Li against the wall. Did you just call me mediocre? Su Li's heart leaped to her throat, and gazing at the scar-laden figure before her, fear flickered in her eyes. She quickly averted her gaze and turned her head, her cheeks aflame. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, Letcher, what are you trying to accomplish? If I'm inadequate, then so be it. Are you attempting to engage in another round already? You're welcome to. I'll gladly match you, and we shall see whether you or I grow weary first. Chu Fei conceded. Though this did not imply he was impotent, it simply reflected his concerns regarding precautions. He feared the prospect of having a child thrust upon him, akin to some melodramatic television plot dictating his life. Very well. Name your price, and we shall consider this matter settled, as if it never transpired. Su Li smirked, a glimmer of disdain crossing her face. Is that it? Have you already wilted under pressure? I thought you were formidable. Chu Fei, uninterested in further debate, began dressing casually. His tone shifted to one of calm resolve. Seeing his demeanor, Su Li, too, regained her composure. Though the pain persisted, she gritted her teeth and bore it. Do I appear to you as one in need of finances? We're simply strangers. Farewell. Just as Su Li was poised to leave, Chu Fei interjected. 100 million? Is that sufficient? At some point, he had already settled into the room's sofa, quietly lighting a cigarette. Su Li remained quiet, but her expression revealed her thoughts. 100 million? In the entire Jiangnan, there were scarcely 10 individuals capable of producing that sum at a moment's notice. She couldn't fathom that a man she had encountered in a bar could possess such wealth. 200 million. Seeing her silent response, Chu Fei assumed it was inadequate. 300 million. thus commenced a new bidding round. Finally, Su Li spoke up. Let's make it simple, one flat rate. 10 billion. Chu Fei laughed, extinguishing his cigarette. Agreed. Witnessing his unmistakable acquiescence left Su Li momentarily stunned. Do you have any idea what 10 billion signifies? If you can provide it, I shall be yours. Su Li couldn't help but chuckle at his audacity. Did he genuinely believe that he could toss around numbers like this, treating money as though it were mere scraps of paper? No thank you, I'm only 25 and not interested in romantic entanglements. They're too taxing. However, if you insist on pursuing me, I might just entertain the idea. After all, a beauty like you is a rare find. Chu Fei chuckled lightly, his gaze openly sweeping over her figure. Furious, Su Li bit her lip, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She had never encountered someone so unabashedly arrogant. Hand over your bank account details. Chu Fei extended his hand to request her information. Without hesitation, Su Li produced her personal bank card, confident that this man could not possibly procure 10 billion. Seconds later, her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she found a message from the bank. It read, "Your account ending in 0088 has been credited with 1 billion. Current balance, 1,012,301,435. She was dumbfounded. Gazing at the multitude of zeros, her vision began to swim. Your card. Farewell. Handing the card to Su Li, Chu Fei nonchalantly exited the room, leaving her in a state of utter shock. It wasn't until Chu Fei had disappeared from view that Su Li began to process what had just transpired. But the room held no trace of him. Who on earth is he? Su Li could hardly believe her situation. She had merely sought to prevent an experienced womanizer from taking her first time and ended up drunkenly surrendering it herself. And yet, she received such a hefty sum of money in return. The entire ordeal left her feeling as if she had somehow sold herself. She dialed her friend's number, her fingers trembling. A few seconds later, her friend Fong Qing's voice echoed through the line. What's up, my grand CEO? Can a girl enjoy her beauty, sleep this early in the morning? Su Li hesitated. Xiao Qing, I seem to have made a mistake. Fong Qing, her voice still lazily teetering between wakefulness, responded, What's the matter? After a brief pause, Su Li finally confessed, I sold my virginity. Chapter 2. The truth is out. I am her husband. In the next moment, a piercing scream erupted from the phone. What nonsense are you spouting? My best friend seemed to be jolted awake by my words. Shaking off her drowsiness, I said, I sold my virginity to a stranger. This time, Su Li appeared significantly calmer. Are you out of your mind? You are set to marry young Master Zhao next month. If he finds out about this, your future will be anything but pleasant. Fong Qing's tone conveyed her acute anxiety. But to everyone's surprise, Su Li let out a self-deprecating laugh. Dio, you think my life will be any better after marrying him? Giving it to him would be no different than giving it to a dog. Ever since encountering Zhaoan, Su Li had given up on the notion of a bright future. She had overheard Zhaoan exiting various hotels with different women, nearly every day without fail. What good days could await her after marriage? You? Fong Qing was momentarily taken aback by her words. After a few seconds, she finally spoke. You, the president of the Ku Yao Group, worth billions, surely cannot sell your virginity for just a few tens of thousands, can you? Su Li hesitated. She was uncertain whether to disclose the price to her friend. After contemplating for a moment, she finally revealed, 1 billion. That man gave me 1 billion. Tio, this day, Su Li remained in a daze. 1 billion, enough to fill a truck. She could hardly fathom the man's true identity, transferring such an amount without batting an eyelash. My dear Su, have you been drinking? 1 billion? That's enough to buy the Ku Yao company. Fong Qing was clearly skeptical. If this were true, the money seemed far too easy to acquire. The average person might not earn such a sum in a lifetime. Or even 10 lifetimes. This figure was something countless individuals could only dream of. It's true. All that money is currently in my private account. That guy left, and now that I don't know what to do. Su Li felt somewhat lost. This immense sum could resolve all her current dilemmas. Her parents had insisted she marry Zhaoan for the sake of the Ku Yao company. Now, as the company faced pressure from the market and the Zhao family, without sufficient funding, their research on new products would be jeopardized, even halted, leading to repercussions for the entire company. All human and material resources had been invested. Failure was not an option. Should they fail? The company would face bankruptcy and liquidation. Contracts with other companies would naturally be terminated, incurring penalties for breach. Moreover, Zhaoan had promised that if she married him, he would invest 5 billion in the Kuyao company to support their research. Dante panicked. Since he is willing to give you money, it means he doesn't want any trouble. You can take this money with a clear conscience, treating it as your own. However, there is one concern. The source of the money remains unknown, and one cannot ascertain the individual's true intentions. The ability to produce such a sum in one go indicates that this person is far from ordinary, so it's prudent to be cautious. Hearing her friend's words, Su Li felt a wave of anxiety. If the man truly had ulterior motives, what would she do? What if— Where are you? I'm coming over now. Feng Qing, clearly worried about her, insisted on coming in person. After hanging up, Su Li felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Staring at the balance displayed on her phone, she felt somewhat disoriented. On the other side, Chu Fei had just arrived at the entrance of the Kuyao company, holding a piece of paper with only one address, this place, and a woman's name, Su Li. He was perplexed as to why his master wanted him to protect this woman. However, completing this final task would grant him his freedom. Yet, this mission had the longest duration of all the tasks he had undertaken. 3 years. After 3 years, he would be free to go wherever he pleased. He wondered what this woman looked like. If she were unattractive, it would feel like a significant loss. But if she were beautiful, perhaps something good would happen. A mischievous smile crept across Chu Fei's face as he stepped into the lobby. The receptionist, noticing someone had entered, quickly put down her phone and greeted him with a smile. The moment she laid eyes on Chu Fei, her heart raced. So handsome. This figure, this appearance, they seemed like a perfect match. The receptionist couldn't help but stifle a laugh, but quickly composed herself. Sir, may I ask who you are looking for? Chu Fei smiled slightly. Hello, may I inquire if Su Li is available? The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. This man was actually looking for the president. Hello, sir. May I ask if you have an appointment to see our president? Typically, anyone wishing to see the president would have made an appointment in advance, as not just anyone could meet with Su. No. However, I am here to protect her. I am her personal bodyguard. Just tell me where the president's office is, and I can go up myself. Personal bodyguard? The receptionist chuckled softly. Handsome, have you been reading too many novels? Just because you've built some muscles, you think you can be our president's personal bodyguard? Are you also hoping to become her husband? Chu Fei felt a wave of embarrassment. This girl didn't believe him. What should he do? Well, you caught me. All right, I'll be frank. I am indeed your president's husband. I'm in a bit of a hurry to see her. Just tell me where her office is. The receptionist rolled her eyes, completely losing her previous demeanor. This man must be out of his mind. Most people in Jiangnan City knew that the president was set to marry young Master Zhao next month. Now, out of the blue, a husband appears. Who would believe that? I suggest you pick someone more believable for your lies. Our president is marrying young Master Zhao next month. If he hears this, you better watch out. Marrying next month? Chu Fei pondered. Once married, she would be a married woman, and he had yet to experience that. No worries, even after marriage, it wouldn't prevent her from having 2 husbands. The receptionist rolled her eyes again. Indeed, there are plenty of shameless people in this world. Hurry up and leave, or I'll call security. I don't want to waste another word with a scoundrel like you. As soon as she finished speaking, the receptionist noticed a weary Su Li walking slowly into the lobby. She immediately stood upright and respectfully called out, President Su. In an instant, the two exchanged incredulous glances. What are you doing here? Almost simultaneously, they uttered the same words. Chapter 3, Striking with Bare Hands. To teach a lesson, the receptionist watched in astonishment as the president and this unfamiliar man appeared to share a tacit understanding. Could this man truly be the president's boyfriend? Or perhaps her husband? That seemed impossible. Su Li took a deep breath, finally comprehending her friend's earlier words. They were not mere ramblings. Sure enough, this guy had come knocking. What exactly do you want? She glared at Chu Fei, her expression cold. Chu Fei was about to speak when Su Li interrupted him. Come with me. With that, she strode towards the elevator. Chu Fei shrugged and followed suit. He too felt frustrated. Why did this woman seem to appear everywhere he went? However, he suddenly recalled that the receptionist had referred to this woman as President Xi in that moment. Chu Fei felt a jolt. Could this woman truly be the target of his mission? If so, that would be absurd. Upon reaching the 16th floor, Su Li led Chu Fei into her office. She set her bag down and took a seat in her office chair. You said you were finished, so why are you at my company? What do you really want? She glared at Chu Fei, visibly irritated. This guy had purchased her virginity, and if necessary, she could simply return the money. It was a small price to pay for her suffering. Hearing this, Chu Fei felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He had no idea that the person he was tasked with protecting was the same woman he had spent a wild night with in the hotel. And the worst part was that she was still a virgin. Do you think I wanted this? With your fierce demeanor, do you really think I wanted any association with you? If it weren't for... Chu Fei started to say something but fell silent. Dealing with a woman like her was just his misfortune. You? Su Li, infuriated by his remark, suddenly stood up, pointing towards the office door. Get out, I don't care. Chu Fei, equally stubborn, stood up to leave. Yet, as he reached the door, he paused. No. I can't leave. I still have to follow you. If I leave now, my master will undoubtedly give me a good scolding. Are you a pervert? Why are you following me? Do you want to have another go? Su Li assumed he was still harboring ulterior motives, thinking he wanted to engage in another encounter after all. After all, most men would be rendered speechless upon seeing her. Moreover, last night's events seemed to have been initiated by her. Ahem. Chu Fei coughed deliberately. Su Li realized she had lost her composure and made an effort to calm herself. Her murderous gaze bore into Chu Fei, as if she wished to devour him. In truth, I came to find you with no ulterior motive. I just wanted to look for a job, that is all. Let us proceed with this arrangement. I shall henceforth be your personal bodyguard, accompanying you wherever you go. As for remuneration, it matters not to me, as you well know that I am not in want of money. However, with your lack of physical prowess, how can you possibly serve as my protector? Young one, perhaps you should consume more goji berries to bolster your strength. Su Li's words ignited a fire within Chu Fei. While he could tolerate being called unattractive or a scoundrel, being referred to as young one was an affront he could not accept. Who are you calling a little brat? Do you dare to challenge me? Very well, just wait. I shall seize an opportunity to demonstrate what a true man is. That very remark caused Su Li's lips to curl into a smile, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Coloring her cheeks with a faint blush, it was amusing to think that someone like her could stand before him without flinching. Chu Fei seethed with indignation, yet her assertions were grounded in truth. Should anything untoward occur, the old man would surely flay him alive. You just declared that you are now my personal bodyguard, correct? Su Li regarded Chu Fei with a playful gleam in her eyes, seemingly concocting a little scheme. From the glint in her gaze, Chu Fei sensed that she intended to make a fool of him. However, he could not defy the old man's orders. Very well, might I inquire about your intentions? Chu Fei could only scowl as he awaited Su Li's command. I have heard that those who excel in this line of work possess remarkable skills. What extraordinary talents do you have? Perhaps you can demonstrate your ability to shatter stones with your chest or break bricks with your hand. If all else fails, how about a backflip? In truth, Su Li did not genuinely wish to witness Chu Fei's so-called feats of strength. Her intention was to embarrass him. This man had no sense of shame, and she felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Do you think I am a clown? Save your acrobatics for someone else. Chu Fei flatly refused. Did he take himself for a fool? Shattering stones and breaking bricks were child's play. He mastered such tricks by the age of 5. This guy. It seems you are not cut out for the role of a bodyguard. Su Li scoffed, managing to rattle Chu Fei's composure. This is unacceptable. You have declared yourself mediocre this morning, then called yourself a young one just moments ago. Now, you say you are incapable? How much can one endure? You wish to shatter stones, do you? Very well, today, I shall show you what a fierce woman is capable of. Chu Fei glanced around and noticed the ashtray on the table, designed for entertaining guests. The transparent glass ashtray boasted a thickness and hardness akin to stone. Should it be smashed upon one's head, it would undoubtedly leave a mark. He seized the ashtray and struck it with both hands. Smack! The entire ashtray splintered into countless shards, scattering across the floor. Su Li stood frozen, astonished. She had anticipated playful banter, yet he had taken her jest seriously. Am I now worthy of being your personal bodyguard? Chu Fei regarded Su Li, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Little girl, you are not quite ready to play this game with me. Su Li regained her composure, nodding slightly. Not bad now. Go fetch a broom and clean up this mess. In that moment, Chu Fei felt a surge of impulse to firmly grasp this woman and remind her why flowers bloom so beautifully. Ultimately, he obeyed, exiting the office to procure a broom, diligently sweeping away the shards of glass. Just as he finished, a strikingly beautiful young woman hurried into the office. Upon seeing Su Li, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Why, esteemed CEO, I am so glad to see you. Chapter 4. Where did I go wrong? Is it not possible to change? The newcomer was none other than Su Li's close friend, Feng Qing. Upon noticing Chu Fei in the office, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Is this your new janitor? Quite handsome for a cleaning staff, don't you think? Chu Fei was taken aback. A janitor? The world's top-tier warrior. Reduced to being called a janitor? You are the janitor. Your entire family are janitors. Nearby, Su Li erupted into laughter. The janitor role does seem fitting for this fellow. Enough. You may leave now. Chu Fei, suppressing his indignation, exited the office with a scowl. Feng Qing observed Su Li with curiosity. My dear CEO, where did you find such a dashing young man? Name your price. I want to hire him as a model for my agency. With his looks and physique, he is bound to succeed. Su Li's smile faded, her expression turning serious as she gazed thoughtfully toward the door. Taking a deep breath, do you recall what I mentioned this morning? He is the one. In that instant, Feng Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. You cannot be serious. Someone who can offer you 10 billion to work as a janitor? Su Li's expression mirrored her friend's disbelief. She, too, was perplexed as to why Chu Fei had sought her out to serve as her bodyguard. His motive seemed innocent enough. Perhaps the payment was merely an attempt to make amends for the previous night's unexpected encounter. In truth, it was not I who sought him. He came to me, declaring his desire to be my personal bodyguard. He even demonstrated his prowess by smashing the ashtray with his bare hands. Look, those shards in the trash are remnants of the ashtray he shattered. Feng Qing leaned closer to the trash can, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Do you think he has fallen for you at first sight? At Feng Qing's suggestion, Su Li's interest was piqued. It was not entirely implausible. In truth, she did not harbor any resentment toward Chu Fei. On the contrary, for reasons unknown, she relished their playful banter, deriving satisfaction from his frustrated demeanor. Surely, a wealthy young man like him would not fall for someone like me at first sight. The fear lies in whether his affection is genuine. As she spoke, she inadvertently glanced down at her own figure. This pair is nothing but a burden, weighing me down. What could possibly be implausible? Consider this. Which affluent individual would readily offer 10 billion? Especially in such circumstances. Feng Qing's words rang true, planting a seed of belief in Su Li's mind. Meanwhile, outside, Chu Fei remained oblivious to the notion that he had been mistaken for a lovesick fool. The wealth he possessed was of no concern to him. Perhaps you should invite him in to inquire? Feng Qing suggested with a mischievous grin. Su Li quickly shook her head, dismissing the idea. No need for that. Her expression darkened, contemplating that perhaps he merely wished to distance himself from her. Moreover, this evening, she was to attend the Zhao family's engagement ceremony. Despite her financial resources, her company, Kaxing, stood little chance against the Zhao group. Furthermore, her parents would never consent to the cancellation of the wedding. Upon hearing her state, Feng Qing fell silent. The Zhao Group was one of the most formidable conglomerates in Jiangnan City. Few companies could stand on equal footing with them. Should the Zhao Group target Kaxing, it would surely collapse within 3 months. Such was the strength and influence of the Zhao Group. Most companies would avoid crossing them. I'll accompany you tonight. Feng Qing offered. I'll go alone. I do not wish to drag you into this. Su Li politely declined, unwilling to involve Feng Qing in her predicament. She had her own plans and still held a trump card. Until the last moment, she wished to refrain from using it. Should she do so, there would be no place for her in Jiangnan. Very well, by the way, that wealthy gentleman will accompany you, correct? Perhaps he could be of assistance. To Feng Qing, Chu Fei was undeniably a wealthy man, capable of tossing around billions with ease. No. I want to bring him along. Su Li shook her head, determined not to involve anyone else. She wanted to keep this matter to herself. Su Li composed herself, offering Feng Qing a faint smile. The latter understood that Su Li intended to shoulder this burden alone, but she truly had no standing to intervene. I shall take my leave now. Call me if you need anything. With that, Feng Qing gathered her belongings and exited the office, casting one last lingering glance at Chu Fei. Noticing Feng Qing's gaze, Chu Fei felt perplexed, having done nothing wrong to warrant such scrutiny. Meanwhile, Su Li sat in her office chair, lost in thought. What should she do? The day passed in a haze until 4 in the afternoon. Su Li finally took a deep breath, shutting down her computer, tidying her makeup and stepping out of the office. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Fei had moved 2 chairs and was reclining comfortably, asleep. Su Li's expression darkened as she kicked one of the chairs. Wake up? Chu Fei lazily stirred, stretching widely. Is it time to clock out? Let us go, he declared, rising to leave. Su Li's face darkened immediately. Are you the boss, or am I? Chu Fei paused, then stepped aside, flashing a grin. After you, my esteemed CEO. Watching his antics, Su Li pressed her lips together, torn between laughter and frustration. The weight of the impending events loomed over her, constricting her breath. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Li tossed her keys to Chu Fei. Can you drive? Chu Fei grinned. Of course. Remember to fasten your seatbelt. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Li leaned back against the seat, her eyes somewhat vacant. As Chu Fei observed her demeanor, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Yet, he remained silent, focusing on the road ahead. Half an hour later, when the car arrived in front of a luxurious estate, Su Li finally spoke up. Wait a moment. The car halted not far from the entrance. Chu Fei was taken aback. Where am I supposed to go? Just find a place to stay for the night. I'll have you pick me up tomorrow morning. This response displeased Chu Fei. Wait a minute. I am your personal bodyguard, am I not? You won't even arrange a place for me to stay, and now you expect me to sleep outside. What is the matter? Am I hindering your quest for a man? The moment these words left his lips, Su Li's eyes turned red. She glared at Chu Fei, tears brimming in her eyes. Just go, and don't ever seek me out again. I know you don't want to take responsibility. This works out perfectly for you. Chu Fei could hardly bear to see a girl see or wide-eye in his eyes. Su Li had always been a strong-willed woman. However, he never anticipated that she would break down. This unexpected display of emotion left him at a loss. What did I do wrong? I can change, can't I? Chapter 5. I told you, no one can save him. Chu Fei genuinely struggled to comprehend what this woman was thinking. After all, it wasn't as if he had pursued her that evening. In fact, he had even compensated her. Why was she crying now? You cannot change anything. Just go. Su Li sobbed, turning her back as she attempted to walk into the estate. Chu Fei was not about to let that happen. He stepped forward and firmly grasped her arm. Is there really nothing I can change? Stop right there. Who says I can't change? Just tell me. And I will, as long as you stop crying. At that moment, Su Li finally ceased her tears, her delicate form trembling. She looked back at Chu Fei, her voice choked with emotion. Actually, I came here for an engagement. The Zhao family is not to be trifled with. Although we have shared an experience, if Zhaoan were to discover it, you would be in danger. I don't want to involve outsiders, so please leave. It was then that she revealed her true reason. Her tears were not due to Chu Fei's actions, but rather her apprehension about the life that awaited her, which left her feeling wronged. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei let out a long breath of relief. So it wasn't because of him. You scared me. I thought I had made you cry. However, you say I would be in danger? That is simply incorrect. I'm just a bodyguard. Why would they come after me? Right? It was agreed that he would protect her, and protect her he would. Let us go together. What is so terrifying about an engagement? It's a joyous occasion. In Chu Fei's eyes, Su Li's engagement was not a bad thing. After all, it had no bearing on him, but a woman like her would bring misfortune to anyone who encountered her. But when Su Li heard this, her chest ached with indignation. Get lost? Seizing the opportunity, Su Li wiped her tears and restored her previous demeanor. However, the redness around her eyes still betrayed her recent distress. At the estate, luxury cars abounded. In front of the opulent villa, numerous top figures from Jiangnan had gathered to congratulate the Zhao family on the engagement. Chu Fei parked the car in an available spot and opened the door for Su Li. At that moment, the gaze of the crowd turned toward them, many eyes sizing up Su Li, the woman hailed as the most beautiful in Jiangnan. Zhaoan stood at the entrance, and the instant he laid eyes on Su Li, his gaze sparkled with interest. Esteemed uncles, please come in. I'm here to fetch my wife. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the guests, all of them well aware that the term wife merely referred to one of his playthings. Women beside Zhao seldom lasted more than 3 days. As for Su Li, even if she were the fairest in Jiangnan, they believed she would last no more than a week or two. Xiao Li, Zhao strode towards Su Li, a smile gracing his face as he endeavored to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Su Li's expression remained frosty. She felt no joy at the impending engagement. Before entering, she had already resolved to go down fighting if necessary. Zhao An's demeanor soured as he observed her reaction. Just as he reached for her hand, Chu Fei stepped forward and firmly grasped Zhao An's wrist. "Please be courteous to our president, otherwise I'll have to teach you a lesson." Su Li's expression froze in shock. Has this guy lost his mind? Does he not realize that the man before him is Zhao An? Zhao An furrowed his brow, glancing at Chu Fei. "Xiao Li, who is this?" His irritation was palpable at the sudden appearance of Chu Fei. "He is the bodyguard I hired." Chu Fei, let go of young Master Zhao. "Bodyguard?" Zhao An's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of mockery in his gaze as he regarded Chu Fei. Only then did Chu Fei release his grip. Indeed, from the moment he first laid eyes on Zhao An, Chu Fei had sensed that this fellow was trouble. His demeanor was flippant, clearly someone who relied on charm rather than substance. He couldn't fathom why Su Li would choose such a man, let alone how she could trust him to fulfill her needs in the future. "Xiao Li, are you hiring a bodyguard to protect yourself from me? Or are you afraid I might do something to you?" As he spoke, Zhao An directed his attention to Su Li, his tone laden with dissatisfaction. "After tonight, the two of you will be engaged. In fact, one could say you'll be married, as Su Li will inevitably belong to me." "Young Master Zhao is mistaken. I merely believe it's prudent to have someone to protect myself." Su Li maintained her icy demeanor, her voice steady. Zhao An chose not to press further, and together they approached the villa's grand hall. That night, he intended to claim Su Li. After waiting so long for this opportunity, he would not let it slip away easily. Hearing this, Su Li's heart quivered. She knew she could not escape. Clutching the item tightly in her bag, she felt an overwhelming urge to hurl it at Zhao An's face, to reveal to everyone present that just yesterday, she had been out enjoying herself with another man, thereby placing a colossal green hat upon Zhao An's head. "I am not your bodyguard. Who do you think you are to command me? Did your mother bestow such courage upon you?" At these words, Su Li was left speechless. Although she did not wish for Chu Fei to leave, she certainly did not want any conflict between him and Zhao An. After all, they were within the Zhao family estate. Even if he possessed the skills to break bricks, there were at least 20 to 30 security personnel present. Could he truly handle them all? Moreover, this fool had insulted Zhao An. Given Zhao An's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek to teach Chu Fei a lesson. As expected, Zhao An's expression turned icy at this moment. He regarded Chu Fei with the same disdain one would reserve for a corpse. "You certainly have a lot of nerve to speak to me like that. Out of respect for Xiao Li, I'll give you one chance. Leave, otherwise, I'll break your legs." At this, Chu Fei laughed. Most who dared to speak to him in such a manner had already met their demise. "Whether I have courage or not, your mother should know. You think you can break my legs? I must say, you are the most audacious little mutt I've ever encountered." This declaration sent Zhao An into a fit of rage. Initially, he had contemplated sparing this ignorant bodyguard for Su Li's sake, but now, in front of him, this insolent wretch had the audacity to insult him. "You're seeking death? Security?" Instantly, several well-dressed security guards brandishing nightsticks appeared at the scene. Seeing this, Su Li panicked and quickly pleaded, "Young Master Zhao, is this really necessary? He is just a bodyguard. Let him go." She then shot a glance at Chu Fei, urging him to leave promptly. After all, she did not want Chu Fei to spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed. However, Chu Fei seemed oblivious, casually surveying the security guards surrounding him. Zhao An seized Su Li's chin, his expression menacing. "Su Li, let me make this clear. No one dares to speak to me like that in Jiangnan. He is as good as dead today. I promise you, not even Jesus can save him." Chapter 6. Killing a Dog. "I hope it doesn't disturb your enjoyment." In an instant, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. The surrounding security guards had gripped their weapons, ready to pounce at any moment. Su Li's heart raced in her chest. "Zhao An, if you dare lay a hand on him, the wedding is off." In a bid to protect Chu Fei, she was willing to risk everything. Even if the Koyo company went bankrupt, she refused to drag Chu Fei down with her. Zhao An's expression turned cold at her words, his gaze fixated on her, laced with frost. "Su Li, I fail to understand why you care so much for a bodyguard. What, do you have a romantic connection? If that were the case, he certainly won't leave here alive." Su Li's heart skipped a beat. In truth, Zhao An's words were not entirely unfounded. Yet, she could not openly disclose the truth to everyone present. Just as she hesitated, Chu Fei casually interjected, scratching his ear before pointing at Zhao En'o. "You've hit the nail on the head. You guessed correctly. President Su and I do indeed have a connection." That night, in a drunken haze, President Su was quite proactive. "I can only tell you, that feeling was exquisite. Unfortunately, you'll never understand." The look of enjoyment on Chu Fei's face sent Zhao En into a fit of rage. Although he recognized that this brat was merely trying to provoke him, he would not tolerate anyone speaking of his beloved woman in such a manner. Beside her, Su Li's delicate face flushed crimson in an instant. Yet, it quickly turned ashen, for they were on the Zhao family's territory. She could hardly fathom why this audacious fellow dared to speak of last night's events in front of Zhao En. "Very well. You have successfully provoked me. Today, I shall enlighten you on whom to provoke and whom to avoid in Jiangnan. Seize him, break his dog legs." With a sweeping motion of his hand, Zhao En commanded his security personnel to advance. Brandishing their clubs in the next moment, Su Li stepped forward, placing herself defiantly in front of Chu Fei. The security guard's club came crashing down upon her forehead. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Su Li felt something hot trickling down her face, and her head began to spin. She raised her hand to wipe it, only to find her fair palm smeared with bright red blood. Her body weakened, and she began to fall backward. Chu Fei acted swiftly. Catching the collapsing Su Li, his expression turned icy in an instant. He had not anticipated that this fierce woman would shield him. The surrounding security guards, witnessing Su Li's injury, hesitated to approach. Meanwhile, the business magnates inside had heard the commotion and emerged one by one. A middle-aged man with a beard, clad in a Zhongshan suit, stepped out. He was Zhao Wei, the chairman of the Zhao Group and Zhao En's father. Zhao En's face darkened as he fixed a fierce glare upon Chu Fei. "It's fine, Dad. You and Uncle can continue your meal. I shall join you shortly." The onlookers, observing the unfolding scene, quickly deduced what had transpired and fell silent. They were all too aware of the Zhao family's formidable reputation. Zhao Wei cast a casual glance at the bleeding Su Li and the supportive Chu Fei. Resolve this matter promptly." Upon hearing this, the crowd retreated into the hall, closing the door behind them. At that moment, Zhao En's gaze fell upon Chu Fei. "You will pay dearly for your words just now." With a swift motion, he commanded, "Remove Su Li and kill him." A few security guards prepared to advance once more. However, this time, Chu Fei sprang into action. He gently laid Su Li on the ground before rising slowly. As he faced the advancing guards, a chilling smile appeared on his face. For those familiar with him, this was a clear sign of his wrath. A mere mortal's fury can spill blood for 5 paces. A king's rage can result in 100,000 corpses. When the king of hell unleashes his wrath, death is inevitable. Even the mightiest cannot intervene. Whoosh! A guard swung his club fiercely at Chu Fei's head. Chu Fei raised his hand to block, then retaliated with a powerful punch to the guard's chest. Bang! A muffled grunt followed. The guard was sent flying, his ribs shattered, lying on the ground, fate unknown. The remaining guards, witnessing their comrades' defeat, rushed forward, but bang, bang, bang! In mere seconds, all the guards were sprawled on the ground. That moment, it dawned on him that the bodyguard Su Li had found was no ordinary protector. As the guards closed in, Zhao En began to panic, stepping backward until he was pressed against the closed door. "What do you intend to do?" Chu Fei remained silent, suddenly lunging forward, gripping Zhao En's neck with one hand. "You have too much to say?" Slap! A resounding slap echoed as Zhao En's 2 teeth were knocked out. Ugh! Zhao En, unable to spit out the broken teeth, stared wide-eyed in shock. Yet, this was not the end. Chu Fei raised his fist and struck Zhao En in the abdomen. Then, he released his grip. Zhao En let out a pained scream as the bloodied teeth were swallowed. Gurgle! Ah! Zhao En crumpled to the floor, anguish etched across his face, unable to cry out. Chu Fei then approached Su Li, glancing at the woman who had taken a blow for him, feeling somewhat helpless. "Why are you so fierce, woman? Why meddle in men's affairs?" He then lifted Su Li from the ground. Gazing at the fallen Zhao En, his expression hardened once more. Standing before him, he looked at the closed door and spoke coldly. "In your next life, remember to be a good person." Suddenly raising his head, he found Chu Fei standing before him, his indifferent gaze akin to that of one regarding a lifeless corpse. Before Zhao En could beg for mercy, Chu Fei's leg shot out bang. The sheer force was reminiscent of a soccer kick. With one kick, Zhaowen was sent crashing through the villa's door. In that instant, countless pairs of eyes in the hall turned to witness the sight. When they beheld Zhaowen, bloodied and sprawled like a dead dog, a deafening silence descended upon the hall. A pin could be heard dropping. Everyone was struck with terror. It seemed that the young master of the Zhao family might be dead. Chu Fei surveyed the crowd, his tone calm. I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. Killing a wild dog. I trust none of you will mind. Chapter 7. Would you like some ham sausage, Shaolin? In the crowd, Zhao Wei's composure faltered as he beheld his son lying on the ground. He rushed forward to lift Zhaowen, who had suffered a shattered spine, and even seemed to have stopped breathing. Trembling, Zhao Wei extended a hand to check for a pulse. Cold. He suddenly raised his head to gaze at the door. Chu Fei, cradling Su Li, appeared almost heroic under the lights, yet in stark contrast to his deceased son. Zhao Wei's fury ignited. You shall pay for this. Zhao Wei's only son, the heir to the Zhao group, had been coddled beyond measure. Thus, even when Zhaowen provoked powerful families in Jiangnan, Zhao Wei would intervene to smooth things over. But now, his son lay dead. Bring him to me. Immediately, 2 suited bodyguards appeared at Zhao Wei's side. These were elite fighters he had hired at great expense for his protection. Seize him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The 2 bodyguards wasted no words, advancing step by step towards Chu Fei. The surrounding crowd remained silent, fearful of provoking trouble and inadvertently drawing fire upon themselves. As the bodyguards approached, Chu Fei took a deep breath. You strike at the young, but the old wish to intervene. If you do not wish to die, then leave. The advancing bodyguards halted, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. They could tell from his voice that they were no match for this young man. Engaging him would only lead to death or severe injury. I'm leaving. Should you seek vengeance, I await your challenge. Chu Fei turned, carrying Su Li as he strode towards the exit. The 2 bodyguards, however, remained frozen, as if immobilized by a spell. What are you waiting for? Stop him! Zhao Wei bellowed at the guards, furious and bewildered by their inaction. It was not just them. No one in Jiangnan could contend with that man. The terrifying aura he exuded was that of a formidable warrior emerging from a sea of blood and corpses. Zhao Wei's expression darkened to an extreme. His son had been killed, and he could not even voice his anger. Even the highly priced bodyguards were too frightened to act. His fury was palpable. At the hospital, Su Li slowly regained consciousness, her forehead wrapped in bandages. Waves of pain pulsed through her head as she surveyed her surroundings. She noticed Chu Fei standing by the window, lost in thought. Chu Fei. Seeing Su Li awaken, he let out a sigh of relief, followed by a light chuckle. I must say, you possess remarkable courage. You dared to take that blow. Did it hurt? Su Li shot him an annoyed glance. My head is injured. Do you think it didn't hurt? In Su Li's eyes, they were on Zhao's territory, making escape nearly impossible. And yet you still say that? I painstakingly carried you to the car and brought you to the hospital. Now, tell me, how will you compensate me? As he spoke, Chu Fei's gaze lingered on Su Li's figure. She immediately sensed his lewd stare. And her face darkened. Get lost. Don't even think about it. I was hurt because of you. This is my affair. I don't want you involved. Su Li expressed concern that Zhaowen might seek revenge on Chu Fei. Given the Zhao family's power, dealing with one person was a trivial task. She did not wish to embroil Chu Fei in danger due to her. Are you worried about me or that kidney-deficient fellow? Chu Fei smiled mischievously. Su Li's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, self-delusion. Noticing her reaction, Chu Fei realized she was indeed worried about potential retribution. He chuckled lightly. Rest assured, that guy will likely never bother you again in this lifetime. However, I must apologize. You cannot marry him anymore. Shouldn't that it be fine? Upon hearing this, Su Li furrowed her brow slightly. She sensed a deeper meaning in Chu Fei's words. Yet, she could not grasp the full implication. Her wedding with Zhaowen was nearly confirmed and unlikely to change. Yet, this guy was telling her she could not marry him. Although she feared revenge from the Zhao family, at least for the time being, she would not be harassed by Zhaowen. Thank you. After a moment of contemplation, Su Li finally uttered these 2 words. Oh, not utter such empty words. I prefer tangible actions. Chu Fei chuckled mischievously as he stepped closer. As he approached, Su Li instinctively covered her chest, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him. What are you planning to do? Let me remind you, this is a hospital. Chu Fei leaned in, pinching her delicate face with a playful grip. You truly are fierce. Su Li's face flushed with heat from his boldness, and she shot him a fierce glare. You are the fierce one, and your entire family is fierce to me. You are nothing but a bandit. From now on, I shall call you Bandit. Chu Fei shrugged indifferently. As long as you are amused, by the way, are you hungry? I have some hot dogs. Would you like to eat? Su Li's mind momentarily wandered. Pa, how vulgar. You are indeed a bandit? Yet, Chu Fei retrieved 2 servings of fried rice and 2 hot dogs from the bedside cabinet. You have a peculiar disposition. If you do not wish to eat, there is no need to insult me. It was only then that Su Li realized, and her face turned an even deeper shade of red. Are you referring to those hot dogs? Chu Fei looked at her in confusion. What else could I mean? Su Li quickly shook her head. No, I meant those. I'm hungry. I want to eat too. Chapter 8. Donning mourning garb? The following day, Su Li was discharged from the hospital. The wound on her forehead was not severe, and after treatment, it posed no significant issue. Chu Fei drove her to the company. Xiao Yu, what is it? The chairman requests your presence in the conference room. All the major shareholders are present. The secretary's voice on the phone was urgent. Su Li's fair complexion paled as she sensed the impending trouble. However, she had no choice but to face the shareholders and her father. What is wrong? Chu Fei noticed her ashen face and instinctively asked. It's nothing, just a meeting. You can wait for me here. With that, Su Li strode toward the conference room. Upon pushing open the door, she was greeted by a cacophony of voices. The shareholders were in a heated dispute, some even discussing the sale of their shares and withdrawal of investments. When Su Li entered, the room fell silent. Sitting at the head of the table was her father, Su Wu, now over 50. With streaks of gray in his hair, greetings, esteemed chairman and shareholders. Su Li took her seat. Su Wu glanced at the bandage on her forehead, frowning slightly. What transpired at the Zhao residence yesterday? I had intended to arrive later. After all, it was my daughter's engagement, and I certainly wanted to be present. However, I never anticipated that trouble would arise before my arrival. Upon hearing that Zhaoan had been killed by my daughter's bodyguard, I was left in shock. This morning, upon waking, I discovered that all investment companies had pulled out, and those firms we collaborated with were willing to breach contracts rather than continue their association. Even at the cost of paying penalties, he understood this was the Zhao family's retaliation against Qi Company. If successful, the profits would be several multiples of the investments. At this critical juncture, the Zhao family's investment was crucial. Yet calamity struck. Su Li was at a loss for words, her head bowed in silence. The other shareholders, seeing her demeanor, grew increasingly aggressive in their inquiries. Su Zong, as the president of Qi Company, you hold a significant number of shares. Now that Zhaoan is dead, with such immense pressure from the Zhao Group, what do you intend to do? The first 2 statements barely registered with Su Li, but upon hearing the last, her eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Zhaoan is dead. Seeing Su Li's reaction, Su Wu interjected. You, the principal party involved, were unaware. That bodyguard you hired is quite the hero. Not only did he assault the Zhao family's security, but he also killed Zhao and threatened Zhao Wei, daring them to seek revenge. Now, the Zhao family's retaliation is upon us. How do you plan to address this? Su Li stood frozen, completely unaware that Chu Fei had committed such a monumental act in her absence. No wonder he had told her last night in the hospital that she would no longer have to deal with Zhaoan's harassment. It turned out, he had killed Zhaoan. It's over. Su Li realized that Qi Company was now in dire straits. Within 3 months, it would face bankruptcy. The only solution was to utilize the funds Chu Fei had provided her to stabilize the situation. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. Chairman, esteemed shareholders, I still possess some funds that can support the company's operations. As soon as she finished speaking, she was met with derision from several shareholders. Su Zong, over the years, I have observed the company's growth, and you have certainly profited handsomely. However, your funds amount to at most a few tens of millions. Is that truly sufficient for the company's operations? Indeed, what can a mere few million accomplish? I have decided to sell my shares and see if anyone is willing to take over. Yes, I too intend to divest. In an instant, several shareholders expressed their intent to sell their shares. Just their holdings alone were collectively worth over 100 million. Su Wu, witnessing the situation spiral out of control, attempted to intervene. Everyone, please remain calm. There is bound to be a turn of events. I think. Before he could finish, Su Li interjected. Esteemed shareholders, you wish to sell your shares, correct? Su Li knew these individuals were fickle. When Qi Company was thriving, they were the loudest in praise. Now that it was faltering, they were eager to divest Su Zong. Do you possess such substantial funds? Indeed. The audience chimed in, aware of the company's dividends over the past 2 years. They were fully aware of each other's financial standings. The question is, will you sell or not? Su Li's countenance turned icy. Since they wished to abandon ship, it was the perfect opportunity to consolidate the company's shares. Nonsense. I do not care whether you have such funds. What you must do is plead for the Zhao family's mercy. As Zhao En's fiancé, you are to don mourning garb for him. Let me tell you, the Zhao family is already preparing for the funeral. You are not to go anywhere. I will personally escort you to the Zhao residence at noon. The meeting is adjourned. Su Wu left the conference room with a stern expression, while Su Li's own countenance was grim. In a daze, she made her way to the office. Upon entering, she found Chu Fei seated on the sofa, casually snacking, his legs crossed. She could not help but let out a bitter laugh. You truly are something. Zhaoen has been killed by you, yet you kept me in the dark. You are quite impressive. Facing Su Li's sarcastic tone, Chu Fei appeared puzzled. Did I not mention it to you last night? Su Li ignored him, slumping into her office chair. Do you know what my father wants me to do? He wants me to don mourning garb for Zhaoen. Chapter 9. In truth, I am a top-tier rich second generation. Donning mourning garb? Upon hearing this phrase, Chu Fei's expression turned perplexed. He was bewildered as to why Su Li's father would insist she perform such a ritual when Zhaoen was already deceased. Was he truly intent on marrying her into a wealthy family? But would the Zhao family even accept that? If it were him, he would certainly refuse. I find it hard to comprehend why your father would insist on this. Chu Fei voiced his confusion. Su Li let out a bitter laugh, shaking her head slightly. It is precisely because the Zhao family wields considerable power in Jiangnan, and no one dares to oppose them. Just this morning, all the groups that had partnerships with us abruptly terminated their contracts overnight. This has left the company in a state of panic, with many contemplating resignations. The fire cannot be contained. The Zhao Group's assault has effectively shattered the morale within Qi Company, and no one believes that Qi can withstand the Zhao family's onslaught. Isn't terminating contracts a good thing? Securing compensation provides ample opportunity for a comeback. Having been immersed in the family business, he had absorbed such business insights. In his view, terminating contracts was not necessarily detrimental, unless Qi Company had staked everything on a final gamble. Otherwise, Su Li's remarks illustrated the current dire state of Qi Company. After hearing her words, Chu Fei shook his head. It could be said that Qi Company was teetering on the precipice, just a step away from plunging into chaos. Never mind, discussing this with you is futile. Just wait. At noon, I will go to the Zhao residence. You need not accompany me. It would only complicate matters. She wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. In a way. Chu Fei shook his head. I promise to protect you. How could I not accompany you? Su Li pursed her lips, remaining silent. Her expression was a complex mix of emotions, her thoughts seemingly adrift. I must say, how can someone like you, so fierce, shrink back at the first sign of trouble? Cheer up, let me assure you, no matter how dire the situation, I will stand by you. Do not doubt my capabilities. I possess the means to handle it. Upon hearing those words, Su Li's previously melancholic expression suddenly transformed into laughter. Accompanied by a dramatic eye roll, I truly wonder how a mere bodyguard like you possesses such capabilities. However, I am quite curious. Where does all that money of yours come from, to be able to produce such a vast sum at once? Are you genuinely willing to be my bodyguard? Su Li had always found Chu Fei's identity to be a mystery. In fact, she had once engaged her close friend to investigate his background. Yet, the findings were utterly inconclusive, as if any records pertaining to Chu Fei simply did not exist. In reality, I am a top-tier heir of immense wealth. My family's estate spans thousands of acres. As a member of one of the world's top 3 elite families, with a mere word, I could incapacitate the economies of small nations. Chu Fei reclined nonchalantly on the sofa, crossing his legs. Su Li shot him a glance, her tone laced with sarcasm. A top-tier heir? No wonder you can produce 10 billion in one breath. I dare say your family's assets likely exceed your inventory. Chu Fei was no fool. He understood the implications of Su Li's words. Do you not believe me? The truth is indeed as I say. Yet, Su Li remained skeptical. Believe? Why would I not? You are a top-tier heir. Is that sufficient? Chu Fei sighed, realizing that she had unwittingly cast herself as the gullible one. As the two exchanged playful banter, a knock echoed from outside the door. At that moment, Chu Fei rose from the sofa and stood beside Su Li, who resumed her composed demeanor. Come in. The office door swung open, revealing Su Wu with a somewhat frosty expression. Let us go. I've already contacted the Zhao family. At those words, Su Li's heart skipped a beat, while Chu Fei furrowed his brow, about to speak, but Su Li gently tugged at his sleeve. This subtle gesture did not escape Su Wu's notice, though he chose not to comment, instead stating coldly, This time, you need not accompany her as a bodyguard. Word has it that the Zhao family has deployed numerous security personnel at their estate. Where I intend to go, no one can stop me. Unfazed by Su Wu's condescending tone, Chu Fei retorted, Then you may leave. My daughter does not require a killer as her protector. Father, can we please refrain from discussing this? Su Li interjected, her voice firm. I will wait for you outside for 3 minutes. You can handle this yourself. With that, Su Wu turned and exited the office, leaving only Chu Fei and Su Li behind. Their eyes met, and it was Su Li who spoke first. Perhaps she hesitated, not wanting Chu Fei to take further risks. Even if she donned mourning attire, her life would not be in peril. The Zhao family likely would not dare to embarrass her in front of so many esteemed figures in Jiangnan. Ive already stated it. If the sky falls, I shall bear the weight. What do you have to fear? If worst comes to worst, we can simply overturn the table. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Su Li realized her attempts at persuasion were futile. She shifted to a more pleading tone, but you must not act impulsively. Follow my gaze and proceed accordingly. All right. Chu Fei met her gaze and nodded slightly. He then slowly reached out, intending to touch her cheek. Instinctively, she recoiled, but he swiftly wrapped his arm around her neck. Stay still. You have something in your eye. Su Li pushed him away, her cheeks flushed. You rogue. I can handle it myself. She rubbed the corner of her eye, finding nothing there. You tricked me? Chu Fei chuckled mischievously. I merely wished to take advantage of you. Su Li's expression darkened. Get lost. Their playful exchange prompted Su Wu, waiting outside, to intervene. Is this amusing to you? Su Li immediately lowered her head and shot Chu Fei a warning glance. Chu Fei promptly fell silent. After all, this elder was Su Li's father, and a modicum of respect was in order, especially since he was teasing his daughter. You may proceed, but remember, regardless of what occurs, you must not speak out of turn, nor resort to violence. Su Wu recognized that Chu Fei was bound to go, and unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to make a final stand. Understood, Chairman. The trio descended in the elevator, driving directly to the Zhao estate, which was adorned with white lanterns. Chapter 10. Your son can be fertilizer within the Zhao family estate. An expanse of white reigned supreme. The former villa hall had transformed into a vast mourning hall. A golden Nanmu coffin lay quietly at the center, surrounded by lit incense candles that illuminated the room. A group of mourners, clad in mourning attire, stood vigil. A woman knelt, weeping inconsolably. Zhao Wei stood nearby, his countenance icy. Numerous guests, holding flowers, donned black suits and silently placed their offerings aside, bowing before the coffin before exiting the hall to engage in hushed conversations. The topic of discussion revolved around Zhao An's cause of death. Only a handful of individuals had witnessed the incident, and Zhao Wei had previously proclaimed that the circumstances surrounding Zhao An's demise would remain confidential. Thus, others were oblivious to how Zhao An had perished. Just as the crowd outside indulged in cigarettes and speculation, a familiar license plate caught their attention. Most were aware that the previous day had marked Zhao An's engagement to the daughter of the Su family. Many had received invitations to the engagement ceremony, but before their arrival, they were informed they need not attend, instead being invited the following day for Zhao An's funeral. It was only then that they realized Zhao An had passed away, on the very day of his engagement. Who possessed the audacity to act against Zhao An? Naturally, suspicions fell upon the Su family. As the Su family's vehicle entered the estate, many gazes turned toward it. Moments later, they witnessed the driver exit the car and open the door. However, when Su Wu and his daughter emerged, they were momentarily taken aback. Su Wu appeared solemn in his black suit, while Su Li donned a black dress and coat, holding a bouquet of flowers. Clearly, she had come to pay her respects to Zhao An. At that moment, Zhao Wei also spotted the Su father-daughter duo. Yet, his gaze did not linger on them. Instead, it fixated on Chu Fei, who trailed behind them. In that instant, his eyes blazed with fury. "You dare to return, seeking death?" With Zhao Wei's furious shout, the gathered crowd froze, initially believing he was addressing Su Li. After all, it seemed appropriate for Zhao An's fiancée to come to pay her respects. Why, then, was Zhao Wei so enraged? Yet, those present had also noted Chu Fei's presence behind Su Wu and his daughter, which sent a wave of shock through them. No one had anticipated that the killer would dare show his face again. Did he not fear for his life? Previously, he had escaped. This time, Zhao Wei had stationed 100 security personnel throughout the estate. Even if Chu Fei was exceptionally skilled, he could not face 100 adversaries alone. At that moment, Su Wu spoke up. "Chairman Zhao, today is not a day for bloodshed. I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident and have brought my daughter to pay her respects to your son. As for the engagement, let us consider it null and void, shall we?" Su Wu's eloquence bore the mark of a learned man. Chu Fei, listening intently, found himself somewhat astonished. Who would have thought Su Li's father possessed such finesse? With such words, Chu Fei realized that Su Wu's audacity to bring his daughter here indicated he had a backup plan, one that would ensure their safe departure from the Zhao estate. "Su Wu, I can grant you face, but that brat must accompany my son in death today." Zhao Wei snapped his fingers, and in an instant, dozens of henchmen wielding machetes surged forward from the shadows. The once spacious hall transformed into a chaotic throng in an instant. Outside, onlookers gaped in disbelief. From Zhao Wei's words, it was clear that the culprit was none other than the young man beside Su Wu and his daughter. But how had he dared to return? "Chairman Zhao, this young man is under my protection. His actions yesterday were reckless. Today, he has come to pay his respects to your son and to annul the engagement. As for the third matter, that pertains to the discussion of compensation." Zhao Wei, upon hearing this, was incensed, barely able to contain his laughter. Before he could retort, the woman who had been weeping on the floor suddenly rose. Her eyes blazing with fury as she pointed at Chu Fei.is, "He the one who killed my Xiaoan." Zhao Wei's expression darkened. Indeed, the woman, who was Zhaoan's mother, Lu Sui, shouted in outrage. "Then why are you wasting words? Seize him and slay him." Lu Sui was once the sole female overlord of the underground in Jiangnan City, but after marrying Zhao Wei, she had retired from her former life. Though she had relinquished her previous influence, many still recognized her name. While the Zhao family appeared to rely on Zhao Wei for business, it was often Lu Sui who dealt with formidable adversaries. Now, faced with the murderer of her son, her patience was at its end as the henchman surged forward. Su Wu's expression darkened. "It seems you two are determined to spill blood today." Lu Sui paid no heed to Su Wu, for she held no ties to him. "And what of it? I may disregard the matters concerning you and your father, but that young man must accompany my son to the grave today." Su Wu's gaze fell upon Zhao Wei, who seemed to have no intention of discussing matters. Zhao Wei looked at Su Wu, his expression darkening. In truth, it was not Su Wu he feared, but rather the powerful figure standing behind him, the second most influential person in Jiangnan City. Although the nature of their relationship remained unclear, should anything happen to Su Wu, that individual would undoubtedly intervene, fabricating a few pretexts to strike against the Zhao group, which would lead to considerable complications. Despite the fact that Su Wu's backer did not engage in commercial rivalries or favor any party, the implications were still serious. As Yudong, if you were in my position, what would you do? Su Wu inhaled deeply, asking, "What are your plans then?" Lu Sui's eyes were red. She was acutely aware of the powerful individual behind Su Wu, which was why she refrained from interrupting their conversation. Before Zhao Wei could finish his sentence, Chu Fei could no longer bear it. Was he merely a pawn to be manipulated at will? A tiger does not reveal its claws, and does that mean one should merely assume it is a kitten? Taking a step forward, he stood before Su Li. "Zhao Dong, is it? I initially intended to apologize for my heavy-handedness towards your son, but now I see no need for such courtesy. Your son is such scum that he wastes air while alive and land when dead. He would be better off cremated, with his ashes scattered in the garden to serve as fertilizer." Chapter 11. Compensation? Not a dime. The moment those words were spoken, the entire assembly was taken aback. The air became thick with tension. Even Su Wu stared at Chu Fei in disbelief. He could not comprehend the meaning behind this sudden outburst during their negotiation. Did he wish to exacerbate Zhao Wei's current fury? "You, Ah, kill him! Lu Sui was utterly enraged. She could no longer restrain herself. This boy had to be eliminated. Zhao Wei's breathing quickened as he seized a watermelon knife from a nearby thug, preparing to act. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Su Wu inwardly berated Chu Fei. Su Li, too, wore a shocked expression, never expecting Chu Fei to be so audacious. Just when everyone thought this young man would be slaughtered, a voice rang out from outside. What is all this commotion? Are weapons being drawn? That could lead to serious trouble if someone gets hurt. The authoritative voice commanded the attention of everyone present, and they turned to see a middle-aged man in a suit with glasses, smiling as he approached the morning hall. Upon recognizing him, the crowd parted to make way, for no other reason than that he was Jiangnan City's most prominent figure. Jiang Ning. Everyone, halt! Zhao Wei and Lu Sui shouted in unison. To act in the presence of the most influential person was tantamount to courting disaster. This notable figure remained neutral, not aligning with any enterprise or individual. He conducted matters with objectivity, and anyone, no matter how powerful, who dared to offend him would face dire consequences unless they had an even greater figure backing them. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? It is indeed a surprise to welcome you. The once crowded morning hall now felt somewhat more spacious. Su Wu stepped forward, stating, I heard of Zhao Dong's son's unfortunate demise and came to pay my respects. I hope you can forgive my unannounced visit. Zhao Wei, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. His words implied that he had not extended an invitation to Jiang Ning, which was a clear affront, especially with many influential figures present. Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. Your presence truly honors my son. If he were aware in the afterlife, he would surely feel proud. Zhao Wei hastily replied with utmost respect. However, Lu Sui seized the moment to cry out, Mr. Jiang, you must seek justice for my son. The murderer who took his life is present. You must ensure he is brought to justice. At this proclamation, Zhao Wei's eyes lit up. Yes, with Jiang Ning here, even if Su Wu invoked his powerful ally, it would matter little. Furthermore, given the number of witnesses to the incident, the evidence was irrefutable. With Jiang Ning's temperament, this boy would certainly serve a lifetime in prison, if he did not perish in the process. Mr. Jiang, my son was beaten to death. You must ensure justice is served. Zhao Wei's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly kneeling in his plea. Meanwhile, Su Wu's expression darkened. Jiang Ning's unexpected arrival was a significant complication. He was acutely aware of Jiang Ning's character, and as the foremost figure, his influence surpassed that of the second. Su Li's face also turned pale as she clutched Chu Fei's sleeve tightly, looking up at him with guilt. If only she had not brought him along, this tragedy might have been averted. Oh, is that so? Since Zhao Dong has spoken, as a public servant, I must uphold the law. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei and Lu Sui's eyes gleamed with hope. With Jiang Ning's intervention, this matter was as good as resolved. Once this boy was imprisoned, they had countless ways to ensure he met his end behind bars. It was him, Mr. Jiang. Zhao Wei pointed at Chu Fei. That moment, Su Li gripped Chu Fei's sleeve even tighter, fearing for his safety. Jiang Ning turned to scrutinize Chu Fei, his expression remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed by the revelation of Chu Fei as the perpetrator. Su Wu could no longer contain himself, attempting to clarify, Mr. Jiang, this is a misunderstanding. Su Li also chimed in, Mr. Jiang, my bodyguard acted out of necessity to protect my safety, resulting in an unfortunate overreaction that led to Zhao's death. Moreover, they were the ones who attacked me first, prompting my bodyguard's response. She gestured to her forehead, where a bandage still bore traces of fresh blood. Hearing this, Su Li's heart sank. If the charges were substantiated, Chu Fei would likely spend the rest of his life in prison. Thank you for your intervention, Mr. Jiang. Without hesitation, Zhao Wei bowed deeply. Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. He then approached the morning hall and lit 3 incense sticks. Su Wu understood that he could not prevent Jiang Ning from taking Chu Fei away today. He took a deep breath, his expression grim, and advised Chu Fei, when you reach the precinct, remember to assert that they attacked first and that your response was merely self-defense. Even if you were sentenced, it shouldn't be for long. I will find a way to extricate you. Chu Fei shrugged. It's all good, however. Su Li looked at him with red-rimmed eyes, speechless. Chu Fei smiled and ruffled her hair, signaling her to remain calm. What is there to worry about? Perhaps Mr. Jiang is a friend of my father. At this, Su Li shot him a glare, You boast without a shred of evidence. Enough. I must take my leave. He then turned to Chu Fei. Shall we go? Without hesitation, Chu Fei followed Jiang Ning and his two secretaries. Watching him being led away, Zhao Wei and Lu Sui felt a surge of relief. By the way, Su Dong, regarding the compensation you mentioned earlier, why don't we discuss it further indoors? And as for the marriage contract, I believe we should also have a thorough discussion on that matter. Zhao Wei was not a man of kindness. He would not let this matter rest. With his son gone, someone had to pay the price. Yu Wu's face darkened ominously, yet he found himself without options. With the foremost figure in attendance, his own powerful ally might not be able to assist. This situation could only be resolved through negotiation. Before he could speak, Su Li interjected, her fair face cold as ice. With a life lost, the marriage contract is naturally annulled. As for compensation, not a dime. Chapter 12. A salary of 1,800. Always smiling in an opulent CAF's private room, Jiang Ning, a direct member of the Jiangnan family, bowed deeply to the young man lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. Young master, Chu Fei waved his hand, motioning for him to take a seat. Jiang Ning respectfully sat across from Chu Fei. The moment Chu Fei laid eyes on Jiang Ning, he realized he was an insider from the family. He had not expected that a member of his family had risen to such prominence in Jiangnan. Has there been any news from the family recently? Upon hearing Chu Fei's query, Jiang Ning's expression turned slightly grim. Noticing this change, Chu Fei's brow furrowed with concern. What's the matter? Jiang Ning hesitated but eventually spoke. Young master, the family's situation is currently stable and has not suffered significant impacts. We are engaged in a business war with the Immortal Phoenix, and both sides remain at a stalemate. The master instructed me to convey that you should feel at ease staying in Jiangnan. He will manage matters overseas. Chu Fei's frown deepened. By the way, do you know the background of the Su family? The Su family? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before answering. Young master, my knowledge of the Su family is somewhat limited. However, as far as I know, they were once merely a small family with a modest company. Under the leadership of Su Wu, the Qiyao company gradually took shape, and they even established a connection with the second-in-command in Jiangnan. It is quite baffling how a family like theirs managed to connect with such a prominent figure. Jiang Ning, too, was curious. The Su family had no notable background, so why would the second-in-command be willing to collaborate with them? Although there was no substantial support, many were aware that the Su family had the backing of the second-in-command. Oh, that's rather intriguing. Chu Fei felt a tinge of confusion, sensing something amiss. Why did the old master want him to protect Su Li? Why would a girl from an obscure family warrant the personal protection of the King of Hell himself? By the way, young master, there's something else that the old master asked me to convey to you. As Jiang Ning uttered this, his expression turned noticeably awkward. What? Chu Fei asked, somewhat surprised. Well, the old master wants you to go on a blind date. Here is the information on your blind date. Would you care to take a look? With that, he opened a file on his phone. A photo of a strikingly beautiful woman in a crisp uniform, holding a small handbag with a slender figure appeared on the screen. Beneath the image were her name and address. Wang Xiya, chairwoman of Juanhao Group, the Wang family? Is it that Wang family? Upon seeing the surname Wang, Chu Fei was taken aback. It should be correct. Jiang Ning nodded. The Wang family is considered one of the larger families in the country, with their enterprises sprawling across the entirety of Daxia. Not bad. I might as well go meet her. Chu Fei nodded. Seeing that the young master did not refuse, Jiang Ning let out a sigh of relief. It is rare for someone as exceptional as the young master to take an interest in an ordinary girl. By the way, young master, would you like me to intervene and issue a warning to the Zhao family? Jiang Ning was acutely aware of the immense power and influence held by the sole heir of the family. With just a word, he could make the entire Zhao family vanish from Jiangnan. No need for that, they are merely a small family. You focus on your own matters. If I require your assistance, I will naturally reach out to you. Jiang Ning nodded, presenting his business card with both hands. Young master, my phone number is on here. Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to call. I will certainly comply. Yes, young master. With that, Jiang Ning left the CAF with his companions. 10 minutes after Jiang Ning departed, Chu Fei finally emerged from the CAF, feeling somewhat vexed as he glanced at the information on his phone. However, he realized he could not seek out Su Li just yet. After pondering for a moment while looking at the data in his hands, he decided to go meet this so-called blind date. Since it was arranged by his father, he ought to show some respect. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for Juanhao Group. Upon arriving downstairs, he called the woman named Wang Xie. "Hello? Who are you looking for?" A cool voice came from the other end of the line. "Wang Xie. Well, I am your blind date. Do you have some time? I am downstairs at your office. Can we chat?" In her office on the top floor of Juanhao Group, Wang Xie frowned as she listened to the man's voice on the phone. She had received a call from her father yesterday, informing her that he had arranged a blind date for her. However, he had not mentioned a single word about the man's identity, only insisting that she must make him her boyfriend. Wang Xie was puzzled. What family in Daxia could possibly rival the Wang family? Those who sought to pursue her could easily encircle the entire Jiangnan city. Yet, recalling her father's words, she chose not to refuse. She was curious to see what this so-called blind date was all about. After hanging up, she took the elevator down to the first floor. As she reached the entrance, she spotted a man dressed in bodyguard attire squatting nearby, smoking a cigarette. She furrowed her brow. Could this be her blind date? He looked like just a lowly security guard. Was her father mistaken? Meanwhile, Chu Fei noticed Wang Xie and discarded his cigarette, but to be honest, this woman was quite beautiful. Compared to Su Li, she had her own charm. Su Li appeared fierce on the outside but was rather fragile within. This one, however, seemed to exude an air of coolness, though her inner self remained a mystery. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Fei." He extended his hand. Wang Xie suppressed her discomfort and shook hands with him. "Wang Xie, shall we talk?" Without speaking, Wang Xie merely nodded. The two crossed the street to a milk tea shop and ordered 2 cups. "Let us get to the point. What is your identity?" "I prefer directness and do not enjoy beating around the bush." Wang Xie crossed her arms, looking at Chu Fei with a cold expression. From the very first glance, she had no fondness for this man. "Me? I'm just a lowly security guard, without any benefits, earning a meager salary of 1,800 a month, and I spend my days laughing." Chapter 13. I sleep on the bed. You sleep on the floor. Chu Fei sipped his milk tea, chewing on the tapioca pearls, while Wang Xie's frown deepened as she regarded him, feeling as though this man was completely out of his mind. "Do you find this amusing? If you are unwilling to share, I shall not force you." Wang Xie held deep-rooted family values. For the honor and interests of her family, she would not hesitate to marry an unfamiliar stranger. Regardless of his appearance, that was her mindset. "I'm telling the truth, I am not deceiving you." Chu Fei maintained a serious gaze. Upon seeing this, Wang Xie stood up, preparing to leave. She had no reason to continue wasting her time with such a person. "Do you truly want to know?" As she took a step away, Chu Fei spoke up. Although he was unclear about the man's background, he could glean from his father's tone that the man's family background was likely superior to the Wang family. Perhaps even more illustrious. If such an individual could bring greater benefits to her family, she could readily make that sacrifice. Chu Fei smiled nonchalantly. "Well, let me tell you, what benefits would that entail? I would be your girlfriend." Without hesitation, Wang Xie replied. Chu Fei was taken aback. This woman must be a little unhinged. After just one meeting, she was already proposing to be his girlfriend? "No? Then I can accompany you once." Observing Wang Xie's proud figure, Chu Fei thought this arrangement seemed quite favorable. However, he was not the type to settle for just anyone. "No, thank you. If you wish to know my identity, you can inquire with the higher-ups of your family. If they are unwilling to tell you, it indicates you are not yet worthy of knowing. This blind date is merely a formality for me. You are not the type I fancy." Chu Fei smiled slightly and took a sip of his milk tea. To be honest, he did not have an affinity for Wang Xie. It was primarily her personality that he found off-putting. However, her figure was another matter entirely. In contrast, Su Li was much more to his taste. Although she had a fierce demeanor, she was at least more decisive than this woman before him. "Is that so? What type do you prefer? A mature woman? A lowly? Or perhaps a pure-hearted girl? Whatever you desire. I can transform myself to fit your preferences." Wang Xie already had an inkling. Since her father had not disclosed this man's identity, it suggested that he was of a higher status than the Wang family. If she could truly be with him, then nothing else mattered. "I desire a vibrant and colorful allure. Can you fulfill that?" Chu Fei's startling words left Wang Xie momentarily speechless. After a while, she finally reacted. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Chu Fei smiled without replying. "Wasn't it quite obvious? All right, when we meet next time, you shall see." With that, Wang Xie turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Chu Fei in a state of bewilderment. It seemed he had inadvertently stepped into a significant predicament. A vibrant and colorful allure. What sort of brazen words were those? Chu Fei shook his head as he watched her exit the door. Fierce women were much more preferable. This woman was far too forward. It was unbearable. After settling the bill, he exited the milk tea shop. Just as he stepped outside, he received a call from Su Li. After much hesitation, he finally answered. "How are you? Are you all right?" Su Li's concerned voice came through the line that "I'm fine." That person did not seem like a bad guy. He merely gave me a few simple lessons before letting me go. I am on my way now. Thank goodness he did not cause any trouble. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. That I'm at the bustling street. After more than 10 minutes, Su Li arrived beneath the sign of the bustling street. Boss, your personal arrival to pick me up truly astonishes me. As soon as he got into the car, Chu Fei adopted a rather boisterous demeanor. However, Su Li's expression was not pleasant, and she had no inclination to engage in banter with him. What's the matter? As Su Li drove, she recounted the events that transpired with the Zhao family. She had entirely rejected the conditions proposed by Su Wu. The Zhao family was utterly furious and had launched a full-scale offensive against Kuyao Company. Most enterprises in Jiangnan City had severed ties with Kuyao Company, plunging it into a dark period. If it could recover, it would no longer have to bow to the Zhao family. If it could not, it would remain in this state indefinitely. Upon hearing Su Li's explanation, Chu Fei remained silent, but he was already formulating a plan in his mind. This Zhao family is quite troublesome. What do you suggest I do now? Su Li spoke, her face filled with concern. Just let it be. Besides, you are not short on funds. The money I previously gave you should be sufficient to support your company for several months. Right? Su Li thought of the money on the card and couldn't help but cast him a glance of disdain. This money was earned at the cost of her own sacrifices. By the way, may I inquire what the new drug your company is researching is aimed at? Su Li took a deep breath. This was confidential and could not be disclosed to you. The function of the new drug is an absolute secret. Apart from the researchers, herself as the president and the chairman, none of the major shareholders are privy to this information, let alone other personnel within the company. However, I can tell you that if this drug is successfully developed, it will undoubtedly be introduced globally by our company. Its value could reach hundreds of billions or even more. This will elevate Kuyao Company to become one of the most prestigious companies in the entire Dexian nation. Hearing Su Li's words, Chu Fei was somewhat taken aback. A new type of drug could yield such immense profits. If this information were to leak, countless individuals might attempt to acquire Kuyao Company or even bribe their researchers. Are you not concerned that your researchers might be swayed by others? In response, Su Li chuckled. Bribe my people? In fact, they are completely unaware of the location of my research base. Even their communications with family members are monitored by us. This is the one thing Su Li felt most at ease about. At least she need not worry about her researchers being bought off by outsiders. Chu Fei now understood that this formidable woman was meticulous in her approach. Having thought of even this detail as they conversed, they arrived at a villa. The villa was not large, occupying just over 200 square meters. Apart from Su Li, there was no one else inside. Without my permission, you are not allowed to enter my room, understand? You bandit. Unexpectedly, Chu Fei resolutely refused. Since I promised to protect you closely, I must fulfill that responsibility. In the future, you sleep in the bed while I take the floor. Get lost. Chapter 14. Invest 20 billion in Kuyao. The next morning, as Su Li awoke from her slumber, she caught a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Rubbing her still drowsy eyes, she opened her bedroom door. There, on the dining table downstairs, lay 2 bowls of steaming noodles, topped with a fried egg. Chu Fei just emerged from the kitchen. You're awake? Hurry and wash up for breakfast. Su Li bit her lip. It was the first time a man had prepared a meal for her. All right. She hurried downstairs to wash up and joined him at the dining table. Gazing at the steaming noodles, she couldn't resist the urge to dig in. I didn't realize you could cook. I thought you were just some wealthy second-generation heir. She chuckled lightly. I have many skills. Would you like to try? Chu Fei's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Su Li. The latter instinctively covered her chest, a hint of pink coloring her cheeks. Go away, bandit. Chu Fei laughed heartily but said nothing more. After breakfast and changing clothes, he drove Su Li to the company. However, upon arriving, he was immediately summoned to the chairman's conference room for a meeting. Before entering the conference room, the voices of the major shareholders arguing reached his ears. Su Li's expression turned cold as she pushed open the door to the meeting room. Outside, she had heard the shareholders discussing whom to sell their shares to. Currently, nearly all companies, large and small, in Jiangnan City had ceased cooperation with them. The Zhao Group had openly stated its intention to suppress Kiao Company. Companies associated with the Zhao Group naturally terminated their contracts without hesitation. Even those without direct ties opted to dissolve their agreements to save face for the Zhao Group. Kiao Company now found itself besieged on all sides. Su Zong. Although I am unaware of how you negotiated with the chairman and the Zhao family, given the current situation, we have no other choice. Unless you can reveal to us what precisely we are researching. This way, we can make an informed decision on whether to sell our shares or consider additional investment. A shareholder surnamed Wang spoke up. He was one of the older shareholders of Kiao Company and one of its initial investors. Even he had little faith in Kiao Company's future, let alone the others. Indeed, Su Zong. Up until now, we have no idea about the latest research direction of the company. How do you expect us to choose? Another shareholder chimed in as Yuli scoffed inwardly. She suspected that some of these shareholders had already been bought off by the Zhao family. Before the research on the new drug commenced, all shareholders had signed a contract prohibiting inquiries about the research direction and effects until the new drug was developed. Given the current situation, she did not rule out that some had already become pawns of the Zhao Group. Since that is the case, there is no option left. Gentlemen, who among you wishes to sell your shares? I will purchase all at today's opening price. Recently, Kiao Company's stock price had plummeted, and some investors had already gotten wind of it and sold off their shares. This morning, as soon as the market opened, the stock price had dropped nearly 10%. Su Zong, your statement seems rather unreasonable. With the stock price falling so sharply, it is one thing not to buy at the original price, but now you want us to sell at a loss? Capitalists don't operate like this, do they? A somewhat portly shareholder, wearing glasses, expressed his dissatisfaction. After all, with the stock price dropping, they were also incurring losses, so what do the shareholders mean? Suli glanced at the shareholders present, her expression turning icy. Today, her father was absent, likely aware of the situation here and wanting her to handle it. There was no other intention behind it. Suli sneered. It seems you gentlemen had already made plans. Haven to you. If that is the case, then you may keep your shares or seek someone outside who is willing to take them on. Given Kiao Company's current condition, it is unlikely anyone would be willing to take over. Unless that person is a fool. Su Zong, your words are rather excessive. Now you're going back on your word. We have a contract, don't we? Are you suggesting, Su Zong, that we should take legal action? Such a move would not reflect well on you. Upon hearing Wang's words, the other shareholders present displayed smiles. In truth, Suli had guessed correctly. All the shareholders present had already been bought off by the Zhao Group. They had come today, not only to sell their shares but also to extract information about the research drug from Kiao Company. If they could obtain that information, each of them would receive a handsome sum of money. Moreover, the Zhao Group was willing to pay a premium for their shares. Unfortunately, Suli's resolve was too strong for them to pry anything out of her. Indeed, I believe all of you have reviewed the contract. Haven to you? Suli's statement effectively closed off any escape routes for several shareholders. The shareholder surnamed Wang's expression darkened slightly. They had initially come to negotiate terms, only to find themselves in a precarious position. If the shareholders wish to sell, they should act swiftly. Otherwise, once the company goes bankrupt, the shares in your hands will be worthless. With that, Suli turned to leave the meeting room, leaving the major shareholders exchanging glances in bewilderment. Returning to her office, Suli's expression was quite grim. These individuals were clearly bought off, daring to attempt to extract information about the research drug from her. It seemed it was time to reorganize the company. However, if she were to fund the acquisition of the shares from these shareholders, the remaining funds might not last long. The thought of this left her feeling overwhelmed. My esteemed president, what troubles you? Do you need my assistance? Suli shook her head, saying it was nothing, just some company issues causing her worry. Chu Fei nodded, choosing not to press further. Sitting at his desk, he took out his phone and sent a simple text message. The content was straightforward, investing $2 billion in Jiangnan Kiao Company. Chapter 15. A slap to wake you up noon. Wait a moment and accompany me for a stroll. There's south no need to drive. Suli set aside her work. The company was still operating as usual. Although many had resigned, it did not significantly impact the overall functioning. Is this your way of inviting me on a date? Chu Fei raised an eyebrow, smiling at Suli. She shot him a disgruntled glance. Think whatever you like. The two left the company and walked along the bustling streets. The September weather was neither too hot nor too cold. A gentle breeze lifted Suli's spirits considerably. By the way, bandit, do you have a girlfriend? The moment the words left her mouth, She regretted them. No, I don't. Why? Do you want to be my girlfriend? The requirements for being my girlfriend are quite high. Can you meet them? Well, since you've brought it up, I suppose I can reluctantly allow you to be my girlfriend. Chu Fei wore a hint of helplessness. Letting out a long sigh, Su Li shot him a fierce glare. Dream on. There are enough people chasing after me to circle Jiangnan. Do you really think I would be interested in you? Who knows? Chu Fei shrugged. Whether I've succeeded or not, you know in your heart, Su Li. Can you have some dignity? We're in public. She was on the verge of losing her mind. This guy was always so irreverent. Just as the two were teasing each other, Chu Fei suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Every hair on his body stood on end, and in an instant, he pulled Su Li into his embrace, turning to look towards a window on the third floor in the distance. However, there was no one at the window. Yet, Su Li mistakenly believed he was merely trying to take advantage of her. In an instant, her delicate face flushed crimson as she forcefully pushed him away, indignantly cursing, "Bandit, stop messing around." Chu Fei furrowed his brows, his gaze fixated on a window on the third floor across the street. If he was not mistaken, that fleeting sense of crisis had emanated from that very spot. From the moment he enveloped Su Li in his embrace to the moment he turned to look. Merely a second had passed, yet the other party had managed to evade detection. This was ample proof that they were no ordinary individual. Held tightly in Chu Fei's arms, Su Li felt her face heat up, acutely aware of his powerful heartbeat. For reasons unknown, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security, as if nestled in this man's embrace, no danger could approach her. All right, it's all over now. Chu Fei gradually released his hold, but Su Li couldn't shake off a tinge of disappointment. Regaining her composure, her complexion returned to normal. What just happened? Chu Fei shook his head and flashed her a mischievous grin. Nothing, just wanted to take advantage of you. Su Li shot him an exasperated glare. Go to hell. Yet, within Chu Fei's heart, a chilling realization took root. He pondered whether the threat was aimed at him or Su Li if it was directed at him. The adversary would surely reveal themselves again. However, if it was aimed at Su Li, the situation became murky. His master had tasked him with protecting Su Li, indicating that she was indeed in danger. Now that the peril had emerged, he contemplated how best to respond to AT that moment. Su Li received a call from Fang Qing. Hello? Xiao Qing. Xiao Su, where are you? I'm so annoyed. Come accompany me for a drink. Will you? I'm at the Zue Yuqing bar. The sound of Fang Qing's slightly tipsy voice echoed through the phone. Okay, I'll be right there. After arriving at the bar with Chu Fei, they immediately spotted Fang Qing lounging on a sofa. However, her condition was far from ideal. She appeared inebriated, with a man groping her, yet Fang Qing was persistently resisting. Su Li hurried forward and yanked the man away. Who are you? What are you doing to my friend? The man, clearly intoxicated, reeked of alcohol. Oh, another beauty has arrived. Come, beautiful, have a drink with me. As he spoke, he reached out to drape his arm around Su Li's neck, picking up a bottle of liquor, as if to pour it down her throat. Chu Fei swiftly seized the man's hand, his expression icy. Get lost? The man, feeling his wrist gripped, became incensed. Oh, you know who I am. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Believe it or not. I'll make sure you can't get out of here today, he shouted drunkenly at Chu Fei, raising the bottle to smash it over Chu Fei's head. The onlookers watched, yet none dared intervene, solely because this man was Su Hui. The son of a bureau chief, a frequent patron of the BARD, it was commonplace for him to harass staff and unfamiliar women. Who would dare touch him? Yet, Chu Fei was not one to back down. Before the bottle could descend, he swiftly delivered a resounding slap across the man's face. The loud crack of the slap left many in the vicinity stunned, and Su Hui was jolted awake by the impact. Are you awake now? Chu Fei released his grip, his expression devoid of warmth as he stared at Su Hui. Su Hui shook his head, still dazed, his gaze turning venomous. You dare hit me? No one has ever challenged me in this bar. He couldn't believe he had been struck in his own domain. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Will you leave on your own, or shall I throw you out? Chu Fei's tone remained calm. Su Hui sneered, a cold smile gracing his lips. Fine. If you have the guts, don't leave with that. He staggered out of the bar, still inebriated. Su Li finally settled beside Fang Qing, gently patting her back. Why did you drink so much? Fang Qing burst into tears. Wah, that bastard Lin Shui broke up with me. I feel so miserable, she sobbed, clutching Su Li, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, the bar owner appeared. Ladies, you should leave quickly. That man is not someone you can provoke. He is the son of the Enforcement Bureau chief in this area. He knows many thugs. If you don't leave now, you might not be able to get out later. The owner's concern was palpable. If these three didn't leave, he might as well close the bar. A fight would lead to significant losses. Seeing Fang Qing in such a state, Su Li felt she could no longer stay. Thank you, boss. We'll leave now. She exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Fei, and together they supported Fang Qing as they prepared to exit. However, this time, they were not alone. Behind them stood at least 10 thugs, each sporting different colored hair, all smoking cigarettes. It's him. Su Hui glared at Chu Fei, his eyes filled with malice. Su Li, sensing the tension, stepped back with Fang Qing. Chu Fei stepped forward, confronting the group of thugs. That slap didn't wake you up, did it? Would you like another two to clear your head? As soon as he finished speaking, one of the thugs shouted, What do you think you're doing talking to our brother Hui like that? Brothers, get him. Chapter 16. You're quite the player. The group of thugs surged forward, fists and feet flying towards Chu Fei. That Su Hui stood to the side, a cold smirk on his face, eager to see Chu Fei punished for daring to strike him. However, the outcome was far from what he anticipated. The so-called brothers who charged at Chu Fei were swiftly taken down in the blink of an eye. With a few punches and kicks, over 10 men lay sprawled on the ground. Groaning in agony, Su Hui had yet to process what had transpired when his hired muscle had already fallen. If it weren't for the fact that these men had been with him for a while, he would have suspected they were actors brought in by Chu Fei, given how easily they were dispatched. Faced with the situation, what could he do but flee? He turned to escape, but Chu Fei had anticipated his move. As he lifted his leg, a powerful force struck him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. I told you earlier. You didn't hear me clearly, did you? You still want to send someone after me? Chu Fei approached, crouching down to gaze at Su Hui with a smile. Do you know who I am? Let me enlighten you. My father is Su Lin. If you dare to hit me, do you believe I can have you thrown in jail? Even at this juncture, Su Hui remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still clinging to the hope of intimidating Chu Fei using his father's name. Unfortunately for him, his threats held no weight. I'm so scared. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Fei delivered another resounding slap to Su Hui's face. Slap! The sound echoed loudly, and Su Hui's face instantly turned beet red, the 5 fingerprints stark against his skin. Have you realized your mistake? Su Hui gritted his teeth, muttering incoherently, F you. Before he could finish, another slap landed. Oh, still cursing, are we? How lacking in manners. Su Hui's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. I can't believe this. Slap. Another resounding strike. You're still so young. Not even married, right? I haven't even become a father yet, and you think you can act tough. Chu Fei continued to rain slaps upon him. In just a few minutes, Su Hui's face had transformed into a swollen mess. Seeing that he had knocked Su Hui unconscious, Chu Fei finally ceased his assault, shaking out his slightly sore hand. He muttered, Next time we meet, I'll slap you again. With that, he made his way to Su Li. Su Li looked at the now unconscious Su Hui, her eyes filled with sympathy. Why did this guy have to provoke Chu Fei? Let us go. After much effort, Su Li finally managed to lay Fang Qing down to sleep, feeling utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Chu Fei appeared unbothered, leisurely wandering around the living room. Are you that bored? Su Li glared at Chu Fei, her irritation boiling over. Can't you lend a hand? What else should I do? As they spoke, Chu Fei approached a corner of the living room, pointing at a camera. Did you install that camera? Su Li glanced over. Yes, why? Chu Fei shook his head, indicating it was nothing. However, he sensed that something about that camera was amiss. The sense of crisis he had felt earlier on the street likely wasn't directed at him, but rather at Su Li. The reason behind it remained unclear. How many cameras do you have at home, and where are they located? Su Li leaned back on the sofa, pondering. 4 in total, 2 outside. 1 in the living room, and 1 in the hallway. Why do you ask? She was somewhat puzzled. Chu Fei remained silent, moving to check the positions of the cameras she mentioned. The 2 cameras outside appeared normal. The living room camera seemed fine as well. However, upon reaching the hallway, he noticed a small object with a red on the round camera. Finding a stool, he removed the small device, his eyes narrowing. A listening device. He expected it to be aimed at Su Li. Someone had installed a bug in her home, hidden so cleverly that most would overlook it. Seemed this villa might house more than one. With a firm grip, he crushed the listening device. What do you have in your hand? Chu Fei crushed the listening device and tossed it onto the table. Listening device, there should be more than one in this house. Upon hearing the term listening device, Su Li felt a chill run down her spine. How could someone have installed a listening device in her own home? She was aware that she frequently monitored the surveillance footage and had never seen anyone entering her villa. You must be joking, right? How is that possible? Su Li was somewhat incredulous. Do I look like I'm joking? Chu Fei gazed at her with utmost seriousness. Su Li fell silent. Let me search for more and see if there are any others. Chu Fei began to scour the room for listening devices. He found one in the kitchen, another behind the television, and yet another beneath the router. Half an hour later, Chu Fei placed the crushed devices on the table, revealing a total of 6 or 7, and that was without searching the bedrooms. There could very well be more. How can there be so many? Su Li stared dumbfounded at the devices on the table. I can't say. Now, I need to check your room for any others. Upon hearing that Chu Fei was going to her room, Su Li became anxious. No, I will go with you. For reasons unknown, Su Li felt a surge of panic. Chu Fei chuckled lightly at her reaction. What? Is there something in there you don't want me to see? Su Li's face flushed crimson. Of course not. The two entered the room, where Feng Qing lay deeply asleep, completely oblivious to her surroundings. This also marked Chu Fei's first time entering a woman's private quarters. The air was imbued with a faint fragrance. Inside the white-patterned wardrobe hung various styles of clothing. Chu Fei opened the wardrobe and searched, discovering a listening device at the top. He then crouched beside the nightstand, just as he was about to reach for the drawer when Su Li suddenly exclaimed, Don't move! What? Su Li, suppressing her embarrassment, shook her head, biting her red lips tightly. It's fine. You can open it with that. She turned her head away. Chu Fei clicked his tongue and proceeded to open the wardrobe. To his surprise, upon opening, he was rendered speechless. The wardrobe was packed with 7 or 8 sets of intimate apparel, all adorned with lace. White, black, red, purple. He even spotted a particularly revealing 3-piece set, and could easily imagine the effect it would have on Su Li when worn. Regaining his composure, a smile spread across his face. I didn't realize you had quite the adventurous side. Chapter 17. A sudden investment at the Zhao family estate. What did you say? You haven't detained anyone named Chu Fei? Zhao Wei's face darkened as he spoke coldly into the phone. He had anticipated that with Jiang Ning's involvement, even if Chu Fei were to escape death, he would at least be imprisoned. However, to his astonishment, after inquiring at every station in the city, he found no record of such a person. Zhao Dong, I am aware of your son's situation. You needn't worry. I will certainly keep you informed. If he were in custody, I wouldn't even need to mention it. I would have someone deal with him myself. But we genuinely have not received this criminal. Listening to the words on the other end, Zhao Wei's expression grew increasingly grim. And I understand. Thank you, Director. Why I owe you a meal. He hung up the phone and kicked the chair in front of him. Damn it. Why is Jiang Ning showing leniency towards that brat? He couldn't comprehend why Jiang Ning, who was known for his strict adherence to fairness and justice, would release a murderer like Chu Fei. Could it be that the latter was his illegitimate son? But upon further reflection, the two bore no resemblance, and since Jiang Ning took office, he had maintained a spotless reputation. Surely, he wouldn't tarnish his image for a mere security guard. Zhao Wei was utterly baffled by the situation. Lu Sui walked into the room looking exhausted, dark circles under her eyes. After 2 sleepless nights, only after her son's burial this morning did she manage to rest a little. That brat has been released by Jiang Ning, she said, her face darkening. Released? Are you certain? Lu Sui could hardly believe it. A murderer in Jiang Ning's custody would normally face either imprisonment or worse. Yet, unexpectedly, he had been set free. I have inquired at every police station in the city, and several station heads confirmed that they have not received anyone named Chu Fei. Moreover, they have received no orders from Jiang Ning. Isn't that tantamount to being released? Lu Sui fell silent. She could not tolerate the thought of her son's killer roaming free. I want revenge, she declared, her expression fierce. Let's start with Su Li. Isn't she Chu Fei's personal bodyguard? We can use her to threaten him. After hearing Lu Sui's plan, Zhao Wei fell silent as well. This was indeed a viable strategy, but the execution needed to be clean. If discovered, Su Li's backers would undoubtedly retaliate. Let's find someone. Ensure the job is done discreetly. In the villa, Chu Fei and Su Li sat on the sofa in the living room, staring at the pile of crushed listening devices on the table, both looking rather grim. Have you provoked someone you shouldn't have? They managed to stealthily infiltrate your home and install these devices. Chu Fei furrowed his brow. The fact that the intruder could evade surveillance and access Su Li's room to install listening devices indicated that this person was far from ordinary. Not at all. In Jiangnan, I haven't crossed paths with anyone, except for the Zhao family, but they wouldn't act so brazenly while Zhaoan is still alive. Su Li was equally perplexed as to who would go to such lengths to trouble her, even going so far as to plant so many listening devices in her villa. Dio, you remember what happened on the street? Chu Fei suddenly spoke up. Su Li paused, her face reflecting confusion. Actually, I wasn't trying to take advantage of you. Upon hearing this, she shot him an incredulous glare. Then what was it for? She was baffled. If it wasn't to then what was the purpose? As your personal bodyguard. I have a heightened sense of danger. When we were on the street, I sensed that someone intended to make a move against you. However, by the time I checked, the assailant had already left, which is why I couldn't catch him. Upon hearing Chu Fei's explanation, Su Li felt a wave of fear wash over her. Everyone harbors a natural fear of the unknown. Are you serious? Chu Fei nodded slightly. Why would I lie to you? Just to take advantage of you. I've already done that. Su Li kicked him hard. Bandit. Go to hell. Just then, Su Li received a phone call from her company secretary. Hello, Su Zong. Someone wants to. The secretary's voice was filled with excitement. Speaking in a stammer, Su Li struggled to understand. What happened? Someone wants to invest in our company. The amount is 20 billion. They want to meet with you to discuss. Upon hearing this, Su Li sprang up from the sofa, her face a picture of disbelief. She had never imagined that someone would choose to invest in her company at this time, and for such a substantial amount. This funding would enable Kiao Company to be entirely self-sufficient and even expand its existing factory. Thus, even if other companies in Jiangnan chose not to collaborate with her, she could seek partnerships with larger companies in other cities, without having to cater to the Zhao family's whims. When is this happening? Su Li's tone was filled with excitement. Not until tomorrow at 3 o'clock, at the company. The secretary's words eased Su Li's previously anxious mind. Although she was still uncertain which company wished to invest, it felt like a timely boon. Just then, Chu Fei poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Don't get too excited just yet. You did mention that the shareholders of your company aren't exactly trustworthy, right? Aren't they planning to sell their shares? Call a meeting for them first thing tomorrow morning and see if they intend to sell. If they are willing, you can buy them all out. This way, if your company has a chance to rise again, you won't have to bow to their demands. Hearing Chu Fei's reminder, Su Li's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity to consolidate shares. If successful, Kiao Company could experience a complete turnaround. I understand. Thank you, Bandit. Chu Fei merely smiled in response, saying nothing. For him, a 20 billion investment was inconsequential. He simply didn't want to see this woman frowning over company matters, as that would only lead to wrinkles. But who would choose to invest in my company at this time? Are they out of their minds? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened. Was she indirectly implying that he was the one with a faulty brain? However, he certainly wouldn't disclose to her that he was the one who had arranged the investment. Perhaps they are a fool. Chapter 18. Share buyback. The next morning, Fang Qing finally sobered up and bid farewell to Su Li and Chu Fei. Meanwhile, Chu Fei took Su Li to the company to convene a shareholders meeting, where Su Wu also made an appearance, because he had also heard rumors of someone intending to invest in the company. However, aside from the secretary, only Su Lichu and Su Wu were aware of this matter. The major shareholders were still oblivious to the fact that there was an investor interested in Kiao Company. Even if there were, they would never have guessed it would involve such a substantial amount. I wonder how the shareholders are contemplating this. Su Li cast a frosty gaze at the several prominent shareholders present. The shareholders exchanged glances. They currently had only two options. Clearly, the price offered would be quite similar regardless of whom it was given to. The Zhao Group is not naive enough to offer them a price significantly above the opening value. President Su, you are well aware of the current state of the company. Even if we wish to sell our shares, do you possess sufficient capital to take over? Chairman, what do you think? In truth, while Su Wu referred to himself as the chairman, the affairs of the company had long been entrusted to Su Li to manage entirely. He merely wished to enjoy a peaceful retirement at home. This matter now rests on your thoughts. I have delegated all company matters to President Su.
Should anyone wish to sell their shares, I shall have no further comments. As soon as Su Wu spoke, the shareholders present understood his intention. In that case, what might the price be? President Su, we shall not prolong the discussion. Representatives from the Zhao Group have already reached out to us, willing to acquire our shares at a price 10% above the highest value this month. The shareholder surnamed Wang did not conceal this information and stated it directly. Upon hearing this, both Su Wu and Su Li's expressions soured. They had not anticipated that the Zhao Group would employ such tactics against them. It seems the opposing party is determined to acquire Qixiao Company. We are old friends, and we have certainly benefited from the company. This unscrupulous money is not worth pursuing. As for the shares, selling them to the company at this month's highest price, what does President Su think? Another shareholder chimed in. Just as Su Wu was hesitating, Su Li took the initiative to respond. Certainly, Su Wu was somewhat taken aback. Where did this girl acquire such wealth? If based on the highest price, the combined shares of these major shareholders would amount to at least 200 million. President Su, do you truly mean it? The shareholder surnamed Wang clearly found it hard to believe 200 million in funds could only be achieved by selling half of Qixiao Company. Do you truly think I am jesting? Su Li replied, her demeanor utterly calm, showing no signs of humor. Thus, the major shareholders chose to sell their shares back to the company, receiving their respective portions of money. Consequently, all shares of the company were now in the hands of Su Li and Su Wu. Su Li independently held 60%, while Su Wu possessed 30%. The remaining 10% was held by some shareholders. In Su Li's office, Chu Fei received a phone call. Hello? Who is this? Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he was uncertain as to who might be calling him. Have you forgotten me so soon? Where are you? I'll come find you. Hearing the gentle yet slightly alluring voice on the other end of the call, Chu Fei was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the blind date his father had arranged for him? Why was she calling him? Given her aloof demeanor, he had assumed she would treat him as a mere passerby. Oh, it's you. You need something from me? How about not coming over? It's not very convenient here. Chu Fei glanced at the time and politely declined. This aloof woman seeking him out could only spell trouble. You want to see me? You said you wanted a colorful and vibrant experience. I feel like I now possess the essence you desire. At this remark, Chu Fei nearly spat out his drink. What on earth was a colorful and vibrant experience? Had he ever said such a thing? He pondered briefly and realized he might have mentioned it. However, he never imagined she would take it seriously. Wait a moment, let me think, Chu Fei quickly stated, then hung up the phone. Taking a deep breath, he felt it was best not to let this woman come over. He would wait for the investors' discussion later that afternoon. Do you think the other party will invest? Su Li's heart was filled with joy yet tinged with anxiety. What if the investor was unaware of the company's current situation and chose not to invest after learning more? Rest assured, they will definitely invest. Then I shall take your words as a good omen. Gratitude shone in Su Li's eyes. Just then, Chu Fei's phone rang again. Hello? Chu Fei's expression suddenly turned awkward. Let me take this call. Su Li had indeed heard the woman's voice on the other end of the line, and her previously bright expression immediately turned stoic. Chu Fei did not sense anything amiss and left the office to step outside. What is it that you truly want? He asked, feeling somewhat frustrated. Did this blind date genuinely want him to be her boyfriend? You said you felt that vibrant essence, now that you are dissatisfied. What do you prefer instead? Wang Xie was not the type to be frivolous. Not everyone could warrant such attention from her. Yet, Chu Fei was genuinely different. Although she was unaware of what specifically drew her to him, she felt compelled to act in such a manner for him. No, to be reasonable, I never said I liked you. Chu Fei shook his head slightly, turning to walk toward the building. By the way, any interest in investing? This company is in dire need of funds. Perhaps if you invest, I might consider it. With that, he departed. Wang Xie gazed at the towering building, her brows furrowing slightly. Qixiao Company? Wasn't that the small company targeted by the Zhao Group? The entire Jiangnan region was aware of the series of corporate battles initiated by the Zhao Group against Qixiao Company. However, her Juanhao Group was not involved. She had no need to consider the reputation of any company. But if this man suggested investing in it, perhaps the company held some value. She promptly pulled out her phone and called her secretary. Xiaogu, secure 500 million for investment in Qixiao Company. Understood, President Wang. Watching Chu Fei's departing figure, a smile crept onto Wang Xie's lips. Since you are a security guard at this company, I suppose I won't need to call you next time. With that, she turned and got into her car, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Meanwhile, Su Li watched from above, her gaze filled with complexity. She sat in her office chair, seemingly lost in thought, uncertain of what was occupying her mind. Su Li did not raise her head, merely responding with a noncommittal "Boss, what seems to be the matter? Are you unwell? Perhaps you should visit a hospital?" Observing Su Li's listless demeanor, Chu Fei remarked from the side. "You re the one who is sick. Your entire family is sick, scumbag." Enraged, Su Li hurled insults at him. Chu Fei was momentarily taken aback by her outburst. "No. Honestly, I haven't done anything to provoke you. So why are you cursing at me? Calling me a scumbag when I haven't done anything wrong?" Su Li ignored him entirely, engrossed in the company's affairs. Chu Fei, unwilling to make a fool of himself, settled onto the sofa and began fiddling with his phone. As noon approached, Chu Fei received a text message. "Young master, I have arrived in Jiangnan. Do you wish to meet?" Glancing at the message, Chu Fei understood that he needed to meet with his steward. Some matters were better known to the steward than to Jiang Ning. "Boss, may I take a half-day off?" "Pa, clearly, you have yet to recover from the earlier incident." Chu Fei replied darkly, "Explain to me how I am a scumbag. If I truly were, would I be giving you so much money? If you insist on calling me a scumbag, then return my money. I'm nearly broke. I can hardly afford a set of clothes." "Dream on. No way." Su Li took note of his words internally. "Honestly, by the way, if there's nothing urgent, please don't leave the company," Chu Fei instructed before departing. Since someone was secretly targeting Su Li, it was imperative that she refrain from going out. If any danger arose while he was not by her side, it could lead to dire consequences. "Mind your own business, get lost," Su Li shouted angrily. With that, Chu Fei left, driving Su Li's car swiftly toward the airport. Once downstairs, Su Li checked the time. It was nearly lunchtime. After some contemplation, she decided to grab a quick bite at the small noodle shop downstairs. It was only a street away, so nothing should go awry. Right? With her bag in hand, she descended the stairs. The sun was just right, not too hot. However, the moment she stepped outside, she caught the attention of someone. A black car parked by the roadside had several pairs of eyes fixated on her. "Boss, the target has appeared. It's just her alone. Shall we proceed?" A low voice inquired over the phone. "Proceed, but remember to be swift." Chapter 20. Two teams? Inside a luxurious restaurant, young master. After all these years, you remain as handsome as ever. Standing before Chu Fei was a man whose hair was graying, appearing to be around 50 years of age. This was Chu Kai, the steward from his family's estate. "I've always been this handsome. However, I am quite curious about the recent happenings within the family. What brings you here in person?" Initially, Chu Fei had not intended for Chu Kai to come. He merely wanted the family to send someone over to invest in Su Li's company. However, the unexpected arrival of Chu Kai was a surprise. The family has encountered a few troubles recently. Nonetheless, the head of the family and several elders are preparing for it, so there shouldn't be any significant issues in the short term. "You need not worry about that, young master. This time, the head has instructed me to remind you to stay vigilant. The immortal bird seems to have sent people into the Great Xia." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold aura emanating from him. The immortal bird was a powerful foreign family that commanded the strongest secret force in the world, comprised of formidable individuals. However, he was taken aback that they dared to enter Great Xia. Were they here for me? Or were they targeting someone else in the family? Chu Kai shook his head, indicating he was unaware of their intentions. Given the current circumstances, even the family's intelligence network could not ascertain their motives. "I understand that if you receive any news, please inform me." "Understood, young master. By the way, the old master asked me to inquire if you have a significant other. This." Chu Fei's expression darkened immediately. "A significant other? Someone like Wang Si, yeah?" The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Her intentions were far too convoluted. He could only maintain a respectful distance from such individuals. "No, I'm still young. If he wants grandchildren, he can wait a few more years." Just then, Chu Fei's phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he frowned slightly. Nevertheless, he pressed the answer key. "Hello?" A deep male voice resonated from the other end. Is this Chu Fei? The unfamiliar voice left Chu Fei puzzled. Chu Fei, then? He heard Su Li's voice, tinged with tears. Instantly, Chu Fei sprang to his feet, his expression turning icy. "Did you hear that? You should be familiar with this, right? Your boss has been kidnapped." You have two choices. Either come alone to the old factory in the southern city, or call the police, and I will kill her. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei realized that the target was himself. Not Su Li. Leave her alone. I'm on my way. Since the assailants were not after Su Li, she was temporarily safe. Haha, I enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals. The call ended abruptly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Fei's eyes. Were they coming for me? Were they from the immortal bird? If so, their intelligence network was impressively strong. Yet, he could not comprehend how trouble had arisen less than half an hour after his departure. Hadn't he told her not to leave the company? Young master, what is the matter? Noticing Chu Fei's unusual demeanor, Chu Kai inquired, I was just going to have a meal, but my protection target has been kidnapped. At this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Chu Kai's forehead. Having a meal with him resulted in the kidnapping of the young master's target. That clearly implicated him indirectly. Young master, rest assured, I will contact our people in Jiangnan immediately. We will do everything possible to rescue your target. With the Chu family's capabilities, rescuing a kidnapped individual was a straightforward task. That won't be necessary. They are targeting me. I can handle this myself. Chu Fei stood up and left the restaurant. After he departed, Chu Kai finally exhaled in relief. He then hurriedly took out his phone and called Jiang Ning. At that moment, Jiang Ning was in his office, enjoying tea and perusing the latest news. Given his current status, he often found himself quite idle, only becoming busy if something significant occurred in Jiangnan. Suddenly, a call came through on his private phone. Seeing the number, he quickly rose from his seat. Steward Kai? What brings you to call me? It was no joking matter for the young master's steward to personally reach out. Something serious must have transpired. You are aware of the young master's situation in Jiangnan, correct? He has a protection target there, right? Jiang Ning's expression immediately turned serious. He was well aware of this matter, having been fully informed during their previous meeting. The protection target was the president of Kiao Corporation, Su Li. However, the young master had stated that he need not involve himself in business affairs. I know. What is it, Steward Kai? Has something happened to the young master? His heart raced with anxiety. If anything were to happen to the young master in Jiangnan, he would no longer be able to hold his position as the #1 figure in Jiangnan. Not quite. It's the young master's protection target that has encountered trouble. She has been kidnapped. Right now, utilize all the connections at your disposal to investigate the assailants' movements. Chu Kai's words brought a slight sense of relief to Jiang Ning. Though he remained tense. After all, the young master's protection target was 100 times more important than he was. Understood. I will investigate immediately. Meanwhile, Chu Fei was driving straight to the southern city. The southern area was once an old industrial zone in Jiangnan, home to numerous factories before the city underwent full development. However, due to environmental regulations to ensure air quality, all factories had been relocated outside the city. This area had since become a gathering place for various small-time thugs and factions. As Chu Fei headed to the southern city. Another group had also arrived there. What is their background? On the rooftop of an old building in the southern city, 3 burly men stood by the railing, gazing into the distance. At their feet lay a heavy black duffel bag. I have no idea. Shouldn't this girl have been our target? Could it be that the boss sent someone else? One man, bearing a scar on his face, looked puzzled. That shouldn't be the case, but it's odd that the guy is here this time. He was almost onto us last time. That guy is terrifying. Chapter 21. Someone has opened fire. Why don't you go ask and find out what's going on, Lao He? These people don't seem that competent. They probably aren't from the boss's side. The one speaking was the captain of the trio, Lao Wu. They received a mission from the influential figures above, instructing them to abduct Su Li, the president of Kiao Company in Jiangnan City. However, they were taken aback to discover that a formidable protector was by her side. The last time Lao Wu intended to strike, he believed that his own strength would easily subdue her. Yet, he was astonished that she quickly sensed his presence. Consequently, the 3 of them had been searching for an opportunity over the past couple of days. They finally caught a break when the man had to step out for a matter. Leaving Su Li unaccompanied, before they could make their move, they witnessed her being forcibly taken into a vehicle. The trio drove closely behind the car that was abducting Su Li, following it all the way to the southern part of the city. No! Why do I have to go? Have you not seen those men over there wielding knives? My frail body cannot withstand a few stabs. The speaker was Lao He, whose name contradicted his appearance. He was rather slender and seemed fragile. Nevertheless, The three of them had made quite a name for themselves on the battlefield in Nanta, instilling fear in many. The number of small-time leaders who had perished at their hands was countless. As for the larger bosses, they were beyond the reach of these three, given their abilities. Dealing with the local ruffians didn't even require the use of firearms. Why don't we all go take a look? With these few small-time thugs, one punch each should suffice, like swatting at chicks, interjected Lao Su. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They then picked up a black duffel bag and headed toward the old factory. Inside the dilapidated structure, Su Li was bound to a chair. Nearby, a group of thugs was engrossed in a game of cards. 13. King Bomb. Are you even playing? I lay down a 3, and you counter with a king bomb? Am I not allowed to have fun? The thugs were reveling in their game. Meanwhile, on the other side, a bald man wielding a dagger was swinging it up and down, a long scar running across his head, indicating he was not someone to be trifled with. He was their leader, known in Jiangnan City as Scarface, often doing the bidding of the Zhao family and a fierce warrior under Lu Sui. Generally, Lu Sui wouldn't employ him unless absolutely necessary. Everyone, pay attention. Calculate the time. That kid should be arriving soon. They say he is a martial artist, so don't be foolish. Just stab him to death. The dagger rested in Scarface's hand as he spoke coldly. Su Li, blindfolded with a rag, could not see but could hear everything clearly. Her heart raced with anxiety. What if Chu Fei really came? Should she hope he wouldn't arrive or wish for him to show up quickly? The conflicting thoughts spiraled in her mind. At that moment, 3 strangers appeared at the entrance of the old factory. Suddenly, everyone ceased their activities, hastily grabbing the large knives that had been resting nearby. Gentlemen, I'm afraid this place is occupied. One of Scarface's underlings pointed his machete directly at the approaching trio. These 3 were none other than Lao He and his companions. Please, brothers, do not misunderstand. We merely wish to inquire about one matter. Once we have clarity, we will leave without delay. Lao Wu chuckled, tossing a large stack of cash forward. Scarface frowned slightly at the sight. These 3 seemed rather accommodating. Go ahead, ask your question, and then leave quickly, he replied. The 3 exchanged glances once more. Are you sent by Brother Yi? Brother Yi? Scarface's brow furrowed. No, you've mistaken us. You should leave promptly, he waved his hand, urging them to depart. But the expressions of Lao Wu and his companions turned cold, since they were not sent by Brother Yi. They were likely enemies of the woman. However, for others to dare snatch their quarry was utterly disrespectful. Since you are not, we kindly ask you to leave. This woman is specifically wanted by our boss. If you do not wish to stir up trouble, I advise you to leave at once. As he spoke, Lao He had already set the duffel bag down on the ground. Scarface's demeanor shifted to one of tension as he eyed the bag. He was acutely aware of what it contained. Gentlemen, this action may not be wise. He drew a black pistol from his waist, pointing its dark muzzle at Lao Wu and his companions. Initially, he had no intention of using such a weapon. For in the Great Xia, except for special departments, the possession of arms was prohibited for ordinary citizens. Yet, he felt it prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Brother, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Lao He lowered the duffel bag, raising his hands in apparent surrender. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a blade was concealed between his fingers. If you leave now, we will pretend nothing has occurred. Should you fire, one of you will certainly fall. Lao He wore a broad smile, seemingly unfazed by the gun aimed at him. Lao Wu and Lao Su mirrored his gesture, expressionless. Are you trying to intimidate me? I know what's in that bag. Don't push me. Otherwise, one of you will undoubtedly fall. Just as he finished speaking, Lao He suddenly flicked his wrist. Scarface, seasoned in the underworld, had survived long enough not just by luck. The moment he saw the movement of Lao He's wrist, he pulled the trigger. Puff, bang! The blade plunged directly into Scarface's throat, blood gushing forth from the wound. His eyes fixated on the 3 men before him. Lao He, however, was not in a better position. As he moved, he twisted his body desperately. Yet, no speed could match a bullet. The bullet tore through his arm, blood streaming down. Attack! Seeing their leader felled, Scarface's underlings erupted into a frenzy, charging recklessly at Lao He and the others. At this juncture, Lao He no longer needed to lift a finger. With just the 2 of them, Lao Wu and Lao Su could easily handle the 10 or so ruffians. Meanwhile, not far from the factory, Chu Fei was speeding towards the scene. Upon hearing the gunfire, His heart raced with alarm. Why was there gunfire? Chapter 22. I'm sorry. I'm late. Minutes later. Inside the old factory, several bodies lay strewn about. Lao Wu and Lao Su shook their wrists, discarding the bloodied knives aside. Lao He stepped forward, a look of grievance on his face. I told you, my frail frame cannot endure this. You didn't believe me. If I had come down alone, you too would have been left to collect my remains. Lao Wu shot him a glance, quipping, it's better to be a friend than a braggart. Meanwhile, Su Li, bound to the chair, trembled slightly. The gunfire had genuinely startled her. The heavy scent of blood filled the air, causing her stomach to churn. As a medical researcher, she was particularly sensitive to the stench of blood. Let us go. We mustn't delay. Someone will surely discover this place soon, Lao He urged. Just as Lao Su approached Su Li, a sudden screech of brakes echoed through the space. Upon seeing the bodies on the ground, his expression darkened, confusion flooding his mind. What had transpired here? At the moment he spotted Chu Fei, Lao Wu's expression changed. It's him. He was well aware that this man was the same individual who had discovered him last time. He expected him to arrive as well. Who are you? Chu Fei approached the trio step by step. Lao Wu, regaining his composure, glared at Chu Fei with a grim expression. Brother, this matter does not concern you. Let us leave and name your terms. He understood the strength of the man before him. He was merely a bodyguard for this woman. With sufficient incentives, they could easily turn him. Engaging in a direct confrontation was not a prudent choice. For even combined, they might not be his match. Is that so? Do you know that she is the one I am tasked to protect? Lao Su, standing beside Su Li, narrowed his eyes. Brother, I recognize your extraordinary abilities. However, I doubt you would let this woman perish before your eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a dagger had appeared in Lao Su's hand, pressed against Su Li's neck. The sharp blade grazed her fair skin, drawing a trickle of blood. Should Chu Fei make a move, he would not hesitate to sever her carotid artery. Chu Fei halted, his gaze icy as he regarded the trio. Who are you? Did you kill these people? His curiosity piqued. It appeared that those slain had no connection to these three. Moreover, their target was not himself but Su Lis. For the deceased, they might have aimed for him. The thought of their previous encounter on the street with Su Li resurfaced in his mind. That sudden feeling of danger. Perhaps it was indeed these three who posed the threat. Their objective lay with Su Li, not himself. Yes, however, we do not know them. They kidnapped the person we wanted. When they refused to cooperate, we had no choice but to act. You arrived a moment too late. Lao Wu inhaled deeply, his hand already reaching for his waist. Though they had never clashed directly, the aura emanating from the individual before him suggested that he was no ordinary adversary. Indeed, upon hearing the words of his opponent, Chu Fei had already surmised the outcome. There seemed to be a significant misunderstanding between the two parties. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, as it alleviated some of his troubles. However, as he observed the other party reach for his waist, a grave expression overtook his countenance. The man undoubtedly possessed a firearm. At such a close range, even if he managed to evade, Su Li remained in their grasp. The moment he acted, her life would be in jeopardy. Gentlemen, shall we discuss? He proposed. Whatever price your superiors have offered, I am willing to double it. His only option now was to stabilize the situation with these three men and seek an opportunity to act. Lao Wu chuckled but did not dare to relax in the slightest. Brother, you're jesting. Money holds little significance for us. You know well that in our line of work, credibility is paramount. If we lose our reputation, no one will seek us out for future jobs. Therefore, it would be best if you left. Lao Wu's words caused Chu Fei's gaze to turn icy, a terrifying murderous intent surging forth from him. It was clear. There was no room for negotiation. Sensing the overwhelming aura of death emanating from Chu Fei, the expressions of Lao Wu and his companions shifted dramatically. This individual was extraordinary. He was undoubtedly a formidable force forged in the crucible of blood and battle. Such prowess could not be attained without a decade or more of trials. The three of them had cooperated for 5 or 6 years. Yet, even combined, they could not hope to match the man before them. Brother, please, do not take this path. Do you wish to watch her perish? Lao Su interjected, the dagger in his hand inching perilously close to Su Li's throat. Blood trickling down the blade. Seeking death, Chu Fei was enraged. With a swift motion, he hurled a stone from his hand. Whoosh! The stone flew like a bullet, striking Lao Su's wrist. Lao Su instinctively attempted to react, but his movements were far too sluggish. Thud! The stone pierced through his wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Lao Wu and Lao He exchanged determined glances, swiftly drawing their guns to fire at Chu Fei. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shots rang out, yet Chu Fei evaded them effortlessly. With a roll, he appeared before Lao Su, delivering a powerful punch. Lao Su raised his hands in a futile attempt to block, but it was merely a feint. Biaji bong bang. Lao Su was sent hurtling back like a cannonball, his ribs likely shattered beyond count, lying motionless on the ground. Seizing the moment, Chu Fei grasped the chair binding Su Li and, with a fierce effort, shattered it. He then sheltered Su Li behind a dilapidated machine. Let us go. Lao Wu and Lao He understood the gravity of Chu Fei's prowess, leaving Lao Su behind without a second thought. Given the preceding display, Lao Su's life was surely forfeit. 2 minutes later, Chu Fei exhaled deeply, slowly removing Su Li's blindfold. Her eyes were already misty with tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. I apologize for being late. Chu Fei expressed with deep regret. Had it not been for him, Su Li would not have faced such peril. Su Li clung tightly to Chu Fei, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Chapter 23. The Wrath of Chu Fei. 2 hours later, the events of the day had left her considerably shaken. Upon returning home, she lay in bed to recuperate. Meanwhile, Chu Fei sat in the living room. His expression dark and brooding, he took out his phone and dialed Chu Kai. Have you found anything? Chu Kai inhaled deeply. Young master, the situation is somewhat troublesome. However, it is not insurmountable. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei furrowed his brow. What do you mean? There are 2 factions, each with different targets. One is focused on you, while the other aims at Su Li. A misunderstanding has led to a violent confrontation. The group targeting you is under Lu Sui of the Zhao group. It seems they intend to kidnap Miss Su to coerce you, likely due to prior incidents. As for the other group, their identity is rather complex, and we are still investigating who they serve. Realization dawned on Chu Fei as he frowned. In a wonder, he sensed that these adversaries were no ordinary foes. The Southern Tower had long been embroiled in conflict, with death a constant companion. Chu Fei had previously undertaken missions there. While the tasks were not particularly difficult, the individuals encountered were merciless, willing to gamble with their lives. I understand. Notify me of any developments. As for the Zhao family, you handle that with that. Chu Fei ended the call. He gently approached Su Li's bedroom door, pushing it open to gaze upon her sleeping form, a flicker of tenderness crossing his features. He murmured to himself, I am sorry. It won't happen again. At that moment, within the Zhao family villa, Lu Sui's complexion drained of color upon receiving news from her subordinates. What did you say? All of Scar's men are dead. How is that possible? Scar was her most formidable lieutenant, a masterful fighter capable of taking on 5 men with ease, a dagger dancing effortlessly in his hand. Yet, despite having over a dozen underlings, they had failed to capture a mere bodyguard. Big sister, this is no joke. This incident has even attracted the attention of high-ranking officials. Investigations are currently underway. Hearing this, Lu Sui's face darkened. Understood. Hanging up the phone, she sank onto the sofa, helplessly staring at the ceiling. Just then, Zhao Wei emerged from his room, having just finished a call regarding the company's recent developments. Observing his wife's distressed demeanor, he could not help but inquire. What's wrong? Lu Sui shook her head. It's a failure. That man rescued his people, and my men are all dead. The higher-ups have begun their inquiries. Zhao Wei's expression shifted slightly. How could this be? Is that kid invincible? I recall Scar had access to firearms. How could they be defeated? I'm not sure, but that is the reality. I've instructed my subordinates to lay low. They should not be able to trace this back to us for the time being. While the two conversed, an urgent phone call interrupted their discussion. Zhao Wei answered, visibly displeased. Give me one good reason not to lose my temper. He had just finished a conversation with his secretary when this call came in. Chairman, there's a major issue. Mr. Jiang has sealed off our factory and taken the general manager and CEO, stating they must cooperate with an investigation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. He didn't specify how long the seal would last. Given the current scale of the group, a single day of downtime could result in losses exceeding 10 million, not to mention the impact on collaborations with other companies. Should this extend, we'll also face penalties for breach of contract. No, He merely stated that the facility would remain sealed until the investigation is complete. Zhao Wei collapsed onto the sofa, utterly stunned. He had never anticipated such a situation. Was this retaliation against the Zhao family? Yet, did the Su family possess the power to command Jiangning? He could not believe it. However, this was merely the beginning. Having just concluded his call with the secretary, he received another from the heads of various companies. Mr. Zhao, my apologies for the interruption, that I believe we may need to terminate our collaboration with your group. Rest assured, we will honor any penalties for breach of contract. Before Zhao Wei could respond, the caller had already hung up. Call after call bombarded him, each one delivering news of cancellations. There was no opportunity for inquiry, not even a moment to process the overwhelming tide of discontent, until the final call arrived. Old Zhao? You've landed yourself in quite a predicament. On the other end was an old friend, the chairman of the In-Family Group. They had cooperated for many years and shared a personal rapport. Olden, could you elaborate? I am at a loss as to who you have offended to incite such repercussions for the Zhao family. Even Jiangning has turned against you. Zhao Wei was bewildered. If Jiangning had taken action against him, the individual he had offended must possess an extraordinarily powerful backing. Old Zhao, to be honest, I am uncertain. However, the word from above is clear. No company in Jiangnan is allowed to collaborate with you. All existing partnerships must be dissolved within 3 days, or face the consequences. You know how it is. When the higher-ups speak, we mere mortals must obey. These words struck Zhao Wei as if he had aged decades in an instant. He had painstakingly built the Zhao family group to its current state, yet a single command from those in power rendered all his efforts futile. He could not even fathom the identities of those he had offended. Thank you, I understand. After hanging up, Zhao Wei sat in a daze on the chair. Was the Zhao family truly facing annihilation? Was everything he had built with such dedication about to vanish? At that moment, the butler entered the hall. Sir, several individuals are outside. The leader wishes to speak with you. They appear to be officials. Chapter 24. You are not qualified to know. Zhao Wei and Lu Sui exchanged glances, both astonished by the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Just moments ago, the Zhao group had faced pressure from the authorities, and now, within the span of a few minutes, officials had arrived at their doorstep. Such swiftness was indeed alarming. However, one could only hope that the visitors would not unleash their full wrath upon the Zhao group. Otherwise, they would be left with no chance of redemption. Quickly, please. Zhao Wei gestured for the butler to expedite the arrival of their guests. 2 minutes later, Chu Kai entered the villa, accompanied by Jiang Ning. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Zhao Wei's expression soured. So it's Mr. Jiang. Please, take a seat. It was then that Zhao Wei noticed the elderly gentleman beside Jiang Ning, whose presence must be of considerable significance if even the paramount figure of Jiangnan was treating him with such deference. Lu Sui, not one to be underestimated, paled at the sight of this interaction. Mr. Jiang, may I inquire who this gentleman is? Zhao Wei wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he quietly asked, fully aware that the arrival of such a notable figure could hardly bode well for them. Jiang Ning merely cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. You are not qualified to know. With that single utterance, Zhao Wei's rehearsed flattery and sycophantic remarks were swallowed back down his throat. Chu Kai settled onto the sofa while Jiang Ning stood beside him, exuding an air of authority that was palpable. I wonder, sir, what brings you here? Have I unwittingly offended you in some manner? Zhao Wei's nerves were evident as he spoke in a hushed tone. Chu Kai nonchalantly crossed his legs and produced a cigarette from his pocket. Observing this, Jiang Ning promptly offered him a lighter. This scene was nothing short of a thunderclap to Zhao Wei and Lu Sui. The paramount figure voluntarily lighting a cigarette for someone? The implications of this encounter were terrifying. Zhao Wei had no desire to delve into the background of this enigmatic man. What would it matter? Did he dare to challenge someone of such stature? That would be tantamount to courting death. So you are Zhao Wei, the chairman of the Zhao group, correct? Jiang Ning remained standing, and Zhao Wei dutifully refrained from seating himself, simply nodding in affirmation. Yes, I am indeed the chairman of the Zhao group. Chu Kai took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. Very well, I am here today to resolve a rather simple matter. You have 2 choices before you. I offer you 10 million, and in return, I want all the shares of the Zhao group. You and the rest of the Zhao family must never again set foot in Jiangnan. And the second option? Zhao Wei was left stunned, grappling with the gravity of the ultimatum. The second option entails a lengthy incarceration, 20 to 30 years, to be precise. Choose wisely. The two choices left Zhao Wei immobilized. 10 million? Given the current valuation of the Zhao Group, which would command at least 30 billion even if all collaboration ceased, the offer was laughable. 10 million to acquire the entire Zhao Group? What a farce! As for the second choice, the mere thought was unbearable. Might I ask, esteemed sir, in what manner have I offended you? If there is anything I have done amiss, please inform me, and I shall offer my sincerest apologies. However, to demand I sell the entirety of the Zhao Group for a mere 10 million seems rather excessive. Neither option was acceptable to him. He had toiled tirelessly to elevate the Zhao Group to its current stature. A paltry 10 million was not even worth his consideration. Jiang Ning shook his head. Chairman Zhao, some matters are beyond your control. Chu Kai raised a hand, signaling Jiang Ning to remain silent. Jiang Ning promptly complied. Recognizing that he had overstepped his bounds, it appears Chairman Zhao is reluctant to comply. Very well, I shall lower my offer to 5 million. If that does not suffice, then it is off to prison for you. As he spoke, Chu Kai gestured, and Jiang Ning swiftly retrieved a stack of documents from a briefcase and tossed them onto the table. Zhao Wei hastily grabbed the papers and, upon reading them, turned ashen. Lu Sui, unable to restrain her curiosity, glanced at the documents and was immediately frozen in disbelief. The pages contained a litany of their past misdeeds. A company president who refused to collaborate with the Zhao Group, subsequently succumbed to depression and took his own life. A general manager who had a disagreement with Zhao Wei at a banquet was later found dead in his home. There were over 20 such entries, detailing their orchestrated offenses with meticulous clarity, leaving no room for denial. Zhao Wei slumped onto the sofa, realizing many of these incidents were over a decade old. Yet, he had never anticipated that someone could unearth such incriminating evidence. Surely, this is sufficient? Chairman Zhao, opportunity knocks, but once I have brought the contract with me. If you are willing, you may sign it now. If not, these documents will be handed over to Xiaojiang. Chu Kai's smile was disarming. Yet beneath it lay a foreboding implication. The contents of those documents could condemn them to countless lifetimes behind bars. I will sign. Zhao Wei could hardly fathom that his once promising trajectory had come crashing down due to such a trivial matter. After signing the contract, he felt as though he had aged a decade, utterly deflated as he slumped back onto the sofa. Esteemed sir, may I ask how I have offended you? He was bewildered. After all, he had only targeted Su Li and her insignificant bodyguard. Surely, the Su family, regardless of their influence, could not possibly reach such formidable heights to enlist the aid of someone like this. As for that bodyguard, he was inconsequential. You have provoked someone you should not have. For instance, Su Li. You are not unfamiliar with her, I trust? Su Li? Zhao Wei's laughter was bitter. He finally comprehended the gravity of his actions. So it was my abduction of Su Li that has led to these consequences? I don't understand. Chu Kai extinguished his cigarette, rising to gather his belongings. Get out. From this day forth, there will be no place for you in Jiangnan. Remember, if you dare to set foot in Jiangnan again, I will not hesitate to use lethal force. With that, he departed with Jiang Ning. Zhao Wei and Lu Sui exchanged glances, both reflecting the despair in each other's eyes. No one could have anticipated that a powerhouse like the Zhao family would vanish overnight. Rumors swept through Jiangnan, suggesting that the Zhao family had incurred the wrath of an extraordinarily terrifying figure. Chapter 25. The Zhao group renamed Chu Min. After a day of rest, Su Li emerged from her room the following morning, still somewhat dazed. Chu Fei, donned in an apron, was preparing breakfast. Spotting Su Li in the corridor, he waved her over. Awake? I made you some pumpkin porridge. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is ready. Su Li obediently changed into her clothes and, after freshening up, made her way downstairs. The fragrant pumpkin porridge was warm and comforting, easing her anxious heart. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chu Fei, who was enjoying his meal across from her. Noticing her gaze, he paused. What? Do I have something on my face? Su Li smiled slightly. No, I just suddenly think you look quite handsome. In that fleeting moment, she felt that Chu Fei could be a dependable man. But as memories of seeing him with another woman at the office flooded back, that feeling dissipated. Was I not handsome before? He joked. I must be quite the catch if women are lining up to pursue me in Jiangnan. Su Li rolled her eyes at his boastfulness. In truth, many women would indeed want to marry someone of Chu Fei's stature, but he was not one to settle for just anyone. After sipping her porridge, Su Li abruptly asked, about the girl driving the Ferrari the other day. Was she your girlfriend? As soon as she asked, she regretted it. After all, she was not entitled to pry into his life. No. Chu Fei shook his head vehemently. Girlfriend? I've never had one. Women only slow me down. Really? Su Li felt a surge of joy, her tone becoming more animated. What? Are you hoping to be my boyfriend? Chu Fei chuckled, but was met with Su Li's eye-rolled eye. In your dreams. Even if I were the last man on earth, I wouldn't choose you. Though she said this, Su Li couldn't shake the feeling that, long before that hypothetical situation arose, she might already be charmed by him. Please, if I were the last man on earth, do you really think I'd choose you? His words nearly caused Su Li to choke on her porridge. You? Chu Fei laughed heartily. With your level of wit, you think you can spar with me? Just eat your porridge. After breakfast, Su Li instinctively felt the urge to visit the company. The Zhao Group's pressure was mounting, and after being kidnapped yesterday, she feared the investors might be furious about her breach of agreement. If they withdrew their investment, the Koyo company would be doomed. Yet, Chu Fei interjected, today is Saturday. There's no work. What are you going to the company for? Working overtime? It was only then that Su Li recalled it was indeed Saturday. All right then, she said, a hint of worry creeping onto her face as she pulled out her phone to scroll through the latest news. Upon encountering a piece of news, she found herself momentarily frozen in place. After a considerable pause, a shriek escaped her lips. Ah! Something significant has happened. Chu Fei, who was in the kitchen washing dishes, hurried out upon hearing her exclamation. What madness is this so early in the morning? However, Su Li, with a visage full of astonishment, handed her phone to Chu Fei. The screen displayed a news article that boldly proclaimed, Zhao Group is undergoing complete liquidation, taken over by a mysterious mogul, and rebranded as Chu Min. The exact acquisition price remains undisclosed. This single piece of news indicated that the Zhao Group had indeed changed hands. In other words, the current Zhao Group was no longer under Zhao Wei's control. Thus, Kiyao Company still had a fighting chance. I thought it was something serious, but it's just this. How ridiculous to waste my time washing dishes. In truth, the previous afternoon, he had already received a call from Chu Kai. The Zhao Group had been acquired under his stewardship, and Chu Fei was appointed as the new chairman, wielding absolute authority. 95% of the shares were now in Chu Fei's possession, with the remaining shares held by a few retail investors. Nevertheless, he currently lacked the time to manage a corporation. Therefore, he had entrusted the responsibility to Chu Kai, instructing him to find someone from the family to oversee the Zhao Group and to rename it Chu Min. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events for our company. With Zhao Group dismantled, Kiyao Company was relieved of pressure. Consequently, our research could resume uninterrupted. Su Li could hardly contain her joy, her beautiful eyes narrowing in delight. Chu Fei offered a faint smile, choosing silence. What a foolish girl. Let us go. Today, my dear sister is in high spirits, and I shall take you shopping. You've been here for quite a while. And with just those two outfits, I will ensure you are splendidly adorned today. In truth, Chu Fei harbored no particular demands regarding his attire. Simple and well-fitted was sufficient. He was utterly reluctant. Who among the male populace enjoys shopping? Yet, for the sake of this girl's safety, he felt compelled to accompany her, playing the role of her bag carrier. Meanwhile, in a small and that required no registration, a conversation unfolded. Have you figured out how to explain things to Brother Yi? The one speaking was Lao He, his arm wrapped in bandages, his complexion pale. Their recent mission had failed, resulting in Lao Su's demise, and he was certain to face repercussions from the organization. Be honest. Lao Wu's expression was particularly grim. He had not anticipated that the bodyguard accompanying the woman would be so formidable, capable of rescuing her from their grasp. Moreover, the disparity in strength between the two sides was stark. It was akin to a robust man wielding a sword against three toddlers just learning to walk. It must be this way, Lao He remarked. However, I find it perplexing. Given their immense strength, why would they protect such a woman? I have investigated her background, and she is merely the president of a small company. How could she afford to hire such skilled protection? Lao He's face was filled with confusion. Based on the information they had gathered, coupled with their own investigations, this woman appeared utterly devoid of any significant connections. How should I know? Lao Wu replied. After this incident, that guy will surely stay glued to her side, and the chances for another operation are virtually non-existent. Additionally, the bug we planted in her residence has likely been discovered. The two exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. After a prolonged pause, Lao Wu finally spoke. I will explain to Brother Yi. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Yi? A hoarse male voice emanated from the other end. Has the task been completed? Lao Wu suppressed his voice. The mission failed. In a bustling commercial street, Su Li was assisting Chu Fei in selecting well-fitted clothing. How about this set? A blue suit, white shirt, and a blue tie were presented. It's acceptable. Chu Fei was utterly drained from accompanying her on this shopping spree. Hours had passed, yet they continued to wander aimlessly. He had lugged around 7 or 8 sets of clothing, all for himself. Even if he changed daily, it would not be this exhausting. Lacking discernment? This outfit does not suit you. Isn't that enough? With so many clothes, you have ample options. Chu Fei felt that even facing the battlefield would be less taxing than accompanying a woman on a shopping expedition. Selecting a single outfit could consume 1 or 2 hours. Fine Su Li, noticing the multitude of outfits in Chu Fei's possession, was taken aback. This was her first time buying clothes for A.M. Why, dear President Su, it's Saturday. Why not come to my company for a visit? After a few days of rest, Fang Qing's spirits had improved slightly. Sure. I'm currently shopping with Chu Fei. We're just about finished, and I can head over now. With that, they turned towards the supermodel company. Chu Fei felt a wave of frustration. Couldn't they just stay home? What was so enjoyable about going out? Nevertheless, who could resist the whims of the boss? Thus, they drove to the entrance of Fang Qing's company. The receptionist was no stranger to Su Li. President Su. Yes, is President Fang upstairs? The receptionist nodded. Indeed, she is in her office. Su Li led Chu Fei straight to Fang Qing's office. Inside Fang Qing's office, a tense exchange was underway. What? Zhang Yu, you wish to resign? Isn't my offer sufficient? Fang Qing looked bewildered at the male model before her, who was one of the more renowned figures in her company, earning a 6-figure salary monthly. Yet, he was expressing intent to leave just as the shoot was about to commence. I'm truly sorry, but I'll forfeit this month's salary. Here is my resignation letter. He continued, to be frank, a major company has offered me a lucrative position. You know, we all work for money. I'll go where the pay is better. My sincerest apologies. Zhang Yu finished speaking and turned to leave just as Su Li and Chu Fei entered. The heavy glass door slammed against Zhang Yu's nose with a resounding thud. Blood gushed forth, and a long gash appeared on his nose, seeping a trickle of blood. Zhang Yu crouched on the floor, clutching his nose, tears streaming down. Who was that? Can't you watch where you're going? Su Li and Chu Fei stepped into the room, gazing at Zhang Yu, who was nursing his injury. My apologies. Zhang, I accidentally bumped into you. Are you all right? Zhang Yu, finally looking up, was met with the nearly flawless visage of Su Li. He rubbed his nose vigorously, tearing off several tissues from Fang Qing's desk to staunch the bleeding. Oh, it's President Su. I'm fine. I'll just be on my way. Zhang Yu had no inclination to engage with someone of Su Li's stature, let alone discuss compensation. Even though he was a relatively famous model in Jiangnan City, facing off against a high-powered CEO was a different matter entirely. Fang Qing called after him. Zhang Yu, aren't you going to reconsider? But he paid her no mind, exiting swiftly. What's wrong? Noticing Fang Qing's disquiet, Su Li wrapped her arms around her neck. Don't mention it. I suspect Zhang Yu has been poached by my ex-boyfriend's company. Fang Qing sighed. I only recently learned that he has partnered with another woman to establish a modeling agency and has already lured many away from us. Having broken up with her ex-boyfriend was one thing, but now he was actively undermining her business. The offered salaries were significantly higher than hers, and many were unable to resist the temptation to join. Upon hearing this, Su Li's fury ignited. That's outrageous. A breakup is one thing, but to steal your talent is unacceptable. The next time I see him, I'll give him a good beating with that. She raised her small fist in a fierce gesture. Fang Qing, appearing dejected, grasped Su Li's hand. What should I do? I'm about to start shooting, and the outfits are ready. Where can I find replacements? Chu Fei sat on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone when he suddenly felt 2 hostile gazes upon him. Looking up, he found Su Li and Fang Qing staring intently. What are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face? Fang Qing's eyes lit up. In truth, Chu Fei was no less appealing than Zhang Yu, be it in physique or looks. With a bit of makeup and styling, he could easily become a sensational model. Chu, could you do us a favor? Chu Fei, perplexed, asked, what kind of favor? Su Li and Fang Qing exchanged glances before rising and guiding him towards the makeup room. Half an hour later, when Chu Fei emerged from the makeup room, he appeared transformed. His hair flowed elegantly, his attire was fashionable, and his muscular physique showcased a perfect silhouette. As he stepped out, numerous models outside couldn't help but gawk. Wow, is this our company's new model? He is far more handsome than Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was nothing but a scoundrel, and this newcomer outshone him effortlessly. Even Su Li and Fang Qing regarded Chu Fei with newfound admiration. Astonished at how he had turned into a dashing gentleman, Fang Qing gently patted Su Li's pert bottom and teased, "Hey, bestie, how about you let him be with me? After all, he's just your bodyguard. Having him as my boyfriend would be a win-win." Upon hearing this, Su Li's temper flared. "Who is your bestie? There's nothing to discuss. I worked hard to find a bodyguard like him, and I certainly won't let him be taken away." Fang Qing was momentarily stunned, taking 3 seconds to process the situation. "Forget you. You're the pig." The two women playfully bantered while Chu Fei stood nearby, his expression darkening. How had he, a seasoned warrior, been reduced to a mere model? After their playful scuffle finally subsided, Fang Qing approached with a beaming smile. "I never expected that Chu, the handsome guy, would be this handsome. The term rich and handsome must be describing someone like you." As she spoke, Fang Qing playfully pinched Chu Fei's backside. Chapter 27. Targeting Su Li. After leaving Fang Qing's modeling agency, Chu Fei's face was clouded with frustration. Don't ask. Just know he had been taken advantage of from start to finish. He couldn't comprehend why a group of young girls was so fixated on him. A rough man. It was one thing to be taken advantage of, but to have them boldly touch him? Did looks truly hold that much significance? He acknowledged his good looks, but it wasn't his fault. Su Li's expression was equally troubled. She could only watch helplessly as Chu Fei was groped by a gaggle of girls. She certainly couldn't stop them. Helping Chu Fei change clothes had turned into an opportunity for them to touch and feel. Although she was the first to take the plunge that night, being drunk rendered her memories of it hazy. If she had to describe a feeling, it would simply be one word. Pain. Is the big boss angry? Jealous? Chu Fei teased as he started the car. He had noticed that Su Li had been unusually prone to jealousy over the past few days. Ever since meeting Wang Xia, she had been keeping a close eye on him, getting upset whenever he mingled too closely with other girls, even with her best friend. Fang Qing, who is jealous? You're insane. I'm not, Su Li retorted defiantly, turning her head to ignore Chu Fei's teasing. Chu Fei chuckled, choosing to remain silent. Women were indeed troublesome. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already afternoon. Chu Fei sat in the living room, engrossed in his phone, as it was still too early to sleep. Just as he was about to call Chu Kai to inquire about the mastermind behind the targeting of Su Li, he was surprised when Chu Kai called him first. "Young master, are you resting?" Chu Kai asked softly. "Not yet. Any news?" "Yes, however, we may not be able to intervene in this matter." Upon hearing this, Chu Kai frowned slightly. Not able to intervene. Does the organization targeting Su Li have a significant background? That shouldn't be the case. Their family's influence was widespread across the nation. Even if the opposing side had a powerful background, they should have enough strength to intervene, right? Speak. Chu Kai took a deep breath and slowly explained. "Young master, our intelligence organization discovered that the individual you dealt with was from the military. The reason for targeting Miss Su is likely related to a new drug she is researching." "Young master, I don't quite understand what exactly is being researched at Miss Su's company to attract the military's attention." Chu Kai was puzzled. A small company like Qixiao could only be working on some common special medications or treatments for specific diseases. But to grab the military's attention and take direct action, he couldn't even begin to speculate what Su Li's company was actually researching. Military personnel? Impossible. I have certain intelligence within the military. If they were making such a big move, I would know. Chu Fei was equally perplexed. His status in the military was one of great importance. Although many operations did not require his consent, he was still part of it. However, the military had strict regulations against targeting ordinary citizens or any company. Prohibiting the abuse of power, given the current situation, someone had clearly violated the rules. "You know, young master, our family rarely intervenes in military affairs, so I am also powerless." Chu Kai was at a loss. Their family had long issued orders forbidding anyone from interfering or participating in military actions, with the only exception being Chu Fei himself, due to his own ties to the military. "I understand. I'll make a call and ask." After hanging up, Chu Fei leaned back on the sofa, his brow furrowed. Military actions targeting Su Li? Was it merely for a trivial drug? It couldn't be that the drug Su Li was researching was some sort of biochemical substance, could it? If that were the case, then the military's interest in her would be understandable. But if that were true, why would his mentor have instructed him to protect Su Li? After pondering for some time, he took a deep breath and dialed a familiar number. After 3 rings, a man's voice came through the line. "Who is it?" "Xiao Yu. It's me," Chu Fei replied, his tone rather icy. "Fei Gu. Why are you calling me? Don't you know you're supposed to be on a mission?" The man on the other end, known as Xiao Yu, sounded puzzled. Generally, under mission conditions, communication with other military personnel was restricted for confidentiality. However, this only applied to certain individuals. Chu Fei was not among them. "Just a small issue. I wanted to ask if there were any movements from the military." Clearly, Xiao Yu was taken aback. "Fei Gu, what happened for you to personally call and ask?" Xiao Yu was part of a special intelligence organization under Chu Fei, covering military matters and foreign affairs. "Nothing much. Has there been any activity from the military recently?" He was somewhat skeptical. If there were truly no movements, how could the individuals targeting Su Li be from the military? To say there were none would be misleading. There was something unusual on Yao's side, but he didn't involve military personnel. After that, we did not continue to pursue it. Chu Fei's expression turned icy. Yao, a peer who matched him in both status and strength. Furthermore, during his time in the military, this fellow had already engaged in numerous underhanded dealings. However, whether this incident was connected to him was still uncertain. If it were, Chu Fei would not hesitate to confront him. "I understand. Keep a close watch on Yao and report any news directly to me." After hanging up, Chu Fei furrowed his brows. It seemed it was time to ask Su Li what exactly her company was researching. If it was indeed biochemical substances, it was no wonder Su Li had become a target. After all, such things were prohibited for private research without government approval, and if discovered, it could lead to dire consequences. If it wasn't that, then it could only mean someone was purposefully targeting Su Li. However, targeting the owner of a small company seemed rather petty. In fact, Chu Fei considered another possibility. That was Su Li's identity. Apart from being the company president, he knew nothing about Su Li's family background. It was highly likely that the target was not Su Li herself, but rather those behind her. Chapter 28. The Secret of Kaxiao Company. The next day. "Are you ready? Hurry up." Downstairs, Chu Fei was waiting for Su Li. He was going with her to meet her family. "Why the rush? Don't you know that women take a long time to get ready?" Su Li emerged from the makeup room, dressed in a simple white knee-length dress, paired with a small jacket, looking every bit the elegant lady. "Let us go." The two drove towards another villa area in the city. In the car, Chu Fei asked, "Can I ask you something?" "Sure," Su Li replied, adjusting her makeup in the passenger seat, somewhat dissatisfied with her appearance. "Tell me honestly, what exactly is your company researching with that new drug?" As soon as he asked, Su Li paused her actions. Her gaze fixed on him, and she remained silent for a long time. "If it weren't for your prolonged presence, I would suspect you were sent by someone else to spy on my company's secrets." Regarding the latest drug, it was confidential. She had previously told Chu Fei this, and now that he was asking again, it was evident something was amiss. "Oh, you know why you were kidnapped?" Chu Fei's words were startling. Su Li frowned, looking at him with confusion. Previously, he had told her that her kidnapping was orchestrated by the Zhao family. The reason for her abduction was likely tied to her company's secrets. But now, as Chu Fei broached the topic again, it felt different. "What do you mean?" Chu Fei kept his eyes on the red light ahead and pressed the brakes. "It means nothing. You are being targeted, and it is likely because of your company's secrets. The individuals targeting you are not from the Zhao Group, and now, the Zhao Group has changed hands. Do you understand what I mean?" Upon hearing this, Su Li fell silent. The Zhao Group changing hands was entirely unexpected. It was advantageous for Kaxiao Company, but clearly, in Chu Fei's words, this was still part of a conspiracy against her. You truly want to know what our company is researching?" "I can tell you, but you must promise not to disclose it." Su Li was fully aware of the value of the company's latest research. However, she had no intention of keeping anything from Chu Fei. Even if he were to find out, she was confident that he would remain discreet. "Let me guess. Your company isn't researching some kind of biochemical virus, is it? If that's the case, then I must say I'm intrigued." In truth, Chu Fei's comment was entirely deliberate. He aimed to gauge Su Li's reaction. If any signs of abnormality crossed her features, he would surely notice. What a joke. I am not a terrorist. Why would I delve into such matters? Su Li shot him a fierce glare. Observing her reaction, Chu Fei felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, this girl wasn't involved in such research. Otherwise, he would struggle to protect her. Actually, our company has been researching a drug that enhances the number of times human telomerase can divide. This endeavor represents a bold attempt on a global scale, as no other company has yet succeeded in such a pursuit. Chu Fei, lacking knowledge in this field, could only look at her in bewilderment. Noticing his confusion, Su Li began to explain further. It's quite simple. Currently, the average lifespan has exceeded 80 years. The telomerase in the human body can divide a maximum of 26 times, which correlates with reaching an age of over 80. If my research succeeds, and we can increase the divisions of telomerase to over 30 times, then human lifespan could potentially extend to 100 years or more. Moreover, the drug I am studying also has the capability to combat certain viruses, such as cancer cells. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei was struck by an indescribable astonishment. Was this not a drug that could extend life? If developed, it would likely drive the entire world into a frenzy. After all, the inevitability of aging and death is beyond anyone's control. If something could genuinely alter human lifespan, who wouldn't desire to live a little longer? Now he understood why some were targeting Su Li. Her research was terrifying that if harnessed, it would be akin to having a stranglehold on the necks of all the wealthy individuals in the world. Who among the affluent would not wish to extend their life? It was easy to envision that once this was realized, the value of a single dose could easily reach tens of millions, if not over 1 billion. So, now you comprehend why this matter is classified? Su Li felt a twinge of anxiety. No one could predict what changes such a discovery would bring to the world, assuming she could successfully develop it. You are truly a formidable woman. You dare to pursue such research? You are indeed ruthless, Chu Fei chuckled, momentarily at a loss for words. As they conversed, they arrived at the Tianhao Villa district. In front of an opulent villa, Chu Fei parked the car in the designated spot. Let us go. Upon reaching the door, he knocked lightly. The door swung open, revealing Su Wu standing at the threshold. Noticing Chu Fei behind Su Li, his brow furrowed slightly, indicating some discontent. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Come in. Your mother is still cooking, and you can chat with your grandmother. With that, he ushered them inside. Chu Fei followed Su Li into the grand hall. Aside from Su Wu, there was also an elderly woman in her 70s, Su Li's grandmother. Jiang Taiying. Leaning on a cane, her hair was already gray. Her somewhat wrinkled face, though pale, still bore traces of the beauty she once possessed in her youth. It was no wonder Su Li was so striking. My dear granddaughter, it's been so long since you last visited your grandmother. Su Li set down her bag and sat beside Jiang Taiying, linking arms with her. Grandma, I'm here now, aren't I? Jiang Taiying patted her small hand and turned her gaze toward Chu Fei. Surveying him with a smile, Is this your boyfriend? He seems quite good, with a robust physique. As an old lady, I also wish to hold my great-grandchild. Su Li's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly protested. Grandma, what are you saying? I'm still young. I don't want to get married, Jiang Taiying chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. Silly girl, what girl doesn't marry? You're already 24, hardly a child. In my day, I was with your grandfather at 15. And look, over 50 years have flown by. Grandma, do you think where could Grandpa have gone after all these years? Su Li inquired curiously. Since her birth, she had never seen her grandfather. Even her father had only been present until she was 10. After that, he had vanished from her life. When this topic was broached, tears glimmered in Jiang Taiying's eyes. He might have perished on the battlefield. If he were still alive, he would surely want to see his dear granddaughter. Perished on the battlefield? Upon hearing those words, Chu Fei's eyes widened in surprise. It was evident that Jiang Taiying's husband had been a soldier. Grandma, are you saying Grandpa was a soldier? He interjected. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. Su Wu's brow furrowed, and his gaze shifted toward Chu Fei, now infused with a hint of approval, as if the initial indifference had faded. Indeed. I spent 3 years in the military, but later, due to certain circumstances, I chose not to continue advancing. Chu Fei nodded, omitting the fact that his time in the military far exceeded 3 years. He simply wished to avoid any misconceptions from Su Wu and the others. Young man, what is your name? Jiang Taiying asked, wiping away her tears. Grandma, his name is Chu Fei. He is the bodyguard I hired. He's incredibly skilled. capable of breaking stones with his chest and splitting bricks with his bare hands. Su Li chimed in, stifling a laugh. Chu Fei felt a sense of helplessness. The comparison was absurd. This girl, he has spent 3 years in the military. That's child's play. Your grandfather mastered all that long ago. Jiang Taiying smiled, gently patting Su Li's head. Chu Fei, is it? That's a lovely name. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Fei. No wonder I noticed you were impressive when you entered. It turns out you are a military man. Jiang Taiying beckoned Chu Fei to sit beside her. Unable to refuse the kind invitation of an elder, he settled next to her. Xiao Fei, your grandfather's name is Su Jinghua. I wonder if you've heard of him during your time in the military. Chu Fei pondered this. He had encountered many officers since joining the military, and given Jiang Taiying's account, Su Li's grandfather had likely been in service for over 30 years. If he hadn't perished, he could have attained a high rank. However, while he recalled several individuals with the surname Su, none bore the name Su Jinghua. Grandma, among those I know, there are many with the surname Su, but I haven't heard of that name. Besides, Grandpa must be in his 70s by now, right? The first 2 individuals he thought of, one being the head chef in the kitchen and the other the head of the arts department, were both around 70. For his own mentor, he was also well into his years, though his prowess was undeniable, and only he could match him in skill. Perhaps he has already passed, Jiang Taiying murmured. Lowering her head, tears brimming in her clouded eyes, Su Li gently grasped her hand, soothingly saying, Grandma, don't be sad. Even if Grandpa is no longer with us, seeing you in good health would surely bring him joy. Jiang Taiying lifted her wrinkled hand to wipe away her tears, smiling softly. My greatest wish now is to hold my great-grandchild. As soon as these words left her lips, Su Li's face turned a shade pinker. Grandma, Jiang Taiying then directed her gaze back to Chu Fei. Xiao Fei, I suppose you aren't married yet, are you? What do you think of my granddaughter Su Li? It appeared Jiang Grandma was attempting to play matchmaker. Had she known that he and Su Li were already akin to a married couple, she would likely be overjoyed. Grandma, he's just a rogue. His skin is as thick as they come. Su Li expressed her displeasure. One must have a thick skin to earn a living. Those with thin skin will only go hungry, Jiang Taiying countered, unexpectedly defending Chu Fei. Dinner is served. Su Li's mother, Zhang Qinglian, entered with a bowl of creamy, white crucian carp soup. Come on, Grandma, let us eat. Ignore him. Su Li assisted Jiang Taiying toward the dining table. As a bodyguard, Chu Fei would typically refrain from dining with his employer's family. However, in this household, it was clear that Jiang Taiying held the authority. Xiao Fei, we won't be able to finish all this food. Please join us, Jiang Taiying insisted, and Su Wu dared not object, despite a slight reluctance. The elderly lady harbored a favorable impression of the young man. Indeed, guests are guests. Su Li, why don't you invite Xiao Fei to join us? Zhang Qinglian teased, playfully scolding her daughter as she removed her apron to serve food. The family dinner concluded amidst laughter and joy. As evening approached, Su Li bid farewell to Jiang Taiying and the others. In the car, she asked, Rogue, did you really spend 3 years in the military? How come I never knew? Su Li looked at him with curiosity. Previously, Chu Fei had never broached this matter with her. Must I inform you of the color of my underwear, regardless of what it is? Upon uttering these words, Su Li shot him a fierce glare. Wretched bandit. You spend your days merely indulging in lewdness. After pondering for a moment, Chu Fei continued, I shall contact a friend in the military to inquire about your grandfather's situation. Perhaps he is still alive. Speaking of grandfathers, Su Li's eyes sparkled with a hint of longing. Having never met her grandfather, she had always envied other children who were taken out to play by theirs. Yes, if Grandma were to know, she would surely be delighted. Thank you, great bandit. Chapter 30. Being followed every Monday brings the hustle and bustle of work for the employed, and Su Li was no exception. She arrived at the company early, ready to commence her day's duties as the president. Her workload was not particularly heavy. However, in addition to managing some company affairs today, she was also required to visit the Research Institute to review the latest developments in drug research. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a knock resounded at the office door. Come in. Su Li paused her tasks and looked toward the entering secretary. President Su, the president of Juanhao Group wishes to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Chu Fei, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. Juanhao Group? ISNT, that Wang CRS company. Could it be that this girl truly intends to invest? Last time, he had merely made a passing comment. Su Li, On the other hand, wore a look of astonishment, her eyes clouded with confusion. Juanhao Group is one of the few neutral enterprises in Jiangnan City, and its scale is not significantly smaller than the former Zhao Group. Please escort them in and tidy up the VIP meeting room in preparation for our guests. Su Li hurriedly stood up. Since they had made the effort to come, she had to extend them proper courtesy. However, the secretary's expression grew more complicated. President Su, it's not just Juanhao Group that has come. Chu Min Group is here as well. Now it was Su Li's turn to be shocked. Since Zhao Group transformed into Chu Min, there had been no rumors. Yet today, they had come directly to her small company. She found it puzzling why Chu Min Group would be interested in her establishment. They stated that they wanted to discuss a collaboration. Furthermore, they explicitly mentioned that the investment would not be less than 2 billion. In that instant, Su Li understood completely. This company that had acquired Zhao Group was indeed the one that had approached her. The mysterious investor who had previously expressed interest in her company, promising 2 billion, was likely affiliated with Chu Min Group. Please, let us proceed. Never mind. I shall go personally. With that, Su Li quickly tidied her appearance and descended the stairs with Chu Fei. In the lobby below, Chu Kai was seated on the sofa with two assistants, waiting for Chu Fei and Su Li. Meanwhile, on another sofa, Wang Xia lounged with her long legs crossed, sipping coffee made by the front desk girl. Beside her stood a bespectacled female assistant. After a brief 2 minutes, Su Li and Chu Fei arrived somewhat late. I apologize for keeping you both waiting. Shall we head to the VIP room? Su Li had heard of Wang Xia's name and seen her photograph, but she was unfamiliar with Chu Kai, thus referring to both as President. It is Monday, so President Su must be quite busy. No worries, let us discuss in the VIP room. Chu Kai chuckled, straightening his suit. Wang Xia also rose from the sofa, nodding slightly. President Su, I have long heard of your reputation, and I must say, you truly are a remarkable woman. Su Li smiled calmly. President Wang is too kind. You are the true paragon of excellence. In your presence, I am merely the owner of a small company. For some reason, Su Li felt that Wang Xia looked somewhat familiar. Yet she couldn't quite place where she had seen her. This figure, this beauty. President Su is too humble. Let us proceed to the VIP room. As they spoke, the group boarded the elevator and ascended to the top floor's VIP room. In just half an hour, the discussions concluded. Chu Min Group would invest 2 billion, acquiring 30% of Kiyi Company. Juanhao Group would invest 800 million, taking 12%. After deducting the shares held by the two, Kiyi Company would remain under Su Li's control. Wang Xia's 800 million investment was unexpected for Chu Fei. Although he had previously told her that 500 million would suffice, she had come forward with 800 million instead. President Wang, President Chu, allow me to host a dinner tonight for you esteemed guests. Having been a president for several years, one must possess a sense of propriety, especially when this investment was undoubtedly the largest she had ever encountered. President Su, you are too courteous. However, I must clarify something. I am merely the company's agent. The chairman has yet to assume office. At this revelation, Su Li was somewhat taken aback. An investment of 2 billion, and the chairman does not make an appearance. Wang Xia also seemed curious. What exactly is the background of Chu Min Group? Investing 2 billion without batting an eye? Moreover, the chairman does not show up. Her decision to invest in Kiyi Company was entirely based on her regard for Chu Fei. However, she had privately researched Kiyi's trajectory and certain reports, believing that the company's future achievements would likely be substantial. Yet, the fact that Chu Min Group had only recently taken over Zhao Group and was now investing 2 billion raised suspicions about the mysterious chairman's connection to Su Li. President Chu, you are too polite. Let us focus on this investment. I will extend another invitation once the chairman arrives. Su Li smiled and shook hands with both. Chu Kai nodded slightly, remaining silent with a smile. This little girl will never guess that the chairman of Chu Min is the very Chu Fei standing behind her. Before departing, Wang Xia did not forget to cast a flirtatious glance at Chu Fei. As if to say, I have accomplished what you asked of me. With a darkened expression, Chu Fei found himself at a loss for a retort. After their departure, Su Li was exceedingly pleased. Bandit, tell me, what could be the reason behind Juanhao Group's investment in us? Their scale could easily rival that of Chu Min. Do they not fear losing money by investing in my small company? In the office, Su Li beamed with joy. Perhaps they see potential in your company's future trajectory. As for Chu Min, they may also have recognized this. Now it is splendid. With such ample funds, the money will be credited tomorrow. and the company is more than ready to embark on a new phase of expansion. Yuli nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed part of her considerations. With Zhao Group no longer in existence, there was no longer any pressure. Expansion was certain, but the prerequisite was to select a location. By the way, let us tidy up and head to the research institute. I want to assess the recent research conditions. Yuli contemplated for a moment and decided to bring Chu Fei along, since she had already divulged the company's secrets to him. Taking him along was of no consequence. Chu Fei was equally curious, eager to discover the hidden location of the research institute. The two set off in a car, heading out of the city. However, just after exiting the city, Chu Fei sensed something amiss. A black car had been tailing them since they left the company, maintaining a distance of merely 100 meters even now. Initially, he thought it might be a coincidence. But after more than half an hour of travel from the company to the outskirts, it became clear that the route taken by the other car mirrored theirs. Whenever he changed lanes, they followed suit. Intriguing. I am eager to discover who you truly are. Chapter 31. A desperate struggle? On the wide street, two black cars were engaged in a front and back chase. Slow down. Why the rush? Suli pressed herself tightly against the back seat. Her face filled with fear. This moment, the car's speed had reached 120 miles per hour. This was not on a highway. It was merely a relatively wide ring road around the city. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Have you not noticed that a car has been following us the entire time? Chu Fei's gaze grew increasingly cold as he accelerated. Only then did Suli realize that it wasn't Chu Fei's desire to speed. It was the fact that they were being pursued. As Chu Fei sped up, the car behind them did as well. Through the rearview mirror, Suli saw someone leaning halfway out of the other car. It seemed they were holding a black object. When she focused her gaze, her complexion turned pale. Bandit. They have guns. As soon as the words left her mouth, a loud bang rang out, piercing the air. Fortunately, Suli's vehicle was no ordinary car. It was a Maybach. The glass was somewhat more resilient than that of regular cars. Although the bullet shattered a portion of the window, it did not penetrate. Chu Fei's expression turned icy. He never expected that someone would dare use firearms on the street. Such an act was a blatant violation of the law. Seeking death, Chu Fei pressed the accelerator to the floor, the speed jumping from 120 to 160 miles per hour in an instant. Yet, the black car behind them clung to their tail, evidently modified for such a pursuit. They were well prepared indeed. I am eager to discover who you are. With one hand on the wheel, he pulled out his phone. Suli was already terrified by his actions. Are you out of your mind? Driving with one hand? Do you think you're a race car driver? You should know that we're already traveling at a speed of 160. Whenever the tires skid, it is but a moment before two souls may find themselves facing the king of hell. Yet, Chu Fei paid her no heed. Whether it was a Maybach or even a tank, he would still press the accelerator to the floor. Hey, do you have time now? In these past few days, the family members had yet to arrive, leaving him to temporarily oversee the Chu Min group. Young master, I am available. What is it? Chu Fei's tone was icy as he glanced at the map within the vehicle. I am en route to Qingnan Road, and I am being pursued by an armed individual. Send someone immediately. Remember, bring them back alive. With that, he hung up the phone. Upon hearing this, Chu Kai was drenched in cold sweat. Someone was pursuing the young master with a gun? What a preposterous situation. If anything happened to the young master, countless lives would be owed in retribution. No matter where you were, you would have to face the king of hell. He quickly dialed a number, connecting directly to the Jiangnan Warzone Division. Hello? Connect me to Zhao Dajuan immediately. The operator on the other end was startled. Clearly, anyone capable of reaching this line was no ordinary person. Yes, the call was swiftly redirected to Zhao Dajuan's office. Zhao Dajuan was busy dealing with recent minor affairs when he instinctively answered the ringing phone. Hello? Zhao Dajuan. It's Chu Kai. At the mention of Chu Kai, Zhao Dajuan's expression changed, his tone becoming more respectful. Chu Kai. What is the matter? Young Master Chu Fei is being pursued by an armed assailant on Qingnan Road. You must comprehend the gravity of the situation. Dispatch someone immediately, and remember, he insists on capturing them alive. After delivering this succinct warning, the call was abruptly cut off. Zhao Dajuan stood frozen in place. Chu Fei, the young master. This was serious. The young master was not merely the heir of the Chu family. He was the commander of the Dragon Team. If anything were to happen, his own life would be at stake. Damn it. Who dares to pursue the young master? Have they lost their minds? Bring me 3 combat helicopters to Qingnan Road. I will take matters into my own hands. Meanwhile, on Qingbei Road, Chu Fei was desperately evading the bullets fired from behind. It was not that he did not wish to fight back, but his adversaries were armed with submachine guns. Clearly, they intended to eliminate both him and his companion. Bang bang. The windows of the Maybach had shattered, and several bullet holes adorned the vehicle's body. Fortunately, the steel used in the car was of high hardness, preventing the bullets from penetrating. Had they done so, they would have been reduced to a sieve by now. As he approached the intersection leading to Qingnan Road, Chu Fei accelerated once more. Boom. The deafening roar of the 12-cylinder engine reverberated. Yet the fuel gauge plummeted dangerously. This was disastrous. The fuel tank had been punctured. Chu Fei's expression shifted dramatically. Through the rearview mirror, he could clearly see the ground slick with clear 98-octane fuel. In the vehicle behind him, accelerate. They won't escape. The driver was Lao He, while the gunman was Lao Wu. In the back seat, 2 men brandishing submachine guns were sent to assist them. Their objective this time was to deal with the woman. Su Li. Chu Fei controlled the vehicle, but after traveling just a few hundred meters, the speed abruptly decreased, halting right at the Qingnan Road sign. Get out. Taking advantage of the brief moment before the pursuers caught up, Chu Fei kicked Su Li out of the passenger seat. The two then leapt from the vehicle, racing towards the sloping roadside. Mere seconds after they fled, Lao He and his companions rushed over. All 4 exited their vehicle, each wielding a submachine gun. As they cautiously approached, they soon realized their quarry had abandoned the car. Lao Wu surveyed the clear footprints along the slope, his eyes narrowing. Pursue them! Meanwhile, Chu Fei and Su Li had dashed into the adjacent rice field, disregarding the muddy soil beneath their feet. They concealed themselves amid the towering rice stalks, not daring to breathe. Chu Fei could only hope that Chu Kai would arrive quickly. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to fight to the death. Chapter 32. Su Li injured, fury unleashed in the vast expanse of the field, golden grains swayed, ripe for harvest. Lao He, you head that way. Xiao Er, Xiao San, you two go over there. Remember, shoot on sight. That kid is no ordinary opponent. Do not underestimate him. Along the ridge, they dispersed into the different rice paddies. Lao Wu was also making his way toward the paddies where Chu Fei and Su Li concealed themselves. Clutching his submachine gun tightly, Chu Fei could hear the footsteps drawing ever closer, yet he lacked a suitable weapon. With a heavy heart, he gently plucked a blade from a rice stalk. The edges of the blade were sharp enough to slice through flesh if delivered with speed. Sho! Chu Fei raised a finger to his lips, signaling Su Li to remain silent. She crouched nervously in the paddies, her legs numb, yet she dared not move. Chu Fei, on the other hand, crouched low and began to maneuver toward the enemy's flank. His initial plan was to stealthily approach the adversary and eliminate them, seizing their weapon. However, it seemed his strategy was flawed. Not 2 steps in, bullets began to rain down on his position. Bang bang, with the sound of gunfire echoing. Chu Fei could only press himself into the muddy field, allowing the damp earth to soil him completely. The rice stalks swayed violently, showering him with grains. Chu Fei's gaze turned icy as he crawled forward through the paddies. He could sense the approaching footsteps, no more than 2 meters away. He calculated his speed against that of his pursuers with precision. Taking a deep breath, he grasped a handful of soil. 321. As the countdown finished, Chu Fei sprang up, hurling the soil toward Lao Wu. Lao Wu's reflexes were sharp. He instinctively opened fire at the incoming clump of dirt. However, as he realized it was merely a handful of soil, dread filled his heart. Oh no. At that moment, Chu Fei had already closed the distance. The blade of the rice stalk sliced across Lao Wu's neck, followed by a brutal elbow strike to his skull. Blood gushed from the wound, and his fingers involuntarily squeezed the trigger. Bang bang. The gunfire rang out, yet his body collapsed into the paddies. Chu Fei crouched down and seized the submachine gun from Lao Wu's lifeless grip. Upon checking the magazine, he found only 2 bullets remaining, just 2. He searched Lao Wu's body, but there were no spare magazines. Meanwhile, Lao He and the others, who had been searching the area, sensed that something was amiss. The 3 rushed toward Chu Fei's location, their submachine guns aimed at the area where Lao Wu had just fallen, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang bang. The relentless gunfire kept Chu Fei pinned down beside Lao Wu, leaving him with no option to rise. Any movement would make him a target. Just as he contemplated how to eliminate the three assailants, a thunderous roar erupted from above. Buzz! 3 combat helicopters had arrived. Zhao Dajuan was seated beside the Gatling gun on one of the helicopters. Upon seeing 3 figures firing into the rice field, he knew the young master must be hidden within. Damn it. Seeking death, he squeezed the trigger. The Gatling gun unleashed a torrent of fire, targeting the 3 attackers. Bang, bang. Instantly, 2 of them were reduced to mere flesh and bone, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining assailant was Lao He. How is this possible? He could hardly believe the strength of his adversaries, capable of deploying combat helicopters. This was entirely different from what Ye Gu had described. Damn it. Lao He turned and fled. This time, Zhao Dajuan refrained from firing again. Instead, he drew AM-99B sniper rifle from behind. Run. I'll make sure you don't. He adjusted the scope and aimed at Lao He's knee as he fled. Boom! The deafening blast echoed. Lao He's lower leg was reduced to a bloody pulp from the shot. The power of the M99B was terrifying. Had it struck his head, it would have shattered like a watermelon. Seeing that Lao He could no longer escape, Zhao Dajuan set down the sniper rifle. Get down there and capture him alive. He then slid down from the helicopter, gripping the rope with one hand. At that moment, Chu Fei realized reinforcements had arrived. He let out a long sigh of relief and called out to Su Li, still hidden in the rice field at ITS safe now. Come out. However, several seconds passed, and Su Li remained motionless in that instant. Chu Fei sensed something was amiss and rushed toward her position. As he pushed aside the rice stalks, he found Su Li lying in the paddies. Blood staining the water around her. Blood continued to seep from her calf, and she had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Chu Fei hurriedly cradled her in his arms. Wake up, you tiger woman. But Su Li showed no signs of awakening. Meanwhile, Zhao Dajuan had reached his side, team leader. Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of Su Li, cradled in Chu Fei's embrace. Blood stained her snow-white dress. Medic, hurry! He was also prepared for the worst. Should Chu Fei be wounded, he could still be saved. 2 medics carrying medical kits rushed over. Chu Fei cradled Su Li and brought her to a nearby clearing, gently laying her down. Thank you. He then swiftly drew the military dagger from Zhao Dajuan's grasp and strode towards the distant old Hei. At that moment, the medics were staunchly applying pressure to old Hei's wounds. After all, he could not die yet. Zhao Dajuan shouted at the medics, if you can't stabilize him, I swear I'll make you both regret it. With that, he chased after Chu Fei. Meanwhile, old Hei lay on the ground. His face twisted in agony, his weapon confiscated, now akin to a rabbit trapped in a cage, unable to flee. Chu Fei approached him, his expression frigid. Crouching down, he plunged the dagger into old Hei's tendons with a swift motion. Crack! The tendons severed, intensifying the agony etched on old Hei's face. Stop the bleeding. The 2 medics quickly retrieved supplies to staunch the flow of blood. Do you prefer a swift end or a prolonged agony? At this moment, Chu Fei's gaze was icy. Standing nearby, Zhao Dajuan dared not breathe, having witnessed Chu Fei's wrath once before. But that time, he chuckled to himself, dream on if you think I'll speak. Old Hei sneered. The excruciating pain made him tremble, his teeth clenched. I have all the time in the world to wait for you to talk. I will personally interrogate you. Chapter 33. Another chance in the detention room of the Jiangnan military district. Chu Fei sat on a chair, holding a cigarette amidst a haze of smoke. Beside him, apart from Zhao Dajuan, was Chu Kai. Yuli had been transported to the military hospital and was expected to be fine. The doctor confirmed that the bullet had not struck any bones, thus posing no future complications. On the opposite iron bed lay old Hei, his limbs wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. Young master, how shall we deal with him? Gazing at old Hei, Chu Kai's eyes were filled with a cold, murderous intent. He could not fathom the audacity of one who dared to lay hands on a member of the Chu family. I will handle it myself. Dajuan, fetch a basin of water and a towel. Chu Fei flicked away the cigarette, but, his tone icy. After being detained for several hours, this scoundrel had uttered not a single word. Yes, Zhao Dajuan, the commander of the military district, was accustomed to commanding others, yet in front of Chu Fei, he was but a mere pawn. Whether fetching water or charging into battle, he would be the first to comply. Balancing a basin of water and draping a white towel over his shoulder, he declared, Chu team, I'm here. He set down the basin and handed the towel to Chu Fei. Chu Fei accepted the towel, slowly rising, casting a sidelong glance at the meditative old He, a cold smirk dancing at the corners of his lips. You still have a chance to speak. Soon, I shall no longer grant you that opportunity. Yet, old He, with his eyes closed, seemed oblivious, completely ignoring the threat. Chu Kai watched, wishing he could deliver a kick to this audacious fool. However, with the young master present, he dared not act. I appreciate your resilience. During his time in the Dragon Team, he had encountered many strong-willed individuals. However, none had withstood the test. I hope you prove to be the exception. Upon hearing the term Dragon Team, old He's body visibly shuddered. His eyes snapped open, fixating on Chu Fei. You are from the Dragon Team? He could scarcely believe that the man before him was a member of such an elite unit. If so, it explained why Ye Gu could not uncover his identity. Every Dragon Team member's information was shrouded in absolute secrecy. Only the highest-ranking commanders had access to such details. You are mistaken. The individual before you is not merely a member of the Dragon Team. He is. Just as Zhao Dajuan attempted to elaborate, Chu Fei interjected, it matters not if he lives or dies. Zhao Dajuan fell silent, though his gaze towards old He brimmed with pity. This unfortunate soul had provoked the ire of someone like Chu Fei. Reflecting on his own time in the Dragon Team, he had been but a lowly errand boy while Chu Fei had already been a captain. Years had passed, and Chu Fei's prowess had grown immeasurably. Who are you really? Old He attempted to rise, but his hands were bound to the iron bed, rendering him utterly helpless. With his tendons severed, he was nothing but a broken man. Want to know? I shan't tell you. As he spoke, Chu Fei submerged the towel into the basin of water. Old He watched disdainfully as Chu Fei soaked the towel. Water torture. A decent method, but it won't work on me. Chu Fei remained silent, merely shaking his head. If it were a simple water torture, many hardened criminals might withstand it. However, he had long since refined the technique. Dajuan, find a straw or a small bamboo tube. Zhao Dajuan, puzzled, did not quite grasp his intent. Nevertheless, obeying Chu Fei's command, he hurried out of the detention room. Meanwhile, old He closed his eyes, silently awaiting his punishment. Chu Fei approached, draping the drenched towel over old He's body. In that moment, old He felt an immediate constriction of breath. Chu Fei, meanwhile, sat nearby, reigniting a cigarette. Chu Kai observed, his face etched with confusion. Young master, what is your plan? He failed to comprehend that this would merely lead to suffocation. Once a certain threshold was reached, death was inevitable. Just watch. If we capture any who refuse to speak, this method is infallible. For someone like old He, 2 minutes posed no challenge. After all, they had undergone specialized training. Capable of holding their breath for at least 5 minutes, team leader, I found a straw. He extended a straight straw, just removed from a milk carton. Chu Fei's expression darkened at the sight of the straw, curved. Noticing Chu Fei's discontent, Zhao Dajuan queried, is this unsuitable? Chu Fei shot him a look. What do you think? With that, he scanned the room, retrieving a pen from a holder, extracting the ink cartridge and removing the cap. The pen transformed into a hollow tube, resembling a milk tea straw. As time slipped away, old He's breaths grew shallower, his body beginning to thrash in desperation. Chu Fei remained silent, pouring more water onto the towel. This only deepened old He's despair. Suffocation rendered his mind uncontrollable, his heart racing. Zhao Dajuan and Chu Kai exchanged puzzled glances. If this continued, old He would surely perish. 6 minutes passed, and old He's struggle ceased. But Chu Fei moved. He approached, his gaze icy. He yanked the towel away and thrust the hollow pen tube into old He's airway with a sudden jab. Then, he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful strike to old He's heart. Just as old He's heart had ceased beating, it resumed at that very moment, air flooding into his lungs through the hollow pen tube. Gasping, old He's eyes flew open, inhaling deeply in that fleeting moment. He had felt the chilling grip of death. He had even sensed his own demise. Yet now, as he gazed at Chu Fei, his eyes brimmed with terror, a profound fear of death that permeated his very bones. Can you speak now? If not, we can always try again. This sensation, I find rather delightful. Chapter 34. Ascending identity. Having just faced the dread of death, old He was thoroughly cowed. He no longer wished to endure such fear again. I will speak. I will tell you everything you wish to know. Trembling, he began to divulge information. Chu Fei settled back onto the chair, observing him intently. Who sent you? Why target Su Li? What is your objective? The trio of questions left Old Hay pondering for quite some time. Eventually, he divulged, I don't know the name of our employer, but we all refer to him as Yigu. We are merely responsible for executing tasks for payment. As for our objectives, we remain in the dark. This is all I know. Hearing this, Chu Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Clearly, these three were mere hired assassins, unaware of the identity of their true employer. Have you ever seen him? Old Hay nodded. Once, however. He always faced away from us, so I couldn't discern his features, only that he bore a long scar on his neck. Old Hay had laid bare all he knew. Whether he lived or died was a matter of his own reckoning. Do you possess any other information? In response to Chu Fei's inquiry, Old Hay shook his head. Now it was Chu Fei's turn to face a dilemma, with no name and only a single distinguishing feature. Finding someone amidst the vast populace of Daxia seemed an insurmountable task. Chu Fei departed the detention room, turning to Zhao Dajuan before leaving. Clean this up that I in the confinement room, Chu Kai cautiously inquired. Young master, should I have someone from the family investigate? It was evident that the young master was indeed quite furious this time. If anything were to happen to him, the old master would certainly be enraged. Forget it. Not for now, I shall find someone to look into it myself. Many high-ranking individuals were only aware of their membership in the Dragon Group, oblivious to their true identities. Young master, the family has sent someone to manage the company, and they will arrive tomorrow. Is there anything you would like me to convey to the old master? As he spoke, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Chu Fei's gaze. Understood. I shall take my leave now, as my presence here is rather inconvenient. After all, this was a war zone division, and if a family member were seen here, it could lead to complications. Chu Fei took a deep breath and nodded. Once Chu Kai departed, Zhao Dajuan emerged from the confinement room. Team leader Chu, it's all settled. You should advise your subordinates to keep their mouths shut about my appearance. There are matters I cannot address directly. Do you understand? We are being targeted, and even our enemies remain unaware. Although this is a war zone division, no one would dare to storm in here with weapons. However, if the hidden enemy comprises high-ranking officials, that would pose a significant problem. This I understand, Team Leader Chu. You need not worry. At this, Chu Fei nodded in acknowledgement. All right, find someone to take me to the war zone hospital. Meanwhile, in the specialized ward of the war zone hospital, Su Li lay on her bed with her calf wrapped in a thick bandage, sipping on rice porridge. She gazed out at the setting sun. Her eyes were filled with complexity. She could not fathom why there were always individuals conspiring against her from behind the scenes. This time, she and Chu Fei had nearly been killed on the road. Had it not been for Chu Fei, she truly could not imagine what her fate would have been. Thankfully, she had not refused this man from being her personal bodyguard. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Just as her thoughts spiraled, the door to the ward swung open, and Chu Fei entered. He beamed at the now conscious Su Li. Does it still hurt? He approached and sat at the edge of her bed. Instantly, tears welled up in her eyes. She had been unconscious and was entirely unaware of what had transpired afterward. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in the hospital. After inquiring with the nurse who had tended to her wounds, she learned only that she had been brought in by 2 medics, with no further details. She instinctively believed that something had happened to Chu Fei. You scoundrel! She reached out and embraced him tightly. Tears streaming down her face, in her heart, she had long since regarded Chu Fei as her own. Why are you crying? I'm perfectly fine. Chu Fei was somewhat flustered, uncertain whether to embrace her or let her cling to him. You rogue! Su Li rebuked, her fragile form trembling slightly. All right, stop crying. You're crushing the breath out of me. His words startled Su Li, causing her to release her grip, her tear-streaked face instantly turning crimson. At that moment, Chu Fei raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. I was just teasing you. Feeling the warmth of his fingertips, Su Li's mood began to ease. After all, your weight is rather manageable. The next comment nearly prompted Su Li to slap him. You shameless rascal. Calling you a bandit is no exaggeration. He had an uncanny knack for uttering words that stirred her blood to a boil. Although the two had become familiar over the past 10 days, his remarks could still infuriate her. Didn't he say anything wrong? Chu Fei chuckled. Just then, a nurse entered the ward, holding a piece of paper. Miss Su Li, is that you? The nurse smiled, appearing to have good news to share. Yes, that's me. May I ask what the matter is? The nurse glanced at her list and announced, Congratulations to both of you. Congratulations? Both of us? Chu Fei and Su Li exchanged bewildered glances. Congratulations on what? Is it because Su Li is injured? That cannot be. Could you clarify? Su Li asked, confusion etched on her face. She was unable to grasp what the nurse intended to convey. Chu Fei was equally perplexed. What was going on? Congratulations to both of you for leveling up. You are now to be called Mom and Dad. Chapter 35. Incident at the Research Institute. Boom. It was as if thunder had struck their heads. Dad, Mom? They exchanged incredulous looks and simultaneously exclaimed, Impossible. This is a joke? That night, Su Li had merely experienced it for the first time. Although they had not taken precautions, surely it could not result in pregnancy this easily. Ladies, our hospital's examinations are never erroneous. Here is your blood test report. The nurse stepped forward and handed the report to Su Li. Su Li stared at the report, hesitant to reach for it. Chu Fei, however, took it and glanced at it. Yet, he could hardly comprehend it. Consequently, he pulled out his phone to search for the test values. After sifting through numerous results, he finally confirmed Su Li was indeed pregnant. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my duties, the nurse said, leaving the two alone in the ward. They remained silent for an indeterminate time until Chu Fei broke the stillness. The seed sown must be tended to. So, what are your thoughts? I want to strangle you. May I? Chu Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Well, congratulations, father. You found a wife and a grandson. All this before the official ceremony. The atmosphere fell into silence once more. They exchanged glances, neither knowing how such fortune had befallen them. What do you think of me? To be honest, this was Chu Fei's first inclination to settle down with a woman. Meanwhile, Su Li regarded him, biting her lip and remaining silent, seemingly deep in thought. Still, before she could finish her sentence, Chu Fei covered her mouth. I understand your sentiment, but I must be clear. If it comes to pass, I will take responsibility. This was the first time Chu Fei had spoken with such conviction. Su Li remained silent, quietly leaning against Chu Fei's shoulder, savoring the momentary tranquility. By the way, we didn't make it to the Research Institute today. It should be fine, right? Chu Fei recalled that their initial plan had been to visit the Research Institute of Kashao Company, but the unforeseen events had delayed them. Yes, I almost forgot until you mentioned it. Please, get my phone from my bag. I need to call the administrator, Xiaobei, and check on the situation. Given the unexpected incident today, she could not attend, and if any issues arose at the Research Institute while the director, was absent, it could create chaos among the staff. Chu Fei retrieved Su Li's phone from her bag, and she quickly dialed the administrator's number. After a dozen rings, a woman's anxious voice came through. Director Su, why haven't you arrived yet? If you don't come soon, something terrible is going to happen. Upon hearing Xiaobei's urgent tone, Su Li understood that there was a problem at the Research Institute. What happened? Please explain slowly. Xiaobei began to elucidate. It turned out that after Su Li had left the Research Institute, nearly half a month had passed without her presence. Moreover, many had heard about the Zhao Group's targeting of Kashao Company, which caused a sense of crisis among the staff. Consequently, several researchers were considering resigning. Resigning? We have signed confidentiality agreements. Once they resign, they cannot seek work related to medical research for 3 years. Su Li was baffled. Each individual had signed a confidentiality contract with her, clearly stipulating that if they breached it, they could not find work for 3 years. If they defaulted, they would owe her a substantial sum for the compensation and project costs. For ordinary researchers, that constituted an astronomical figure. Why would they dare to breach it? I informed them of this, yet they seem resolute in their decision to resign. Among them is Professor Yang. Hearing Professor Yang's name, Su Li's expression shifted slightly, her disbelief palpable. Professor Yang too? How could this be? Yes, so, everyone is on the verge of a breakdown because you didn't come today. Su Li's countenance darkened at this news. I understand. I will see if I can come tomorrow. For now, that will have to suffice. After ending the call, Su Li leaned back against her pillow, her eyes filled with disbelief. When she had discussed the project with Professor Yang, he had assured her that he would not step out of the Research Institute until the project was completed. Yet, less than a year later, he was considering resignation. This left Su Li perplexed. Something must have gone awry. Chu Fei noticed her troubled expression and inquired. A great number of individuals at the Research Institute have chosen to resign, including a professor whom I had recruited at a substantial salary. The progress of this project, without his involvement, would take a considerable amount of time to regain momentum, even if I were to personally intervene. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei remained silent, yet his mind was abuzz with thoughts. Typically, individuals do not resign without reason. They are not fresh graduates who would leave at the slightest dissatisfaction. Regarding compensation, he was confident that Su Li was not a miser, at least not in this regard. If financial compensation were not the issue, it seemed plausible that someone might be covertly enticing them away. However, he could not yet ascertain the true nature of the situation. No. I must visit the research institute tomorrow. This project cannot be halted. Enough. Given your current condition, it will be at least 2 days before you can be discharged. Furthermore, even after discharge, you cannot move around freely. It will take at least half a month before you can walk. Here's the plan. I will go to the research institute on your behalf tomorrow. Su Li was acutely aware of her condition and knew she could not get out of bed. Nevertheless, she could not neglect the matters at the research institute. When she heard that Chu Fei intended to go for her, she was momentarily taken aback. Can you manage it? Chu Fei smiled broadly. Are you questioning my capabilities? The following day at noon, Chu Fei sought out Zhao Dajuan, requesting him to arrange a vehicle for him. Driving according to the address provided by Su Li, he arrived at the research institute. He never anticipated that this girl had concealed the location so effectively, placing the institute in a rural area. It was something that would not cross the mind of an ordinary person. He found himself in a minuscule village, home to merely a dozen families, situated halfway up a mountain. To acquire this location, Su Li had invested nearly 10 million, relocating all the families to the city. Subsequently, she undertook extensive renovations of the old houses and even constructed a basement. Upon reaching the village entrance, he spotted a bespectacled young woman anxiously awaiting his arrival. Upon noticing Chu Fei, she waved hurriedly. Secretary Chu, this is Xiao Bei, the administrator of the Research Institute and one of the project leaders. So you are Xiao Bei? Chu Fei inquired. Xiao Bei adjusted her glasses. Indeed. May I ask why General Manager Su is not here? During the phone conversation, Su Li had not disclosed her reason for absence, merely stating that her new secretary, Chu Fei, would handle the issues at hand. General Manager Su has been feeling unwell and is currently hospitalized. Making it impossible for her to come, Chu Fei stated, I have already grasped the situation here. The individuals planning to resign have not commenced work, correct? Xiao Bei nodded in affirmation. Yes. Yet, internally, she harbored doubts. This newly appointed secretary appeared to be in his early 20s. Quite youthful. Could he truly resolve the matters at hand? She found it hard to believe. Then let us proceed. A smile graced Chu Fei's face. Xiao Bei, seeing this, had no choice but to follow in his wake. This way, a few minutes later, they arrived at a reception room transformed from a residential building. Inside sat several individuals who appeared to be in their 30s, with a middle-aged man, seemingly over 40. Seated in the center, Secretary Chu, allow me to introduce you. This is Professor Yang. Xiao Bei stepped forward to make the introduction. Yang Chenghua scrutinized Chu Fei with a hint of disdain. General Manager Su is absent, and she sends a mere child in her place? Is she truly so dismissive of us? This remark elicited immediate agreement from the others. Indeed, General Manager Su doesn't even bother to come. Sending only a secretary. What does that imply? Does she look down upon us? Their collective murmurs rendered the atmosphere rather uncomfortable. However, they were all aware that the resigning individuals were aligned with Yang Chenghua. Xiao Bei was about to offer an explanation when Chu Fei waved his hand. Gentlemen, have you resolutely decided to resign? I trust you have thoroughly reviewed the contract. All funding for this project must be reimbursed by you. I wonder if you possess the means to resign. His words effectively blocked their exit, as they understood that if Su Li insisted on compensation, it would lead to a protracted legal battle. However, given their current progress and expertise, they were more than capable of completing the drug's research. Should the drug be successfully developed, the patent would belong to them, while Su Li's company would be unable to continue the research. The profits would adequately cover any compensation owed. Nonetheless, their intent was to negotiate for higher compensation, as they had invested considerable effort into the project and were reluctant to restart from scratch. So according to Secretary Chu, we cannot resign without compensating the company for its losses, correct? Yang Qingqiu picked up a cigarette from the table, preparing to light it, only to have it swatted away by Chu Fei. My apologies, this was purchased with company funds. Since you wish to resign, you need not indulge. Chu Fei's action startled Xiao Bei, for no one in the research institute dared to treat Professor Yang so rudely. This new secretary seemed to possess an audacious spirit. She found herself questioning why General Manager Su had appointed such a man as her secretary. You are merely a lowly secretary. I am a professor at this institute. Without my presence, this place will falter. Does General Manager Su know of your actions? Yang Qingqiuo's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Chu Fei. In his view, this was merely Chu Fei's personal conduct. As for Su Li, she would not dare to confront him in such a manner. Whether General Manager Su is aware is inconsequential. Prior to my arrival, she entrusted me with full authority here. Should you wish to resign, it is contingent upon your reimbursement of the necessary funds, after which I shall allow you to leave peacefully. Until the funds are secured, I suggest you all remain here. The countenance of those present shifted dramatically, as this effectively amounted to a form of confinement, stripping them of their freedom to leave, even if a better offer were to present itself outside. Secretary Chu, what you are doing is illegal. You cannot imprison USDO. You possess the authority to do so. Yang Chenghua's expression turned frigid as he abruptly rose from the sofa. However, Chu Fei merely smirked slightly. A cold smile gracing his lips. I trust you all have signed confidentiality agreements. I believe the reasons for your intended resignations are clear enough. I will now present you with two options. Either stay here and work diligently, or compensate the company, and I shall grant you your freedom. I suspect that the individual enticing you away has yet to transfer the funds to you. Chu Fei's statement effectively laid bare the reality of the situation. Everyone understood the implication of his words, yet none dared to speak. Even Yang Chenghua fell into silence. However, Xiao Bei, being relatively younger, quickly grasped the situation upon hearing Chu Fei's words. She appeared quite incensed. Directing her ire at Professor Yang. Professor Yang, you should be well aware of how General Manager Su has treated us. When your wife was gravely ill and in need of funds, General Manager Su unhesitatingly provided you with 2 million to cover her medical expenses. Now you intend to abandon this project for monetary gain? Truly despicable. Yang Chenghua's expression soured at Xiao Bei's rebuke. Secretary Chu, while I am uncertain how you came to learn of the rumors regarding our enticement, I assure you, my motivations are not financial. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. If money were not the motive, then what could possibly drive such a large group to resign collectively? Could it be? He arrived at a rather troubling conclusion. The identities of these researchers had been compromised from within the institute. The hidden figure behind this may be using the families of these researchers to coerce them into leaving, while promising them generous rewards. Although he could not be certain of his suspicions, he still intended to have a private conversation with Yang Chenghua. Professor Yang, shall we have a private discussion? Yang Chenghua nodded in agreement. Chu Fei took a cigarette from the table, and they stepped outside. I apologize for the earlier rudeness, Professor Yang. Yes, they spoke. He handed Yang Chenghua a cigarette and lit it for him. Yang Chenghua remained silent, his brow furrowed. Noticing his reticence, Chu Fei refrained from pressing the matter. The two stood quietly at the entrance for nearly 10 minutes before Yang Chenghua finally spoke. Resigning is inevitable. As for the reasons, it pertains to my family, which I cannot elaborate on further. I merely hope that General Manager Su can take my dedication into account and spare me. Beyond myself, the other researchers have no intention of resigning. They simply wish for a modest increase in compensation. No one is at fault. After all, anyone who has spent over a year in this place without leaving would feel anxious. Upon hearing these words, Chu Fei finally grasped the situation, which was not far from his own conjecture. What if I could ensure the safety of your family? Chu Fei discarded the cigarette, but in his hand, and gazed intently at Yang Chenghua, who appeared somewhat incredulous, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. This young man seemed to comprehend his words. However, he shook his head. Now that they were aware of my identity, they would undoubtedly keep a close watch. Even if you could guarantee their safety for a time, the future remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei sensed an opportunity. Rest assured. I can assure you that your family will face no danger until this project reaches completion. Yang Chenghua then regarded Chu Fei with newfound seriousness, uncertain of the source of his boldness. How can I trust you? This question put Chu Fei in a predicament. The most challenging task in this world is to earn the trust of a stranger. You could take a gamble. If you lose, I will accompany you to the grave. If you win, we all rejoice. Chu Fei looked at him with utmost sincerity. Yang Chenghua was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. This young man seemed unlike anyone he had previously encountered. Since you have put it that way, very well. I shall gamble with you. Tomorrow is the day when the researchers will contact their families. That person will reach out to me. I hope to speak with my family, not with them. This is my only means of trusting you. Chu Fei nodded. Excellent, everyone. Following my discussions with Professor Yang, we shall increase your salaries by 5,000. Furthermore, upon the project's success, each of you will receive a bonus no less than 500,000. This condition was proposed by Chu Fei himself. As for Su Li, a mere mention suffices. After all, the nature of their relationship had become quite apparent. Upon hearing this, everyone present, save for Professor Yang, was filled with excitement. This was a substantial sum. Very well. The terms have been settled. Chu Fei smiled slightly, looking at the crowd. Professor Yang then spoke up. Let us proceed. We have already delayed for 2 days. Let us hasten to complete our research so everyone can claim their bonuses. With that, the group immediately rose and made their way to the research institute. While Xiao Bei looked at Chu Fei in astonishment, she could hardly believe it in her understanding. Even if President Su had come, it would take at least a couple of hours to reach an agreement. Secretary Chu, was this condition something President Su had already discussed with you? Chu Fei shook his head. No, I proposed this myself. Xiao Bei was taken aback. And what will you say to President Su? You promised such a substantial reward without her consent. If she objects, the entire research institute will be in turmoil. Explain. I need no explanation. Chu Fei flashed a mysterious smile at Xiao Bei, who was utterly perplexed. Very well, you carry on. I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Xiao Bei, Chu Fei exited the research institute. Upon returning to the military hospital, he found Su Li still lying on the hospital bed. As soon as she saw Chu Fei enter, she hurriedly inquired about the situation. What happened? You didn't agree to their resignations, did you? Chu Fei shot her a sidelong glance. Do you think your husband is that foolish? The use of the term husband prompted Su Li to glare at him fiercely. Do not say that. I am not yet married to you. Do not get ahead of yourself. Chu Fei's expression darkened, his gaze turning menacing. You wretched woman, let me tell you. If you dare marry someone else, I will break your legs. Seeing his exaggerated demeanor, Su Li couldn't help but chuckle. Are you trying to scare me? Break my legs? Why don't you try? Do you believe I won't retaliate against your son? Chu Fei suddenly felt quite embarrassed. He had intended to assert dominance over Su Li but found himself bested instead. It seemed fitting, as he had been thoroughly outmatched from their very first encounter. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. What is the situation? Chu Fei composed himself and recounted the entire series of events to Su Li. The terms are fair, they are entitled to them. However, do you have any means to assist Professor Yang's family? Su Li had not anticipated that trouble would arise concerning Professor Yang's family. She regretted not having considered this angle and felt it was a miscalculation. You need not concern yourself with that. I have my own methods. However, I am pondering who could possibly know Professor Yang's identity information. And furthermore, be aware of his employment at your research institute. Hearing this, Su Li's expression shifted to one of confusion. Although many were acquainted with Professor Yang, few had truly interacted with him, and even fewer knew he worked at her research institute. What do you think? Su Li reflected for a while but could not arrive at a conclusion. Chu Fei took a deep breath. I suspect there may be an insider. Someone has likely sold the personnel list of the research institute. Within the company, aside from you and your father, who else is privy to the list of research personnel? Chapter 38. Open the door. Check the water meter. An insider? Surely not. Su Li appeared skeptical. Those who know the list of research personnel are typically high-ranking members of the company. At the very least at the level of general manager. If there truly is an insider, the company may face significant trouble. If there is no insider, who else would be aware of your company's research personnel? There shouldn't be anyone, right? Chu Fei reasoned clearly. Without an insider, such a situation would be impossible. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Li fell into silence. The emergence of an insider would indicate her negligence. However, it was still uncertain who it could be. They would have to wait until she returned to the company to convene a meeting with the senior executives. What do you plan to do next? Su Li, unable to go to the company and still needing to recuperate, could only delegate matters to her secretary or handle them directly via her phone. I might not stay with you tonight. I need to visit Professor Yang's home. Tomorrow is the day for researchers to talk with their families, and I must ensure their safety. Hearing this, Su Li's eyes darkened with worry. Why not report it to the police? Chu Fei shook his head. No, reporting now would merely alert the snakes in the grass. No one knows if those people have accomplices behind them. If they do, notifying the police would prematurely alert them. and they might vanish at that point. Locating them would be exceedingly difficult. Su Li wanted to say something more, but Chu Fei gently cupped her face and pressed his lips against hers. She instinctively attempted to struggle but soon melted into the kiss. After a moment, Chu Fei wiped his mouth. Quite nice. Su Li's face flushed crimson as she glared at him fiercely. You filthy bandit. Do you believe I won't retaliate against your son? Chu Fei stood up, chuckling. Go ahead, try. Su Li raised her hand but quickly lowered it again. Gazing at him with concern, you must prioritize your safety. You know your husband's capabilities, right? Rest assured, I shall take my leave now. Remember to send me Professor Yang's address. After bidding farewell to Su Li, Chu Fei left the hospital room. He took out his phone and called Zhao Dajuan. Hey, Dajuan, do you have any capable hands around? Captain Chu? Why do you ask? Zhao Dajuan was puzzled, given Chu Fei's strength. He could nearly walk all over anyone. Cut the nonsense. I am waiting at the entrance of the military hospital. Send 2 people over. ITS urgent. After hanging up, within 10 minutes, a black jeep pulled up at the hospital entrance. As Chu Fei observed the 2 individuals disembarking in plain clothes, a smile crept onto his lips. It seemed that Zhao Dajuan had understood the situation and had them change into civilian attire for the task. Captain Chu? The 2 men who stepped out of the vehicle did not recognize Chu Fei, but the fact that even General Zhao referred to this young man as Captain Chu indicated the extent of his capabilities. Yes, get in the car. We are heading to Qinghua Garden. En route, Chu Fei learned their names. Yang Jingheng and Long Quan. 40 minutes later, as dusk approached, the trio drove into Qinghua Garden. According to the address Su Li provided, it was apartment 1608. Let us go. The 3 chose to ascend the stairs instead of taking the elevator, making their way to the 16th floor. Along the way, Chu Fei had deliberately donned a set of electrician's clothing. You 2 guard the stairwell. If anyone attempts to descend, stop them. Little Long and Little Heng nodded. Since they had accompanied Chu Fei, it was evident they had tasks to fulfill. Chu Fei arrived at the door of room 1608 and took a deep breath. He gently knocked on the door. Once, after knocking 3 times, the door slowly opened, revealing a man with a somewhat fierce countenance. Who are you looking for? Apologies for the delay. I'm here to check the water and electricity meters. Chu Fei feigned an apologetic demeanor, though his gaze was focused intently inside the room. He was acutely aware that this fierce-looking individual was not a relative of Professor Yang. Professor Yang's son was studying at Jing University, leaving only his wife at home with his parents. The man's age appeared to be merely around 30, making it evidently improbable for him to be Professor Yang's father. So wasn't he just here yesterday to inspect the water meter? A glint of ferocity flickered in the man's eyes. In truth, no one had come to check the water meter yesterday. Yet, he sensed that the man before him, ostensibly there to inspect the water meter, had ulterior motives. It was inconceivable. Yesterday, we inspected the water meter at the neighboring Qinjiang Garden community. Chu Fei wore a puzzled expression, as he too was uncertain whether this individual was merely attempting to intimidate him. Thus, he mustered the courage to utter those words. Upon hearing this, the man visibly relaxed, realizing that this person was not there to provoke trouble, but was simply there for a routine check. Come in. Remember, do not wander about, he instructed, already opening the door. Upon entering the room, Chu Fei noticed that the living room was empty. However, it was evident that someone was moving within the confines of the room. Given the present circumstances, Chu Fei knew he could not act without alerting the others. He made his way to the bathroom, briefly inspected the water meter, and then proceeded to the corridor to check the electric meter, all while the man trailed closely behind him. Reaching the balcony, he sought to peek through the curtains to discern the situation within the room, but the curtains were drawn tightly, leaving only a narrow gap through which he could glimpse 3 figures seated on the bed, one of whom was a man moving about the room. This was what Chu Fei could see. He remained uncertain about what lay beyond his line of sight. Don't look around. The man's voice behind him was frigid, revealing his evident displeasure. All right, Chu Fei replied, feigning interest in the electric meter before turning to leave. The man followed silently. Just as they neared the door, Chu Fei sprang into action. With a swift and lethal strike, he left the man with no chance to resist. The man could only watch in disbelief as Chu Fei executed his move, not even afforded a moment to react. Chu Fei gently cradled the man's body and laid it on the ground. Striving to make no noise, he then opened the door and quietly closed it behind him. With a soft click, the door shut. and sounds finally emerged from the room. Lao Gua, let us order takeout. We re-starving. It appeared the individuals inside were still oblivious to the fact that their comrade had just been dispatched by Chu Fei. Lao Gua, where the hell are you? Chapter 39. Mission Failure. Kill the whole family. Minutes passed, yet the occupants of the room remained inside, increasingly aware that something was amiss. Inside the room, Professor Young's parents and wife were bound and helplessly restrained on the bed, unable to move or speak, as two burly men brandished knives nearby, fearful of any sudden moves from one another. They had endured this harrowing existence for an entire week, living in constant dread, hoping that someone might discover their plight. However, after a week had passed without a single report to the authorities, despair consumed them. Crucially, the three kidnappers did not seem to be motivated by monetary gain. They provided meals daily and occasionally offered them fruits. Aside from their inability to leave the house, their situation was bearable. Yet now, they remained unaware of the unfolding events in the living room. You, go take a look, commanded one of the knife-wielding men, pointing at Ding Lei, Professor Young's wife. Having spoken, they had already untied her. Fear filled Ding Lei's eyes. She dreaded stepping outside. However, the alternative was a beating. With trepidation, she approached the door and gently turned the handle. Outside, Chu Fei pressed himself against the wall, and upon hearing the turning handle, his expression grew increasingly frigid. His fists clenched, he was prepared for action. As the door swung open completely, Chu Fei was ready to strike. Yet, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, causing him to pause mid-action. A man wouldn't he possess such a scent, just as he suspected. Upon exiting the room, Ding Lei immediately spotted the incapacitated assailant on the floor. Instinctively, she covered her mouth to stifle a scream, but quickly noticed Chu Fei standing nearby. Her pupils dilated in shock. Yet Chu Fei raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. Ding Lei, not foolish, understood that this young man was likely there to rescue her. Trembling, she called back into the room. He is dead. The living room is empty. Upon hearing her words, the two assailants exchanged startled glances, astonished at the news of Lao Gua's demise. He is dead. How could he have died so soon after that water meter inspector entered? And without a sound. Go take a look. After a silent exchange of glances, they nodded in agreement and stepped toward the door, while Ding Lei moved to the side, providing Chu Fei with ample space to act. With a cold glare, Chu Fei readied himself for combat. The moment the two assailants emerged from the room, he did not hesitate. He swiftly delivered a kick that sent the first assailant crashing back. The second man, witnessing the fate of his comrade, lunged at Chu Fei with his knife drawn. These were no ordinary thugs. Their reflexes were sharp. However, they were not facing an ordinary opponent. Chu Fei deftly sidestepped the blade, countering with a powerful punch that dislocated the man's jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground. Without a hint of mercy, Chu Fei then crushed the man's hands, the sickening sound of breaking bones sending chills down Ding Lei's spine. She could scarcely fathom the true nature of the man who had come to save them. The assailants were not dead. Their ability to fight had merely been rendered null after this display. Chu Fei turned to Ding Lei. Hello, you must be Professor Young's wife. I was sent by him. He is aware of the situation at home. Rest assured, we will resolve this here. Hearing this, Ding Lei let out a long sigh of relief. Her eyes reddening, with a choked voice, she called out to the room, Mom, Dad. You can come out now. It's all right. The elderly couple trembled and stepped from the room, their eyes widened in fear at the sight of the fallen men. Chu Fei then opened the door and called out into the hallway. Xiao Long, you can come up now. Xiao Long and Xiao Hong, stationed at the stairwell, exchanged glances before hastily approaching the door. Upon seeing the three incapacitated individuals inside, they immediately understood the situation. Team Leader Chu, ensure their safety. Remember, station someone here. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable, he instructed firmly, before turning to Ding Lei and Professor Young's parents. I will take care of this. Ding Lei nodded, still shaken, as she quickly tidied up and assisted her in-laws in leaving with Xiao Long and Xiao Hong. Once they had departed, Chu Fei settled onto the sofa, gazing at the two groaning men on the floor, and spoke slowly, "Stop pretending to be dead." Hearing this, the two men, pale-faced, struggled to sit up. Their hands had been shattered by Chu Fei, leaving them devoid of any capacity for resistance. Who are you? Do you understand the consequences of obstructing our plans? One of them questioned, his tone laced with defiance. Chu Fei smiled blandly. I'm uncertain what those consequences might be, but if the two of you choose not to speak, the repercussions may not be favorable for you. Their expressions shifted, a flicker of trepidation passing through their eyes as they regarded Chu Fei. His prowess was clearly formidable enough to secure a top position within their organization. They could not fathom how a mere professor could enlist such a person to confront them. Yet, they were acutely aware of the dire consequences of betraying their organization. It would not only spell doom for them, but also for their families. Go ahead, make your move. We want to speak. They replied defiantly, their eyes filled with the resolve of impending death. Your resolve is impressive. I presume the individual backing you is someone named Yigu? Chu Fei observed them coolly. The mention of Yigu caused their expressions to shift further, astonishment etched upon their faces. They could not comprehend how this man was aware of Yigu's existence. Was it possible that they recalled the failed mission, wherein all 5 operatives had perished, and one had been captured by the war zone forces? It seemed that this individual had exposed Yigu's existence. Coincidentally, the news of the capture had reached Yigu, leading to the execution of the families of those operatives. I've spoken. Make your move. We want to divulge anything. One of them insisted, choosing death over betrayal. Chapter 40. Unable to intervene. Hello? Jiang Ning, seated in his office, recognized the familiar voice and promptly stood. He had nearly bungled the previous incident, and now that the young master had personally called him, it was clear that he had a task for him. Young master. It's me. What are your instructions? Chu Fei gazed at the 3 lifeless bodies on the floor and spoke slowly. I am at Building 1. Unit 1608 of Qinghua Garden. I have neutralized 3 assailants. You know what to do. 3 assailants? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning instinctively considered Chu Fei's current predicament. Understood. I will dispatch people to handle it immediately. Rest assured. Leaving Professor Yang's residence, he furrowed his brow slightly. The bones of these 2 individuals are remarkably resilient. They never revealed the identities of those who stand behind them, even unto death. However, based on previous observations, it is evident that the one covertly targeting Su Li is none other than a person referred to as Yigu. He is perplexed by the nature of the identity that could nurture such an organization. Shortly after departing from Qinghua Garden, he received a phone call. To his surprise, the caller was Xiao Yu. Fei Ge. Xiao Yu's voice came through the line. That's me. What's up? Chu Fei responded, moving beside the bus station and lighting a cigarette. Weren't you the one who urged me to keep a close watch on Yeo's activities? Well, I've received some news. Oh? Chu Fei said, intrigued by Xiao Yu's words. Do tell. After a brief pause, Xiao Yu continued, recently, Yeo seems to be mingling closely with some figures from the business world, and he has frequently been absent from the military headquarters. However, his subordinates remain unchanged. Yet, from what we've gathered, it appears he has been cultivating a group of individuals in secret, though their exact location remains unclear. This revelation caused Chu Fei to furrow his brow. Cultivating an organization in private, that is expressly forbidden by our team. If discovered, not only would he lose all current positions, but he could also find himself imprisoned for life. Is this information reliable? Absolutely. It was confirmed by our own people. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened. If that is the case, it could lead to significant complications. I understand. By the way, could you utilize some of your privileges to investigate a person named Su Zhanghua? He should be connected to the military. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. With that, Chu Fei ended the call. If Su Zhanghua truly existed within the military, information about him would surely surface, regardless of whether he was alive or deceased. He had promised Su Li to assist her in this inquiry, thus fulfilling his commitment. Yet, Chu Fei took a deep breath. The recent events had been rather overwhelming. Glancing at the number on his phone, he dialed again. There were certain matters he wished to confirm with his master. Shortly thereafter, a robust voice resonated through the phone. You rascal, what brings you to call me at this hour? Are you in need of something? The warm laughter was vibrant, betraying none of the age of the individual, who had surpassed 70 years. Master, have you made a decision regarding your resignation? What do those people say? Is it to be determined by a vote? In truth, Sun Yin had reached an age where he was no longer suitable to lead the Dragon Group. The leader of the Dragon Group occupies a position just below the highest authority. However, among the young candidates suitable for this role, only 2 emerged, Chu Fei and Yeo. Not only must one possess exceptional strength, but it is also crucial to manage emergency situations adeptly. After listening to Chu Fei's inquiry, Sun Yin fell silent for a few seconds. It will be decided by a vote. YEAO is already garnering support. As for you, I cannot offer much assistance. It is up to you now. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression turned frigid. He had no desire to assume the role of leader. Rather, it was EAO's unsuitability that concerned him, for personal gain. To fulfill a mission, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his teammates to ensure the completion of objectives. Such a person ascending to the leadership of the Dragon Group was something Chu Fei would vehemently oppose. Is there truly no way, Master? Chu Fei asked, confusion etched on his face. Logically, given Sun Yin's years of experience within the Dragon Group, his connections should be substantial. Yet, it was peculiar that so few were willing to advocate for him. Let me put it this way. I agree to your ascension as the leader of the Dragon Group, but you will still need the support of at least 11% of the members. My endorsement only accounts for 40%. Given the current circumstances, even if he opposed EAO, should the remainder of the members support him, the position would still belong to EAO. Do you understand? Sun Yin's explanation illuminated Chu Fei's understanding. In no wonder, Xiao Yu had informed him that EAO was engaging with various business figures. It appeared to be a preparatory move for his master's resignation. What if he were secretly cultivating an organization? Chu Fei recounted the information Xiao Yu had shared. Initially, he expected his master to erupt in fury or even confront the higher-ups in the military. However, Sun Yin's reaction astonished Chu Fei further. I am aware of this situation. However, there are others behind him. I cannot intervene in this matter. Others behind EAO. Even you cannot interfere. This was unfathomable. If the person backing EAO was the highest authority, Chu Fei would have little to say. Yet it was clear that the individual Sun Yin referred to was not the highest authority. Xiao Fei, this is a game of strategy. It is up to you whether you wish to be a mere pawn or a player. The forces behind EAO are not inferior to your Chu family. Do you comprehend my meaning? Chu Fei's expression grew icy. His master was well aware of his identity. If his master stated this, it signified that the forces backing EAO were formidable enough to rival the Chu family. It was no wonder his master could not intervene. Master, does the other party not fear inciting the wrath of the highest authority? Sun Yin sighed deeply. That individual is currently unaware. However, I can assure you that even if they were to find out, they could only turn a blind eye. Their objective is not to undermine the state, and that alone is sufficient. Chapter 41. A holiday? After finishing the call with his master, Chu Fei's countenance was far from pleasant. From his master's words, he gleaned certain insights regarding EAO. This fellow had once been an orphan, meticulously nurtured and eventually placed in the Dragon Group. Moreover, he was actually Chu Fei's senior. Yet, in Chu Fei's eyes, this individual could only be described with two words: ruthless. As for the person responsible for his entry, even Sun Yin was unaware of their identity. It was only known that EAO had once single-handedly defeated 5 members of the team, all of whom were personally trained by Sun Yin and possessed considerable strength. EAO's ability to triumph against 5 opponents spoke volumes about his prowess. Furthermore, EAO had a letter of introduction, which simply instructed Sun Yin to accept him, without any signature, only a dragon-like emblem. Even after years of navigating the battlefield, Sun Yin had never encountered such a symbol, and he had sent individuals to investigate its origins. Yet, without exception, all inquiries had yielded no results, with some individuals mysteriously disappearing. This alone signified that the one who sent EAO to the Dragon Group was no ordinary person. In the days that followed, Chu Fei remained at the military hospital with Su Li. During this time, Su Li's father had called to inquire about her condition, but she had skillfully sidestepped the questions, not wishing to cause her family undue worry. It was not until Friday that they were discharged from the hospital. Upon returning to the villa, Su Li collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a sigh of relief. After spending an entire week in the hospital, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. A week without a shower, I feel utterly filthy. Although it was not summer, the autumn weather was still quite warm. Going a day without washing felt unbearable, let alone a week in the hospital, which left her feeling sticky and close to insanity. Your leg still cannot come into contact with water. Otherwise, it may become inflamed, Chu Fei remarked casually. Su Li shot him an exasperated glare. I don't care. I absolutely must shower today. Not even the King of Heaven could stop me with that. She rose and made her way toward the bathroom. However, Chu Fei swiftly scooped her up in his arms. Want to take a shower? It's quite simple. I'll help you. Hearing this, Su Li's face instantly flushed crimson. Go away? No? Yet, Chu Fei paid no heed to her protests and carried her into the bathroom. As the saying goes, when a girl says no, it often means yes. After nearly an hour, Chu Fei assisted Su Li out of the bathroom. Whether it was due to the weather or the situation, her entire face was flushed. Chu Fei, on the other hand, appeared completely unfazed. Bah, you're nothing but a bandit. Su Li scolded vehemently. Perhaps, after breaking through that barrier, their relationship had grown significantly closer than before. The age-old adage rings true. Men are bad and women love them. In the living room, as Chu Fei attempted to light a cigarette, Su Li's expression turned icy. Smoking? Now, Su Li was no longer alone. She was carrying a little one. Chu Fei could only chuckle awkwardly to no smoking. I won't smoke anymore. Go change your clothes. We're heading to the company soon. I'm feeling uneasy about the mole in the company. Su Li's expression gradually grew serious. Following the previous incident, the safety of the research personnel's families could no longer be assured. N01 could be certain whether the other members of the research institute might be threatened. Understood. They then took a taxi to the KYA company building. After the damage to the Maybach, Su Li no longer had in the office of the general manager of KYA. Li Fei lounged leisurely in his boss's chair, sipping coffee and resting with his eyes half closed. His fingers lightly tapped the desk, as if everything was exceedingly casual. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Come in. A female assistant entered from outside, summoning all supervisors and senior management to the conference room for a meeting. Upon hearing the words of the female assistant, Li Fei finally halted his actions. I understand. You may carry on. He waved his hand dismissively, though his brow soon furrowed with concern. The president had not been present at the company for the entire week, citing personal matters to attend to. Recently, the chairman had taken charge, though he only occasionally came by for inspections, and nothing untoward had occurred. Contemplating this, Li Fei's expression grew tense, but he quickly composed himself. He refused to believe that the president was aware of his scrutiny of the researchers list. After all, there were numerous individuals within the company who had access to that information. With a hint of trepidation, he made his way to the conference room. Su Li was seated at the head of the table, with Chu Fei standing beside her. Within 10 minutes, all attendees had arrived. Su Li's gaze swept across the room, and she offered a serene smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your hard work during my absence from the company. Her simple greeting warmed the hearts of many present. You flatter us, Su General Manager. It is our duty to contribute, someone responded. Indeed. The company is experiencing rapid growth, and we must strive to contribute positively, another added. Hearing this, Su Li nodded in satisfaction. The atmosphere in the conference room became jubilant at the mention of a holiday. The president is magnanimous, splendid. With the company's expanding operations, bonuses would also increase. A 3-day break was certainly a welcome respite. However, Li Fei's expression darkened. Once the company made any decisions or changes, they would be promptly informed. Yet, during this holiday, he would likely receive no updates. President, I believe this approach may not be prudent. The company is currently in a prime growth phase, and we cannot afford to hinder its progress due to a break. Li Fei was the first to voice his dissent. Chu Fei's gaze also fell upon him. What's wrong with a break? Are you treating the company as your own home? Is that even feasible? Chapter 42. Rising to Fame. Oh, Mr. Li's selflessness for the company is truly commendable. How about this? Mr.Li shall take a week off, with full pay. What do you all think? Su Li directed her gaze towards the others. In their eyes, the position of general manager was not just significant. It entailed a multitude of responsibilities. Granting Li Fei a week of paid leave did not seem objectionable. Certainly, just look at those dark circles under his eyes. He definitely needs some rest. The others chimed in, leaving Li Fei utterly bewildered. He had initially thought that his words would persuade the president to allow him to continue working diligently at the company. To his astonishment, she was now offering him a week of paid leave. If it weren't for the exorbitant salary offered to him, Li Fei would have considered his employment at Kiao Company a true blessing. President, that's not my intention. I merely wish to contribute meaningfully to the company. Thus, I do not require a holiday. Li Fei adopted a righteous demeanor, prompting the other executives to applaud in agreement. Individuals like Mr.Li are our role models. Everyone should learn from him, understand? The vice president couldn't help but interject, and the others nodded in unison, praising Mr.Li as their exemplar. I recognize Mr. Li's hard work. One commented, So, please, Do not be so courteous with me. Su Li was not naive. She understood precisely what Li Fei was attempting to achieve. In the workplace, everyone was there to earn a living. Aside from a few individuals who were willing to contribute for promotions or financial gain, who would refuse a paid holiday? Yet, Li Fei's reluctance to take a break, even expressing a willingness to work overtime, raised red flags. President, Li Fei began, but Su Li interrupted with a wave of her hand. All right. It is decided. M.R.Li will have a week off, while the rest will have 3 days. Meeting adjourned. With that, Su Li turned and exited the conference room, struggling to maintain a composed faade before the others, nearly causing her injury to reopen. What's wrong? Has your wound reopened? Seeing her discomfort, Chu Fei quickly crouched down to lift a corner of her skirt to inspect the bandage. The pristine white gauze was already stained with a hint of blood, but fortunately, it did not appear severe. It's nothing. Just a minor seepage. A few days of rest should suffice. Just as Chu Fei finished speaking, the office door swung open. As Fang Qing entered, she was met with the sight of Chu Fei crouched beneath Su Li's skirt. His head tilted upwards. She froze momentarily, her mouth slightly agape. What are you two doing? Images flooded her mind. Had she not barged in unexpectedly, perhaps the two would have already. Fang Qing regretted her timing. Had she arrived just 2 minutes later, who knew what she might have witnessed? Chu Fei calmly set Su Li's skirt back down. We weren't doing anything. Su Li's face had already turned crimson. Could you not knock before entering? Fang Qing chuckled, her eyes sparkling with understanding. Who would have thought that our esteemed president could also have moments of impatience? In the office, the atmosphere was charged with amusement. Be quiet. It's not what you think. Su Li snapped, her temper flaring. Fang Qing laughed heartily, stepping forward to pat Chu Fei on the shoulder. Chu, does the president's scent taste salty? Do you know the taste of the sea? Chu Fei licked his lips. Would you like to try? Fang Qing looked at him with disdain. Get lost. She then moved to Su Li's side. Are you feeling better? In truth, she was aware of Su Li's injury. Her earlier remarks were merely playful banter. Much better. I can manage to walk by the way. What brings you here? Su Li inquired, curious since Fang Qing had been busy with her modeling agency lately. During Su Li's hospitalization, they had often chatted on the phone. From Fang Qing, she had learned that her ex-boyfriend's company had been aggressively poaching models from hers. Many promising talents had been lured away with lucrative offers, placing her modeling agency in jeopardy. And collaborations had dwindled significantly. I came to share some good news. Fang Qing leaned in to whisper a few words into Su Li's ear. Upon hearing them, Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. You can't be serious? Is this for real? Fang Qing nodded vigorously. Of course it's true. In that moment, both women turned their attention to Chu Fei. At that instant, he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a predatory tiger. What are you staring at? Do I have something on my face? Su Li smiled gently. Handsome Chu, do you have any idea of the impact your modeling photos from Xiaoqing's agency had last time? Chu Fei appeared puzzled. What impact? It was just a set of photos. How could it possibly matter? Besides, my body is riddled with scars. Who would even want to see those photos? He asked, curiosity piqued. Fang Qing began to elucidate. The outfits you wore in those photos are now flying off the shelves. The merchants we previously collaborated with are rushing to produce more, and they even sent us a few new styles recently. Hearing this, Chu Fei's expression soured. So Fang Qing's visit was merely to recruit him as a model? Not happening. You're not paying me. Why would he work for free? Fang Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. You want to be paid? Do you really lack that little money? To her, Chu Fei seemed like a top-tier rich heir. Yes, I'm doing the work of 3 people, bodyguard, secretary, and caretaker. Not to mention the occasional personal warmth. Yet, I receive no compensation. Dio, you think this is easy for me? Chu Fei's comment nearly caused Su Li to leap up in protest. What are you talking about? When did I ever ask you for personal warmth? Stop making things up, however. Fang Qing was laughing so hard she could hardly breathe. And you get that kind of treatment? Why don't you come work with me? Not only will you get paid, but you'll earn quite a bit. Chu Fei resolutely shook his head. I won't engage in illegal activities. I am a law-abiding citizen. Fang Qing shot him a glare. You're really something? All right, best friend, let us go. Don't mind him. Isn't your car broken? Let us go buy a new one. Chapter 43. Toying with Fang Qing's ex-boyfriend for Su Li, the prospect of buying a car was not particularly enticing. However, the lack of a vehicle was inconvenient. So she called the manager of the Mercedes-Benz dealership to arrange for a new top-of-the-line Maybach AS for her choice of brand. She could only say that this model was durable. The three then headed to Fangqing's modeling agency, intending to have Chu Fei pose for a few more sets of modeling photos. Unfortunately, it seemed they had arrived at an inopportune moment. In the lobby of the agency, a man and a woman were seated on the sofa. The man was fairly attractive, resembling a pretty boy, lounging with his legs crossed while smoking a cigarette. The woman seated beside the man appeared to be of considerable age, likely in her 40s, her face heavily coated in foundation, resembling a layer of white plaster. An alarming sight. Bored, she idly fiddled with her phone. Before the two, several attractive female models were present. I promise you, join my company, and your salary will double within a month. Moreover, I must inform you that my company has received numerous orders. Should you choose to switch jobs, I assure you that your career advancement will far surpass what you could achieve in this small firm. His words, rather abrasive, caused Fangqing's complexion to darken. She could scarcely believe that her ex-boyfriend, Lin Shui, had the audacity to approach her workplace, and worse still, to poach talent from her company. Was this not akin to defecating on her head? Lin Shui? Fangqing stormed into the lobby, her face flushed with fury. Su Li and Chu Fei followed closely behind, watching silently. Xiao Qing, perfect timing. I wanted to discuss something with you today. The woman beside Lin Shui, upon noticing Fangqing, set her phone aside. So, you must be General Manager Fang? Not particularly striking. I must say that I wonder how my dear Lin ever found you appealing. Their exchange prompted Fangqing's delicate features to contort in anger. Suppressing her ire, she declared, "You are not welcome here. Please leave." However, Lin Shui seemed disinclined to depart, instead chuckling. Xiao Qing, this is rather unamusing, don't you think? After all, this place is where we toil together. Though we parted ways, I still hold you in my heart. I came today to discuss the terms for acquiring your company. Su Li, listening intently to their conversation, furrowed her brow. Such a scoundrel was unprecedented. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, "One must have dignity. Without it, one is invincible. A tree without bark is doomed." Her words were clearly directed at Lin Shui. A sardonic smile escaped her lips. "Ah, it's General Manager Su. I'm honored. I didn't realize you were here to take photos with Xiao Qing. In fact, I could do that for you, free of charge." The implication was unmistakable. "Get lost? Hurry up and leave. If you don't, I will call security." Fangqing, unwilling to witness Su Li humiliated, erupted in anger. Lin Shui merely smirked, believing that Fangqing's company had no notable models left. The owners of branded clothing would naturally shy away from hiring a model agency lacking in talent. Though his own company was newly established, it had secured a fair number of orders thanks to the relentless efforts of his current girlfriend. "Fangqing, I've already poached your top models. What do you have left to contend with me? I offer you two options. Either sell your company to me, and out of respect for our past, I'll grant you a position as general manager, or you can watch helplessly as your company fades away." Fangqing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. With several of her top models stolen by Lin Shui, the few remaining were only staying due to high salaries. Otherwise, they would have long departed. "Where do you think you're jumping from?" Chu Fei's brow furrowed slightly. He had no desire to meddle in others' affairs, yet Fangqing was Su Li's close friend, and he had just witnessed Lin Shui's disparaging remarks towards Su Li. If he remained silent, others might think he was merely living off of others' fortunes. At that moment, Lin Shui's gaze fell upon Chu Fei, his expression shifting as he recognized him. "You are the new model Fangqing hired. Aren't you? Quite impressive. Last week's Fashion Week featured you on the cover of the male edition. With that look and physique, you've become the idol of many young women. I know you're from Fangqing's agency. Brother, name your price. Come work for my company, and I assure you that the benefits will surpass what you receive here by a fold." Lin Shui exuded an air of arrogance, believing that all models were motivated by money. As long as he offered enough, anything was possible. He dismissed Chu Fei's previous comments entirely. "You wish to poach me?" Chu Fei chuckled, while Fangqing and Su Li remained silent. Competing with such a wealthy heir was daunting. Few could rival his affluence. "Yes, state your price." Lin Shui, sensing a potential opportunity, was eager. His company's best models earned upwards of 200,000 a month, and he presumed that as long as he offered less than 300,000, Chu Fei would accept .as for the price. I'm just a newcomer, not too versed in this. Your offer would suffice. Chu Fei wore an innocent expression, leaving Fang Qing and Su Li taken aback. This man that was a newcomer? Lin Shui was equally astonished, having assumed Chu Fei was an established model from elsewhere. Discovering he was a novice was a revelation. 5,000. That's a fair price. If you join, I guarantee your salary will reach at least 100,000 within 3 months. For a newcomer, such an offer was exceptional. No agency would pay this much for an inexperienced model. However, Chu Fei was different. Having debuted in a modeling magazine, his potential was undeniable. 5,000? That seems a bit low. How about 10? After contemplating for a few seconds, Chu Fei stated his price. Lin Shui pondered momentarily before agreeing. 100,000 a month, agreed. Yet, Chu Fei looked at him, puzzled. You seem to have misunderstood. I meant 100,000 per minute. Chapter 44. A familiar group per minute? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. After several seconds, Lin Shui's expression darkened. Are you mocking me? 100,000 per minute? Who in the world can achieve that? You guessed correctly. Unfortunately, there's no prize. Chu Fei smiled nonchalantly. He had no qualms about physically confronting Lin Shui. Should the setting permit? He simply found him intolerable. You're quite bold, aren't you? Lin Shui's face turned an ominous hue. His gaze towards Chu Fei filled with fury. Being ridiculed in front of so many was humiliating. I'll give you a chance to apologize. Otherwise, you won't even have time to kneel. Chu Fei's tone abruptly turned cold, sending a shiver of tension through Su Li. Having spent considerable time with him, she understood his temperament. Such words indicated he was genuinely angry. What? Do you intend to strike me? I'm right here. Come at me. I'm curious to see if you possess the capability. Lin Shui sneered. Though he lacked power in Jiangnan, he still had the backing of his current girlfriend. With her support, he believed he could command respect from any company owner. At that moment, the woman beside Lin Shui rose slowly, brushing her hair from her forehead, her heavily made-up face displaying an air of arrogance. Enough. I won't waste my breath with you. Fang Qing, right? As general manager of Juanhao Group, I wish to discuss the acquisition of your company. If you're amenable, we can have a proper conversation, and if not, your company's future may become quite grim. Before Fang Qing could respond, Chu Fei stepped forward, positioning himself beside Lin Shui. The moment her words concluded, he delivered a resounding slap across Lin Shui's face. The sharp sound echoed, startling many present, including the remaining models who had witnessed Chu Fei's impressive physique. They now saw him not only as a man of stories, but also as a man of action, one who acted decisively. The force of the slap nearly toppled Lin Shui, leaving him dazed, the fiery sensation on his face a stark reminder of reality. You dare strike me? Are you seeking death? The woman, witnessing Lin Shui's humiliation, rushed to shield him. Chu Fei, shaking his hand, remarked, You've got quite a thick skin. My hand is a bit sore now. Su Li and Fang Qing couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Shui's misfortune. Feeling a wave of relief, you've been hit. I never claimed I wouldn't strike a woman. Some people simply deserve it, however. A woman like you, I wouldn't want to dirty my hands. After all, your makeup is excessive. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the onlookers. The remark was undeniably harsh yet undeniably true. The woman, already resembling an aging matron, had layered on so much foundation it was hard to look at. I say, dear madam, why don't you take your little pretty boy and leave? Fang Qing added with a sharp retort. At this moment, the woman's expression completely faltered. Trembling with rage, she supported Lin Shui and strode toward the exit of the company. Fine, Fang Qing, is it? I shall remember that. I will make you aware that I, Zhu Yin, am not someone to be trifled with. As the two departed the hall, Fang Qing let out a sigh of relief. Her gaze shifted to the other models, a flicker of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Since you are all present, I shall refrain from saying more. If you wish to leave, I will not hinder you. We all have our own needs. If other companies offer higher salaries, I cannot compete. You are free to make your choice. Her words prompted several female models to exchange glances, their heads bowed in silence, unsure of how to respond. After half a minute, one model finally spoke. I'm sorry, Qing Jia, but my father's health has always been poor, and he requires significant funds for treatment each month, so. She trailed off. But Fang Qing grasped her meaning. Go ahead, I will ensure your wages for this month are deposited into your accounts on time. Once the first leaves, the second will surely follow. Of the 6 models, only 2 remained. You aren't leaving? The 2 exchanged glances. In truth, they also wished to depart. Yet, the reasons had been exhausted by their predecessors. Qing Jia, we? Fang Qing waved her hand dismissively. If you wish to go, then go. The 2 shared another glance before hastily exiting the company. Now, apart from the regular staff and those responsible for the shoot, not a single model remained. Fang Qing was left with no choice but to seek replacements. Her countenance was grim as she sat on a nearby sofa, her brow furrowed, lost in thought. It's all right, don't worry if it comes to that. I can help you find some models. By the way, what exactly is the Juanhao Group? From what they said, it seems they might be targeting you. Yuli absorbed the words of the woman named Zhu Yin. She had little interest in the general manager of the Juanhao Group. But she recalled that the president of Juanhao Group, Wang Xia, was among the investors during the last meeting. The Juanhao Group did not belong to their city. It was a provincial conglomerate encompassing numerous companies with substantial assets. The group in Jiangnan City was merely a subsidiary. This modeling agency was merely a casual investment made by that woman for Lin Shui, having little impact on their main business. Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes widened in shock. She had initially thought the Juanhao Group was a local entity, unaware it was a provincial powerhouse. If that's the case, doesn't that mean your company is at risk of being targeted by them? Fang Qing chuckled bitterly and nodded. Indeed, that is the case. As they conversed, Chu Fei interjected, Juanhao Group. Why does that name sound so familiar? Chapter 45. Meeting the parents? Chu Fei felt he had heard it somewhere before but couldn't recall where. At that moment, Su Li chimed in, wasn't Wang, the president of Juanhao Group, one of the investors who visited our company last time. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei suddenly connected the dots in a wonder it sounds so familiar. It's Wang Xia's company. That simplifies matters. I just need to speak with Wang Xia about IT.as for this so-called general manager. In my eyes, they are but a minor character. With a word from Wang Xia, they could be dismissed. The question remained, how could he persuade Wang Xia to assist? Do you happen to know anyone at their company? Su Li couldn't help but inquire, observing Chu Fei's demeanor. I know them. To an extent. Just my position is rather low, he replied with a smile, leaving it at that. Hearing this, the 2 exchanged glances. Actually, Chu Deshuage, I am quite curious about your true identity. Can you enlighten us? They had discussed this topic previously when Su Li had been injured, yet they could not fathom why Chu Fei had come to be by her side. For a man of his wealth, it seemed unnecessary to come merely for a girl. I have stated my true identity is that of a top-tier rich second generation. My family has no significant connections. Essentially, I am just a nouveau riche. We received a windfall from a property redevelopment, amounting to several hundred billion. The 2 exchanged incredulous glances, finding it hard to believe such a statement. You shouldn't say such things to deceive others. If you're not going to elaborate, then we have no interest in knowing, they remarked as they began to chat casually in the hall. As Chu Fei prepared to take a seat and rest, he received a phone call. Recognizing the number, he turned to Su Li and said, I need to take this call. You 2 continue your conversation. Noticing they paid him no mind, he stepped out of the hall. Outside, he pressed the answer button. Xiao Yu, what is the matter? The voice on the other end belonged to Xiao Yu. Fei Gu, I have managed to uncover some information about the person you asked me to investigate. However, due to my limited access, I cannot view all the details. I can confirm that this Su Jinghua is alive and still within our military, but I cannot ascertain his exact position. Hearing this, Chu Fei was somewhat surprised. Su Jinghua was alive. This implied that Su Li's grandfather could very well be a significant figure within the military, considering his advanced age of over 70 and his long service. He must hold at least the rank of a major general. If his rank were any higher, he would be even more distinguished. Yet, in Chu Fei's memory, from the lowest soldier to the highest general, he could not recall any man by the name of Su Jingyuo. By the way, Fei Gu, it seems Su Jinghua has changed his name. The records I accessed are from before he changed it. I cannot retrieve his identity post-name change. Perhaps only your access could reveal his information. This revelation left Chu Fei feeling somewhat frustrated. Changed his name? That complicates matters. There are so many individuals in the military. If he has been reassigned to a different theater or stationed at the border, finding him would be impossible. All right, I appreciate this information. Is there anything else? Chu Fei casually inquired. Indeed, Xiao Yu had more to share. Actually, what I wanted to discuss isn't this. I wanted to inform you about some movements concerning EAO. Recently, a small meeting was convened at the headquarters of the battle district. Many, excluding you, were in attendance, including Luo Go. The primary topic was the retirement of the group leader and who should take over his role. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei furrowed his brow slightly. Have they begun discussing this so soon? They can't continue pulling my strings forever. Understood. Is there any other movement? Xiao Yu hesitated for a few seconds before slowly responding. There is, but I'm unsure if it pertains to you. Chu Fei raised an eyebrow. What is it? I heard that some individuals under Yi Ao seem to be targeting a small company. I don't know which one. Though, a small company? Chu Fei instinctively thought of Su Li's Kexiao company. However, he quickly reconsidered. Given Yi Ao's stature, taking down Su Li's modest company would be a trivial matter. Furthermore, if he truly aimed to target Su Li's firm, he would surely have caught wind of it. Capturing him would not be an easy feat, all right. I understand. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. With that, he ended the call and returned to the hall, where Fang Qing and Su Li were still deep in conversation. Upon entering, Su Li waved him over. Come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. To his astonishment, when Fang Qing heard Su Li mention her pregnancy, she was utterly taken aback. Taking a long moment to process the news, go ahead. When shall we meet the parents? In truth, Su Li had not anticipated needing to meet Chu Fei's parents so soon. However, her belly was growing day by day. It would not be appropriate to wait until she was heavily pregnant to introduce herself to his family. That would leave a poor impression and potentially tarnish her family's reputation. Huh? Upon hearing Su Li's query, Chu Fei froze in place. Meeting the parents was a first for him as well. He realized this was not something that could be delayed. As the saying goes, one who has never seen a pig run has at least seen a pig race. While he had never been married, he had certainly witnessed weddings on television. The necessary steps had to be taken. Chu Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, I'm saying, Chu de Shuage. Don't think, just because you're handsome you can do as you please. I warn you. If you dare abandon my sister, I'll have someone take you out and toss your bits down the drain. Fang Qing, noticing that Chu Fei remained silent, promptly spoke up. Chu Fei wore an expression of embarrassment. It's not that I can't, he began hesitantly. It's just that I don't know how to explain this to my family. You are aware of my somewhat unique situation. Therefore, the current state of affairs at home is rather unclear, especially with the war against the immortal bird clan ongoing. If they were to discover Su Li's true identity, they might very well target her specifically. I can endure the repercussions myself, but if something were to happen to Su Li, the consequences could be dire. Chu Fei, let me make myself clear. Fang Qing interjected. Her face aflame with anger, and my sister is already showing, and she is expecting a child. You must meet the parents, whether you like it or not. Just tell me when you can arrange a meeting. Chu Fei found himself in a predicament at Fang Qing's words. This was not directed at Fang Qing, but rather at Su Li. However, he was unaware that his comments left Su Li feeling a tinge of disappointment. Every girl dreams of marrying into a good family. Perhaps she had never considered this before, but now, with a baby on the way, this matter could not be postponed. Hearing such words from Chu Fei, to claim she was not disappointed would be a lie. It's all right. Su Li forced a smile, though the disappointment in her eyes was unmistakable. Chu Fei recognized her distress, yet he too felt trapped in his circumstances. Chu Fei, I must tell you, if you dare to abandon my dear sister like those scoundrels, I swear, even if I have to exhaust all my resources, I will hunt you down and break your legs. Fang Qing's anger was palpable, clearly disapproving of Chu Fei's words. Chu Fei nodded solemnly, raising 3 fingers. I swear, I will never abandon you. I will give you the most perfect wedding in the world. I, Chu Fei, am a man of my word. Should I fail, may the heavens strike me down. He had never made promises to anyone before, nor had he ever sworn oaths about the future. Yet for Su Li, he was willing to change, although perhaps not immediately. That's enough. Your intentions are what matter, Su Li interjected gently, unable to bear hearing Chu Fei's declarations. However, Fang Qing chimed in with a teasing remark. Just imagine if one day you were to walk down the street and suddenly faced a thunderclap. It would surely frighten you to death. Despite her words, there was a hint of a smile on Fang Qing's face. Knowing that her dear friend would find a good place to belong was the best outcome. Let us go. I am very much looking forward to seeing those photos of your outfits. If next week's model magazine features you, you'll truly be famous, Fang Qing said with a mischievous grin directed at Chu Fei. The latter's expression darkened slightly, yet for Su Li's sake, he felt compelled to comply. seemed he had fallen into the hands of these two women. As for dinner, Fong Qing had already treated them to a meal at a restaurant, claiming it was a reward for Chu Fei. After all, her modeling company had completed its current roster, and Chu Fei was her only external support eye in the room. Su Li sat at the edge of the bed while Chu Fei crouched beside her, holding fresh gauze, alcohol, and medicinal powder. The hem of her long dress had lifted slightly, revealing a bandage wrapped around her snow-white calf. The bloodstains appearing to have dried. It might hurt a little. Bear with me. I'll have this done quickly. Chu Fei was familiar with basic first aid, having sustained injuries during his past missions. He had often employed rudimentary methods to staunch bleeding, using tobacco or even cauterization with gunpowder, as he couldn't carry proper supplies with him. After completing his tasks, he would quickly tend to his wounds. The longer one waited, the greater the risk of inflammation and infection. All right, Su Li nodded gently, her gaze fixed on his chiseled face. Chu Fei, unaware of her gaze, slowly began to unwrap her bandage. Until he was nearly finished, Su Li remained silent, though her pale face betrayed the pain she endured. When he finally removed the last of the gauze and applied alcohol for disinfection, she couldn't suppress a soft whimper. The pain felt as if countless needles were piercing her wound. Does it hurt? Chu Fei looked up, noticing the sheen of cold sweat on Su Li's delicate features. No worries, just continue. Su Li bit her lip, stifling her cries. Observing her stubborn demeanor tugged at Chu Fei's heart. I am sorry. I won't let you suffer like this again, he vowed silently. He quickly applied the medication and rewrapped her injury. All done. Rest well. In a few days, when the wound has scabbed, you'll be fine. Good night. He reached up to wipe the sweat from her forehead and leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her rosy lips. However, Su Li wrapped her arms around his neck, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with longing. I want you to stay with me, she murmured, her eyes sparkling with affection. Chu Fei, not oblivious, understood her meaning. All right, but let me make one thing clear. You must not move around. Your foot is still injured. Before he could finish, Su Li had already thrown herself into his arms. Meanwhile, at a booth in the Houting Bar, Brother Shui, what's troubling you? Su Hui, the young man who had been slapped by Chu Fei at the previous bar, inquired with a frown. If you have any issues, share them with me. I'll help you sort it out. Don't mention it. Today, I got slapped, and I couldn't even retaliate. I'm just simmering with anger. Lin Shui lamented, downing a large gulp of alcohol. To be mocked by a mere model in front of his ex-girlfriend was infuriating, and he felt trapped by his own feelings of indignation. Thus, he sought solace in the bar with Su Hui. Damn. How dare they lay a hand on me, Shui Ge. Just tell me who they are. I'll gather some people to deal with them for you. Su Hui stood abruptly, ready to defend Lin Shui. Lin Shui shook his head, patting Su Hui's shoulder. Forget it. They are from Kiao Company. In Lin Shui's eyes, Kiao Company was indeed a significant entity, certainly larger than his modeling firm. So what? I'm not targeting their company. I simply dislike that guy and want to teach him a lesson. This is simple. Shui Gu, do you have a photo of that guy? I'll wait until they're at work and then confront him outside their office. Hearing Su Hui's suggestion, Lin Shui, fueled by alcohol, replied, All right, you're a good brother, Hui, and yes, I have a photo. He pulled out his phone and opened an image, the cover of this week's model magazine. However, when Su Hui saw the man in the photo, he froze in shock. Brother Hui, you're not talking about him, are you? Lin Shui was puzzled by Su Hui's reaction. What's wrong? Do you know him? Faced with the question, Su Hui appeared awkward. The events of that day were still vivid in his memory. The stinging pain on his face, something he could never forget. To him, that man was no ordinary person. Stirring trouble with someone like him, that would lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, in front of Lin Shui, he would not show his fear. Shui Ge, I'm not exaggerating. I've seen that guy before. We clashed at the previous bar, and I managed to defeat him. Although I got hurt too, he definitely had it rough. Su Hui spoke as if he had completely vanquished him. Lin Shui, unaware, looked astonished. Really? Now I can relax. Hui, let us drink, tonight. I'll make sure to find you some lovely ladies to keep you company. But remember, when it's time to take action, call me. I want to see some drama. I want that guy to kneel and apologize. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Su Hui's forehead. Kneel down, unless I'm seeking my own demise. But since that man was not present, it was certainly a possibility. Next time I see him, I'll make sure he kneels and apologizes to you. Now, let us drink. The next morning, when Chu Fei awoke from his slumber, he found Su Li still asleep, her arms wrapped around his. After gently extricating his arm, he washed up and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a hearty breakfast. After all, it was not just Su Li who needed sustenance. There was also a little one to consider. Once the meal was ready, he carried the plate back to the room. The sun is shining. Get up for breakfast, he called softly. Su Li murmured sleepily. No, I want to sleep a little longer. Seeing her reluctance to awaken, Chu Fei didn't press further and quietly closed the door behind him. Stepping into the yard, he took out his phone and contemplated the number displayed. After much deliberation, he finally pressed the call button. Shortly thereafter, a cheerful male voice came through the line. Hey, kid, you finally decided to call me? What's up? Speak your mind. Currently, I find myself quite occupied and lack the leisure to attend to your matters. Upon hearing his father Chu Tianquang's words, Chu Fei's expression darkened. After all the effort it took to make this call, it sounded as though he was compelled to do so. Chu Tianquang let out a hearty laugh. All right, as soon as you start squirming, I know you're about to spill something. What trouble are you in? Speak up. In his view, Chu Fei rarely contacted him unless something troublesome had arisen. Only when he faced challenges he could not resolve on his own would he reach out. Father, I wish to inquire whether there truly is no one from our family within the military department? Hearing this question, Chu Tianquang fell silent for several seconds before he slowly replied. You know well that the traditions of our ancestors cannot be broken. Although we have no direct family members in the military, many have benefited from our family in the past. Seeking their assistance does not equate to having no one to turn to. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? The Chu family's rule dictates that any direct family member is prohibited from entering the national military. Any violation would result in the enforcement of family discipline. As for Chu Fei, he had initially joined the Dragon Team merely to learn skills from his mentor and intended to withdraw once he had mastered them. It's nothing. In our Dragon Team, there's a fellow named Yao, whose background seems rather impressive. His family appears capable of challenging ours, so I wanted to ascertain his true origins. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianquang's tone shifted slightly. Few families can contend with us. The four great families of the Great Xia, Feng, Long, Yun, and Han, are the only ones with such capability. Are you suggesting that someone is backing this Yao? Chu Fei did not deny it and simply acknowledged. Very well, I shall inquire further. These four families might suffice as opponents, but if it comes to blows, they still have a ways to go. Since his son sought his assistance, Chu Tianquang, of course, would not refuse. He could discreetly investigate the matter. By the way, father, what's the situation with the Phoenix family? Chu Fei asked once more. The Phoenix family had been in conflict with theirs for many years without a resolution. While most of the strife was commercial in nature, both sides had sacrificed many capable individuals. They have mobilized quite a number of people, intending to systematically eliminate our presence among the upper echelons domestically. IVE dispatched several individuals to counter their moves. By the way, how about that girl from the Wang family I found for you? Is she to your liking? Have you made any progress? Chu Tianquang joked, realizing his son had grown and needed to understand many matters. Should the day come when he found himself in peril, it would be prudent for his son to remain composed. I am still young. I have no interest in family affairs. As for that girl from the Wang family, she is quite ordinary. I haven't delved deeply into it, and I don't intend to pursue anything with her. Speaking of Wang Xie, Chu Fei almost forgot about the incident from yesterday. He still needed to seek Wang Xie's assistance. You rascal, I must inform you, several of my old friends have already become grandparents. Should you hold me back, I shall break your legs. At that moment, Chu Fei was at a loss for words. Revealing to his father that he already had a girlfriend and that they were expecting a child was no easy feat. I have something else to attend to, so I shall hang up now. With that, he intended to end the call. However, as a father, Chu Tianquang could discern that his son was hiding something. Speak. I know you are withholding something. Faced with his father's booming voice, Chu Fei had no choice but to explain. I can tell you, but you must promise not to let mother or grandfather know. Otherwise, I shall remain silent. Chu Tianquang was momentarily taken aback. When did his son become so evasive, as if concealing something nefarious? Speak, he insisted, believing his son might have done something significant, making his tone more serious. Actually, I have a girlfriend now. In just over 9 months, you should be able to hold your grandchild. With that, he hung up, not giving his father a chance to respond. After ending the call, he exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, on an island thousands of miles away from Jiangnan, in a lavish courtyard, Chu Tianquang stared at his phone, momentarily dazed. After several seconds, he burst into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha! Today, I am truly delighted. The two guards stationed at the entrance of the courtyard were taken aback by the thunderous laughter. Hey, do you think the master has laughed like this in a long time? After calculating, one replied, it must have been 7 or 8 years. Since the young master left, the master rarely laughs. I bet it's because of the young master's call. And surely it brings good news. Chapter 48. Severe consequences. As he leisurely descended the stairs, each step seemed a trial, beads of cold sweat dotting his fair visage. Don't move. I'll take care of it. Chu Fei rushed forward to support Su Li, taking the tray from her hands. Who were you just on the phone with? Su Li inquired, curious as to whom Chu Fei would call so early in the morning. Who else could it be? Naturally, it was family. Chu Fei replied, his expression filled with helplessness. He had no choice but to inform his father about the matter. Given his father's tendency to chatter, the entire household would likely be in an uproar by now. He could easily envision his mother and grandparents joyously celebrating. You told your family? Su Li was momentarily at a loss, as she had not yet prepared herself for this. Although she had mentioned wanting to meet Chu Fei's parents, the reality of that day made her feel somewhat daunted. Yes, after they resolved their family matters, they should come over. Every Saturday was a family gathering day for Su Li's family, and today was no exception. The primary concern was how to explain Su Li's injury to his family. All right, let us tidy up. We should be on our way. The two quickly organized themselves and drove to the Su family villa. Upon seeing Chu Fei, Su Li's grandmother warmly invited him to sit. They chatted about trivial matters, even hinting at introducing Su Li to Chu Fei. Little Fei, you're not so young anymore. My little Li is also of age. You two seem quite compatible. Why not give it a try? Grandma Jiang Tying's wrinkled face bore a kind smile. Su Li, sitting beside them, felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks. Grandma! Su Li playfully chided. Grandma Jiang Tying chuckled softly, gently patting her hand. Having encountered such a good young man, you ought to feel grateful. He has been by your side, caring for you while you're injured. Where else could you find such a boy? The reason behind Su Li's injury was a minor fabrication. They had claimed it was an accidental cut from a knife. Seeing that they could not avoid the topic, Chu Fei finally spoke up. Grandma, last time you asked me to look into Grandpa's whereabouts, I had a friend dig a little. Grandpa Su Jinghua should still be alive. But, Grandma, has Grandpa changed his name? Upon hearing the first two sentences, Grandma Jiang Tying's murky eyes filled with disbelief. Even Su Li looked at Chu Fei with altered eyes. Su Wu, who had been watching the news nearby, abruptly stood, staring at him. What did you say? The old man is still alive. Grandma Jiang Tying seemed hesitant to believe it, yet her eyes were already glistening with tears. She raised her aged hand to wipe away the tears streaming down her face. Bandit, are you speaking the truth? Su Li could hardly believe it either, as her grandfather had been missing for decades, with no news to be found. She was skeptical that her grandfather was still alive. Chu Fei, are you certain you're not joking? Su Wu's expression turned cold, suspecting that this young man was merely trying to please the elderly by making something up to uplift their spirits. Chu Fei nodded earnestly. Grandma, I truly asked my friend, and there is indeed a person named Su Jinghua in the military. Moreover, he is alive but has changed his name. I am why friend lacks the clearance to access more comprehensive information. As you understand, some matters are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This statement was not a fabrication by Chu Fei. It was indeed the truth. With the permissions available to Xiao Yu, it was impossible to uncover Su Li's grandfather's true records. All he could ascertain was that Su Li's grandfather was alive, but nothing else was known. As long as he is alive, that is what matters. Just knowing he is alive is enough. Tears streamed down Grandma Jiang Tying's face, as if she had awaited this affirmation for many years. Seeing her grandmother in tears, Su Li felt a lump in her throat, her eyes turning red. Su Wu remained silent, but it was clear that Chu Fei was not lying, at the very least. Their father was still alive, though what he was doing in the military remained a mystery. Perhaps he held a high position, or perhaps he worked discreetly, unable to reveal his identity. Today's family banquet bore a heavier atmosphere, with joy noticeably diminished. After dinner, in the courtyard, Xiao Fei, could you possibly lend me a hand? If it is feasible, Could you find the contact information for Grandpa Xiao Li? Or, if your friends happen to see him, could you ask him to send a letter home? Gazing into the elderly lady's yearning eyes, Chu Fei was at a loss for how to decline. Very well. If it is possible, I shall certainly have him deliver a letter to you. He reluctantly acquiesced. By the way, Grandma, has Grandpa really not changed his name? Or does he have any nicknames? If so, could you share them with me? That would certainly increase my chances of finding him. Jiang Taiying pondered for several moments before slowly shaking her head. No. The difficulty of this task is quite extraordinary. With so many war zones across the nation and countless individuals, searching for someone who has changed their name is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, given my authority, I shall look into it when time permits. Grandma, please do not be too disheartened, Fu Li gently comforted Jiang Taiying, who remained silent but nodded, her murky eyes still glistening with tears. On the way, Su Li couldn't comprehend why, if Grandpa was still alive and working in the military, not a single phone call or letter had been sent. You don't understand. It's not that they don't want to, but rather that they dare not. If their identities were to be exposed, they could become targets, jeopardizing their family's safety. Thus, they refrained from contacting their loved ones. Chu Fei shook his head slightly. Working in certain special departments of the military, it is not uncommon to go years without seeing the sun, let alone making phone calls. This is not merely for personal safety. It is also to protect their families. Those engaged in special departments carry the highest levels of secrecy regarding their identities. Apart from a select few with access, anyone attempting to pry into such matters without the requisite clearance would be apprehended for questioning. Perhaps Su Li's grandfather is one of those working in a special department. Yet, he found it hard to understand why, at over 70 years of age, even with excellent physical condition, he would still be active in the military. How could he endure the constant nagging from family? Su Li could not fathom how a simple phone call could jeopardize a family's safety. If one can endure, then all is well. If one cannot endure, the consequences are twofold: death or treason. Which do you think you would choose? Chapter 49. She has provoked my wife. You understand? Death? Treason? Su Li fell silent for a moment, not anticipating that a mere phone call could lead to such grave repercussions. Regardless of which outcome it might be, neither was a viable option. The only course of action was to sever ties with family. By then, everything would likely have changed. I understand. Su Li could only nod helplessly. Chu Fei remained silent, for there was indeed another option: possessing a powerful family background that would deter any potential threats. Clearly, the Su family did not fit this description, which might also explain why Su Li's grandfather was reluctant to contact her family. The following noon, after having lunch with Su Li, Chu Fei received a call from Wang Xia. Why, handsome boyfriend, where are you? I would like to arrange a date. Hearing the sultry voice on the other end of the line, Chu Fei's expression darkened. This call couldn't have come at a worse time, especially with Su Li sitting right next to him. Who is it? Someone asking you out on a date, Su Li said with a cold smile, her small hand already pinching Chu Fei's ear. Their relationship had become quite clear, yet Chu Fei still had another girlfriend. Wasn't this akin to straddling two boats? For any woman, such a situation was utterly unacceptable. With that, Chu Fei hung up the phone and turned to Su Li, who wore a frosty expression. Well, she is actually someone my family arranged for me to meet. I never liked her, it's just that she insists on clinging to me. Moreover, you are not unfamiliar with her. Upon hearing the first few words, Su Li felt somewhat reassured. After all, given Chu Fei's family's wealth, it was understandable for them to arrange a match for him. However, the last statement left her somewhat taken aback. That I know her. Who? I don't know many people. The president of Juanhao Group, Wang Xia. Chu Fei spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, but Su Li stared at him in disbelief. President Wang, are you joking with me? What status does President Wang hold to be set up on a date with you, and why would she persist in pursuing you? Just recently, Fang Qing informed me that Juanhao Group is a provincial enterprise, and its standing is not comparable to ordinary companies. The Juanhao Group in Jiangnan is merely a branch. I assure you. I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, why not accompany me? Seeing Su Li's skepticism, Chu Fei proposed they visit Wang Xia together. He intended to inform her that he had a girlfriend now and that she should cease her pursuit. After all, there was no future in such a relationship. He was not a fickle person and would never straddle two boats. Su Li regarded him with a dubious gaze, but ultimately waved her hand. Trust is built on mutual understanding. Since Chu Fei had stated his intention to go alone, it would only make her seem jealous. You go ahead, I won't tag along. Although she is the president of Juanhao Group, there shouldn't be anything between you two. Otherwise, I'll have Xiaoqing find someone to castrate you. Seeing Su Li's silly demeanor, Chu Fei chuckled. Rest assured, my relationship with her is solely professional. She seeks my assistance with some matters, and likewise, I require her help. Thus, we maintain contact. Upon hearing Chu Fei's explanation, Su Li nodded. You may go. After bidding farewell to Su Li, Chu Fei drove off. In the car, he called Wang Xie to finalize their meeting place. Half an hour later, he arrived at a luxurious Western restaurant. Observing Wang Xie lounging on the sofa, Chu Fei felt puzzled. Approaching her, he took a seat and said, You can't possibly be serious about inviting me out on a date, can you? The dining table was adorned with a bottle of red wine, 2 servings of freshly prepared medium-rare prime steak, and 2 bouquets of roses. It looked unmistakably like a date setting. What else could it be? Wang Xie flashed a seductive smile, her foot gently brushing against Chu Fei's calf beneath the table. Come on, we're all reasonable individuals here. Let us get to the point. This woman is no fool. If it were merely a date, there would be no need for such ostentation. She was not a materialistic person, for she already possessed all that she needed. You are truly remarkable, young Master Chu. Men like you always evoke in me an irresistible urge to conquer. It is a pity that a mere mortal like me cannot capture your attention. This statement elicited a slight smile from Chu Fei. It seemed Wang Xie was already aware of his identity, though he was not surprised. After all, given the Wang family's standing, uncovering his identity was not particularly difficult. The Wang family had numerous enterprises overseas and maintained economic ties with his own family. Recently, I indeed have a matter for which I seek your assistance. However, this task may require you to leverage your status. Wang Xie's words caused Chu Fei's brow to furrow. Utilizing his status, this matter must be significant. Moreover, his identity could not be exposed. I'm afraid that won't be possible. He pondered for less than 2 seconds before politely declining. Wang Xie shot him an exasperated glance. It's not your identity as young Master Chu that I require. It's your position as chairman of Chu Min Group. If I were to require you to use your identity as young Master Chu, the Chu family would likely flay me alive. Hearing this, Chu Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. You startled me. The fact that Chu Min is under your name surely cannot be concealed from Wang Xie. Please elaborate. As they spoke, he began to indulge in his steak, savoring each bite. A few major businessmen have come down from the capital, likely affiliated with the 4 great families. They intend to develop some ventures in Jiangnan and have organized a large-scale business gathering. Numerous companies have been invited, but I sense their motives are not simple. The businesses they wish to involve include many, with your Kaxiao company also on their list. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei set down his knife and fork. Kaxiao company is among their targets. It is worth noting that Kaxiao company is merely a third-rate company in Jiangnan. Before the drug was even developed, it would not be ranked among the prominent firms. However, Wang Xie claimed that Kaxiao company was included on their list. He sensed that their intentions were far from straightforward. What are your thoughts? Chu Fei's gaze fell upon Wang Xie. Quite simply, they wish to intervene in Jiangnan, and my carefully laid plans are on the verge of being disrupted. Thus, I seek your collaboration to ensure they leave empty-handed. Wang Xie took a sip of red wine, speaking with a calm demeanor. The family has been establishing a foothold in Jiangnan for 2 years, and now the plan is halfway through. Many enterprises in Jiangnan hold shares in Juanhao Group, though the quantity may be modest. She is undoubtedly a stakeholder. The 4 prominent families seeking to intervene are essentially attempting to usurp her position. Such a matter, she would never acquiesce to. The family's plan is to seize all enterprises in Jiangnan. Very well. What benefits do I stand to gain? Chu Fei slowly lifted his gaze and lit a cigarette. What do you desire in return? Perhaps I could accompany you for an evening. Upon finishing her statement, Wang Xie deliberately leaned closer, the glimpse of her fair skin beneath her collar clearly visible to Chu Fei. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze fixated. The garment is quite ample and white. It is acceptable. As for the terms, I shall address them once I have contemplated. For now, I shall provisionally acquiesce to your request. By the way, your company's general manager, let her go. I find her quite displeasing. Having angered my wife. Do you understand? Chapter 50. If you wish to provoke my wife, you must consult me first. Wife. Wang Xie gazed at Chu Fei's departing figure, a hint of astonishment in her eyes. The wife he referred to couldn't possibly be Su Li, the president of Kiao Corporation, could it? If that were the case, would his family concur? How could a mere president of a small company aspire to marry into the Chu family? Wang Xie found it hard to believe. For a person of no status or significant standing, such aspirations seemed utterly fanciful. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility that Chu Fei had a genuine affection for Su Li. She glanced at her own enviable figure, pondering why Chu Fei might not favor her over Su Li. She was perplexed. Nevertheless, recalling Chu Fei's admonition before his departure, she retrieved her phone and called her secretary. President, the soft voice of the secretary resonated on the other end of the line. Please be informed, the general manager has been replaced. Let the vice president take over. The general manager is stepping down. Upon hearing Wang Xie's words, the secretary refrained from inquiring further, for the president's word is deemed infallible. Dismissal does not require justification. Certainly. I shall notify her immediately, followed by an email. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated flat within a certain community, Lin Shui was leaning against the wall as he exited a room, the sound of rushing water emanating from the bathroom. His pallid complexion suggested he was barely holding on. Such fervor in broad daylight was proving too much for him. Were it not for Zhu Yin, who could assist him in establishing the modeling agency, he would have wished to depart immediately. As the saying goes, a woman at 30 is like a wolf, and at 40, like a tiger. Zhu Yin, now in her 40s, was nearing 50. Who could endure that? Day in and day out, she indulged in vigorous activities. Even iron men would be softened, let alone an ordinary human like himself. Just as he prepared to light a cigarette for a well-deserved respite, his phone rang. However, it was not Lin Shui's phone, but Zhu Yin's. Darling, you have a call. The contact is listed as the president's secretary. Do you need me to answer? Lin Shui glanced at the caller ID, a twinge of envy flickering in his eyes. The position of the president's secretary was undoubtedly superior to that of the general manager. Moreover, being in close proximity to the president daily, while the power may be limited, the mere act of whispering in the president's ear would deter most from causing trouble. Ah? The president's secretary? I am coming out. Zhu Yin unabashedly swung open the bathroom door and stepped out. Lin Shui instinctively lowered his head, unwilling to gaze directly at it was not for lack of desire, but rather an inability to bear the sight. The once firm contours had sagged, and her skin had long lost the smoothness expected of a woman, resembling coarse fabric. Zhu Yin, oblivious to her transformation, answered the call, knowing the president's secretary must have urgent matters to discuss. Hello? Is this Secretary Zhang? I am Zhu Yin. The voice on the other end was icily indifferent. Manager Zhu, the president's office is notifying you that you have been dismissed. Please report to the office tomorrow to collect your personal belongings and complete the handover. Stunned into silence, Zhu Yin stood frozen, her eyes filled with confusion and shock. She could hardly believe it, stammering, Secretary Zhang, could there be a mistake? I have been dismissed. I am Zhu Yin, the company's general manager. Indeed, it is you. Manager ZHU.AN email will be sent to your inbox shortly. Please be attentive. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Zhu Yin collapsed onto the sofa, her damp attire soaking into the fabric. Beside her, Lin Shui stared in disbelief. Darling, did you just say you've been dismissed? This can't be true, can it? The general manager of Juanhao Group? Such a position cannot be terminated without cause. Yet, judging by the conversation just now, it certainly did not seem like a prank, perhaps. Zhu Yin remained in a daze, unable to fathom why she had been dismissed. She believed her actions had always prioritized the company's interests. Ding! The sound of her phone jolted her back to reality. It was an email notification, revealing the dismissal notice complete with the company's sealed. That moment, she comprehended its authenticity, yet, she still found it hard to accept. Hastily, she dialed the president's number. Upon hearing the phone ring, she activated the car's Bluetooth. President, this is Zhu Yin, the general manager. May I inquire why I have been dismissed? Have I erred in some way? Upon hearing Zhu Yin's inquiry, Wang Xie responded coolly, you have merely provoked someone you should not have, resulting in your dismissal. With that, the call was terminated. Zhu Yin stared at her phone, lost in thought. As she sat on the sofa in a daze, Lin Shui, observing her demeanor, tentatively asked, is this true? Zhu Yin retaliated with a stinging slap across his face. It's all your fault. You brought this calamity upon me. Though unaware of whom she had offended, she had no outlet for her frustration and could only vent it upon Lin Shui. Wasn't he this pampered playboy, sustained by her wealth and connections? The perfect target for her ire? Lin Shui, momentarily stunned by the slap, was met with a barrage of further blows. Meanwhile, upon entering the villa, Su Li had just finished a phone call, seeing Chu Fei arrive. A radiant smile spread across her face. Guess what? I just received a call. Noticing her exuberance, Chu Fei shook his head, curious about the good news. I just received a call from the president of our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, inviting me to a business banquet next Saturday. I must tell you, this banquet is not something just any company can attend. Such an event, making connections with several company owners, would greatly benefit our company's growth. It seems Kiao Corporation is about to rise. Observing Su Li's elation, Chu Fei felt a pang of reluctance to shatter her illusions. One could only fear that the true purpose of this business banquet was to target Su Li's company. His father had recently informed him that Yao was likely backed by one of the four prominent families. Hadn't he been long since that revelation, and now they were hosting a business banquet in Jiangnan. Such intentions were rather blatant. If he were absent, this naive girl, Su Li, would undoubtedly walk straight into their trap. However, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Chu Fei's gaze. If anyone wishes to touch my wife, they must first consult me. Chapter 51. For now, let us put on a show. Do not play for real. The wound had already scabbed over, allowing for free movement. The two arrived at the company early in the morning. Yet, upon their arrival, the secretary reported, President, the general manager has come to work. Come to work? Upon hearing this, Su Li's expression turned noticeably icy. She had granted him a week off, and now he chose to return? It had only been 2 days. There were still 5 days until the official return date, including the weekend at IC. Inform him to come to my office. After the secretary departed, Chu Fei spoke up. It is likely that the list of researchers from the company was leaked by him. The last meeting called for senior executives to take time off was intended to unveil if any among them would betray the company. Currently, the most suspicious individual is General Manager Li Fei. What do you plan to do? Will you dismiss him, or? Chu Fei sought to inquire how Su Li would handle this traitor. Dismissing him would provide no advantage to the company. I intend to gather evidence and ensure he faces consequences. Additionally, I wish to uncover the individual behind this. Su Li exhibited remarkable courage. Although she was uncertain of who was targeting her company, she could not allow such audacity to go unchallenged. As for identifying the mastermind, that could wait. Given that they had managed to corrupt the general manager of her company, they must have already devised an escape plan. Chu Fei understood well that this mysterious adversary targeting Su Li's company would not be easily uncovered. Even he had only gleaned a few threads of information, and delving deeper was impossible. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. President, it's me. Upon hearing that voice, the two ceased their conversation. Come in. Li glanced towards the door. Li Fei entered the office with an awkward smile. President, you summoned me for a purpose. Li Fei was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Oh dear, President, my memory fails me. I had completely forgotten that I am still on vacation today. However, there are numerous matters at the company that require my attention. For the sake of the company, I am willing to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to AS for the vacation. Perhaps we can overlook that, President. Su Li merely regarded Li Fei in silence, her gaze unwavering. Feeling the weight of her scrutiny, Li Fei found himself at a loss for words, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. President, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He turned to exit the office, only to be intercepted by Chu Fei, who stood firmly in the doorway. Mr. Li, why the haste to depart? The president wishes to have a word with you. Please, have a seat. Li Fei was acutely aware that Chu Fei served as Su Li's bodyguard and secretary. Given his own stature, it was clear that as long as Chu Fei barred his way, he would be unable to leave. Oh, all right. As he spoke, Li Fei wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Mr. Li, since your arrival at the company, I believe I have treated you quite well, haven't I? Whether it be performance bonuses, commissions, or salaries, none have been withheld. Your compensation is also notably high compared to general managers in similar companies. Do you realize the consequences of selling company secrets? Once the amount exceeds a certain threshold, one could face several years in prison. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with her back to Li Fei, Su Li remained silent as Chu Fei continued. Once the sum reaches 1 million, the maximum sentence can be 7 years. Li Fei was taken aback by Chu Fei's words. Rising hurriedly, President, Are you implying that you suspect me of betraying the company? What are you insinuating, Mr. Li? How could I ever suspect you? It is merely that the company has been unsettled recently, and someone appears to be leaking secrets. Thus, I wish to conduct a thorough investigation. You high-ranking officials are the ones I trust most, and I believe none of you would sell the company for petty gains. Hearing these words, Li Fei sighed in relief. Fortunately, he was not under suspicion. Otherwise, should it be discovered that he had accessed the researchers list, he would have found himself in an inextricable predicament. Yet, Su Li's words did not conclude there. Her tone shifted abruptly to one of coldness. Mr. Li, I wish to inquire why you sought access to the researchers list. I recall informing all executives that any request to view the list must first receive my consent. What do you have to say for yourself? At her words, Li Fei's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more, and he hastily explained, President, I merely glanced at it. I had no intention of betraying the company. Please do not heed the slander of petty individuals. To his surprise, Su Li had indeed reviewed the records. His act of checking the researchers list could not be concealed. However, it seemed Su Li lacked any evidence to accuse him of treason. Mr. Li, I know you would not betray the company. What I just said was purely for the sake of the organization. A smile graced Su Li's lips, rendering her earlier demeanor unrecognizable. Very well, after he exited, Su Li exchanged a glance with Chu Fei. They could both surmise that it was indeed Li Fei who had leaked the researchers list. The priority now was to gather evidence of his betrayal. It appeared they would have to enlist the help of a friend at the bank. Taking a deep breath, Su Li contemplated that since Li Fei had sold secrets, he must have received a substantial sum of money. That money would serve as evidence. However, ordinary individuals lack the authority to access another's financial transactions. Now, she had no choice but to seek assistance from someone employed at the bank. By the way, Chu Fei, please head to the small supermarket downstairs and purchase some cigarettes and fruit. We still need to visit the Research Institute today to bring Professor Yang and the others some supplies and check on their progress. Su Li rubbed her furrowed brow, feeling a tinge of frustration. Understood. Chu Fei made his way downstairs, preparing to buy some items from the small supermarket across the street. Meanwhile, in a 7-seat business vehicle parked by the roadside, Su Hui was drenched in cold sweat. Brother Shui, are we really going to make a move now? It's broad daylight. It doesn't seem wise. Observing Lin Shui's face, swollen and bruised, he couldn't help but wonder what had transpired for him to be so thoroughly beaten by his wife. Lin Shui's expression was one of seething anger, his gaze fixated on Chu Fei as he emerged from the Qiao building, longing to strike him. The burning sensation on his face remained unbearable. After Zhu Yin's dismissal, all his fury had been directed at Lin Shui, who had endured over 100 slaps, nearly losing his sanity. But who could blame that wealthy woman? His company still relied on her support to continue operating. Should she withdraw her aid, the company would inevitably collapse. With no outlet for his rage, Lin Shui sought to channel his frustration towards Chu Fei. Unless he dealt with Chu Fei, he would not find peace. Whatever happens, I will take the blame. Here are 200,000. Consider it a tea fund for the brothers. Gazing at the bank card being offered, Su Hui hesitated to accept it. He simply did not dare to engage in a fight. Taking on that guy would only result in self-inflicted suffering. Yet, he had previously boasted about his resolve. If he did not act now, where would he save face? Ultimately, he could always endure another beating. All right, since Brother Shui insists, if I don't act, it would seem I lack loyalty. Brothers, let's disembark. As Chu Fei stood waiting at the traffic signal, he noticed a business vehicle across the street. Su Hui, accompanied by several younger men, stepped out, each one glaring at him with a menacing demeanor, as though he had slain their kin. He was momentarily taken aback. Did this fool not learn his lesson? Did he dare to trouble him once more? But soon, he spotted Lin Shui at the rear of the group. Had he not possessed a good memory, he might not have recognized him. What on earth had transpired? Lin Shui's face looked like a swollen pig's head. Surely, his slap hadn't been that powerful. When the green light illuminated, Chu Fei remained still, patiently awaiting Su Hui and his entourage to approach. Moments later, they stood before him. Lin Shui forced his way to the front, glaring fiercely at Chu Fei. Kid, if you have the guts, shall we step into the alley and settle this? He gestured towards a nearby alley as he spoke. Chu Fei dismissed him with indifference. Directing his gaze at Su Hui instead, he was somewhat surprised to learn that Lin Shui had enlisted this fool to confront him. Su Hui wiped the sweat from his brow, stammering, "Well, if you're brave enough. Let us head into the alley." As he spoke, he averted his gaze from Chu Fei. Chu Fei chuckled. Very well with that, he strode towards the alley, leaving Lin Shui in shock. "Let us go." Lin Shui was infuriated. This kid truly had some nerve. If he did not teach him a lesson today, he would not consider himself MN. As Lin Shui followed behind Chu Fei, Su Hui felt his heart leap into his throat. This fool, he vowed never to associate with him again. Why provoke someone like him? Glancing at Lin Shui, who was just a few meters ahead, Su Hui whispered to his companions, "Brothers, just put on a show later. Don't get too serious." Inside the alley, Chu Fei slowly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and taking a deep drag. The thick smoke wafted away with the wind. Lin Shui stepped forward, confronting Chu Fei with his grotesquely swollen face, a sinister smile curling on his lips. "Kid, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might just show some mercy and let you go. Otherwise, you won't even get the chance to kneel later." The same words emerged from Lin Shui's mouth, yet Chu Fei merely shook his head with a smile, focusing his attention on Su Hui amidst the crowd. "Did he give you the courage to speak to me in such a manner?" Step forward. As he spoke, he beckoned Su Hui with a finger. Su Hui, feeling the pressure, stepped up, attempting to adopt a fierce demeanor. "It's me, and what of it? I warn you, this is Brother Shui. His wife is the general manager of Juanhao Group. If you cross Brother Shui, you won't have a pleasant time." For some reason, Su Hui's voice trembled as he spoke. The memories of their previous encounter remained vivid, with his cheeks still stinging. Before Chu Fei could respond, Lin Shui could no longer contain himself. He snatched the iron rod from one of his companions and pointed it at Chu Fei. "Xiao Hui, why are you wasting breath on him? Just beat him until he submits. Brothers, charge." With Lin Shui's command, he intended for Su Hui's group to attack, but Su Hui remained silent, and none dared to move. They exchanged glances, rooted in place. Only Lin Shui, oblivious, rushed forward to confront Chu Fei. Chu Fei slowly discarded his cigarette, but, releasing a plume of smoke, as Lin Shui advanced, he delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. "I ask you, how dare you seek trouble with me after enduring such a fate? Wasn't the lesson I taught you last time sufficient?" Lin Shui was kicked to the ground, initially expecting Su Hui and the others to rush forward and give Chu Fei a beating. However, he soon realized that Su Hui and the others merely stood motionless at their previous spot. "Xiao Hui, you?" He could not comprehend why they had agreed to act together yet left him to face the brunt of the assault alone. At that moment, Su Hui reluctantly approached, a sheepish grin plastered on his face as he looked at Chu Fei. "Big brother, could you go easy on me? I'd have a dinner party later." Witnessing Su Hui's demeanor left Lin Shui utterly astonished. Was this truly the same arrogant young master? Why was he showing such deference to a mere model? Chu Fei had no intention of engaging Su Hui, recognizing that the lad had some sense, refraining from joining Lin Shui's attack. Otherwise, he would have dealt with both of them simultaneously. Gently patting Su Hui's cheek, he remarked, "You're somewhat sensible. From now on, you shall be my little brother." Upon hearing this, Su Hui felt a mix of surprise and delight. This trip had not been in vain. Not only had he gained a big brother, but one skilled in martial arts in the future, if he encountered trouble. Having a big brother to tackle it would surely be advantageous. Yes, big brother. Su Hui's flattery left Lin Shui in disbelief. This couldn't be real. "Xiao Hui, you." His gaze was filled with confusion as he stared at Su Hui. Yet, Su Hui ignored him entirely and turned to Chu Fei, saying, "Big brother, should we teach him a lesson? It was he who incited us, claiming we should deal with you." Chu Fei glanced at Lin Shui, sprawled pitifully on the ground. Forget it. He is already miserable enough, having to drink goji berries to recuperate and still getting beaten. Sighing, he added, "I'll take my leave now. By the way, my number is 13. Call me if you need anything." With that, Chu Fei departed. "Big brother, take care." Su Hui watched as Chu Fei exited the alley, disappearing from view, before exhaling a long sigh of relief. "Shui Gu, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that this person is beyond my reach." As he spoke, he reached out to assist Lin Shui in getting up, only for the latter to violently swat his hand away. Glaring at him with resentment, "Su Hui, I want to forget what happened today. From now on, consider me a stranger." With that, he limped toward the other exit of the alley. Watching Lin Shui depart, Su Hui scoffed. What a pretty boy, acting so tough. If it weren't for my financial troubles, I wouldn't even bother with you. Brothers, let us go drink. Meanwhile, Chu Fei had finished his shopping and placed everything in the trunk of his car. Su Li had just exited her company, and the two set off directly for the research institute. After nearly an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. In the reception room, Yang Chenghua, Xiao Bei, and several key researchers were present. Professor Yang, how is the research progressing? Su Li was most concerned about this. It had been over a year, and with funding secured, the pace should have accelerated significantly. The progress should now be around 90%. However, our only shortcoming is the experimental subjects. Without them, this research is unlikely to succeed. Yang Chenghua's words left Su Li in a quandary. The emergence of a new drug necessitated numerous experimental subjects, and this time, the drug could not be tested on small animals. Therefore, human trials were required. Yet, this was strictly prohibited in Daxia. Even without life-threatening risks, human experimentation was not allowed. I will do my best to find a solution. After all, this requires rigorous scrutiny. Su Li's expression grew grim as she furrowed her brows. Chu Fei, however, was taken aback. Had the progress truly reached the stage of human trials? At this, everyone in the room fell silent. As researchers, they understood the gravity of such matters. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, warranting extremely stringent reviews. Professor Yang, I am curious. Does this experiment pose a life-threatening risk to humans? Upon hearing Chu Fei's inquiry, Yang Chenghua shook his head. To be frank, the new drug is beneficial for the human body, with no adverse effects. However, you know the saying, every drug has its poison. It's impossible for there to be zero drawbacks. We are unaware of any side effects, and we can only assure that there will be no life-threatening risks. Beyond that, we cannot make any guarantees. Just as Yang Chenghua had stated, once a drug enters the body, aside from the absence of life-threatening risks, everything else is unpredictable. It might lead to paralysis, deafness, muteness, or even insanity. The outcomes remain unknown. By the way, Secretary Chu, I must thank you for last time. When you visited, you assured the safety of my family. Sure enough, when I called the next day, it was my wife who answered. This confirms that my family is safe, allowing me to focus on my research. No need to mention it, it's only right. Chu Fei smiled, though internally he pondered whether to have his family find a few willing subjects or directly recruit death row inmates for experimentation. If successful, the first batch of profits would undoubtedly benefit his family. After all, Su Li was essentially his wife now. She wasn't considered an outsider. How about I give it a try? Chu Fei suddenly proposed. The statement startled everyone present. What kind of international joke is this? Absolutely not. Su Li immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. She couldn't bear the thought of Chu Fei putting himself in danger. Professor Yang has already assured that there are no life-threatening risks. I'll be fine. It's just a single experiment. Chu Fei chuckled. What's the worst that could happen? Secretary Chu, this is unacceptable. While we estimate the worst side effect might be half-body paralysis, if anything goes wrong, we cannot justify it to your family. Yang Chenghua also rejected Chu Fei's suggestion. Don't even think about it. Suddenly, Su Li stood up. Professor Yang, I will find a solution for the experimental subjects. We'll take our leave now. Please take care of things here. With that, she dragged Chu Fei toward the parking area. Are you out of your mind? You want to be a test subject? Have you thought about the consequences? Do you want our child to be born without a father? Su Li scolded Chu Fei. Her eyes red. Chu Fei fell silent, realizing he had indeed overlooked this aspect, forgetting about Su Li's feelings. He had lived alone before, disregarding life and death. But now, everything was different. He had a wife and a child. He felt a newfound sense of responsibility. I'm sorry. I neglected your feelings. I want to do it again. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Li threw herself into his arms, sobbing softly. Chu Fei gently patted her back. It's all right. It's over now. I was wrong. Su Li held onto him tightly, unwilling to let go. After a moment, Chu Fei continued, Could you please stop squeezing me? I can't breathe. It's too tight. Upon hearing this, Su Li quickly released her grip, her face flushed. She shot him a fierce glare and exclaimed, Humph, you scoundrel. All you do is act lewd. Chu Fei laughed heartily, finding comfort in her silly demeanor. Being with Su Li always alleviated the pressure he felt inside. By the way, you don't need to worry about the experimental subjects. I'll find a way. Su Li frowned slightly. What's your plan? Do you intend to put yourself in danger? Let me tell you, if you dare to experiment in secret, I will have an abortion. Chu Fei chuckled, pinching her smooth cheek. Why are you so foolish? Don't forget, I am a top-tier rich second generation. There are countless matters in this world that can be resolved with money. Chapter 53. Congratulations, you were fired. I in the car. Su Li suddenly turned to Chu Fei, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of anticipation. How about we go out for a Western meal? Let this be our date. It was essential for her as a woman to experience a sweet romance, to savor the bittersweet moments of love. Moreover, with Chu Fei's child already growing in her womb, a traditional courtship seemed implausible. However, that didn't prevent them from enjoying the necessary experiences. All right, I promise you. Chu Fei had no reason to refuse Su Li's request, perhaps as a way to make up for the lack of romance in their relationship. They drove to a renowned Western restaurant in Jiangnan City, the Longfeng Western Restaurant. Only the affluent could dine here, as the prices were exorbitant. A single meal could cost several thousand, equivalent to the monthly salary of an average person. Hand in hand, they entered the restaurant, greeted by the smiling staff. May I ask if you two prefer the main hall or a private room? We still have one VIP room available. For Su Li and Chu Fei, a private room was undoubtedly preferable. Before they could respond, a mocking voice came from behind them. Excuse me, make way. Good dogs don't block the path. The arrogant tone made Chu Fei furrow his brow slightly. As I turned back, I saw a portly, bald man escorting a young lady in her 20s, approaching us. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a wealthy person before? Hurry and step aside. Don't block the entrance. Noticing Chu Fei's gaze, the man spoke again, his eyes filled with mockery. Have you just eaten excrement without brushing your teeth? Why does your mouth reek of filth? The man let out a cold laugh, sizing up Chu Fei from head to toe. With someone like you, what right do you have to dine here? Such a beautiful woman is wasted on you. A single meal here must cost more than your monthly salary, right? He then turned directly to Su Li, saying, Beautiful lady, would you care to join me for dinner? I have a VIP private room. He unabashedly attempted to poach her right in front of Chu Fei. Any man would find such behavior intolerable. After speaking, the man pulled out a restaurant membership card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. Upon seeing the membership card, the waiter's attitude shifted to one of deference. Sir, please, come in. You've arrived just in time. We have only one VIP room left. He then glanced at Chu Fei and Su Li. Ladies, I can arrange a table for you in the main hall. Please do not linger at the entrance. Hearing this, Su Li was infuriated. She possessed a membership card for this restaurant as well, having frequently dined here with Fong Qing for steaks, and had obtained the card for convenience. What? Is it permissible for your restaurant to cut in line? A VIP room, you say? I want it. With that, she took out her membership card from her bag and handed it over. The waiter, caught between two membership cards, wore an awkward expression. This is a predicament. Both members want the private room, yet there is only one available, and no matter whom he chose, it would be a disservice to the other. Just then, the restaurant manager seemed to notice the situation. Upon spotting the portly, bald man, he hurried over to, Isn't this manager Liu? Please, come in. Shouted Li, why are you still dawdling? Arrange a private room for manager Liu. The manager, seeing the waiter hesitate, scolded him sharply. Meanwhile, Su Li furrowed her brow. Realizing she had not seen this manager before, he must be new. Perhaps the previous manager had resigned. However, both of them have membership cards. She handed over both cards with a complex expression. The manager then realized that both were vying for the private room. However, he knew exactly whom to favor. I sincerely apologize, but this private room was actually reserved by manager Liu in advance. How about I arrange a window side table in the main hall for both of you? I can even offer a complimentary bottle of red wine. The manager smiled at Chu Fei and Su Li. Generally, an ordinary person hearing this would understand that this so-called manager Liu was likely a high-ranking executive at a significant company and might choose to yield or settle for the main hall. I am sorry that we arrived first, so I will take this private room. Chu Fei spoke calmly, merely stating his intention. The bald man scoffed. First come, first served. Kid, do you think having a membership card grants you a private room? Let me tell you, status and position are what truly matter. I am Lu Kai, manager of the Chu Min Group. If you know what's good for you, sit quietly in the main hall. This meal is on me. If you don't get the hint, heh. Lu Kai did not finish his sentence, but instead regarded Chu Fei with a cold smile. Su Li's brow creased slightly. A manager of the Chu Min Group? That position is not insignificant. Moreover, the Chu Min Group collaborates with her company. It would not be wise to create conflict over such a trivial matter. She gently tugged at Chu Fei's sleeve, suggesting, "How about we just sit in the main hall?" However, Chu Fei remained undeterred. Since he was the manager of his group, it would be easier to handle. The manager of the Chu Min Group? Quite impressive, he remarked. Hearing this, the manager mistakenly believed Chu Fei was conceding, and thus smiled obsequiously as he invited Lu Kai to the private room. "Manager Lu? Please?" Yet, Chu Fei spoke again that I said I want this private room. "Manager, are you unable to comprehend simple requests?" Chu Fei's gaze grew increasingly cold. Su Li, meanwhile, tried to pull him back, signaling him to avoid causing a scene. Lu Kai's anger flared. "Kid, do you understand the consequences of crossing me? State the name of your company, and I will ensure you can't survive in Jiangnan City." Given the current trajectory of the Chu Min Group, it wouldn't be long before many companies chose to partner with them. All major firms would have to cater to the Chu Min Group's preferences, and as a manager, Lu Kai wielded considerable influence. In his view, Chu Fei was merely a mid-level supervisor, and this woman was likely just a lowly employee. With such status, how could he possibly stand on equal footing with him? With a single word, he could have Chu Fei's superior or boss dismiss him. Is that so? I would love to see how you intend to make me unable to survive in Jiangnan. Manager of the Chu Min Group? Lu Kai, right? Congratulations, you're fired. The statement left Su Li momentarily stunned. The restaurant manager and Lu Kai were equally bewildered. Following that, Lu Kai laughed heartily, believing that firing a manager required approval from the upper echelons, unless it was the president or chairman who personally intervened. As for others, they lacked such authority. "Kid, you nearly scared me to death. Who do you think you are? The chairman of Chu Min?" Chu Fei remained silent, quietly dialing a number on his phone. Su Li watched him in silence. Uncharacteristically quiet. Chu Fei was not one to boast. If he claimed he would have this person fired, he would undoubtedly see it through. Seconds later, the call connected. "There's a manager named Lu Kai. Right? Fire him immediately." After hanging up, Lu Kai stood nearby, his expression torn between wanting to laugh and holding back, as if he had been stifling it for too long. Ultimately, he couldn't suppress his laughter. "Kid, some bravado isn't meant to be flaunted. I'm just here to watch you show off. If you get me fired today, I'll kneel and call you Grandpa." Chu Fei regarded him with an indifferent expression. "I am sorry, but I don't have a disobedient grandson like you." The words left Lu Kai's face contorted with rage. This kid was obstinately defiant. "Fine, kid, today." Before he could finish, Lu Kai's phone rang. Upon seeing the incoming call, his expression changed. He looked up at Chu Fei, his eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. Could it be that this kid truly had the power to have him fired? Impossible. Su Li, too, gazed at Chu Fei in bewilderment, though she couldn't discern who he had called. Yet, from his tone earlier, it sounded as if he was calling a subordinate. "What's the matter?" Afraid to answer. Chu Fei smiled slightly, watching Lu Kai intently. Lu Kai, frowning, pressed the answer button. The voice on the other end was not loud, yet everyone present could hear it clearly. "Is this manager Lu? You are fired. Please return to the company to collect your personal belongings and complete the handover process." Upon hearing the president's secretary on the line, Lu Kai froze completely. The restaurant manager, too, turned pale with shock. One sentence had resulted in a manager being fired. What kind of identity did this young man possess? Su Li looked at Chu Fei with disbelief and astonishment. This guy, how many secrets was he hiding from her? To have someone fired from the Chu Min Group with a mere word, didn't he that place his status on par with the president? Or perhaps even higher? Who are you? The look Lu Kai directed at Chu Fei was now devoid of its previous arrogance. Replaced instead by fear. "I'm just a small fry. Manager Lu, safe travels." With that, Chu Fei turned to the restaurant manager. "Now, can I have that private room?" At this moment, the restaurant manager dared not offend Chu Fei. He had worked hard to reach his current position and certainly did not wish to be fired over a private room. Yes, sir. Please, this way." Chapter 54. The action against the family in the private room of the Western restaurant. Steak and red wine had already been served. Perhaps due to the wine, Su Li's cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. "You owe me an explanation for what just happened," she said, her curiosity piqued. "What exactly is your identity that you could fire a manager from the Chu Min Group?" "I've already told you. I'm a top-tier rich second generation, acquainted with some influential individuals, nothing excessive. Right? The president of the Chu Min Group was once a little subordinate of mine. I make a call, and he immediately complies. Chu Fei feigned an expression of helplessness, spreading his hands as if he hadn't intended for things to escalate this way. Su Li shot him a disdainful glance. This excuse he must have used countless times. Yet, it seemed to work quite well. After all, Chu Fei's prowess was evident. He could effortlessly produce billions, making the label of a top-tier rich second generation not an exaggeration. However, Su Li still found it peculiar. She sensed something amiss but could not articulate it. "All right, let's eat. I'm quite famished," she declared, unceremoniously slicing a hefty portion of steak and shoving it into her mouth. To be honest, Chu Fei truly found Western cuisine unpalatable. It neither filled his stomach nor justified its exorbitant price. Even a couple of simple stir-fried dishes from a roadside vendor would surpass this fare in taste. Observing his demeanor, Su Li refrained from commenting further. Chu Fei's reluctance to speak was undoubtedly for his own reasons, and as his wife, she needed to understand. Some matters would naturally reveal themselves in due course. As they exited the restaurant, Chu Fei suddenly slapped his forehead. "I don't know. We've had drinks. We can't drive. The rule is simple. No drinking and driving. We can simply call for a chauffeur." Indeed, there were several chauffeurs nearby. As it was rare for patrons of a Western restaurant not to indulge in alcohol. Although it wasn't white liquor, red wine was still alcohol. "Chauffeur," Su Li called to a nearby driver. Instantly, 3 chauffeurs approached. However, upon catching sight of the gleaming new Maybach parked beside them, 2 of them promptly backed away. A mere misstep could cost them a month's wages in paint repairs. The remaining chauffeur, however, remained silent. "Can you drive us? It's just a short trip to the Huarong Villa area." The chauffeur merely nodded slightly, tidying up his folding bicycle and placing it in the trunk before taking his seat in the front passenger seat, while Chu Fei and Su Li settled into the back. Yet, Chu Fei's gaze remained fixated on the chauffeur. It was not due to the chauffeur's appearance, but rather the faint aura of murderous intent he sensed emanating from him. The chauffeur's eyes were unlike those of an ordinary person. They bore the weight of a seasoned general accustomed to the battlefield. Just a glance was enough to instill fear. "I'm feeling a bit drowsy. Wake me when we arrive," Su Li murmured. A small amount of red wine posed no harm, and perhaps due to her pregnancy, she often felt sleepy. As she began to doze, Chu Fei's breathing remained calm. Unaffected by the alcohol, to him, that little bit of wine was akin to drinking water. He leaned back casually yet remained poised to eliminate the chauffeur at a moment's notice. The journey was uneventful until they arrived at the villa's entrance. Su Li had fallen asleep, softly snoring as the chauffeur exited the vehicle. Chu Fei followed suit. The moment he stepped out, a sharp wave of murderous intent surged towards him. Instinctively, he turned his head, feeling the cold steel of a blade slice through the air beside his neck. But this was only the beginning. The assailant swiftly delivered a powerful kick to Chu Fei's abdomen. Chu Fei crossed his arms defensively. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as he staggered back 2 steps, slowly straightening his posture. His eyes now coldly scrutinizing the chauffeur. "Quite impressive." The chauffeur merely smirked coldly. "Killing you will be easy." As he spoke, he lunged forward, his dagger aimed at Chu Fei's vital points. Chu Fei's eyes narrowed. This man was no ordinary foe. Each strike aimed to kill, clearly intent on ending his life. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to hold back. With a sudden force, he evaded the lethal strike and retaliated with a powerful punch to the assailant's chest. Bang! The man stumbled back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. In that moment, his gaze towards Chu Fei was laced with shock, as if he had not anticipated such strength. It seemed there was a slight disparity between the reports he had received and reality. Dusting himself off, the man acknowledged Chu Fei's prowess but remained undeterred, advancing again. Chu Fei stood firm, unyielding, his eyes locked onto the man's movements. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his chest, Chu Fei sprang into action, retreating a step and launching a powerful kick. The man realized he had been outmaneuvered, but it was too late to react. He raised his arm to shield his neck, yet Chu Fei's overwhelming might exceeded his expectations. Crash! The force of the kick sent him crashing to the ground, plunging into darkness, nearly losing consciousness. Before he could rise, Chu Fei was upon him, crouching down with a leg pressing against the man's neck. The man had no doubt that any movement on his part would lead to a swift demise at Chu Fei's hand. You are formidable. Go ahead. Make your move. Resigned, the man ceased his struggles, understanding that failure meant death. He had anticipated this outcome before arriving. Its that so-called brother Yi. Isn't it? The man trembled slightly but held his tongue. Clearly aware of the stakes. You truly are relentless, Chu Fei remarked, delivering a swift punch to the man's neck, knocking him unconscious. After flipping the man onto his back, Chu Fei deftly dislocated both his arms before tossing him into the trunk of the car. Once this was accomplished, he gently opened the car door. The man remained unconscious in the trunk. Chu Fei retrieved a bottle of ice water from the backseat refrigerator and splashed it over the man's head. The man jolted awake, instinctively attempting to move, only to discover his hands had been rendered useless. Chu Fei seized him from the trunk and tossed him onto the ground. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag. Will you speak willingly, or shall I compel you? The man remained silent, having resigned himself to death. In other words, very well. Chu Fei chose not to prolong his torment, but stated calmly, since you're here, you must be aware that Kiao Corporation is developing new pharmaceuticals. Ironically, we are in need of live test subjects. Your timing is unfortunate. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened with fear. He had witnessed the horrors of experimental labs in various countries, where death row inmates were injected with all manner of substances, transforming them into grotesque abominations. He had seen one such individual whose skin was ripped off by a specific drug, left screaming in agony, a memory he could hardly shake off. Who are you? He stammered, bewildered as to why Chu Fei would protect such a woman. Answer my questions, and I shall grant you a swift end, if you prefer not to become a test subject, that is, after a brief silence. The man slowly nodded. The one behind you is Brother Yi, right? Is he Yi Ao? The man shook his head slightly, indicating otherwise. He knew who Yi Ao was, but he was not him. Not him? Chu Fei's brow furrowed. If it wasn't Yi Ao, then who could it be? How many like you have infiltrated Jiangnan? After a brief pause, the man finally responded, at least a dozen. Chu Fei's expression shifted slightly. It seemed he needed to stay close to Su Li. Apart from targeting Su Li, do you have other objectives? The man nodded. In addition to Su Li, her parents are also targets. The revelation caused Chu Fei's countenance to darken. Her parents are also in danger? Although the Su family's villa had its fair share of security, it was merely a fade against someone of this man's caliber. If that were the case, when do you plan to act? The man lifted his head, smiling at Chu Fei. Tonight. At that moment, Chu Fei was utterly unsettled. Tonight? That means. Meanwhile, within the Su family villa, masked men effortlessly scaled the high walls, severing the camera wires. One of the masked figures gestured to the others, raising his hands to indicate different directions. The other three nodded and proceeded to their designated positions. In the security room at the villa entrance, a guard noticed something odd. How had two cameras malfunctioned simultaneously? Opening the door, flashlight in hand, he intended to investigate. However, as soon as the door swung open, a chill ran down his neck. Standing before him was a masked man wielding a sharp dagger, which plunged into his throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Chapter 55. Your wife is dead. In the garage of the villa, Chu Fei gazed coldly at the lifeless body of the man sprawled on the ground. It was now 9 in the evening. If an assault was indeed planned for tonight, it had likely already commenced. He could not possibly leave Su Li alone. If he departed and danger befell her, it would certainly spell disaster. After contemplating, he decided to call Zhang Dajuan. Hello, Dajuan? You're still awake, I presume? Upon hearing the voice of Chu Fei, Zhang Dajuan, who had been engrossed in a book on his bed, immediately sat upright. Captain Chu, what has happened? Chu Fei took a deep breath and replied, gather a few capable hands, including yourself, arm yourselves, and head to Villa Area XX, number 6. There's been an incident. You must hurry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dajuan understood the gravity of the situation. The fact that Captain Chu personally contacted him indicated that the residents of that place were not ordinary individuals. Understood. I will act at once. After hanging up the phone, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Dajuan gathered a few of his skilled companions and drove straight to the villa area mentioned by Chu Fei. Meanwhile, Chu Fei was observing the lifeless body on the ground, and he made a call to Jiang Ning, instructing him to send officers to handle the situation. More than 10 minutes later, the officers arrived, led by Su Lin, the chief of the nearby precinct. Upon seeing Chu Fei, The chief respectfully greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Su Lin, the precinct chief." Chu Fei nodded and said, "Yes, please take care of this." Su Lin's brow furrowed as he gazed at the body. There were no visible external wounds, only a slight protrusion at the back of the head. He immediately deduced that the individual had been killed with a single punch. What immense strength must it take to achieve this? It is known that an average person can deliver a punch with a force of only up to 100 kilograms. Professional boxers can reach between 300 to 400 kilograms. This punch's force must have exceeded 500 kilograms, equivalent to being struck by a vehicle traveling at 60 miles per hour. The concentrated impact was terrifying. This singular thought consumed Su Lin's mind. He then gestured for two officers to step forward and place the body in the trunk of their vehicle. "Mr. Chu, unless there's anything further, we shall take our leave." They prepared to depart. After a moment's thought, Chu Fei called Su Lin back. "By the way, please send someone to guard the entrance of Villa Area XX. If there are any suspicious actions or unidentified individuals, apprehend them immediately." Su Lin, somewhat puzzled, noted that this was a rather upscale villa area in Jiangnan City, typically well secured. They seldom patrolled there due to the high caliber of security personnel. However, since this was a special request from Chu Fei, they had no choice but to comply, especially given the significance of his status as Jiangnan's foremost figure. "Understood. I will dispatch personnel right away." "Captain Chu." There's been another incident. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression shifted dramatically. "Continue." Zhang Dajuan, after a brief moment of silence, slowly articulated, "All 6 security personnel at the villa have been murdered, each killed with a single strike." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei realized that Su Li's parents were likely in grave danger. "Captain Chu, how many individuals are inside the villa?" Zhang Dajuan asked, tentatively. "3. A couple and an elderly person." "Why?" Chu Fei felt a wave of unease wash over him. "When we arrived, they had already left. Judging by the time, it appears they departed not long ago, but if we consider the number you mentioned, there may have been casualties within the villa. This, Chu Fei's heart sank. Who? He could already envision the turmoil Su Li would experience upon receiving this news. Even now, his heart felt heavy. It's the elderly. Chu Fei's fists clenched tightly, his eyes instantly filled with a bloodshot intensity. "Damn it. I understand now. Mobilize every available officer in the city. We must locate that group, no matter the cost." After hanging up, Chu Fei could scarcely fathom that these individuals would dare to target Su Li's family, especially her grandmother. Such a kind-hearted elder, how could these scoundrels bring themselves to commit such an atrocity? After a moment's reflection, he retrieved his phone and called Jiang Ning once more. "Young master, what is it?" Jiang Ning, puzzled, noted that it had only been a short while since the last call. "Mobilize all police forces in the city. I want to trace every vehicle that has exited Villa Area XX within the next hour. Is that clear?" The chilling tone of his voice sent a shiver down Jiang Ning's spine. This was it. The young master was truly enraged. What could have transpired to provoke such fury? "Understood. I will take care of it immediately." Jiang Ning, too anxious to sleep, leapt from his bed, grabbed his phone, and began contacting the precinct chiefs and the headquarters to mobilize the entire police force to search for clues. Meanwhile, Chu Fei arrived at Su Li's room. Gently opening the door, he found Su Li sitting on the bed, her eyes red-rimmed. Seeing her in such distress, he approached her. "What's wrong?" Upon his entrance, Su Li threw her arms around him. "Bandit, I had a nightmare. I just dreamt that something happened to my grandmother." Woo-woo. Su Li nestled against him, softly weeping. Chu Fei's heart trembled at the realization. Was this the bond of blood? Just as calamity struck, Su Li had awakened. "I have something to tell you as well," Chu Fei said, holding her tightly. "What is it?" Su Li clung to him, unwilling to let go. Chu Fei gritted his teeth, uncertain how to begin. Ultimately, he slowly said, "I need you to remain calm. Can you do that?" At this moment, Su Li had ceased her tears, believing her earlier distress to be merely a nightmare. However, Chu Fei's words instilled an inexplicable anxiety within her. "What do you want to say?" Chu Fei clenched his fists. Lowering his gaze, "I'm sorry, I just received news that your family is in trouble." The word struck Su Li like a bolt from the blue. "Are you joking? How could my family be in trouble?" She forced a smile, unable to accept the reality. Chu Fei reached out, pulling her tightly into his embrace. "I just received a call from a friend. Your family has indeed suffered a calamity." Your grandmother may no longer be with us. At this revelation, Su Li violently broke free from his grasp, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, staring at him incredulously. You're lying, aren't you? This is just a dream, right? Wake up, please wake up. Su Li even slapped herself. As if to awaken from this nightmare, Chu Fei quickly grasped her hand. Is you Li? Ah! Su Li could no longer contain herself and collapsed back into Chu Fei's embrace. Why? Why? Tell me this isn't true. Chu Fei was at a loss for words, only able to hold her tightly. Minutes passed, and Su Li, her eyes reddened, gazed up at him. I want to see my grandmother. Chu Fei nodded and drove straight to the Su family villa. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the community where the Su family villa was located. However, the entire area was now enveloped in flashing blue and red lights. Countless onlookers stood beyond the police cordon. Whispering amongst themselves, Chu Fei led Su Li towards the perimeter of the blockade. Zhao Dajuan, anticipating Chu Fei's arrival, stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Fei, he quickly signaled the security to let them through. Captain Chu, Zhao Dajuan greeted him, his gaze shifting to Su Li. If he was not mistaken, the villa that had experienced the incident was indeed the home of this girl's family. As they approached the villa's entrance, Su Li noticed the bloodstains on the ground and the 7 bodies draped in white cloth nearby, causing her to tremble. This was the first time in her life she had encountered such a situation, an occurrence that might elude an average person throughout their lifetime. Chu Fei looked up at Zhao Dajuan, who silently communicated that the elderly person's body was the last one. Zhao Yuli bit her lip so hard that it drew blood, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. Blood trickled down her chin, mingling with the tears on her cheeks. Which one is it? Her voice trembled. Chu Fei guided her to the first body on the left, holding her tightly as he slowly crouched down. Do you want to look? He gently inquired. But Su Li stubbornly shook her head. I want to see my grandmother one last time. With trembling hands, she reached for the white cloth, lifting it gently. Upon seeing her grandmother's serene face, Su Li could no longer hold back her emotions, collapsing to the ground as tears streamed down her face. She clung desperately to Chu Fei's arm, her nails digging into his flesh. Chu Fei felt no pain, for the anguish she felt surpassed his own. Meanwhile, far away in the war zone headquarters in the capital, Su Nianying sat on a chair, holding a photograph of a young woman. If Su Li were present, she would undoubtedly recognize the woman in the photograph as her grandmother in her youth. Smiling gently, I wonder how you have fared all these years. He murmured to himself. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Yu Nianying quickly concealed his smile, putting the photograph away. Come in, however. Upon seeing the person who entered, his expression darkened. There has been an incident at home. Your wife is deceased. In the Su residence, there were dedicated individuals keeping a vigilant watch over the area. Should any incident arise, reports would be delivered immediately. Who would dare to do such a thing? A chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from him, instilling a sense of dread in the man standing before Su Nianying, akin to falling into an icy abyss. This was the first time he had witnessed such a terrifying aspect of the leader. The investigation was still ongoing. On the Chu team's side, a significant portion of personnel from the Jiangnan Battle District had already been mobilized to thoroughly investigate the perpetrator. Upon hearing his explanation, Su Nianying could no longer suppress the fury brewing within her. I care not for the identities of those behind these individuals. Once uncovered, I shall ensure they pay with their blood. The man stood by, hesitant to speak. No one would have imagined that someone would dare to target the leader's family. If they remain undetected, it would be one matter. But if they are discovered, regardless of who stands behind them, they will undoubtedly pay a bloody price. You may leave. The tension surrounding Su Nianying gradually eased. The man, trembling, exited the room, carefully shutting the door behind him. Once he had departed, Su Nianying retrieved a photograph from his pocket. As he gazed upon the familiar face, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Forgive me. It is my fault that you suffered. This time, I shall not choose to retreat. I will ensure that those responsible accompany you in death. He murmured to himself a couple of times before pulling out a lighter and incinerating the photograph completely. This was the person he held most dear within his heart, yet now they had departed ahead of him. It was time for him to take a stand. He took out his phone and dialed a number, reaching out to Chu Fei, who was currently in Jiangnan at that moment. Chu Fei and Su Li were in a car. Su Li's beautiful eyes were already red from crying. her body trembling uncontrollably. Chu Fei observed this with a heavy heart. When the phone rang, he initially thought it might be some news. However, to his surprise, it was the call from his master. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, he turned to Su Li and said, "I will take this call." With that, he opened the car door and stepped outside to answer. "Master." Chu Fei's tone was somewhat grave. Likewise, Sun Yining's voice carried a frigid edge. "I am aware of the situation. I may come down to Jiangnan." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei felt an immense shock. His master intended to come to Jiangnan? For Su Li's grandmother? It seemed implausible, as there appeared to be no significant connection between the two. Master, he asked, perplexed, "Do you know why I instructed you to protect Su Li? Do you understand why my name is Sun Yining? Are you aware of what Su Li's grandmother is called?" The 3 consecutive questions detonated in Chu Fei's mind. After contemplating for half a minute, he fell silent. Sun Yining? Zhang Taiying? Wasn't he that a reference to missing Su Li's grandmother? How had he not realized that Su Li's grandfather was his own master? No wonder his master had asked him to protect Su Li. She was, after all, his master's beloved granddaughter. "Master, I understand now." Chu Fei finally comprehended why Su Li had been targeted repeatedly. The individuals pursuing her were not after Su Li herself, but rather aimed at threatening his master. This attack on his master's family was likely an attempt to leverage pressure on him. As for his parents, they would do their utmost. Sun Yining understood that the abduction of his son and daughter-in-law aimed to force him into submission, likely intending to compel him to cede his position to Yao. However, he could not and would not acquiesce. Hearing his master's resolute tone, Chu Fei felt a pang of dread. "Master, where are you going? Why not take others with you?" Chu Fei was acutely aware that his master rarely spoke in such a manner. This time, his master's destination would likely be fraught with peril. Moreover, it seemed his master did not intend to take anyone else along. "And no need for that. I will go alone. I entrust my granddaughter to you." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. When Chu Fei attempted to call back, he found the line dead. He hastily dialed Xiao Yu's number. "Xiao Yu, quickly check if the leader is still in his dormitory." Hearing the urgency in Chu Fei's voice, Xiao Yu leapt out of bed and rushed to the leader's quarters. Upon arrival, he found the place already deserted. "Fei Gu, the leader is missing." Understanding this, Chu Fei grasped his master's intent. If his master wished to vanish, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to locate him. "I understand. And keep a close watch on Yao. Inform me immediately if there is any movement." After hanging up, Chu Fei's expression turned as cold as ice. Everything had begun to make sense. Returning to the car, he gazed at the still-dazed Su Li and gently embraced her. "It will be all right. I believe that uncle and aunt will be safe." Su Li remained silent, merely burying her face in Chu Fei's embrace, quietly sobbing. A night of sleeplessness had left her eyes swollen from tears. Having nearly fainted from weeping multiple times, now, with the Su couple missing, the entire city was scouring for clues regarding the culprits. Yet, as the night passed, the assailants seemed to have vanished without a trace. Observing Su Li's red-rimmed eyes, Chu Fei felt a pang of sympathy. "You should rest. I will call you if there's any news." Su Li lay on the bed, gripping the blanket tightly. The anguish of losing a loved one was a pain that could only be truly felt by those who had endured it. "It's all right. I just want to wait for news of my parents." Seeing her stubbornness, Chu Fei could only offer her a few words of comfort. The priority now was to locate the whereabouts of those individuals. Just as Chu Fei prepared to call Dejun for an update, Su Li's phone rang. In a flurry, she picked it up, initially believing it to be her parents calling, only to discover a stranger's number on the screen. "Who is it?" Su Li shook her head and pressed the answer button. Immediately, a cold voice spoke from the other end. "May I ask if this is Miss Su?" "Hello, your parents are currently in our custody. Perhaps we should have a proper discussion?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression grew increasingly grim. With so many people searching, these individuals had clearly not left Jiangnan. Moreover, the fact that they dared to call Su Li indicated they were confident in evading detection. "Who are you? What have you done to my parents?" Su Li urgently inquired about her parents' condition. The man merely chuckled lightly. "Ha ha. Miss Su, your parents are not in immediate danger, but their future is uncertain. If you cooperate, they will meet you unharmed. If you refuse, I am afraid the consequences will be dire." The threat was unmistakable. Chu Fei pulled out his phone, glancing at the number before sending a message to Zhao Dajuan. The content of the message was a request to locate the position of this number. Zhao Dajuan, who was scrutinizing surveillance footage at the battle district, had not slept a wink throughout the night. However, he dared not succumb to drowsiness. The phone beeped, jolting him awake. He quickly checked, finding a simple message. Track the location of 158, this number now. Zhao Dajuan urgently instructed his subordinates to utilize satellite positioning to track the number's location. Meanwhile, within the villa. What do you want? I can give you anything I possess. Su Li was in a state of disarray, willing to relinquish anything if it meant sparing her parents. Miss Su is quite cooperative, I see. Very well, please come alone to the Nanchi Industrial District. Remember, it must be alone. Should there be any additional individuals or that bodyguard of yours, do not blame us for being merciless. With that, the man hung up. On Chu Fei's end. He received Zhao Dajuan's location information. The adversaries were situated in the Nanchi Industrial District, but their exact whereabouts remained unknown. Taking a deep breath, Chu Fei said, "Stay home and wait." Just as his words fell, Su Li immediately rejected his request. "No, I'm going myself. If they discover you are with me, they will surely harm my parents." Su Li's sole thought was to see her parents as soon as possible. Only then would she find peace. "Su Li, what good would it do for you to go? You are not alone, you know?" Chu Fei understood that the goal of these individuals was to use Su Li's parents to coerce her into submission. If Su Li went, she would become a bargaining chip to threaten his master. His master had explicitly instructed him to take care of Su Li. He simply could not allow her to take such a risk. Moreover, Su Li was carrying his child. "I must go." Su Li, her eyes red, attempted to push past Chu Fei. Yet he gently struck her neck, applying just the right amount of force to render her unconscious. "I am sorry, silly girl. I will not let you take this risk." He then pulled out his phone and called Zhao Dajuan. "Send people to guard Miss Su's villa. If any suspicious individuals are spotted, apprehend them immediately. If they resist, execute them on the spot. Equip yourselves with heavy weaponry and bring 3 men. Come to get me. I wish to unleash a massacre." Chapter 57. The captain of the first team. Yan Wang. 40 minutes later, Zhao Dajuan arrived at the villa district with a throng of individuals. With a single command, the entire villa was encircled tightly. The residents of the neighboring villas wore expressions of sheer horror. They all recognized the occupant of this villa as Su Li, the president of Qiao Corporation. However, none had anticipated that Su Li would possess such an identity. With so many military personnel guarding the villa, what on earth could have transpired? Many were still oblivious to the events of the previous night, remaining in a state of bewilderment. "Team Chu." Zhao Dajuan saluted Chu Fei. The few young soldiers beside him stood at attention. At this moment, Chu Fei had donned an all-black outfit. "Let us depart." Chu Fei settled into the back seat of a military green jeep, his cold gaze causing Zhao Dajuan, the driver, and the soldier in the front seat to feel an unsettling chill within the vehicle. Meanwhile, in a damp factory within the Nanchi Industrial Zone, the place had long been abandoned, and no one would be visiting for the foreseeable future. Su Wu and his wife were bound to a massive stone pillar. Both injected with a sedative and still unconscious. 4 masked men, armed and seated beside the instruments, awaited their turn. "Do you think that woman will come alone?" One of the men, wearing a monkey mask, suddenly spoke. "Do you think that is likely?" The bodyguard next to him was no ordinary person. His ability to mobilize personnel from the war zone indicated a high status. Another man, donning a pig mask, scoffed disdainfully. They had already gathered sufficient information about the situation before arriving. If it weren't for the organization mandating the completion of this task, they wouldn't have needed to intervene. Why are we still here guarding them? We might as well just kill them. At that moment, the man in the tiger mask cast his gaze upon the unconscious Su Wu couple. To them, these two were expendable. After all, the target specified by the higher-ups was merely Su Li. The couple was merely a means to threaten her. Killing them was certainly an option. However, the directive was clear. It was best not to kill unless absolutely necessary. The man in the lion mask chuckled derisively, then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The man in the monkey mask glanced at his watch. "It's almost time. Let us go." As he spoke, the men untied the ropes binding Su Wu and his wife, then led them towards the factory's back door. They intended to change locations. When they made that call, they knew their location would be pinpointed by the other party. As the time drew near, they planned to call Su Li on another phone, directing her to a different location. As for themselves, they would intercept her en route, thereby fulfilling their mission. Just as they departed, Chu Fei and Zhao Dajuan had already arrived at the industrial zone. The desolate area was devoid of any human presence, yet Chu Fei remained unperturbed. Holding Su Li's phone, he was confident that the other party would indeed contact her. Keep a vigilant watch on the surroundings. Should you detect any suspicious individuals, take immediate action. The driver and the soldier in the front seat disembarked, beginning to survey their surroundings. Meanwhile, Chu Fei and Zhao Dajuan remained in the vehicle, awaiting the moment the phone would ring. In less than 10 minutes, the phone rang once more. This time, the caller ID displayed Su Li's father. Zhao Dajuan immediately understood, hastily retrieving his laptop to track the location of the number. Within mere seconds, the position was confirmed. The other party had long since departed, heading towards the mountain path behind the industrial zone. Approximately 90 degrees southwest of the industrial zone, he pressed the answer button. Hello? You are the bodyguard beside Miss Su? Correct? Upon hearing the words, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, the other party was well aware that he would not allow Su Li to come alone. I am quite curious. For whom do you serve? Have you considered the consequences? Chu Fei's tone was remarkably calm. Yet he opened the car door, shouldering an M99 sniper rifle as he approached a nearby abandoned civilian building. Heh, since we dared to come. We have already prepared ourselves for death. Are you certain you wish to gamble? Upon hearing the other party's words, Chu Fei's expression grew increasingly frigid. It was evident that the opponent had 4 individuals, and they were not all gathered in one place. Even if he were to eliminate the one who called, he would still be unable to locate the other 3. Moreover, Su Li's parents remained in danger. You truly are a bit beyond my expectations. However, I do not quite understand. Have you truly considered the outcome of opposing me? Chu Fei had not encountered such a formidable adversary in quite some time. It appeared that this time, the other party was fully prepared to entangle him relentlessly. In fact, I am also quite curious about your identity. How about this? Why not reveal your identity to me? If your background frightens me, I may choose to release that woman's parents. On the mountain path behind the industrial zone, the man in the monkey mask sat upon a rock, calmly conversing with Chu Fei. Based on the information provided to him, it appeared that the bodyguard beside that woman was a high-ranking individual with considerable strength. Their true identity remained unknown, even to their own organization. Chu Fei merely smiled quietly. Curious about my identity? Why not meet in person? Wouldn't it be more effective to discuss it face to face? As he spoke, Zhao Dajuan had already led his men towards the distant mountain path. Chu Fei had reached the rooftop, setting up the M99 sniper rifle. This heavy sniper rifle possessed firepower rivaling that of the globally renowned Barrett, and in certain domains, even surpassed it. Within a kilometer range, a single shot could obliterate anything. This weapon could penetrate the steel plating of a tank within a kilometer, illustrating the sheer terror of its might. Heh, I presume that while you were speaking, your men were already approaching to capture me. Armed to the teeth, however, I must apologize. I am but one man, and that woman's parents are in peril. Chu Fei's expression darkened considerably. It seemed that his plan had been completely deciphered by the adversary. Moreover, the other culprits were nowhere to be found. Most critically, Su Li's parents remained in the hands of the enemy. Very well. You have indeed considered this thoroughly. Since you are so keen to know my identity, I shall oblige. I am the captain of the first team of the Dragon Group, Chu Fei, known as Yin Wang. This time, Chu Fei revealed his military identity without reservation. Upon hearing this, the other party fell silent. The man in the monkey mask could hardly fathom that they were up against Chu Fei, the captain of the first team of the Dragon Group. The terror associated with this figure, revered worldwide as Yin Wang, was evident from his history alone. He had single-handedly penetrated the Southern Tower military zone, eliminating the highest commander there and escaping unscathed. He had infiltrated the Yama Death Zone, obliterating an enemy bioweapons lab and taking down 72 enemy combatants, including 3 high-ranking leaders, before returning, wounded. Such astonishing feats were enough to instill fear across the globe. Those marked by him would undoubtedly tremble in dread. Are you satisfied now? Chu Fei inquired as the other party remained quiet. Yin Wang, you are indeed formidable. Were it not for necessity, I would prefer not to oppose you. However, I have my reasons that compel me to act. Following this statement, the call was abruptly terminated. Chu Fei stared at the phone that had been hung up, then slammed his fist against the wall. The impact left a deep indentation, with debris scattering. Damn it! It was clear that the adversary recognized his identity yet chose to oppose him, indicating that their organization had leverage over these individuals, compelling them to serve. The monkey mask-wearing man had already vacated the area. Among the underbrush, he spotted a jeep speeding toward him. After a few minutes of maneuvering, he rendezvoused with the tiger and the others. So, the woman didn't he come? As the tiger spoke, he had already aimed his submachine gun at Su Wu's head. At this moment, Su Wu had regained consciousness, his expression icy as he gazed upon the four masked men, fully aware that escape was impossible. She did not come. The monkey shook his head. The tiger instinctively prepared to pull the trigger, intending to send Su Wu and his wife to their demise. However, the monkey interjected, halting him. "Oh, you know who our opponent is?" The monkey removed his mask, his gaze steady as he regarded the other three. The others gasped in astonishment upon seeing the monkey unveil his face. They understood that revealing one's identity was a grave error, one that foretold certain death if the mission failed. As the monkey revealed his face, the tiger, lion, and pig-headed men followed suit. Taking a deep breath, the monkey addressed the trio. "The individual accompanying that woman is Yin Wang." Upon hearing this, the three men were momentarily taken aback, then fear flickered in their eyes. "You do not mean to say that this Yin Wang is that person, do you?" A bitter smile crossed the monkey's face. What else could it be? Instantly, silence fell among them. If their adversary truly was Yin Wang, then even if they succeeded in killing Su Wu and his wife, their own fate would be sealed. There would be no escape. It was a dead end. Damn it. The man adorned with a pig's head mask violently smashed the mask onto the ground. His face contorted with rage. The scattered debris provided no revelation regarding the identity of our adversary. Now, it seems we are truly destined to confront the king of hell. Damn it. The monkey observed the furious old pig and let out a bitter laugh. He was the one who informed me. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious. Presently, we are left with two choices: to betray the organization and negotiate with the king of hell, or to face death. Let us decide through a vote. Esteemed readers, could you possibly lend a hand and encourage this humble author with a prompt for updates and a favorable review? Thank you. Chapter 58. The king of hell did not promise to spare your lives. The monkey glanced at the three of them and took a deep breath. Those who choose negotiation, raise your hands. With that, he raised his own hand. The remaining three exchanged glances, and one by one, they raised their hands as well to a unanimous agreement to negotiate. Since everyone was in accord, it signified a collective wish to avoid death. After all, the world is vast, and the organization cannot possibly track us down. "Allow me to make the call." As he spoke, the monkey exchanged a knowing glance with the tiger and the pig-headed man. The two understood immediately and approached Su Wufu and his wife, delivering a swift strike that rendered them unconscious. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an abandoned residential building, Chu Fei pondered how to lure the opposing party out when his phone rang once more. It was the same number. "King of Hell, let us negotiate. The condition is that we leave Great Xia alive in exchange for the release of the two of them." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. "Agreed." Clearly, upon hearing Chu Fei's words, the monkey also sighed in relief, signaling an okay gesture to the other three. They immediately understood and began to gather their belongings. "Please have the checkpoints on the nearby roads withdrawn. After we depart, I will send you the location of that woman's parents. Rest assured, I guarantee that not a hair on their heads will be harmed." After a moment of silence, Chu Fei replied, "All right, give me 2 minutes." After hanging up, Chu Fei called Dejun and Jiang Ning to instruct them to withdraw all checkpoints at the city's entrances. Once this was done, Chu Fei set up his sniper rifle. Surveying the surrounding vehicles, he knew that the other side would only contact him after leaving the city to disclose the whereabouts of Su Wufu and his wife. However, he could not allow them to escape Great Xia alive. Their hands were already stained with his master's blood. This vengeance must be avenged for his master. As vehicles passed under his scope, he noticed something unusual. Through the crosshairs, he saw a black sedan containing 5 men. With the driver's eyes filled with terror, it was evident that they had abducted the driver to facilitate their escape from the city. Observing their direction of departure, Chu Fei immediately called Zhao Dajuan, who was en route. Dejun, "You must come here immediately. Hurry." 5 minutes later, a jeep arrived at the foot of the residential building. "Chu team." Chu Fei climbed into the vehicle and ordered coldly, "Southwest City exit." Quickly. Meanwhile, at the Southwest City exit, the monkey knocked out the sedan's driver with a punch and unceremoniously tossed him out of the vehicle. "Let's go." The pig-headed man pressed the accelerator to the floor. Inside the vehicle, the monkey composed a text message. informing Chu Fei of Su Wufu and his wife's location. After completing this task, he tossed his phone into a roadside drainage ditch. Phew, we have finally survived. Several kilometers behind them, Chu Fei received the text message. He quickly forwarded it to Jiang Ning, instructing him to pick up Su Li's parents. As for himself, he had to ensure the four of them remained behind. For some individuals, he felt no need to adhere to any rules. Death was their most fitting destination. Simultaneously, within a luxurious villa in the capital, there's still no news. A middle-aged man in his 50s sat on the sofa. A premium cigar held between his fingers. Not yet. Should I call their leader to inquire about the situation? A young man in his mid-20s stood beside him. If Chu Fei were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this young man as his formidable rival. Yi Ao, inquire. If we fail this time, you know the consequences. The middle-aged man exhaled a plume of smoke, his heavy brows conveying an air of authority. Rest assured, Uncle Gang. This time we will surely succeed. Yi Ao's expression was one of utmost respect as he retrieved his phone and placed a call on the other end. A respectful voice responded, "Brother, what is the matter? Shao Qi, how has the task progressed? Any news?" In his quest to cultivate his own power, he had taken in numerous orphans, forcing them to fight amongst themselves. Only Yi Qi had emerged victorious from the hundreds of orphans, and Yi Ao regarded him as his brother. He was also the leader of Yi Ao's private organization, known as Brother Yi. The previous missions had been assigned to Yi Qi, but all had ended in failure. This time, he had dispatched his most trusted subordinates, determined to accomplish the task. Should I call them to check? Yi Ao's expression darkened. Give me the phone number, I will call myself. Very well. Moments later, the phone number was sent to Yi Ao's phone. When he dialed, however, no one answered. His face fell, brows furrowing in concern. He tried again, only to have the call dropped. Alarmed, he dialed once more, but this time the phone was turned off. What is going on? The man known as Uncle Gang noticed Yi Ao's troubled expression and inquired. The phone.its turned off. It seems intentional. Why Yi Ao's countenance was grim. He could not comprehend why Yi Qi's subordinates would turn off their phones. Had the mission failed? That seemed implausible. The plan he provided was flawless. Even if Su Li had a skilled protector, the four trusted subordinates dispatched by Yi Qi were undoubtedly experts, their prowess only slightly beneath Yi Qi's. Uncle Gang let out a scoff, his tone laced with irritation. Why Yi Ao's expression shifted. Uncle Gang, rest assured, I will contact them. He quickly dialed Yi Qi's number again. Where are they? Why won't they answer the phone? Hearing Yi Ao's furious outburst, Yi Qi's tone shifted to one of shock. Brother, I will contact them right now. With that, he hung up. Less than 2 minutes later, Yi Ao's phone rang again. Brother, I can't reach them either. At this revelation, Yi Ao's face paled with alarm. Uncle Gang seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, slamming his cigar down onto the ground. Yi Ao, hearing this, felt a rush of urgency. Uncle Gang, I assure you it will not fail. Perhaps they are currently in action. He had worked tirelessly to attain this position, relishing powers that few could ever experience. The authority to control countless lives and deaths had become an intoxicating allure. This time, he had proactively sought the family's approval to ascend to the position of Dragon Group leader, which would allow him to bring even greater benefits to the family. After discussions, the family decided to support his rise. However, the first obstacle to address was Sun Yinying. Once he received her consent, there would be no issue. Regrettably, this old man had consistently withheld his agreement, insisting that Chu Fei take his place. He could not fathom why. Just before his retirement, he had sent Chu Fei on a mission. This had granted Yi Ao ample opportunity to seize control of the Dragon Group. Presently, 2/3 of the Dragon Group already supported his ascension. He merely needed Sun Yinying's nod, and the position would be his. Unfortunately, that old man continued to remain obstinate. He had thus resolved to threaten Sun Yinying's family to compel his abdication. However, several failed missions had left the family disappointed in him. Once you succeed, let me know, Uncle Gang remarked, preparing to leave. However, his phone suddenly rang. Upon hearing the words on the other end, his expression shifted dramatically. What? He went alone? How dare he? The astonishment on his face left Yi Ao feeling incredulous. Since meeting Uncle Gang, he had never witnessed such a display of emotion. All right, I understand. Uncle Gang hung up and took a deep breath. He swiftly delivered a stinging slap to Yi Ao's face. Yi Ao was momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow, bewildered. Uncle Gang. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. This is your doing. You threatened his family, and how well it turned out for you. Your men dared to kill his wife. Quite impressive indeed. Now, Sun Yinying has reached the doorstep of the family. If the family suffers significant losses this time, prepare for punishment. With that, Uncle Gang turned and exited the villa, leaving Yi Ao frozen in place. The stinging pain on his cheek a stark reminder of reality. He had never anticipated that his dispatched men would go so far as to kill Sun Yinying's wife on the road from Jiangnan City to Jiangbei City. The four monkeys tacitly discarded their phones. They had received 2 consecutive calls, but now they had betrayed the organization. Not belonging to an organization makes one merely a free individual. The world is vast. Where cannot one go? The tiger exhaled a long sigh of relief. The other 3 also chuckled, their laughter brimming with ease. That cage-like hell was a place they had dreamt incessantly of escaping. At long last, an opportunity had presented itself. However, a vehicle behind them caught the attention of the driver, Pighead. Monkey, someone is tailing us. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Turning to look, they saw a jeep racing towards them at breakneck speed. Fear flickered in their eyes. Could it be that he was not true to his word? Even the lion's voice trembled slightly. Meanwhile, in the pursuing jeep, Chu Fei, his face icy, retrieved a rocket launcher from the trunk. Open the sunroof, commanded the soldier at the wheel, pressing the button to open it. Chu Fei hoisted the rocket launcher, which was loaded with ammunition, and leaned out partially. I spare your lives, he declared. But the King of Hell has not promised you mercy. Chapter 59. If you do not return, await your demise. With a resounding explosion, the small vehicle was reduced to mere fragments. In the wake of that blast, the 4 were utterly obliterated. Zhao Dajuan watched as the burning wreckage lay before him, then began calling contacts to handle the aftermath. Otherwise, this incident would surely attract media attention. As long as I am here, it will be fine. Zhao Dajuan nodded and led the team away. Just as Chu Fei reached the door, he heard weeping emanating from the living room. His expression grew somber. Ultimately, he refrained from entering, instead silently making his way to the pavilion in the yard. Lighting a cigarette and drawing deeply, he must ensure that those behind these individuals pay the price. Although the murderer had perished, the instigator remained alive and well, potentially lurking to resurface at any moment. Until he could unearth the mastermind, Chu Fei felt a nagging discomfort. After smoking one cigarette after another, nearly half an hour passed before the sobbing in the living room gradually subsided. He extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash bin before finally pushing the door open and stepping into the living room. Su sat with her parents, both mother and daughter with red-rimmed eyes, while Suwu wore a heavy frown. Upon seeing Chu Fei enter, Suwu spoke, "Let us go outside to talk." Chu Fei glanced at the still grief-stricken Su Li and nodded slightly. He followed Suwu to the pavilion in the yard. "Care for a smoke?" Suwu offered, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and handing it over. Chu Fei accepted without demur. "Thank you for today." He understood that without Chu Fei, their family might have met a dire fate. "No need for thanks. It is merely my duty. Protecting Su Li's safety is my responsibility." Perhaps, prior to this, Chu Fei had merely acted as Su Li's bodyguard. Yet now, the dynamic had shifted. Their relationship had become overt. Her affairs were now his concerns. "Although I do not know why you chose to protect Su Li, I do wish to convey something," he continued. "I am grateful that you saved my wife and me. If you desire any form of compensation, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. However, I hope that from today forth, you will distance yourself from Su Li." Yuwu's words left Chu Fei perplexed. He could not grasp the meaning behind them. Without his intervention, they might have long been captured. "Since you came into my daughter's life, she has faced one misfortune after another, and now it has even implicated our entire family. Even her grandmother has perished due to this ordeal. If you truly care for her, you would keep your distance. Consider this my earnest pleas." Yuwu's weary eyes remained fixed on Chu Fei. His reasoning was simple. All these troubles stemmed from Chu Fei. Without him, perhaps they would not have encountered such calamities. If Chu Fei were to leave, their family might yet live in peace. Upon hearing his explanation, Chu Fei chuckled. Did he truly believe that his departure would resolve everything? Would those individuals genuinely allow the Master S family to escape unscathed? Moreover, leaving was simply not an option for him. "Uncle Su, permit me to address you thus. I wonder if you recall that I mentioned having news of Su Li's grandfather. Now, I can clearly tell you that it was Su Li's grandfather who requested I protect her. Even if I were to leave, you would not be safe. Besides, I have no intention of leaving. At this revelation, Su Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. He seemed unable to fathom the truth in Chu Fei's claim. His father had been missing for decades. Over the years, he had received no word, having long since regarded his father as deceased. Only a few days prior, upon hearing Chu Fei speak of his father's survival, had he dared to believe it. You jest not? It was my father who instructed you to protect Su Li. Confronted by Su Wu's inquiry, Chu Fei could only nod affirmatively. Indeed, given the circumstances, Uncle Su, I have no reason to deceive you. Su Li's grandfather was not only his mentor but also his guide. Fearing that someone might use your family as leverage against him, he entrusted me with Su Li's protection. However, Chu Fei hesitated, leaving his thoughts unvoiced. Su Wu understood Chu Fei's implication. With his mother gone, what did it matter if his father held a prestigious position? He could not even safeguard his own family. I understand. From now on, I shall entrust Su Li's care to you. After my mother's funeral, I will bequeath all company matters to Su Li. I intend to take her mother and venture outside for a while. Su Wu scoffed, a shimmer of tears gleaming in his eyes. If he cannot even protect his own wife, what right does he have to be my father? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei fell silent. It was clear that Su Wu's heart had grown cold towards his mentor in light of his grandmother's passing. Very well. I know that Su Li harbors feelings for you. If possible, I hope you both can be together. As he spoke, Chu Fei felt a tinge of awkwardness. He was uncertain whether to broach the subject with Su Wu. However, now was not the time. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a luxurious estate near the seaside in the capital, a sharp sound of blade-piercing flesh echoed. Sun Yenying, wielding a gleaming tang knife, was drenched in blood. Behind him lay over 10 corpses sprawled in disarray, the ground soaked crimson. Bring the head of the Long family out. He bellowed, if I do not receive an explanation today, I will either perish or slaughter everyone until they dare not step outside. He had always known that Yi Ao was backed by the Long family. After all, they were one of the 4 great families of the great Xia. As long as they did not harm his family, there remained a chance for negotiation. Yet now, with his wife dead and his son and daughter-in-law unaccounted for, only his granddaughter remained unharmed thanks to Chu Fei's protection. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom the lengths to which they might go for his position. The guards at the Long family's gate had already fallen to his blade, and word had been sent to the higher-ups of the Long family, who were en route. No one understood why the leader of the Long group had descended into madness and come to slaughter. It was known that this individual had once been a top-tier fighter. Few could match him in combat. Those serving the Long family were not without merit. However, none could withstand the might of this man. For in 3 strikes, blood would surely spill. Old Su, are you too arrogant? A stern-faced man emerged from the opulent villa, casting a dark glare at Sun Yenying. He was the only person in the household capable of conversing with Sun Yenying. As the others lacked the qualification, Long Xiao, you are not worthy to converse with me. Bring out Long Quang. Standing behind the grand gate, Long Zhao's expression soured. By lineage, he shared the same generation as Sun Yenying. As a mere junior, he had no standing to negotiate. Yet presently, he was the only one able to make decisions within the Long family. However, even with firearms at his disposal, he dared not strike with lethal force. The implications of firing a weapon against such a figure would far exceed the toll of mere lives lost. My father is on his way. Long Xiao began, but before he could finish, Sun Yenying had already kicked the heavy iron gate wide open. The massive door flew outward, crashing heavily at Long Zhao's feet. The latter's expression darkened, yet he dared not retaliate. The guards around him could only watch, paralyzed by fear. Collectively, they would not suffice as a match for Sun Yenying's blade. Despite being over 70, Sun Yenying's prowess was undisputed. Any attempt to confront him would merely exhaust his energy, while they would inevitably fall beneath his blade. 10 minutes, came Sun Yenying's icy decree. Long Xiao broke into a cold sweat. He had no doubt that Sun Yenying would follow through on his threat by in this dire circumstance. Any identity is but a facade. Only the weapon in hand holds true substance. Long Xiao stood by, hesitant to move about. A gentle nudge to hasten the updates would be appreciated, and a favorable review as well. The young author is diligently tapping away at the keyboard. Chapter 60. Killing your son is hardly excessive, is it? Within the dragon manor, beads of cold sweat adorned Long Zhao's forehead as he anxiously glanced at the $1,000,000 watch on his wrist. The 10 minutes that Su Nianying had mentioned were already dwindling down to a mere minute. He could already sense the palpable bloodlust emanating from his opponent, a ferocity only forged through the crucible of battle. Even the bodyguards surrounding him would be hard-pressed to hold the adversary at bay for more than a minute. You have 30 seconds left. Speak your last words. I shall relay them to your father. Su Nianying's expression remained icy as he gripped the Tang Dao tightly. The bloodstains upon it appeared to have dried, and he casually wiped it against his clothing, erasing the evidence of violence. Witnessing this gesture, Long Zhao could hardly contain himself. Su Lao, I truly do not understand why you are so enraged. Could you not contemplate your own identity for a moment? His only recourse was to quell Su Nianying's fury as much as possible. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that the wrath born from having a beloved wife taken away after decades of devotion would not easily subside. Even killing him would not assuage that hatred. You have 10 seconds left. Su Nianying's arms hung naturally at his sides, the tip of the Tang Dao pointed resolutely towards the ground. Concurrently, several of Long Zhao's elite fighters stealthily approached him. Their sole objective now was to buy more time. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. With a swift motion, a blade sliced through a bodyguard's neck. The man hadn't even registered Su Nianying's action before he was dispatched. The remaining few, now acutely aware of the urgency, surged forward. Meanwhile, Long Zhao bolted towards the door, driven solely by the instinct to survive. In a matter of mere seconds, Long Zhao's elite fighters had all been felled. Su Nianying's clothing, now drenched in blood, did not seem to faze him in the slightest. He turned to pursue Long Zhao, who had already sprinted 100 meters away. The target of his wrath was not one to be impeded. However, just as he burst through the door, several luxury vehicles appeared at the intersection. Su Nianying halted, his gaze coldly fixed on the approaching cars. The vehicles came to a stop not far from him, and several middle-aged men, along with an elder of similar age to Su Nianying, disembarked. This elder was none other than Long Quang, the head of the dragon family. It has been a long time. Lao Su. Although Long Quang had surpassed 70, his physical prowess was comparable to that of Su Nianying. Hand over all relevant individuals. This matter shall be resolved. Otherwise, one of us shall surely perish. And no sooner had he spoken than Long Quang's eldest son, Long Zhan, interjected. Su Nianying, do you still believe you are the person you once were? You are but a flickering candle in the wind now. If you seek a worthy opponent, I shall oblige. Long Zhan's strength ranked just below that of Long Quang within the dragon family. Moreover, Long Quang had already imparted his skills to him. In his 40s, he was at the pinnacle of his capabilities, and even Long Quang would not claim to be his son's equal. A smile crept onto Su Nianying's face as he lifted the Tang Dao, its tip directed at Long Zhan. Excellent. Then you shall do nicely. It is fitting to offer you, the dragon family's prodigy, as a sacrifice to my blade. Long Zhan bristled with rage. Just as he was about to confront Su Nianying, Long Quang raised a hand to restrain him. Lao Su, this matter is new to me as well. Since you have spoken, I shall grant you this courtesy. Bring them to me, at Long Quang's command. A middle-aged man and a young man in his 20s were brought before him. Upon seeing the two men, Su Nianying's expression darkened. Are you merely attempting to dismiss me with these two? When I spoke of relevant individuals, I did not mean merely a steward and the leader of an organization. Hearing this, Long Quang's expression shifted to one of displeasure. The individuals presented were none other than Long Gang and Yi Qi, along with Yi Ao's secretly cultivated organizational leader, Yi Qi. Initially, Su Nianying had anticipated reprimanding them, but he never imagined they would be made scapegoats. Lao Su, what do you propose? Do you wish for my son to accompany them in death? At this, Long Li's expression changed drastically. He was the architect of this ordeal. He had been the one to maneuver Yi Ao into the position of Dragon Group's leader. Yet, he had done so in the family's best interest. Though he possessed a hint of selfishness, his actions ultimately benefited the family. Why wife is dead. Killing your son is hardly excessive, is it? A frigid smile graced Su Nianying's lips as he lightly wiped the Tang Dao across his clothing. Su Nianying, do you truly wish to pursue this course? Can you truly withstand the might of our numbers? Need I say more? Long Zhen alone is sufficient to contend with you. Not to mention the many other elite fighters at our disposal. Subduing you is a trivial task. Let us see then. Killing one incurs no loss, while killing two yields a gain. Long Quang's countenance shifted entirely at this declaration. The adversary had come with a resolve to die. If this were indeed the case, they might not be able to prevent Sun Yinying from taking a life. He truly resolute in his intentions. Long Quang, still hopeful, sought to negotiate. Yet, he underestimated Sun Yinying's determination and the ferocity of his intent. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sun Yinying made his move. The battle was about to erupt. Chapter 61. Hello, Father. 2 days later, in Jiangnan City. The exterior of the Su family villa was adorned with white lanterns. The former living room had transformed into a mourning hall. At the center of the hall lay an exquisite coffin. Su Wu and others gathered beside it, burning paper offerings. Behind them stood Chu Fei. Clad in a somber black suit, his expression grave, Su Li's eyes were swollen from crying. Today marked the final day of the funeral, and in the afternoon, the hearse would transport the coffin to the cemetery for burial. In the courtyard, many local business owners from Jiangnan had gathered. They were already aware of the events that had transpired 3 days prior. However, they were uncertain whether the perpetrator had been apprehended. With the support of the Chumin Group and Juanhao Group, the Koyo Company was steadily rising, prompting numerous company heads to come and pay their respects. Wang Xiye was also among the crowd. Yet she found it peculiar. Who were these individuals that dared to lay hands on someone under Chu Fei's protection? Did they not know of his military standing? If they were aware, their actions would be a deliberate affront to him. To satisfy her curiosity, she had sought insight from her family, only to be advised to refrain from meddling and to focus solely on business matters. This only deepened her intrigue, as she resolved to inquire further of Chu Fei at a later time. Amidst the mourning, a blood-soaked elder, wrapped in bandages, entered the courtyard. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the elder, shock etched upon their faces. What kind of injury could render a man in such a state? Yet, astonishingly, he could still move. Any other man would likely be bedridden. Moreover, those with keen eyes noticed the faint bloodstains left in the wake of his passage. Was that blood? A soft gasp rippled through the crowd. Instantly, all gazes followed the path the elder had traversed, marked by a trail of blood. Many women covered their mouths, unable to witness the gruesome scene. Wang Xiye's beautiful eyes widened in shock. If her memory served her correctly, she had encountered this man once in her childhood. On that occasion, he had sat in the same company as her father. This indicated the elder's significant status and identity. However, Wang Xiye had never anticipated this elder would appear here. Could it be? Her gaze drifted to the coffin within the mourning hall. A chilling thought began to take root in her mind. The previously bustling crowd slowly parted to grant passage to the elder. Not for any other reason, but out of respect for the grievously injured man who had come to pay his respects. Chu Fei was the first to notice the dispersing crowd. As he observed his master emerging, he was struck dumb. What on earth had transpired for his master to be in such a dire condition? Just as he prepared to step forward, Sun Yinying's piercing gaze halted him. Su Wu and the others also recognized the bloodied elder. Su Wu's towering figure trembled slightly, childhood memories flooding back to him. In his recollections, his father's familiar visage began to merge with that of the elder before him. In that moment, tears welled in Su Wu's eyes. He erupted, charging towards Sun Yinying, poised to strike him with a fist. Many in the crowd gasped at the sight. Yet, just as his fist was about to descend upon Sun Yinying, he came to a halt. "What are you doing here? You have no right to appear at this funeral. In my mother's heart, you have long been dead. Do you understand? Dead." Su Wu shouted at Sun Yinying, tears streaming down his face. Silently, Sun Yinying bypassed Su Wu, making her way, with trembling steps, to the coffin. As she gazed upon Jiang Taiying, lying within, a smile broke upon her lips. "I'm sorry." Those words resonated deeply, shaking the hearts of all present. This man was, after all, the husband of the late Madame Jiang. Years had passed without his company, yet he never imagined she would depart first. "But it's all right. Wait for me on the journey, for I shall soon follow." He continued to murmur softly by the coffin. Chu Fei observed in silence, recognizing that perhaps the person his master had wronged most in life was his wife. Meanwhile, Su Li encountered her grandfather for the very first time. Upon seeing the bloodied bandages wrapped around him and the crimson footprints staining the floor, she pressed her lips together, stifling her tears. What had her grandfather done? Why was he so grievously injured? It was a question that echoed in her mind, one that Chu Fei also pondered. Yet now was not the time for him to speak. Witnessing his father's injuries, all resentment within him dissipated, leaving only a desire to honor his mother in her final rites. At T2 in the afternoon, in the cemetery, the attendees bowed their heads in solemn mourning as the coffin was gently lowered into the earth. Only when the soil was laid to rest did Su Wu turn to the gathered guests and bow deeply. I thank you all for taking the time from your busy lives to attend my mother's funeral. After the guests departed, Su Nianying could no longer hold herself up, her body toppling backwards. Chu Fei reacted swiftly, supporting her. Master! Su Wu exclaimed, quickly, to the hospital. 2 hours later, the surgeon emerged from the operating room. He looked at Chu Fei and the others waiting anxiously and spoke slowly, who was the immediate family member of the patient. Su Wu stepped forward, declaring, I am his son. The doctor glanced at Su Wu and led him to a nearby office. 10 minutes later, Su Wu emerged, his face ashen. Upon seeing him in such a state, a sense of dread crept into Chu Fei's heart. Uncle Su, how is my master? Su Wu met Chu Fei's gaze. He has lost too much blood, most of his bones are fractured, and his brain has sustained severe trauma. If he had received treatment sooner, there might have been hope. Now, he may have only 2 days left. Chu Fei stood frozen in shock. Master, only 2 days to live. What on earth happened? Su Li panicked as well. After yearning for so long to meet her grandfather, she now faced the prospect of only 2 days with him. And in a hospital at that. Just as she had managed to steady her emotions, her eyes brimmed with tears once more. Uncle Su, I need to make a call. Chu Fei's face hardened as he walked toward the stairwell. Once inside, he pulled out his phone and dialed Xiaoyu. After a few seconds, a low voice answered, Fei Gu, has the master reached Jiangnan? It seemed everyone in the organization was already aware of the situation. How could the master sustain such grave injuries? Chu Fei nearly shouted. Xiaoyu, hearing the fury in Chu Fei's voice, calmly replied, after leaving that night, the master went alone to Longjia Manor. The events in Jiangnan are tied to the Long family. In a fit of rage, he stormed into their home. Ultimately, the Long family head, Long Quang, along with his 3 sons, confronted him to avenge his wife. The master fought fiercely against the Long family and managed to kill Long Quang's second son, Long Li, but he himself was gravely wounded. Long family. Chu Fei's eyes blazed with fury. How audacious! His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. Fei Gu, please don't act rashly. The higher-ups have instructed me to tell you that the Long family cannot be touched yet. It's best if you refrain from taking action, especially involving the military. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei laughed coldly. Understood. I won't use my military status against the Long family. However, he held back a thought, one that simmered with vengeance. I will use my own identity to avenge my master. After hanging up, Chu Fei picked up his phone again. Hello, old man, I want to kill, target. The Long family of Daxia. Chapter 62. Secrets revealed on a distant overseas island. Chu Tianquang received a call from his son. Perplexed. What has happened? If you wish to target the Long family, you must consider it carefully. If it's merely against an individual, that can be arranged. I can have the shadows handle it. However, to annihilate the Long family would be quite a challenge. To threaten lives, especially those of the Long family, was a serious matter. Although they were not a significant threat to the Chu family, they were still within Daxia's borders, making it difficult to mobilize forces. Had the Long family been overseas, he would have acted long ago. The master is in critical condition. It was done by the Long family. Those few words darkened Chu Tianquang's expression. Su Nianying was his elder brother. Despite their age difference, Chu Tianquang had received considerable help from Su Nianying in the past. That was why he entrusted his son to Su Dage for guidance. Yet, after just a few years apart, Su Dage was now on the brink of death. Chu Fei recounted the entire ordeal to his father, fully aware of the bond between his father and his master. He understood that this time, his father would not let the matter rest. The Long family must vanish. Very well. The Long family is truly audacious. You need not involve yourself further. I shall handle it personally. Chu Fei attempted to say more. But the call had already ended, and he knew that with his father's temperament, the Long family members would likely never set foot outside their doors again. However, he noticed that Su Li and the others were missing. Upon inquiry, he learned they had gone to visit the still unconscious master in the hospital. Arriving at the hospital room, he gently pushed the door open. The once robust voice of his master now sounded frail. His body, marred with injuries, was connected to various machines, and the steady beeping of the heart monitor filled the room. Su Wu and the others stood silently by, their gazes devoid of blame, filled instead with hope. They wished for their father to recover, not wanting to lose two of their most cherished family members within mere days. "I'll stay here today," Su Wu declared. "Qinglian, Xiaoli, and Xiao Fei, you all may leave." Zhang Qinglian, witnessing the scene, fell silent. Su Li understood her father's need for a private conversation with her grandfather and, being considerate, decided to step aside. "Xiao Fei, make yourself comfortable. I'll go wash some fruit." Zhang Qinglian rose to fetch the fruit. But Chu Fei quickly gestured for her to stop. "Aunt Zhang, it's not necessary," Su Li added. "Mom, you should rest. You've had a long day." Observing her mother's weariness, Su Li felt a pang of sympathy. Her mother was a pure-hearted and kind individual, effortlessly managing the household despite not working. "All right, you two young ones converse. I will take my leave." Su Li led Chu Fei to the room on the third floor. It was a place she had resided in during her childhood. Even though she hadn't lived there for a long time, the room remained spotless. On the desk lay a family photograph. Gazing at her grandmother's likeness, Su Li felt her eyes welling up once again. Chu Fei stepped forward, gently enveloping her in his arms. There, don't be sad. Grandmother's spirit surely wouldn't want to see you weeping so sorrowfully." Su Li merely pressed her lips together, relishing the warmth of Chu Fei's embrace. In his arms, she felt a sense of security. "Sleep now. I'll be right here watching over you." Chu Fei guided her to the bedside. Helping her lie down and covering her with a blanket, Su Li held onto his hand, her beautiful eyes gazing up at him. "Bandit, do you think our child will be a boy or a girl?" Chu Fei smiled slightly. "Why not twins? Besides, you should get checked at the hospital soon. You haven't rested well these past few days, and the baby must be tired too. Get some sleep, and tomorrow morning we'll visit the master and check on you as well." Su Li nodded gently, drifting into a drowsy slumber. The next morning, when Su Li awoke, Chu Fei had already vanished. After dressing and freshening up, she made her way downstairs. Chu Fei had prepared breakfast and greeted her with a smile. "Awake? Come down for breakfast." At that moment, Zhang Qinglian also emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of red date porridge. "Come eat. I need to take breakfast to your father shortly. The company called earlier. Your phone was off, so they reached your father instead. He asked me to inform you that there are matters at the company that require your attention." As they ate breakfast, Su Li felt her mother's gaze fixed upon her. "Mom, what are you doing? Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Su Li wondered aloud, sipping her red date porridge. "You must learn to cherish those around you. You're not a child anymore." Zhang Qinglian's meaning was clear. She wished to matchmake Chu Fei and Su Li. This morning, she had intended to prepare breakfast for the two of them. However, unexpectedly, Chu Fei rose before her, already engaged in the preparation of breakfast. She stepped forward to assist, gaining a deeper understanding of Chu Fei in the process. From her perspective, she found his character and temperament quite satisfactory. If her daughter were to marry Chu Fei, she would wholeheartedly welcome the union. "Mom, it's still too early for that. Besides, he is merely my bodyguard." Su Li pouted, casting a fierce glare at Chu Fei. She had thought that he had exchanged words with her mother. "What of being a bodyguard? Our family does not concern itself with status. What matters is being a good person." Zhang Qinglian feigned anger, prompting Su Li to shoot another stern look at Chu Fei. I understand. Chu Fei remained silent, not uttering a word. After breakfast, he drove Su Li to the company. She had not been present for several days, and a mountain of documents awaited her approval and signature. However, upon arriving at the office, her secretary entered. "I don't know why, but many companies want to collaborate with us these past few days. Moreover, the investment amounts are substantial, primarily exceeding 100 million. Hearing this, Su Li's eyes filled with curiosity. Over 100 million in investments. When did Jiangnan have such companies eager to partner with us? Which companies are they? The secretary then opened a folder. Reciting the names of these companies one by one, after hearing them, Su Li furrowed her brow. Companies that are completely unrelated seeking our collaboration? A significant portion of the companies mentioned by the secretary had no ties to the medical field whatsoever, including those in timber, aquaculture, real estate, infrastructure, and more. She was perplexed as to why these companies would wish to collaborate with her family. What benefits could they possibly gain? I am equally perplexed as Yuzong. Should we arrange a meeting? After contemplating for a moment, just as Suli intended to schedule a meeting with the owners of these companies, Chu Fei interjected, "It's best not to." The moment Chu Fei spoke, Suli sensed that this matter was certainly not as simple as it appeared. She gestured to the secretary, "You may leave for now." The secretary cast a surprised glance at Chu Fei before exiting the office. "Why?" Suli asked, bewildered. Chu Fei took a deep breath. "I suspect that the secrets of the company's research have already been exposed." "How is that possible?" Suli's eyes brimmed with disbelief. The company's research had always been confidential, with very few privy to its details. Even if Li Fei were the mole who examined the list of the company's researchers, it was inconceivable that he could know the specifics of the drugs being developed. If that were not the case, why would so many companies choose to invest in yours? Consider how many companies opted to rescind their contracts before the Zhao Group departed. Now, with so many companies vying to collaborate with you, there are only two possible motives. The first is your identity, and the second is profit. Chu Fei articulated clearly. The events of the past few days may have revealed to numerous business owners in Jiangnan the impressive background of Kashao Company. They wish to seize this opportunity to invest and strengthen ties. However, it would be illogical for companies outside the industry to seek collaboration, as it yields no improvement for them. If not for Suli's identity and background, then it must be for profit. They are eyeing the future of Kashao Company and wish to secure a portion of the shares in advance. Once Kashao Company rises to prominence, the shares they hold will be worth a fortune, a mere drop in the ocean compared to their earlier investments. Yet, Suli remained baffled as to who could have leaked the company's secrets. Only a select few were aware, and the researchers had no opportunity to divulge such matters. Who could it be? We can only wait for tomorrow's business banquet. Chu Fei spoke slowly. At tomorrow's banquet, representatives from the four prominent families will be present. Perhaps they are aware of certain circumstances and wish to seize the market in advance. That seems to be the only course of action. Suli's brow furrowed slightly. As the afternoon drew to a close, Suli received a call from her father. "Are you and Xiao Fei at the company? Have you finished handling matters? Come to the hospital. Your grandfather wishes to speak with Xiao Fei." Upon hearing this, Suli's heart tightened. "All right, we'll be there shortly." After hanging up, she turned to Chu Fei. "The bandit, my grandfather wants to speak with you. We are heading to the hospital now." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression grew tense. The two drove to the hospital, gently pushing open the door to the ward. Sun Yinying had already awakened and could manage to speak, though his injuries remained severe, and his voice lacked its previous depth and resonance. When Sun Yinying saw Chu Fei and Su Li enter the ward together, a faint smile graced his aged face, as if this moment was what he had most longed for. Yet, in Chu Fei's eyes, the once formidable master had transformed into an ordinary old man. His proud demeanor faded, his features aged, and his eyes clouded. "Master!" Chu Fei called softly. Su Li gazed at the bedridden Sun Yinying and tenderly uttered, "Grandfather." Sun Yinying nodded with satisfaction. "Ah, my dear granddaughter, come here and let grandfather have a good look at you." Su Li approached Sun Yinying's side. As he examined her from head to toe, a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. "Good, good. Truly worthy of being my Su family's daughter. If this rascal Chu Fei dares to bully you in the future, do not hesitate to deal with him. Do not hold back, understand?" Sun Yinying nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with mirth, while Su Li remained silent, her eyes slightly red. "Enough now, girl. You and your father should step outside. I have matters to discuss with Xiao Fei. Sun Yinying spoke slowly. Upon seeing this, Su Wu led Su Li out of the ward. At that moment, only Chu Fei and Sun Yinying remained in the ward. "Brat, come here." Sun Yinying called out sharply to Chu Fei. Chu Fei hurried to his side, a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. "Old man, you should stop pretending to be strong. Take care of yourself. There will be time for you to discipline me once you recover." Sun Yinying attempted to raise his hand to deliver a playful smack, but his arm could not move, and he abandoned the effort. "I know my own injuries. I have only a few days left. I have informed the highest authorities that my vote for the position of the Dragon Group leader is for you. However, whether the others will choose you, I cannot say." Sun Yinying's words felt like a final farewell. Once the Dragon Group falls into the hands of any one of the four prominent families, its power will surpass the other three. The balance will shatter, leading to significant backlash. At that point, the domestic situation will undoubtedly worsen, and the highest authorities do not wish for this to transpire but cannot intervene directly. Those at the highest levels have long been aware of this matter, yet only approached Sun Yinying when he was on the brink of death, which is precisely why. Chu Fei listened in silence. Noticing his lack of response, Sun Yinying also refrained from speaking. After a prolonged silence, he broke the stillness. By the way, I entrust my granddaughter to you from now on. Do not mistreat her, understand? Chu Fei was well aware of his master's intentions. Ever since he learned that his master was Su Li's grandfather, he had surmised that his master intended to bring the two together. However, he had not anticipated that they had already formed a bond without his master's intervention. I swear, I will never do that. Upon hearing this, Sun Yinying felt a flicker of surprise. This boy had never been so agreeable before. Had he known that his master had deliberately assigned him to protect a girl, he would have been less than pleased. Now, however, he seemed so willing. Brat, you haven't already captured my granddaughter's heart, have you? Feeling a bit awkward, Chu Fei scratched his head. It was purely accidental. Accidental. Sun Yinying's eyes widened. But he quickly composed himself. That's fine. If you dare to abandon my granddaughter when I die, I will haunt you as a ghost. Once these words were spoken, both fell into silence. Several seconds passed before Chu Fei finally spoke. Rest assured, you will be just fine. Sun Yinying's expression suddenly darkened. Before I die, I have one last wish to fulfill. This. Chu Fei looked up at him. What is it? I will ensure it is accomplished. Sun Yinying gazed at the ceiling. It's not a grand affair. I just wish to hear you call me grandfather. Chu Fei was taken aback, his expression one of utter astonishment. No, to be reasonable. Master, you and my father are brothers. My father calls you big brother, and I refer to you as master, which is quite fitting. But to call you grandfather would be a breach of propriety. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Yinying shot him an exasperated glare. You are aware of that. When you were pursuing my granddaughter, why did you not raise such concerns? By rights, you should be of the uncle's generation. Correct? What about your dignity? With this statement, Chu Fei found himself at a loss for a retort. It seemed that, indeed, when one considered it, he could be categorized as such. Go on, call me, I'm listening. Sun Yinying lay in bed, closing his eyes as he awaited Chu Fei's utterance of grandfather. Chu Fei gazed at the bedridden Sun Yinying and could only muster the courage to call out, grandfather. If father were to discover that he is referred to as master by grandfather, would he not be incensed beyond measure? At that moment, Sun Yinying's eyes flew open, her face aglow with mirth. Ah, my dear granddaughter-in-law. However, Chu Fei stepped forward and whispered something in Sun Yinying's ear. The next instant, Sun Yinying was filled with such excitement that she attempted to rise from her bed to strike him. Yet, her body would not permit her such movement. Her eyes remained fixed intently on Chu Fei. Well, you truly are something, aren't you? Ah, without a word, you've bestowed upon me a great-grandson. Observing Sun Yinying's reaction, Chu Fei felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, yet he found himself unable to laugh. I merely intended to surprise you. After all, after struggling for a moment, Sun Yinying lay back upon the bed, her gaze serenely locked onto the pristine white ceiling. Thus, my life feels complete, you little rascal. I see that Xiaoli's grandmother is beckoning to me. I long to apologize to her in person. The machines beeped frantically. Chu Fei panicked. Doctor, he shouted towards the outside. Within mere seconds, several doctors clad in white coats burst into the room. Prepare for surgery, quickly. The doctors wheeled Sun Yinying, who had lapsed into unconsciousness, into the operating room. Meanwhile, Su Wu and Su Li stood at the door, their expressions a mixture of shock as they watched Sun Yinying being taken away. Chu Fei stared vacantly at the retreating figures of the doctors, a glimmer of tears flashing in his eyes. Xiaofei, my father. Chu Fei pressed his lips together, wishing to articulate something, yet feeling utterly powerless. Master mentioned that he saw Xiaoli's grandmother waving to him. Upon hearing this, both Su Wu and Su Li fell silent. This time, as she entered the operating room, none could ascertain whether Sun Yinying would emerge alive. Chapter 64. The little god of wine. Within a luxurious manor in the capital city, a private plane descended gracefully onto the estate's helipad. On board, a man donned in sunglasses and a black trench coat, with a woman in a qipao linking her arm through his, disembarked slowly. The estate steward, having received word in advance, awaited their arrival for approximately half an hour. Upon seeing the newcomers, he promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Master, madam. Chu Tianquang removed his sunglasses, revealing a sharply defined visage adorned with a hint of coldness. Have we thoroughly grasped the movements of the Long family? At this, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flickered in Chu Tianquang's eyes. Excellent. Await my command. With that, he and the woman beside him proceeded into the villa. How exhausting, back then, this area was still ripe for development. After all, this land is where I was born and raised. Although I left for safety's sake, now there are hardly any threats to me in Daxia, indeed. When I departed with you, Xiaofei was merely 6 months old. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye? Xiaofei is already 23? The woman beside Chu Tianquang was none other than Chu Fei's mother, Yunyu. Her figure and beauty belied her years, making it impossible to discern that she was over 40. Ah? 23 already? I thought he was only 22. Chu Tianquang looked at his wife, somewhat taken aback. She playfully tugged at his ear, exclaiming, with your memory, you can't even remember how old your own son is. What can I expect from you? The steward, observing silently, stifled a laugh. There are others present. Show me some respect. Chu Tianquang, feeling a tad embarrassed, removed his wife's hand and turned to the steward. You may leave now. Inform everyone that tonight, I intend to ensure the Long family incurs at least a 50% loss in their upper echelons. Upon hearing this, the steward's body trembled slightly. Yes, I will attend to it immediately. Meanwhile, Yunyu's expression remained unperturbed, as if she had grown accustomed to such matters over the years. Having followed Chu Tianquang for so long, she was privy to many secrets. Originally, Chu Tianquang had not intended for her to accompany him this time. However, she was not here solely for that purpose. She yearned to meet her future daughter-in-law. From Chu Tianquang, she had learned that her son, Chu Fei, was poised to make her a grandmother so soon, which delighted her immensely, prompting her to join him. By the way, are you truly planning to annihilate the Long family regarding Su's matter? Will those upper echelons not pose an obstacle? Recalling Su Nianying's situation, Yunyu's brow furrowed slightly. The Long family holds considerable sway in Daxia, controlling many commercial lifelines. Should the Long family fall, numerous enterprises may suffer, adversely affecting Daxia's economy. An obstacle? I am eager to see who dares to stand in my way. If not for the sake of those individuals, I would have bombed the Long family into oblivion long ago. Fury radiated from Chu Tianquang. He and Su Nianying shared a bond of life and death. If it were not for her, he might have perished. Now, Su's brother faced near death due to a mere family. Had it not been for Chu Fei disclosing this information, he would have remained oblivious. Chu Tianquang had previously informed Su Nianying that should she require his assistance, he would be there without hesitation. Yet, he understood deeply that Su Nianying did not wish to trouble others. However, this time, he needed those individuals to pay a price, so that certain people in Daxia would learn that not everyone is to be trifled with. Must you persist in your stubborn ways? Yunyu's brow slightly creased. Enough, my dear wife. You are to depart for Jiangnan tomorrow, are you not? Have the steward accompany you to meet our future daughter-in-law. Therefore, you should rest early. Tonight, I will ensure the Long family witnesses their subordinates vanish one by one. Yunyu shot him a sidelong glance, acknowledging his words. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. Chu Tianquang watched his wife ascend. A wave of murderous intent surged within him. He retrieved his phone. Dialing a number. Inform everyone. At 8 o'clock tonight, we strike. Kill without mercy. Not a single one shall escape in Jiangnan. The master has emerged from life-threatening danger but requires a tranquil period of recuperation. The doctors informed them that perhaps due to the master's years of training, his injuries are recovering gradually. However, when he will be able to move freely again is contingent upon his physical condition. Based on current circumstances, it may take at least a year. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei and the others exhaled deeply, relieved that a year is neither too long nor too short. At least the master has survived. After dinner, Su Li and Chu Fei ventured out for a stroll. Scoundrel, when do you think we should inform my parents? It's nearly been a month, and Su Li's small belly is beginning to show. While it seems relatively normal, it cannot be concealed for long. Well, Chu Fei hesitated for quite some time. He knew that this matter should not be delayed, not only for Su Li's reputation but also for the Su family's standing. Let us do it this month. Choose an auspicious date. I will approach your parents as your boyfriend to discuss this matter. Su Li linked her arm through his, her eyes sparkling with joy. With a positive response, she felt naturally elated as a woman. By the way, Shall we indulge in some barbecue? Spicy? Chu Fei looked at her in surprise. They say, sour sons and spicy daughters. This must be a little princess. Men tend to favor daughters, those snug little comforts. Chu Fei was no exception. Who knows? What if it turns out to be a rascal like you? Chu Fei immediately straightened his posture, declaring, if it's a boy, I'll make sure he knows his place. He wouldn't even be worthy of challenging his father. Let us go, let us eat barbecue. The two promptly headed towards a nearby barbecue stall. Before long, they arrived at a bustling barbecue stand. The seats beside the stall were filled with patrons, many enjoying drinks and engaging in lively banter. Suli ordered a small grilled fish, some beef skewers, and chicken skewers, specifically requesting the owner to add extra chili. Just this once, I must tell you. Consuming this too often isn't good for the baby. Suli stuck out her tongue playfully, insisting, I want to eat. In truth, she and Fang Qing used to indulge in barbecue frequently. However, after starting work, they became preoccupied and had little time for such pleasures. Reflecting on this, Suli took out her phone and called Fang Qing. Xiao Qing, we're at a barbecue street. Come join us for some barbecue. It's been ages since we last enjoyed barbecue together, and I'll treat you. Hurry over. Naturally, Fang Qing could not refuse Suli's invitation. It was the perfect opportunity to chat and catch up. After about 10 minutes, Fang Qing arrived, dressed in ultra-short denim shorts and a simple black t-shirt, her fair long legs on full display. Instantly, many men's gazes were drawn to Fang Qing. She was indeed beautiful, possessing both figure and looks. With that outfit, don't you fear being targeted by lecherous eyes? Suli teased. Fang Qing, unfazed, casually sat beside Suli, her attention fixed on Chu Fei. Isn't there a handsome guy here to protect us? Tonight, let us drink to our heart's content. With that, she gestured for the owner to bring drinks. However, Chu Fei interjected calmly, she can't drink. Just as Fang Qing was about to question why, she suddenly recalled Suli's earlier words. Right? At present, Suli is no longer alone. She carries another within her. Very well. If Shaoli refrains from drinking, then you shall partake. We have yet to share a drink together. I am renowned as the little god of wine. Can you possibly outdrink me? Fang Qing flashed a mischievous smile at Chu Fei. You? A little god of wine? The last time I encountered her at the bar, she was utterly intoxicated, and yet, she dares to call herself a little god of wine. As if recalling something, Fang Qing's face flushed. That was merely due to a bout of melancholy. Today, I am in high spirits. Just watch and see if I can outdrink you. When the alcohol arrived, the two immediately downed a bottle together. Suli could only watch, unable to partake. As the barbecue and grilled fish were served, the two further indulged in their drinking. After 3 rounds, Chu Fei showed no signs of inebriation, while Fang Qing's eyes had begun to wander. Come, let us continue. I refuse to believe it. Fang Qing remained unconvinced. Chu Fei did not appear to be a man who could hold his liquor. Unexpectedly, they downed 7 or 8 bottles, and yet he remained completely sober. However, as soon as she spoke, a bald, tattooed man approached with a bottle of alcohol in hand. Beautiful lady, come, let us share a drink. If we drink enough, I'll take you for a ride. His swaying demeanor clearly indicated he was quite inebriated. Not far from Chu Fei's table, a group of burly men watched silently at this moment. Fang Qing shook her slightly dazed head and retorted, Excuse me, who do you think you are? Drinking with me? As soon as these words left her lips, Chu Fei sensed trouble brewing. Indeed, the bald man's expression darkened instantly. What? You look down on me. Today, let me show you just who I am. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Fang Qing forcefully. Yet, before his hand could touch her, Chu Fei stood up and seized his wrist. You re-drunk. There's a hotel over there, go rest. His icy tone only enraged the bald man further. Kid, who do you think you are? Get lost. He attempted to shove Chu Fei away, at the same time. The men at the other table rose to their feet. In such a situation, an ordinary person might choose to retreat or call the police. However, Chu Fei's expression turned cold, and he tightened his grip slightly. The man cried out in pain. Let go of me with his other hand. He raised the bottle to strike Chu Fei on the head. At this moment, Chu Fei would not waste words. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the bald man's abdomen. Bang! The force sent him flying over 2 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, The burly men at the other table all grabbed their bottles and charged toward Chu Fei. The surrounding crowd had long since fled to the other side, discreetly taking out their phones to record the scene. Chapter 65. Retaliation against the Long family. A few burly men rushed to help the man who had been knocked down by Chu Fei. Glaring at him, "Kid, wasn't that a bit too harsh?" One particularly stout man stepped forward, gripping a bottle in his hand. From the looks of it, if matters couldn't be resolved through dialogue, a brawl was imminent. The onlookers held their breath, eyes wide, as if anticipating an all-out conflict. In contrast, Su Li and Fong Qing sat nonchalantly on their stools, enjoying their barbecue. Fong Qing turned to Chu Fei and said, "Hurry up, we haven't determined a winner yet." Upon hearing this, the opposing men were infuriated. Did this little girl truly believe that they, a group of men, couldn't handle this kid? He should have anticipated the consequences when he reached out. "Drunk, find a place to sleep it off. Don't get overly intoxicated." Chu Fei's tone remained calm, but to the ears of these men, it sounded condescending. "Go find a beautiful woman for a drink. What of it? Fine, kid. Let us see whether your head is harder than my bottle." The burly man charged forward, swinging the bottle down toward Chu Fei's head with all his might. However, Chu Fei merely stepped back. Lifting his leg to kick the bottle from the man's hand, it smashed heavily against a nearby lamppost, shattering into pieces. The others, seeing this, prepared to swarm Chu Fei, but he simply picked up a beer bottle from the table. Holding it firmly in his hand, "You may attempt it. Let us see if your bones are harder than this bottle." As he spoke, he squeezed with his fingers. Bang! The full bottle shattered in his grasp. The crowd gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Is this real? Shattering a bottle with one hand. Could such finger strength truly exist? Wouldn't a punch from him be able to fell a bull? The burly men, witnessing this spectacle, hesitated, rooted to the spot, unwilling to make a move. Perhaps they had perceived him as merely an ordinary youth before, but now it was clear he was a skilled fighter. They may possess strength, but against a trained fighter, they were utterly outmatched. "Get lost, before I lose my temper." The group exchanged glances, silently assisting their fallen comrade as they departed from the barbecue stand. "I thought there would be a major confrontation. Come, let us drink." Fong Qing smiled. Handing a bottle to Su Li chimed in, urging, "Shao Qing, that's enough. You'll get a headache if you drink too much." Fong Qing had intended to get drunk, but upon hearing Su Li's words, she recognized her own condition. She was already feeling a bit woozy. Very well. The coolness of the late autumn night intensified. By the window of the room, Su Li leaned against Chu Fei's chest. "Bandit, what do you think our child should be named in the future?" Chu Fei remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Li. She noticed the unusual intensity in his eyes and instinctively covered her chest. Unfortunately, her small hands were insufficient to conceal much. Her face flushed crimson. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen it before?" Chu Fei smirked, responding, "I have seen it, but it still leaves me wanting more." Su Li quickly escaped his embrace, sitting at the edge of the bed, feigning irritation. "Get out, quickly. I need to sleep." Yet, Chu Fei showed no intention of leaving. "I distinctly recall someone once saying I was quite ordinary. I merely wish to demonstrate through action whether I am indeed as ordinary as claimed." Meanwhile, within the Long family's villa, Long Quang sat glowering on the sofa. His eldest son, Long Zhen, and his third son, Long Xiao, occupied the sofas on either side. Both Long Zhen and Long Xiao remained silent. Just moments ago, they had received alarming news. A member of their management had been assassinated. By the time they reacted, their assailants had vanished without a trace. And this was not an isolated incident. From 8 o'clock until now, within a mere hour, at least 4 members of their management had been eliminated. Damn it. Who dares to act against us? Long Quang slammed his palm against the armrest of the sofa, causing visible cracks to form in the hardwood. "Dad, do you think it could be the military?" Long Xiao ventured his speculation. They had recently dealt a heavy blow to Sun Yinying, the leader of the Long group. Had it not been for the intervention of the highest authorities, they might have even succeeded in killing her. Yet, even so, it still allowed Sun Yinying to take the life of his second son. For someone like Long Quang, losing a son would not elicit any particular response, especially since he had more than one wife. Impossible. If they were to act, there would be no way it would go unnoticed. Moreover, With that brat Yao keeping an eye on things in the military, if it were indeed military personnel, he would undoubtedly be aware. Long Quang shook his head, asserting that the military would not strike at this moment. An attack would yield them no benefits. Rather, it would create significant repercussions. Even if the highest authorities harbored discontent, they would not resort to such measures. Could it be the other three major families? The Feng and Han families maintain decent relations with us, and only the Yun family is somewhat indifferent. However, the Yun family has always operated discreetly, never instigating trouble. It cannot possibly be them. Long Zhan furrowed his brow. The four great families of Daxia, aside from the Long family, include the Feng, Yun, and Han families. These four families effectively keep one another in check. It is inconceivable that they would unite against a single family or engage in an all-out conflict. Such actions would be absolutely intolerable to the highest authorities. It should not be them. Long Quang's frown deepened, sensing something was amiss. The other three families, if they were not foolish, would never dare to act against the Long family at this juncture. Once the Long family ascends to the position of leader of the Long group, the days of the other three families will surely become unbearable. Furthermore, from their perspective, the leadership of the Long group is practically destined to belong to the Long family. It is even more unlikely that they would directly eliminate the Long family's management personnel. While the three men were furrowing their brows in discussion, Long Zhan's phone rang. "Hello?" A trembling voice came from the other end. "Master, the young master and the second young master have been killed. The eldest young master is desperately rushing back to the family." Upon hearing this, Long Zhan sprang to his feet, his eyes blood-red, a terrifying killing intent emanating from him. "What? Who did this? Find out, or I will use your heads as offerings to the heavens." As the words fell, Long Zhan forcefully hurled his phone to the ground. Long Quang, furrowing his brows, gazed at him intently, questioning what had transpired. "Father, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ao are gone. They've been killed." Long Zhao's pupils dilated, shock flooding his eyes. With a thunderous slap, Long Quang struck the armrest, which finally succumbed to the fearsome force. Shattering beneath his blow, Long Yu and Long Ao were his most cherished grandsons. One, a natural business prodigy, could manage a publicly listed company with remarkable efficiency at the tender age of 18, yielding profits that far surpassed those of his other grandsons' enterprises. Long Ao, too, was a born leader. Long Quang had often contemplated that, should he ever be absent, the position of the family patriarch would rightfully pass to Long Ao. Yet, never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that these two grandsons would be taken from him so soon. Who did this? Investigate. Mobilize all our resources to uncover the truth. I shall have their heads. Long Quang's fury was palpable. Meanwhile, just a few kilometers away from the Long family's villa, in a luxury vehicle worth millions, Long Zhan's eldest son, Long Shi, was drenched in cold sweat. He had received a call from the chief steward, informing him that his younger brother and second brother had been eliminated. As they neared home, his racing heart finally began to calm. He was perplexed, pondering who would dare to target their own kin. Did those assailants not fear retribution from the Long family? It was well known that when the Long family was enraged, the other three major clans would also face dire consequences. He could not fathom who would possess such audacity to openly challenge the Long family. However, as Long Shi mulled over these thoughts, an unmarked jeep suddenly pursued them from behind. A figure slowly rose within the vehicle, and upon closer inspection, one would notice he bore what resembled a cannon-like weapon on his shoulder. The driver, upon spotting the jeep closing in, initially assumed it was merely passing by, but upon further inspection, his expression drastically changed. In a panic, he exclaimed, "RPG, boom!" With a deafening explosion, the entire armored vehicle erupted into flames. Chapter 66. I don't mind adding fuel to the fire at this moment. Within the Long family estate, the chief steward rushed into the hall, panic etched across his face. He had just received news from his subordinates that the eldest son, along with his vehicle, had been obliterated. Almost nothing but ashes remained, with only fragments of bodies recovered. "Master, something terrible has happened. Both the man and the vehicle have been destroyed." Hearing this, Long Quang and the others, who had been deliberating on how to uncover the puppet master behind the attacks, sprang to their feet. Long Zhan stood frozen in place, his eyes glazed with disbelief. He could never have imagined that all three of his sons would be eliminated in a single night, and so close to home. "What? Who are they? How dare they? Long Quang's face twisted with rage, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. In a mere 2 hours, nearly half of the family's direct lineage had been lost, including many high-ranking officials within the family business. Their deaths would surely send shockwaves through the family's enterprises. It's still under investigation. However, we have already identified those who attacked young Master Long Shi. We are currently pursuing them. Upon hearing this, Long Quang's expression softened slightly. Capture them alive. I want to interrogate them myself, he ordered coldly to the chief steward. This time, he was truly enraged. He was prepared to utilize every ounce of the family's resources to uncover the masterminds behind this atrocity. He was eager to learn who dared to strike against his family, and how they could eliminate so many in such a short span. Did they not fear the military's wrath? The assailants had employed heavy weaponry. Should the military discover this, they would undoubtedly be under surveillance in the capital. Those who dared to use such arms either possessed a terrifying background or had strong connections with the military. Yet, aside from the 4 major families, no one else had the privilege to wield such weaponry. Even among the 4 families, they would only resort to such means in the most desperate of circumstances. The chief steward quickly departed the living room. Long Shao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His brother's 3 sons had all perished. Although he had only one daughter, she was also a high-ranking member of the family business. He hastily pulled out his phone, intending to call his daughter. However, before he could dial, his phone rang first. "Dad, help me," came the desperate voice of his daughter, Long Yun, from the other end. Instantly, Long Zhao's expression changed dramatically. "Where are you? I will send someone to get you right away." Without a doubt, his daughter was also in grave danger. "I'm at the Shengtian Hotel. Hurry." The call ended abruptly. Long Shao turned to his father. "Father, Xiao Yun is in danger. I want to send the Long family's elite guards to rescue her." The Long family's elite guards were the C Army de la C Army, rivaling even the average members of the Long group. Each member had been meticulously selected for their exceptional combat abilities, capable of easily handling 40 ordinary men. Go. And remember, if possible, try to capture some alive. Long Quang's expression remained icy. His gaze fell upon Long Zhan. "Contact EAO.by tomorrow morning. I want to know the identities of those behind this operation." Long Zhan, still in a daze, finally stood up, somewhat bewildered. The loss of his 3 sons was an immense blow. He had believed he could effortlessly ascend to the position of patriarch of the Long family, but now everything felt like a shattered illusion. "I understand," he replied in an instant. The entire capital was engulfed in a state of alarm. The other 3 major families had also received the terrifying news. They perceived it as a brutal assault on the Long family. In just one night, the Long family would likely suffer devastating losses. At that point, they would have ample opportunity to seize the Long family's assets. Simultaneously, in an office within the military, EAO received a call from Long Zhan. When he learned of the upheaval in the capital, he was left speechless. In his view, the only clans bold enough to challenge the Long family were the other 3 major families. However, from Long Zhan's words, it was clear that this attack had been orchestrated by someone else entirely. After the call ended, EAO's face turned as cold as ice. He took out his phone and called the intelligence team leader, Su Xiaoyu. "Hello? Is this team leader Su?" he inquired. "Please mobilize all members of the intelligence team. I want every lead on the terror attack in the capital tonight within the hour." Su Xiaoyu, who had been resting, smirked slightly at EAO's commanding tone. "Captain Yi, it seems you've misunderstood something. I am not your subordinate, and you have no authority to speak to me in that manner. Moreover, our intelligence team is powerless in this matter. We have not received any orders from the Patriarch, so our team cannot serve you." Hearing this, EAO's expression darkened. Yun Yin was on the brink of death, yet these people remained obstinate. "Team leader Su, I hope you understand that I am now the acting leader of the Long group, and my orders hold the same weight as the leaders. If you refuse to comply, I may consider removing you from your position as team leader." He thought he had made himself clear. But Su Xiaoyu remained unimpressed. "Captain Yi, I wonder when you became the acting leader of our Long group. Why have I not received any notice? Or do you believe you are the acting leader?" EAO's face turned a deep shade of anger. Su Xiaoyu was the last team member unwilling to submit to him. It was crucial to understand that the true strength of the Long group lay not in its members' compatibilities, but in its intelligence network. They could uncover virtually any information they sought. Even though he had become the captain of the second team, He remained utterly ignorant of the intelligence team's members and the information they possessed. Fine, team leader Sue, I hope you don't regret this. Yao shot back frostily into the phone. If you don't have anything else to discuss, I will hang up now, as I'm quite tired. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was abruptly disconnected. Yao could only place his phone on the table, his expression one of cold fury. With the intelligence team refusing to heed his orders, it would be nearly impossible to gather information on the identities of those targeting the Long family that night with the meager resources at his disposal. Damn it! He slammed his fist against the wall, pondering how to address the unfolding crisis. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu had already risen from her bed. She retrieved her phone and dialed Chu Fei at the same time. Far away in Jiangnan, Chu Fei had just emerged from the bathroom. Xu Li was already asleep, and he planned to dry his hair before resting. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xiaoyu. What troubles you, Xiaoyu? There is something peculiar about him. Why would Xiaoyu call herself late at night? What on earth has transpired? Fij, a grave incident has occurred in the capital. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei ceased his actions and removed the towel from his head. From the intelligence I have gathered, it appears that the Long family has become the target of a mysterious and formidable clan. A meticulously planned assassination operation commenced around 8 o'clock in the evening. In just over 2 short hours, nearly half of the upper echelon of the Long family has been eliminated, including several grandsons and granddaughters of Long Quang. Moreover, those perpetrators have employed a considerable amount of heavy weaponry, and the military is currently investigating this matter, which has already caused quite a stir. Fij, what kind of individuals would dare to target the Long family? Xiaoyu's words jolted Chu Fei's heart. So soon? His father's speed seems to exceed his expectations. He has no doubt that tonight's assassination was orchestrated by his father. He had assumed his father would take action in a few days. But to his surprise, it has only taken a day to strike. I am not certain. However, I must express my gratitude towards them. They have avenged the team leader. Chu Fei inwardly scoffed. This is merely the beginning. What lies ahead will be the Long family's nightmare. Indeed, the team leader was severely beaten by those from the Long family. It is utterly detestable. By the way, Fij, is the team leader in any serious condition? Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of concern. Speaking of which, has the Long family made any moves? If they have, it would be prudent to inform my father, allowing him to prepare in advance to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. On this note, Xiaoyu continued, the Long family has not detected any unusual activity for the time being. However, Yao just called me, requesting that I mobilize the intelligence team to investigate the individuals involved in tonight's operation. I flatly refused. I suspect he is currently venting his frustrations in his office. At this point, Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. Well done. Since he wishes to be a lapdog for the Long family, we shall not grant him such satisfaction. Chu Fei sneered. Since Yao is merely a pawn of the Long family within the military, it is evident that he covets the intelligence organization of the Long group. Xiaoyu shares a bond of life and death with him. It is inconceivable that Yao could command her. I would not mind adding fuel to the fire. The next day, Chu Fei and Su Li were enjoying lunch. Su Li was engrossed in her phone, scrolling through the news. Upon encountering a report concerning the capital, she could not suppress an exclamation. Bandit, have you seen the news? There has been a terrorist attack in the capital. My goodness! Our country is renowned as one of the safest nations. It is hard to believe such an event has transpired. Chu Fei feigned astonishment upon hearing her words. Is that so? Let me take a look. He accepted the phone from Su Li, and the headline displayed a pixelated image. Yet the bloodstains were unmistakable. It was evident how horrifying last night's events had been. Nevertheless, Chu Fei could only smirk inwardly. The Long family has brought this upon themselves. They will never fathom the extent of his father's wrath. Perhaps this is merely a matter of personal vendetta. During his tenure in the military, he had known that many families within the country possessed firearms, albeit with the tacit approval of the higher-ups. Such weaponry was typically not deployed lightly unless absolutely necessary. Chu Fei made a brief comment. Upon hearing his explanation, Su Li appeared somewhat taken aback, but chose not to elaborate further. After all, there were indeed individuals in Jiangnan City who possessed firearms. It was simply that very few dared to display them openly. After their meal, the pair decided not to linger at home. The weather was pleasant, and a stroll would do them good, benefiting both Su Li's health and her unborn child. Dressed in formal attire, they drove to the venue of the banquet Tianhao Hotel. one of the few five-star establishments in Jiangnan. For this commercial banquet, the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce had reserved the entire hotel. Upon parking, they approached the entrance, where two attendants stood ready to greet them. "Hello, may I ask if you have an invitation?" "An invitation?" Su Li and Chu Fei exchanged puzzled glances. They had not received any such invitation for this banquet. "Isn't this the banquet of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Is an invitation truly necessary?" Su Li inquired, somewhat confused. "Indeed. To prevent any unnecessary small companies from mingling, the president has specifically issued invitations to the companies that were invited. Without an invitation, you cannot enter." The attendant's words caused Su Li to furrow her brow slightly. When the president had called her earlier, he had not mentioned anything about an invitation. Just as she was about to call the president for clarification, a man appeared behind them, accompanied by a woman. Upon recognizing Chu Fei and Su Li, he could not help but exclaim, "Oh, is that not President Su? What a surprise! No invitation, I presume." Most notably, the woman accompanying him was undeniably lacking in grace. Standing at a height of 1.60 meters, she resembled a balloon from a distance, her body quivering as she walked. "Darling, do you know them?" The woman's raspy voice sent shivers down Chu Fei and Su Li's spines. Lin Shui glared at Chu Fei and Su Li with resentment, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Not just know them, but to ascend the ranks, I have sacrificed everything." This new woman was now his girlfriend, and her company was quite prominent in Jiangnan City. To win her favor, Lin Shui had gone to great lengths. Each night, he endured the discomfort of being pressed by her ample figure, the greasy scent so overpowering it could induce nausea. Yet, for the sake of his company and future, he had to endure the agony, directing all his frustration towards Chu Fei and Su Li. "Lin, you seem to be doing well. It has been a few days, and you've already switched partners. Would you like me to recommend some excellent supplements to invigorate you? I assure you, you'll be full of energy." Chu Fei struggled to contain his amusement. He had not anticipated encountering Lin Shui. The unfortunate fellow here, after having taught him a lesson last time, he had expected Lin to behave more modestly. Yet, he was surprised to see Lin had merely replaced his girlfriend. To be frank, this new girlfriend was far less appealing than the last. At least the previous one had been somewhat normal, and as for this one, he found it hard to believe how Lin Shui could endure her presence. Did he not fear being crushed? Lin Shui seethed with anger but dared not act out. The memories of their last encounter still fresh in his mind. "Darling, don't be upset. There's no need to waste your energy on such insignificant characters. Do you understand your current status?" The woman comforted Lin Shui, appearing to genuinely care for him. "Yes, darling, you are right. We are above such trivial matters." Lin Shui suppressed his fury and then addressed Chu Fei. "Please step aside. It would be appreciated if you do not block the entrance without an invitation." Su Li finally grasped the situation, frowning slightly as she pulled Chu Fei aside. "It's all right. I will call the president to inquire." With that, she took out her phone and dialed the chamber president. "Yuning, hello? Is this President Yu? I am Su Li, the president of Kiao Company. I would like to ask, is an invitation still required for entry?" Yuning, busy in the hall, furrowed his brow upon receiving the call. Su Li was one of the executives from the major companies that had been specifically requested to meet. He could not afford to be negligent. "Yes, President Su, I recall sending an invitation to your company. Did you not receive it?" Upon hearing this, Su Li's expression turned perplexed. The invitation had already been sent to the company? Why had she not received it? "President Yu, I did not receive it. I wonder if there was some sort of mishap." Upon hearing this, Yuning finally inquired, "That shouldn't be the case. President Su, where are you right now? Should I come to escort you in?" Su Li then informed him that they were at the entrance. Yuning hung up the phone and said to those nearby, "You all continue. I will go fetch someone." He then quickly made his way to the entrance. Upon seeing Su Li and a man being barred entry, he immediately apologized. "President Su, I sincerely apologized. It seems my staff failed to do their job and neglected your invitation." It was only then that Yuning's gaze fell upon Chu Fei, and this gentleman is. "This is my bodyguard." The hall was already filled with numerous attendees, though most were from smaller companies. The truly significant enterprises had yet to arrive, such as the owners of Chumin and Juanhao Group, who had not yet made their entrance. Meanwhile, Lin Shui had been keeping a close watch on the entrance, and upon seeing Su Li and Chu Fei being allowed inside, his expression darkened. He had not anticipated they would have connections to gain entry here. A plan swiftly formed in his mind, and he leaned in to whisper something to his girlfriend. Lu Ting. Upon hearing this, Lu Ting's round face betrayed a flicker of anger. Darling, fret not. I shall stand up for you. With that, she strode directly towards the table where Chu Fei and Su Li were seated. Clutching a glass of red wine as she approached within mere steps of them, she halted. So, you are the esteemed president of Kiao Corporation. Truly, one must say that meeting in person surpasses mere reputation. Might I ask, General Manager Su, would you do me the honor of sharing a drink? With that, she raised her glass. Yu Li's brow furrowed slightly as she glanced at Lin Shui beside her. I apologize, but I'm not feeling well and cannot partake in alcohol. However, Lu Ting was relentless. Oh. Is General Manager Su putting on airs? I've heard that numerous companies have sought investment from Kiao Corporation recently. Surely, your worth has soared, leading you to look down on us smaller enterprises? Her somewhat abrasive remarks caused Su Li's expression to darken. The unfolding situation had drawn the attention of many, including several business owners eager to collaborate with Kiao Corporation. Yet, without exception, their requests had been met with refusals, and now, witnessing someone target Kiao, they were all too eager to watch. That is not the case. I simply am unwell and hope you can understand. Esteemed boss, it was not that Su Li was unwilling to drink. Rather, she had a little one growing inside her, rendering alcohol consumption impossible. I see. General Manager Su must indeed look down upon us small businesses. Lu Ting's voice, though not loud, was heard by many present. The tide of sentiment began to sway in Lu Ting's favor. That moment, a man stepped forward. General Manager Su, this gentleman here is the chairman of Aoshi Group. A glass of red wine won't lead to inebriation, would it? The speaker was the owner of a real estate company that Su Li had declined to collaborate with, a man of considerable wealth. Others chimed in, General Manager Su, a drink won't harm you. As they spoke, Su Li's countenance grew increasingly grim. Yet it was Chu Fei who broke the silence, surveying the crowd before speaking slowly. What if she chooses not to drink? However, as soon as Chu Fei spoke, he was met with ridicule from Lin Shui. You are merely a lowly bodyguard. You have no right to speak here. The remark elicited laughter from the crowd, who had initially assumed he was Su Li's partner or husband. After all, it was understandable for a man to defend his woman's unwillingness to drink. Yet, this young man was merely a bodyguard. What authority did he possess to voice such opinions on behalf of the boss? Su Li, wishing to avoid offending the business owners, gestured for Chu Fei to step back. She then reached for the red wine on the table. Gentlemen, I apologize. My companion is inconsiderate. This glass, Before she could finish, Chu Fei snatched the wine from her hand and, in front of everyone, hurled it away. Crash! The wine glass shattered, its contents spilling across the floor. I said you cannot drink, do you understand? Chu Fei's calm gaze met Su Li's, and a flicker of gratitude passed through her eyes. Yet, Chu Fei's actions sparked discontent among many. Did I say, General Manager Su, your bodyguard dares to direct you? One jeered. Surely, you and this bodyguard have some sort of relationship? Or perhaps he is your kept man? Laughter erupted throughout the venue. However, 3 individuals remained unamused. Lin Shui, who was, for different reasons, unmoved, and Chu Fei and Su Li, who felt the weight of the situation. Chu Fei slowly raised his gaze to the man who had spoken. He approached him, his eyes fixed intently. I offer you a chance to apologize. The man, clearly taken aback by Chu Fei's audacity, scoffed, Do you know who I am? Do you think you have the right to demand an apology from me? The surrounding onlookers, eager for entertainment, stood by with smirks. Su Li, observing the unfolding drama, realized she could not intervene, standing helplessly. Whether I have the right, I cannot say. But I do know you will certainly be struck. Chu Fei replied, a smile playing on his lips. Before the man could react, Chu Fei's fist connected with his face. Bam! The man was knocked to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, a testament to the force behind the blow. The crowd was stunned, unable to fathom that this bodyguard had dared to act so boldly. At that moment, Yuning noticed the commotion and frowned. A bodyguard dares to strike a boss? Security! Security! The man who had been struck, unwilling to engage further with Chu Fei, called for security. 2 men in uniforms approached promptly. Sir, we must ask you to leave. Why Yuning stepped forward as well. Sir, please exit. We do not welcome those lacking in decorum. Su Li, seeing the president take charge, rushed to explain. President, this is all a misunderstanding. Please allow me to clarify. She assumed Yu Ning would listen, but Chu Fei interrupted with a gentle smile directed at Su Li. "It is all right, I will return shortly." The man who had been assaulted sneered and wiped the blood from his mouth. "If you manage to come back in, I will kneel and beg for forgiveness." "President Yu, surely someone like him cannot be allowed back in." Yu Ning's brow furrowed slightly, uncertain how to respond. Just then, Chu Fei spoke again. "President Yu, if I possess an invitation, may I return?" His words left the crowd momentarily stunned. "An invitation? A bodyguard?" Laughter erupted anew. Has this man lost his mind? A mere bodyguard seeking an invitation? Yu Ning, equally baffled, regarded Chu Fei with a puzzled expression. "It is possible, but..." Yet before he could finish, Chu Fei waved his hand dismissively. "Then it is settled." Turning to Su Li, he spoke softly. "I will return shortly." With that, he strode towards the exit, leaving Su Li curious about his claim to an invitation. Yu Ning remained perplexed. Had he failed to issue an invitation to this bodyguard? Surely, it was impossible. Outside the banquet hall, Chu Fei retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Young master," came a respectful voice from the other end. "Prepare to come directly to the banquet. I will be waiting for you here." Chu Fei nodded. "Understood. I shall arrive immediately." Upon hanging up, he lit a cigarette at the entrance point. 10 minutes later, a luxury car worth millions pulled up. A man clad in an expensive suit emerged and, upon spotting Chu Fei smoking by the roadside, hurried towards him. "Young master." Chu Fei glanced at the approaching Chu Yu. "Where is the invitation?" Chu Yu promptly produced the invitation from his pocket. "Let us proceed." As they prepared to re-enter the venue, Chu Yu hesitated. "Young master, considering we are a top-tier group, are you truly going to enter dressed like this? I have a suit ready for you in the car. Perhaps you should change." Initially reluctant, Chu Fei reconsidered and stepped into the vehicle, changing into a brand new suit worth hundreds of thousands. When he finally emerged, he appeared transformed, donning sunglasses that complemented his refined appearance. Entirely different from the bodyguard garb he had worn before. "Let us go." Chu Fei adjusted his collar and, alongside Chu Yu, made his way toward the venue. The onlooking service staff could hardly believe their eyes. The man who had just been expelled was now the owner of a multi-million-dollar luxury vehicle. As Chu Fei approached the two service staff, they dared not block his path, even avoiding glancing at the invitation. This was a figure beyond their authority to impede. Upon entering the venue, numerous eyes turned towards him. Though concealed behind sunglasses, many felt a sense of unfamiliarity. However, seated in her position, Su Li recognized him immediately. Her eyes widening in surprise and delight. This man, having changed his outfit, seemed a different individual altogether. His presence exuded an air of a wealthy air. "Who was that? Such a strong aura," one murmured. "Could he be the owner of some major corporation? He appears so youthful. To achieve such success at this age, he is nothing short of a genius." Lin Shui, upon noticing the newly arrived Chu Fei, initially failed to recognize him. However, upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh, isn't this the bodyguard who was just thrown out? How did he manage to sneak back in? Where are the security guards?" At that moment, all eyes in the room once again converged upon Chu Fei. He remained unfazed, slowly removing his sunglasses, prompting a collective gasp as the crowd recognized his face. "Isn't this the individual who was just expelled? How is it that this person has sneaked in again?" Previously, when it was said that Chu Fei could enter, that individual had a face full of indignation. "Security. Where are the security personnel? This person has already been expelled. How could you let him in again? What are you doing?" As the man's voice echoed, several security guards appeared on the scene, slowly approaching Chu Fei, seemingly intending to eject him once more. However, before Chu Fei could speak, Chu Yu stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the guards and slowly producing an invitation. "Have you lost your senses? You dare to ask our group's chairman to leave? President Yu, is this truly the place you were searching for?" Yu Ning, still in shock, was startled when he heard Chu Yu's voice. "Chairman?" He was no stranger to Chu Yu.as, the president of the Chu Min Group. She had personally delivered the invitation to show respect. Yet, it was astonishing to learn that the chairman of the Chu Min Group was, in fact, the very Chu Fei he had just expelled. Moreover, this chairman happened to be Su Li's bodyguard. He couldn't fathom this connection. Although he was aware of the cooperative relationship between Chu Min and Kiyao, and that Chu Min had invested significantly in Kiyao, It was still hard to believe that the chairman of Chu Min would choose to serve as a bodyguard for a small company owner. The others present were equally bewildered. The chairman of Chu Min Group? Ever since the Zhao Group's disappearance, Chu Min had taken over. Many companies here had dealings with Chu Min and had previously collaborated with them. Compared to the Zhao Group, Chu Min was far more agreeable, often resulting in win-win situations. This had led to a favorable impression of Chu Min among several companies. Yet now, they discovered that the chairman of Chu Min was, astonishingly, a bodyguard. A misunderstanding. Yu Ning stepped forward, waving his hand at the security guards, who then retreated. With an awkward smile, he turned to Chu Yu and remarked, "Miss Chu, is this your group's chairman?" Upon finishing, his gaze fell upon Chu Fei. Chu Yu merely replied calmly, "President Yu, let me introduce you. This is indeed our Chu Min Group's chairman, Chu Fei." From a distance, Su Li's expression darkened. She had previously naively thought that Chu Min was a company belonging to one of Chu Fei's friends. However, it now seemed that it was his own. After all, he had previously claimed to be a top-tier rich second generation with numerous connections. So he was Chairman Chu. What a misunderstanding. Yu Ning approached with an awkward smile, extending his hand to shake Chu Fei's. Yet, Chu Fei completely ignored him, his gaze fixed quietly on the man who had spoken earlier. "I recall someone saying that if I could still come in, they would bow and admit their mistake. I wonder if anyone remembers that statement?" Upon hearing this, many faces in the crowd changed. The individual who had made that remark turned ashen. He had no idea that Chu Fei was the chairman of Chu Min Group. Furthermore, who would expect the chairman of a group to serve as a bodyguard for a small company owner? Yu Ning realized that Chu Fei intended to settle the score. He turned and urgently addressed the man who had spoken earlier. "Boss Wu, hurry and apologize to Chairman Chu. Let this matter end here. We are all businesses from Jiangnan, and we see each other often. A simple apology will suffice." Yu Ning's words were also meant to indicate to Chu Fei that everyone present was a reputable business from Jiangnan, hoping that he would not be too harsh, especially since he was the host of this commercial banquet and the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, deserving a modicum of respect from all present. Hearing this, Boss Wu had no choice but to step forward and bow an apology to Chu Fei. "My apologies, Chairman Chu. Please forgive my indiscretion. I will punish myself with 3 drinks. How does that sound?" Chu Fei regarded the apologetic man with a calm expression. 3 drinks will suffice." Upon hearing this, both Boss Wu and Yu Ning sighed in relief, thinking that Chu Fei did not wish to stir up trouble. However, Chu Fei had not finished speaking. "Make it 3 bottles. If you finish them in one go, I will not pursue this matter further." The crowd gasped collectively. Although it was merely red wine, consuming an entire bottle in one go would surely be overwhelming, let alone 3. It would be unbearable for even the strongest stomach. Boss Wu turned pale, a flicker of fear in his eyes. His company was not large, merely a speck in comparison to the major firms. He regretted seeking attention and making such a foolish statement, and now he had kicked a hornet's nest. "I will drink." He reached for a bottle of red wine on the table, tilting his head back to drink. However, Su Li interjected, "That's enough. Just apologized, and no need to drink." As she spoke, Su Li stepped forward and pinched Chu Fei sharply at his waist, causing him to gasp in surprise. Upon hearing her, Chu Fei waved his hand. "Since President Su has spoken, then let it be." The man quickly bowed to Su Li. "President Su, I apologize for my lack of insight and for offending you. I am truly sorry." Su Li merely nodded in response. However, Chu Fei was not inclined to let the matter rest. His gaze shifted to Lu Ting and Lin Shui, as they were the root cause of the incident. Lin Shui was already petrified by the unfolding scene. He could not believe that the chairman of Chu Min Group was Chu Fei. He had foolishly sought revenge against him. No wonder he had suffered such a crushing defeat. Chu Fei had never regarded him as a threat. Lu Ting's face was also marked with trepidation. Her company paled in comparison to Chu Min, practically inconsequential. If the other party wished to destroy her company, it would take but a word. Remembering the terrible advice Lin Shui had given her earlier, her anger flared. With a swift slap, she struck Lin Shui across the face. "Get lost, useless. What good are you?" Lin Shui was caught off guard by the slap, holding his face in shock. "Dear, you. Who is your dear? Get lost. From now on, we are breaking up. Leave, and do not let me see you again." Lin Shui stood frozen, unable to believe that he was about to be dumped by a girlfriend he had just found. Without having even extracted a penny from her, was this her breakup fee? A staggering sum of billions? Chapter 70. The Family of One's Grandmother. As the afternoon approached 5 o'clock, more attendees began to arrive, including many renowned enterprises from Jiangnan. The owners of these companies were engaged in lively discussions about recent market trends. Meanwhile, Chu Fei and Su Li had found a quiet spot to sit. For Chu Fei, today's banquet was merely an opportunity to accompany Su Li and observe how the so-called four great families intended to target her company. Su Li had no intention of collaborating with the numerous companies present. After the earlier incidents, she was simply focused on maintaining her own territory. So, you were here all along. I searched for you everywhere. At some point, Wang Xia had arrived, beaming at the two of them. President Wang. Upon seeing Wang Xia, Su Li quickly rose from her seat and extended her hand for a shake. Wang Xia accepted, shaking hands with her. President Su, may I sit here? Wang Xia gestured to the seat beside Su Li. Of course, Su Li readily agreed, as Wang Xia had previously invested 500 million in her company. Once seated, Wang Xia turned her gaze to Chu Fei. Chairman Chu, long time no see. Chu Fei glanced at Wang Xia. Responding, indeed, it has been a while. Su Li was aware that the two were familiar with each other, as Chu Fei had mentioned their acquaintance before, so there was no need for her to feel jealous. I have heard some interesting news. I wonder if you two would be interested to hear it. Upon hearing her, both Su Li and Chu Fei turned their attention to her. President Wang, what news has piqued your interest? Su Li found it strange. Wang Xia's company was among the top in Jiangnan, and there were few matters that could captivate her attention. Coincidentally, this matter is closely related to your company, President Su. As soon as she spoke, Su Li and Chu Fei's expression shifted. Previously, many companies had sought to collaborate with Su Li's company, leading them to suspect that their company's secrets had been exposed. Now that Wang Xia was also mentioning this, it confirmed Chu Fei's earlier suspicions. I have heard that recently, people are saying that the medicine your company is researching is quite extraordinary. If successful, your company will undoubtedly leap to become one of the top in the nation. Furthermore, I have also heard that many companies have approached you for collaboration, but you have declined. Is that true? Hearing this, Su Li realized that their company's secret had indeed been exposed. This explained why so many were eager to collaborate with her. However, among these individuals, Wang Xia was an exception. After all, she had chosen to invest during the most critical time for the company, which touched Su Li deeply. From whose mouth did you hear this? Chu Fei's expression was somewhat frigid. Initially, he suspected that the Long family might be covertly manipulating this matter, but now, with the Long family itself in peril, it seemed improbable they had the capacity to meddle in so many affairs. Many of my company's employees are already aware of this situation. I am uncertain how the news leaked, but I have dispatched someone to investigate. Wang Xia understood all too well how significant Su Li was to Chu Fei. For Su Li's company, this incident was undoubtedly a catastrophic disaster. If they chose to collaborate, the company's shares would inevitably be diluted. And should the research succeed, their original value would be diminished by at least half. Conversely, if they declined the partnership, Su Li's company would certainly face relentless targeting. At that juncture, the company would find itself in dire straits unless someone provided clandestine assistance. Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within them. He had originally believed that only the Long family was involved, but it now appeared that multiple families were at play. For the time being, there seemed to be no immediate danger. Between us, we hold nearly half of the shares of Cade Yao Company, with the remaining shares resting in Su Li's hands. Currently, the three of us are the largest shareholders. As long as we refrain from making any statements, the company's shares will not be threatened. The primary objective now is to uncover the source of this information and ascertain their true intentions. Chu Fei had already contemplated the situation with clarity. Capturing the individual behind this leak would undoubtedly prove challenging. Since Wang Xia had already sent someone to inquire, he could not afford to stand idly by. Just as they were conversing, a trumpet sound resonated through the air. Let us welcome the four esteemed guests from the capital. Approaching them was none other than Feng Yao, the president of Fenghua Group. Upon hearing this announcement, the trio turned their gazes towards the entrance. At some point, a long red carpet had been laid out from the entrance to the podium at the front. At this moment, Yu Ning was standing on the podium, delivering an enthusiastic introduction. Chu Fei and Wang Xia exchanged glances, both understanding that the individual entering was likely a representative from the Feng family, one of the four prominent families. As the first guest entered, the second was soon announced. Next, let us welcome Han Ming, the president of Han's Group. Under Yu Ning's formal introduction, representatives from the Feng, Yun, and Han families had all entered. However, when it was time for the Long family, Yuning received a message. On the podium, Han Ming leaned close to Yuning and whispered something. The latter's expression changed dramatically, his gaze towards Han Ming filled with shock, seemingly unable to believe the news just conveyed. Yet, Han Ming nodded slightly, confirming its veracity. Thus, Yuning picked up the microphone and addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for a slight mishap. The president of Long's group has tragically passed away due to an accident. Therefore, he will not be attending today. Let us take a moment to mourn for President Long. Upon hearing this, the attendees were visibly stunned. The Long family could not make it, and it was due to an accident? However, Chu Fei was not surprised in the least. If the Long family had been able to attend, that would have been unexpected. Nevertheless, the presence of the Yun family was somewhat surprising to him, given that the Yun family was indeed his maternal family. Chapter 71. I'm sorry. No need. At the airport in Jiangnan City, Yun Yu and her chief steward slowly descended from the plane. Oddly, the environment here is quite pleasant. Having never visited Jiangnan in her youth, she found the present scenery rather agreeable. Oldly, the chief steward, whose full name was Li Yu, was responsible for most of the affairs concerning the Chu family in the capital. On the surface, he was a powerful figure behind several major companies, but in reality, he was the Chu family's chief steward, a position rivaling that of the heads of the four prominent families. Madam, you jest. Jiangnan's environment has always been delightful. Although the capital is bustling, its air quality pales in comparison to Jiangnan. Here, the seasons are consistent, neither too hot nor too cold, making it ideal for retirement. Li Yu explained with a slight bow. Yun Yu nodded lightly. It was indeed pleasant. At some point, you and the young master should discuss where to purchase a larger estate in Jiangnan. Yes, madam, Li Yu replied with a slight nod. By the way, did you look into the young master's whereabouts before coming? Yun Yu had not consulted Chu Fei about her visit to Jiangnan. She intended to surprise both him and Su Li. Madam, I did check before coming. Today, there is a business banquet in Jiangnan, and the young master and young mistress were invited to attend. They should be at the banquet now. Hearing this, a faint smile graced Yun Yu's face. Then let us go and have a look. It has been many years since I last saw that rascal. I find myself missing him. As they spoke, the two exited the airport. Those waiting outside promptly opened the car doors. Li Yu and Yun Yu entered the vehicle, heading directly to Tianhao Hotel. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Tianhao Hotel, attendees were seated, listening to Yuning discuss recent business news. After a considerable time, Yuning cleared her throat. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome President Feng of Fenghua Group to share his investment plans. With that, she stepped aside. Feng Yao took to the stage, a gentle smile adorning his face. Radiating a sense of comfort, he appeared to be in his 30s. Esteemed business leaders of Jiangnan, I represent Fenghua Group, and I extend my gratitude to all the friends present at this banquet. He concluded with a slight bow, expressing his appreciation. The audience, eager to honor Feng Yao, rose to applaud, exclaiming, "It is our honor to have President Feng here." Indeed, President Feng's presence signifies the promise of significant projects. Others chimed in. Feng Yao smiled slightly, acknowledging the words of one businessman. You are correct. We have indeed come with a major project. This time, Fenghua Group brings 1 billion in funding, intending to invest in some of the more promising companies present. He mentioned companies such as Zhang Hai's infrastructure firm, which the government is currently supporting, and Lu Nian's new energy company, also receiving substantial backing from the state. The owners of the companies mentioned beamed with joy. Being acknowledged by a company under one of the four prominent families meant their fortunes would soon improve. With ample funding influx, their status and standing would elevate significantly, allowing them to compete on equal footing with established firms in no time. The companies I mentioned are just a portion. There are others I haven't named, so there's no need for concern. We plan to engage with the majority of the enterprises in Jiangnan. Even if my company does not invest, I believe President Yun and President Han will also make investments, Feng Yao reassured, observing the somber expressions of several businessmen. As he spoke, those faces gradually brightened with hope. Many of them were established companies in Jiangnan, accustomed to the market stability, unable to produce substantial funds for new ventures. However, with the backing of influential families, their prospects transformed entirely. Sitting beside Chu Fei, Wang Xie furrowed her brows slightly. Chu Fei, what do you think their true intentions are? Are they aiming to monopolize Jiangnan's enterprises entirely with this influx of capital? Chu Fei remained silent, simply observing intently. If it were merely an investment, there would be no need for such grand gestures. However, he was uncertain if they harbored ulterior motives. Yuli sat quietly, her mind racing. She had hoped to secure a substantial investment for her company, but Chu Fei's earlier remarks left her feeling uneasy. Had the company's secrets been exposed? This was a grave concern. After Feng Yao concluded his speech, it was the Han family's turn to present their remarks, which bore resemblance to Feng Yao's. Filled with pleasantries about investing in certain companies to boost the local economy. When the Yun family was announced, Chu Fei finally shifted his gaze. This time, the representative from the Yun family was a young woman introduced by Yu Ning as Yun Yuelan. She appeared to be in her 20s, wearing glasses, her long black hair cascading casually over her shoulders. While she was quite attractive, her figure paled in comparison to Su Li's. If memory served, Yun Yuelan was indeed the daughter of his mother's younger brother, making her his cousin. Over the years, Chu Fei had remained occupied with military duties, leaving little time to visit them. Our Yun family has come to Jiangnan not only to boost the local economy, but also because we have heard of a promising pharmaceutical company that aligns with our business interests. Therefore, we intend to offer substantial support to this company, known as K. Yao Company. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion flickered in Chu Fei's eyes. He was aware that the Yun family operated in the pharmaceutical industry. But how had they come to know about K. Yao Company? After all, K. Yao had only recently gained a modicum of recognition in Jiangnan, hardly warranting the attention of the Yun family. He could not believe that there was no ulterior motive involved. As Wang Xia processed this information, she realized that the Yun family had their sights set squarely on K. Yao Company. As for the Feng family and the Han family, their intentions are likely quite similar. Upon hearing that her company had been nominated, Su Li's fair visage underwent a subtle transformation. Just as Chu Fei had remarked, it seemed that this gathering was not convened with benign intentions. Slowly rising from her seat, she coldly remarked, "I apologize, General Manager Yun, but our company currently has no need for investment." Chapter 72. A strong dragon cannot oppress a local snake. Su Li's words rendered the entire room silent. In an instant, many gazes turned towards the position where Su Li's at their table. There were only 3 individuals: Chu Fei, Su Li, and Wang Xia. Yet, their statuses were anything but insignificant. The Chu Min group was, without exaggeration, the leader in Jiangnan. Furthermore, the Juanhao group was also quite formidable. The Jiangnan branch was merely a subsidiary. As for the Qiao company, it was indeed just a small enterprise. In truth, many in attendance were aware that both the Chu Min and Juanhao groups had invested in the Qiao company, and the amounts were substantial, with both parties holding considerable shares. Should other companies wish to invest, they would require the approval of these two. Without their consent, Su Li would undoubtedly refuse. Su Li's declaration was likely indicative of their sentiments. Meanwhile, Yun Yuelan's expression darkened. Denying her face before a crowd was certainly not welcome. Feng Yao and Han Ming also looked somewhat astonished. Their purpose for being here was rather straightforward. Besides investing in small companies, they intended to divide the shares of the Qiao company among themselves, 30% each. However, it now seemed that the situation was somewhat askew. Perhaps Su Li was not fully aware of the influence wielded by their groups? "Allow me to elucidate," Yun Yuelan said with a calm demeanor. "If your company is willing to accept our investment, I assure you that within a year, your company's valuation will multiply tenfold." At this proclamation, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. A tenfold increase in valuation? If the Qiao company were currently valued at 1 billion, it could reach a staggering 100 billion within a year. This represented a qualitative leap. Many present felt a twinge of envy. Why should such fortune befall the Qiao company? Were their own companies truly inferior? "Let me interject," Chu Fei said, gently pulling Su Li's hand. Signaling her to take a seat, he then stood, casting his gaze across the room. "If General Manager Yun wishes to invest in the Qiao company, that is permissible. As a shareholder of Qiao, I too possess the right to participate. I shall propose a price, and should you all agree, I shall naturally consent as well." At this moment, the attention of Han Ming and Feng Yao shifted to Chu Fei, a hint of confusion in their eyes. They were unaware of Chu Fei's true identity. Beside them, Yuning observed keenly and quickly explained. "This is Chu Fei, the chairman of the Chu Min group. Prior to their arrival, they had thoroughly investigated the major enterprises in Jiangnan. They were aware of the Chu Min group but had found it perplexing. It seemed to have emerged from nowhere, taking over the former Zhao group. This left them somewhat bewildered. What do you say?" Yun Yuelan looked at Chu Fei curiously, sensing a faint familiarity about him. as if she had encountered him before, yet she could not recall where 100 billion for 1% of the shares. If you all accept this condition and wish to invest, I welcome you. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. 100 billion for merely 1% of the shares. Even if the Chu Min Group were to sell out entirely, it would hardly be worth such a sum. Moreover, this was merely a small company like Kiao. 100 billion could easily establish 10 more companies of similar stature. Wang Xie raised an eyebrow. This individual was exceedingly audacious. However, this declaration effectively extinguished their hopes. Su Li was taken aback by Chu Fei's words. 100 billion was an astronomical figure for her. To acquire only 1% of the shares for such an amount was absurd. Unless the other party was delusional, they would surely not invest. Han Ming, sitting nearby, scoffed at this notion. Who do you think you are? 100 billion for 1% of the shares? Have you lost your mind? To deal with such a trivial company, a mere flick of the finger would suffice. Why waste so much money? Han Ming's remark incited Chu Fei's ire. He slowly raised his head, a smile creeping onto his face. You seem rather arrogant. That a flick of the finger to deal with it? Then allow me to suggest this. I shall sever one of your fingers for every flick you make, if that isn't sufficient. We can use your toes as well. Han Ming, upon hearing this, abruptly stood, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he glared at Chu Fei. However, he soon regained his composure. You possess a fair amount of audacity, do you not? Are you aware of the consequences of provoking me? Chu Fei chuckled softly. Consequences? I am unaware of such matters. However, I guarantee that should you lay a hand on the Kiao company, the repercussions will be dire. Wai Yuning, witnessing this exchange, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He quickly rose to mediate. Everyone, violence is not the answer. We are all businessmen here. Let us discuss our business calmly. Yet, Yun Yuelan's gaze towards Chu Fei shifted, a flicker of recognition crossing her mind. A familiar figure from her past emerged in her thoughts, aligning with the man before her. So it was you. You bullied me in our youth. This time, I shall ensure your downfall. In reality, Yun Yuelan and Chu Fei were of similar ages, though she was born a few months prior, which meant that Chu Fei should technically address her as cousin. This mischievous boy had often bullied her in their younger years, throwing firecrackers at her feet to frighten her, and even tossing frogs into her hands, leaving her terrified for days. Yet, she now found herself puzzled. What brought Chu Fei to Jiangnan? Chairman Yu, I am merely discussing business. However, some individuals seem unwilling to relent. If you feel slighted, then perhaps you ought to depart rather than create a commotion here. Wang Xie, observing the situation, stifled a smile. It appeared that Chu Fei possessed quite the silver tongue. You seek death. Han Ming could no longer contain himself. With a wave of his hand, 2 bodyguards stepped forward. Seize him. Today, I shall teach him that not everyone can be trifled with. As soon as the words left his lips, the 2 bodyguards advanced towards Chu Fei. The crowd watched in shock. Were they truly planning to resort to violence? Feng Yao smirked inwardly, recognizing Han Ming's folly. This was not the capital. Who would dare to speak to them in such a manner? However, here in Jiangnan, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot oppress a local snake. The locals held sway, and challenging them was simply courting disaster. Just as everyone anticipated that Chu Fei would be subdued, the doors swung open. What a lively gathering! May I still partake in a drink? Chapter 73. This is not a surprise, but a shock. With the doors pushed open, all eyes instinctively turned towards the entrance. Upon closer inspection, a well-dressed woman of remarkable poise, accompanied by a man in a suit, stood at the threshold. For a moment, the crowd was taken aback. The banquet was already in full swing. Why were new arrivals just now making their entrance? However, when Chu Fei recognized the newcomers, he found himself momentarily frozen, seemingly in disbelief, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Upon confirming that the individual was indeed his mother, he stammered out 2 words, "No way." He understood that after informing his father about his girlfriend and her pregnancy, this news could not remain hidden. He had presumed it would take a month or 2 for his parents to visit, yet only a few days had passed, and here was his mother. Without a doubt, his father must be accompanying her. Moreover, the events in the capital were undoubtedly orchestrated by his father. Yun Yuelan, standing on the platform, was equally astonished upon seeing the arrivals. Aunt San? It had been several years since she last saw her aunt, and she certainly did not expect her to appear here. This seemed rather peculiar. She turned to glance at Chu Fei, realizing that her aunt's visit was surely connected to him. This lady, may I inquire as to who you are? Yu Ning, startled by the appearance of Yunyu, recognized her significance from her demeanor. However, he could not recall extending an invitation to such a prominent figure. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I'm merely here to observe the festivities. Please, continue as you were. She scanned the room and, upon spotting Yun Yuelon on stage, her face lit up with delight. Little one, you are here too? Come down, let your aunt have a look at you. Little one? Aunt? The crowd gasped in unison. The newcomer was, in fact, Yun Yuelon's aunt. The Yun family was one of the 4 great families of the Daxia dynasty. If this woman was indeed Yun Yuelon's aunt, her status was formidable. Everyone held their breath, as though a great weight had descended upon them. Yun Yuelon gracefully descended from the platform and approached Yunyu, affectionately taking her hand. Aunt San, what brings you here? You could have informed me of your arrival so I could send someone to greet you. Upon hearing this, the crowd recognized the authenticity of her lineage. There was no denying it. Feng Yao and Han Ming were equally astonished. How could direct members of the Yun family possibly appear here? They recalled that it seemed the Yun family had not dispatched any direct members at all. I merely came to see your cousin. Yunyu explained, but I arrived rather abruptly, so I didn't have the chance to inform my family. As she spoke, her gaze swept across the gathering once more, finally settling on Chu Fei. A flicker of tenderness crossed her eyes, while Chu Fei's expression was one of sheer embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated this move from his mother. What? Your mother is here, and you don't even come over to greet her? This remark elicited another wave of astonishment from those present. Was this man the son of that distinguished matron? It was only then that Chu Fei, with a face full of awkwardness, stepped forward. Mom, could you at least give me a heads up when you arrive? I was completely unprepared for this. At that moment, a singular thought reverberated in the minds of everyone present. Chu Fei's mother was a member of the Yun family? Han Ming was left dumbfounded by this revelation. He could never have imagined that Chu Fei had such formidable backing. Moreover, throughout the entire event, Yun Yuelon had never once mentioned Chu Fei's name. This is why Yu Ning felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead, as if drenched in water. Now he understood why Chu Fei had the audacity to say what he did earlier. He was utterly unafraid. The Yun family and the Han family were of equal standing. If you dared to touch my people, I would not hesitate to retaliate. No words needed. Besides, his mother was a direct member of the Yun family. On that basis alone, Chu Fei's previous statement was entirely justifiable. However, it was not just Yu Ning who was shocked. Su Li was equally bewildered. Chu Fei's mother had arrived. Didn't that mean she should also go and greet her? As his girlfriend, it would be impolite for her to remain seated. Wang Xia also stood up, remembering how she had met Yunyu as a child, back when she had to call her Aunt Yun. Thus, the 2 women followed Chu Fei toward Yunyu and Yun Yuelon. Upon seeing Su Li approaching, Chu Fei awkwardly scratched his nose. Mom, this is my girlfriend. Su Su Li. This is my mother, Su Li. With her face flushed crimson, bowed slightly, greeting, nice to meet you, Aunt. Yu's gaze appraised Su Li, and she couldn't help but nod approvingly. Finally, with a beaming smile, she grasped Su Li's small hand. Don't be shy. Just call me Aunt Yun from now on. At that moment, the crowd was utterly unsettled. No wonder Chu Fei dared to challenge the Han family for the sake of a small company. This was his girlfriend, and of course, he would protect her. Everything that had transpired suddenly made sense. Han Ming's expression darkened, resembling someone who had just swallowed something unpleasant. He had no idea about this underlying relationship. Had he known, he would never have uttered those words. Although he was a member of the Han family, he was not a direct descendant. Yet the woman who had just appeared was clearly a direct member. Someone whose status was far beyond his reach. The family would never choose to confront a direct member of the Yun family for his sake. Aunt, do you remember me? Wang Xia asked with a smile as she stepped forward to greet Yunyu. Yunyu's gaze fell upon Wang Xia, and after a moment of hesitation, she tentatively inquired, Are you the little girl from the Wang family? I didn't expect Aunt Yun to have such a good memory. I am Wang Xia, she replied. Yunyu chuckled softly. It's been so many years. The little girl has grown up. How is your mother doing? Wang Xia nodded. My mother is doing well. She often mentions when she will come to chat with you. At this, everyone was taken aback. It seemed that the president of Juan Hao Group was not an ordinary person at all. She addressed this woman as Aunt Yun, clearly indicating a special relationship. Mom, you came and didn't he even tell me? Chu Fei complained, looking at his mother. Yunyu smiled and replied, I intended to give you a surprise. Chu Fei could hardly contain his exasperation. This isn't a surprise. It's a shock. All right. Meanwhile, Han Ming realized it was no longer appropriate for him to remain there. He turned to leave but was called out by Chu Fei. Hey, you from the Han family, wait a moment. Suddenly halted. Han Ming paused. Mom, you all go ahead and chat. I need to handle a small matter here. Yunyu nodded and walked away with Su Li and Wang Xi at Liu, then spoke up slowly. Young master, do you need my assistance? Chu Fei was naturally familiar with Liu, the chief steward of the Chu family. The only outsider with an unchanged name. Uncle Li, you can go rest over there. I can manage this. After saying that, he approached Han Ming. So, you just said you'd kill me? Just based on those two bodyguards? Chu Fei's gaze fell on the two bodyguards beside Han Ming. Han Ming's face turned particularly grim. What do you want? At this moment, he no longer held the initiative. He didn't even have the authority to strike back. Nothing much. I merely wish to inform you that Kashao Company is mine. If others wish to intervene, they must consult me first. After delivering this statement, he turned and walked towards Su Li and the others. Mom, let us go. After a long day of flying, you must be exhausted. Let us find a place to enjoy a good meal. Yunyu nodded, her face beaming with smiles. That sounds great. It's the perfect opportunity to have a good chat with my future daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Li couldn't help but lower her head, her cheeks flushed. Just a few days ago, she had been somewhat irritated about when she would meet Chu Fei's parents, and now they had taken the initiative to come. Thus, under the gaze of the crowd, several people departed the banquet. Once Chu Fei and the others left, there was no longer any reason to continue the event, which concluded hastily. Chu Fei and Su Li soon arrived at a nearby decent 3-star restaurant. Mom, did you come here for something specific? Chu Fei asked, feigning ignorance as he looked at his mother. Yunyu cast him a sidelong glance. Do you not know why I'm here? I'm telling you. Chu Fei, quit pretending. Stop talking nonsense. Yunyu was unreserved, directly exposing Chu Fei's pretense. This topic immediately caused Su Li's face to turn crimson. But we'll have to meet eventually, so why the rush? What does it have to do with you? Chu Fei retorted, exasperatedly glaring at Yunyu. Yunyu, however, held on to Yunyu's hand. Aunt, look at him. All right. As they spoke, Yunyu's gaze fell upon Su Li. Little Li, I actually came here to confirm your engagement with Xiao Fei. I understand your relationship, so I'd like to invite your parents to dinner tomorrow so we can discuss the engagement details. What do you think? In response to Yunyu's words, Su Li was left somewhat flustered. Her hands tightly clasped together, palms sweaty. That sounds good, Aunt. Seeing Su Li's nervousness, Yunyu stepped forward to clasp her small hand. Silly girl, why are you so anxious? I want tea bite. Hearing her reassurance, Su Li gradually relaxed, forcing a smile. Aunt, I knowed it's just that it's my first time. I don't have much experience. Chu Fei, standing nearby, couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction. Dio, you want a second time? Pfft. Wang Xia and Yunyu both burst into laughter. Su Li's face turned even redder. I just misspoke. Yunyu shot Chu Fei a fierce glare. You brat, behave yourself. Don't bully my daughter-in-law, understand? If I find out you're picking on her, I'll deal with you. Meanwhile, at the luxurious villa of the Long family in the capital, useless, a bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't even find one person, and you've been ambushed instead. What use are you to me? Tell me, what are you good for? Long Quang glared at Long Zhen, Long Xiao, and the remaining grandsons, as well as some of the leaders of the organizations they had trained. Yeao was among them, standing silently to the side, not daring to utter a word. A full 24 hours had passed, and they hadn't received a single piece of information. They didn't even know the identity of their opponent. All they understood was that the target of the attack was solely the Long family, with no impact on other families whatsoever. Yeao, I ask you, why didn't the intelligence team of the Long group take action? You should be the one in control of the Long group now, right? Yet you can't even manage a small intelligence team. Tell me, what use is your existence to my son? Faced with the Patriarch's questioning, Yeao did not dare to lift his head. Patriarch, the intelligence team operates independently. Besides the team leader, no other captains have the authority to command. I'm not the team leader yet. So, Long Quang scoffed at Yeao's explanation. Currently, The Long group consisted of only Yi Ao and one team leader of the intelligence unit. Su Nianying had already been severely injured by them, her life status uncertain. Even if she were fortunate enough not to die, she would likely spend the remaining years bedridden. At present, the most powerful figure in the Long group was Yi Ao. This Long group leader must be chosen swiftly. If it's not you, then you have no reason to remain in the Long group. Long Quang's tone turned icy wide out. Yi Ao lowered his head, not daring to utter a single word. Yet, deep within the depths of his eyes, a cruel glimmer flickered. What right do they have, simply because they have shown him kindness? Just because his life was saved by them? Does it grant them the power to dictate his fate? Yi Ao would not submit. However, at this moment, under the eaves, one must bow their head. Leave. Within 3 days, I wish to hear the news of you ascending to the position of Dragon Group leader. With a heavy heart, Yi Ao could only lower his head and turn away from the villa. After his departure, a glint of coldness flashed in Long Quang's eyes. Long Jun, prepare yourself if he has not become the Dragon Group leader within 3 days. Eliminate him. Long Quang understood all too well. If he were to take the position and become uncontrollable, it would lead to greater complications. However, should he succeed, it would undoubtedly provide significant advantages for the family. Very well. Long Jun's eyes remained somewhat vacant, clearly affected by the deaths of his 3 sons. As for the others, mobilize all our connections to trace the origins of that group. Regardless of who they are, I will ensure they pay the price. In the depths of Long Quang's gaze lay a profound murderous intent. Chapter 75. Don't take advantage and then play the victim on a weekend morning. There is no better time for a leisurely lie-in. However, contrary to this, Chu Fei and Su Li rose early. After tidying up, they headed to a nearby shopping mall, where they purchased a plethora of gifts and made their way to the Su family villa. Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian were engaged in discussions about their upcoming travel plans. As their stay was no longer suitable do you think we should head to the Maldives first, or visit the Eiffel Tower in Paris? Or perhaps enjoy some time in Sanya? Su Wu was marking the map as he spoke, while Zhang Qinglian sat beside him, snacking on sunflower seeds. Do you still think we're young? We're going on a trip, not a honeymoon. Why engage in such romance at over 40? These places are meant for the young. Upon hearing this, Su Wu chuckled softly, pulling Zhang Qinglian into an embrace. In our youth, we were so focused on business. Now that our little girl has grown and has someone to look after her, shouldn't we enjoy our time together? Furthermore, a man at 40 is like a flower in full bloom. While a woman at 40, before he could finish, he was met with a disapproving glance from Zhang Qinglian, who pinched him firmly at the waist. What? Are you starting to find me lacking? As if men at 40 are so desirable. Why don't you seek out a younger girl to accompany you? Su Wu's face flushed with embarrassment. You're enough for me. Younger girls don't suit my taste. My teeth aren't what they used to be. And I can't handle it. Upon hearing this, a hint of reproach flashed across Zhang Qinglian's still alluring face. Look at you, drinking goji berry water daily and yet seeking younger girls. As1 ages, drinking goji berry tea has become a norm. Su Wu was no exception, especially after years of frequent drinking engagements. However, how could a man allow his woman to belittle him? Are you looking down on me? It is still early. If we must, let's give it a try. With that, he leaned in to kiss Zhang Qinglian. Just then, the front door swung open. Su Li and Chu Fei entered, laden with bags. Upon witnessing the scene before them, both were momentarily taken aback. Ahem. Mom and Dad, is this your good morning kiss? A smile was suppressed on Su Li's face, while Chu Fei turned his head away, struggling to contain his laughter. Su Wu feigned a cough, claiming, your mother has something in her eye. Let me help her. Zhang Qinglian pinched his thigh sharply, her still smooth face tinged with a hint of red. Xiao Li, what brings you here? You didn't even give us a heads up and brought so much stuff? At this, Su Li and Chu Fei exchanged awkward glances. They hadn't figured out how to break the news on their way here. Mom, please, sit down. We have something to discuss. With that, Su Li shot Chu Fei a meaningful look. The latter immediately caught on. Uncle, Auntie, today we wish to share some significant news with you. Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian exchanged glances, already anticipating what was to come. They settled onto the sofa, while Su Li and Chu Fei took their seats opposite. Please, go ahead, Su Li nudged Chu Fei. Feeling somewhat anxious, Chu Fei hesitated on how to begin. Seeing his nervousness, Zhang Qinglian chuckled, enough. I already know what you're going to say, and is it really necessary to be so formal? Xiao Fei has been to our home before. Besides, I am quite fond of him. If you two are together, that's perfectly fine. Your father and I want to object. Suwu nodded in agreement. Initially, he had harbored some reservations about Chu Fei, but now he had come to terms with it. This young man treats his daughter well, assisting her in both life and business matters. Auntie, actually, there's only one thing. What we're about to say isn't this. Chu Fei scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, then continued. Actually, my mother suddenly found out about my relationship with Xiaoli and insisted on coming over. She wishes to treat you to a meal to discuss the engagement. With that, Chu Fei lowered his head, his face suffused with embarrassment. In matters like this, he had no experience whatsoever. You could send him to battle without batting an eye. But meeting the parents was a whole different battlefield. Engagement? Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian were stunned. How long has it been? Why the sudden? Although they both liked Chu Fei, this pace was rather unexpected. Auntie, I know this is a bit sudden, but please rest assured, I will take good care of Xiaoli. Chu Fei assumed that Zhang Qinglian might object and quickly stood to explain. However, Zhang Qinglian waved her hand, indicating it was not about that. Her gaze fell upon Su Li. Girl, you honestly tell me, are you expecting? Zhang Qinglian had harbored suspicions about Su Li's condition for some time. During their recent family meals, Su Li had often complained of nausea and developed a penchant for spicy food, which was unusual for her. These odd behaviors did not escape her notice, as someone who had been through it all. She suspected Su Li was indeed pregnant. Caught off guard by her mother's direct question, Su Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Mom, I'm sorry. Before she could finish, Su Wu abruptly stood from the sofa. Well, I was wondering why you two suddenly wanted to get engaged. Young man, you're quite bold. Any father learning of their daughter's premarital pregnancy would naturally feel a surge of anger. And Su Wu was no exception. Even if he liked Chu Fei, it was no different. Uncle, please let me explain. Actually, Su Wu waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I don't want to hear your explanations. Now, take your things and get out. Our Su family cannot afford this disgrace. If anyone finds out, we wouldn't know where to hide our faces. Get out now. Su Wu was furious, his anger erupting. Meanwhile, Zhang Qinglian remained calm, merely casting a glance at Su Wu. When I married you, Xiaoli was already 6 months along. Why didn't you say anything then? I walked down the aisle with a baby bump, and now you dare to speak of Xiaoli? Where's your sense of shame? Zhang Qinglian's remark left Su Wu speechless, his face turning crimson with shame. My parents never cared that I was pregnant when I married you. They knew you treated me well. Just as Xiao Fei treats our girl well now. Isn't that enough? Don't take advantage and then play the victim. Chapter 76. Is this a bit too much? At 2 in the afternoon? In a private room of a 5-star hotel in Jiangnan City. Mom, let me introduce you. This is Aunt Zhang, Xiaoli's mother. And this is Uncle Su, Xiaoli's father. Auntie, Uncle, this is my mother. Chu Fei stood to introduce Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian. In-laws, hello. The moment Su Wu laid eyes on Yunyu, he knew she was no ordinary wealthy matron. The aura she exuded was not something just any rich lady could possess. Zhang Qinglian was equally astonished. Though Chu Fei was not young, his mother appeared to be in her 30s, her skin impeccably maintained at in-laws. You're too kind. Please, have a seat. Yunyu also rose to greet them and signaled for her assistant Liu to arrange for the servers to bring in the dishes. At this moment, only the 5 of them remained in the room. I believe you both know the reason for this gathering. I hold Xiaoli in high regard and sincerely hope she can become my daughter-in-law. Thus, I would like to take this opportunity to formalize their engagement. May I inquire if you have any specific requests? Perhaps concerning the betrothal gifts? Yunyu maintained a pleasant smile, her tone steady and devoid of arrogance. Exuding a sense of approachability, Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian, the couple, felt a certain unease, as if they were mere country folk in the presence of Yunyu. However, having been with Su Wu for so many years, Zhang Qinglian had witnessed grand affairs and quickly regained her composure. What are you saying, mother-in-law? As long as our 2 children are happy, that's all that matters. As parents, we naturally wish for their well-being. Regarding the betrothal gift, she continued, you can decide that. It is merely a formality. Zhang Qinglian spoke confidently, asserting that the so-called betrothal gift was simply a customary gesture. In certain regions, there might be specific expectations for the amount, either as a local tradition or a symbol of good fortune. Yet, once a certain status is achieved, the amount becomes inconsequential, although one must maintain appearances. What you say is true, mother-in-law. This aspect cannot be neglected. While it is just a formality, we still wish to handle it beautifully. This is a momentous occasion that cannot be trifled with. Yunyu spoke slowly. The betrothal gift is set at 88 million, and the gifts should follow the highest standards. As she uttered those words, both Su Wu and his wife felt a tightening in their scalps. A betrothal gift exceeding 80 million, gifts of the utmost grandeur. Though Su Wu was uncertain about what highest standards meant, he understood that the value of those gifts would certainly not fall below 10 million. More importantly, the wedding would be held on their own island? What a joke! Owning an island of such worth, at least in the billions, in Jiangnan, this was practically unheard of. Zhang Qinglian was taken aback. Mother-in-law, could it be a bit excessive? Not at all, since Shaoli is marrying into our family. It is indeed a momentous occasion, and our expectations must be higher, Yunyu reassured. Rest assured, we will take care of all arrangements. Meanwhile, Su Li, sitting to the side, turned pale. She glanced at Chu Fei, whose expression was little better. Mom, really? This is too much. Of course, this is a joyous occasion, but these expenses exceed the annual revenue of many companies. I cannot make such decisions, Chu Fei lamented. He knew that since his mother was involved, she would handle everything. The dinner proved to be a source of extreme tension for Su Wu and his wife. At the hotel entrance, as they saw Su Li's parents depart, Chu Fei finally spoke. Mom, can we tone it down a bit? This is quite excessive. Yunyu cast a faint glance at Chu Fei. Do you think if your father were here, his arrangements would be any less extravagant? The thought of his father's temperament made Chu Fei realize that if his dad were in charge of the wedding, it would be even more extravagant. Everything that could be arranged would undoubtedly be arranged. Fine. You take care of it. There's still a month until the engagement day. They had set the date for next month, the 8th day of the lunar calendar. All right, Chu Fei nodded with a hint of resignation. Understood. Yunyu then turned to Su Li, smiling gently. Shaoli, if this rascal bullies you, tell Auntie, and I will take care of him. If there is time, you should visit your grandparents in Beijing with Xiao Fei. I have matters to attend to, so I must leave now. Su Li nodded with a smile. I will, Auntie. After watching her mother and the steward leave, Chu Fei let out a long sigh. Turning to Su Li, he said, see, I wasn't lying. I'm really a rich second generation, and you didn't believe me. Su Li shot him an annoyed look. Did you really need to say that? I am genuinely curious about what business your family is in. It is rare to encounter a rich second generation with a private island. Hearing this, Chu Fei shrugged helplessly. Just a small business. Really, by the way, I have a meeting for dinner. Right here. He then took out his phone to call Yunyuelon. Hello? It's me, cousin. He emphasized the word cousin distinctly. Oh. What a rare occurrence that you call me cousin. Tisk. Laughter erupted from the other end of the line, as Yunyuelon could hardly contain her amusement. Knowing that Chu Fei never referred to her as such, enough with the small talk. I'm waiting for you in room 188 at Tianhao Hotel. I have some questions to discuss. Hurry up, or you'll miss out. Half an hour later, in the private room, Yunyuelon met with Chu Fei and Su Li. Cousin, Su Li greeted politely. Still polite? Unlike some people, Yunyuelon remarked, pulling Su Li to sit beside her. Come on, you're only a month older than me. What else with the arrogance? Chu Fei said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Being older by even a day counts, Yunyuelon retorted, showing no mercy to Chu Fei, who was left speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, you may be older, but in other aspects, you haven't matured much. What a pity. Yunyuelon's temper flared instantly. This was a sore point for her. Other girls were developing appropriately, while she remained flat as a pancake. In other words, even if Chu Fei compared biceps with her, she would still lose. You, Chu Fei? I'm going to kill you, Yunyuelon shouted, unable to contain her frustration. Look at your temper. No wonder you haven't matured, Chu Fei teased. I suggest you consider some massages. It might help. Chu Fei burst into laughter, showing no signs of restraint. Yunyuelon was fuming, and had it not been for Su Li pulling her back, she would have surely gone after Chu Fei. Cousin, don't listen to him. I'm sure you will grow. Hearing Su Li's comforting words, Yunyuelon began to calm down. However, upon noticing Su Li's ample figure, she felt a pang of envy. Why couldn't she grow like that? Comparing herself to Su Li felt like measuring a watermelon against an apple. Really? Shaoli, don't lie to me. Su Li blushed, feeling awkward. Can one really still grow after turning 20? Absolutely. it's definitely true. But to comfort Yun Yuelon, she resolutely told a little white lie. Now, tell me. Cousin, what brings you here? With Su Li's reassurance, Yun Yuelon seemed to regain her confidence. Actually, I'm quite curious why the three prominent families have come to Jiang'an. Moreover, I noticed that your target seems to be Xiao Li's company. Chu Fei, now serious, asked, what about it? Upon hearing this, Yun Yuelon's expression returned to normal. We merely caught wind of some rumors that ITS said that Xiao Li's company is developing a particularly special medication. It's rumored that once this medication is finalized, it could extend human life. You know, our family has always been involved in pharmaceutical research, so when this news surfaced, it drew quite a bit of attention. If all goes as expected, this information has already circulated among the higher-ups in Beijing. However, with our three prominent families involved, those middle-tier families who sought to intervene have likely abandoned the idea. Otherwise, the number of people here would be far greater. Hearing this, Chu Fei furrowed his brow, and Su Li's expression grew grim. Just as Chu Fei had surmised, the news had indeed leaked. Do you know who it originated from? Yun Yuelon pondered for a moment before replying, the Han family. If I'm not mistaken, this rumor initially came from them. The Han family? Chu Fei's frown deepened. Previously, if it were due to the Master's influence, it would make sense for the Long family to intervene and threaten Su Li's family. But what connection did the Han family have to this matter? Could it be that they were involved as well? Logically, as one of the four prominent families, the Long family would not allow other families to learn of such secrets. They were unlikely to share such a lucrative opportunity with others, by the way. Xiao Li, is this rumor true? Yun Yuelon was also curious. They were unsure whether the rumor was authentic, but if it had any potential, they would invest without hesitation. Su Li cast a troubled glance at Chu Fei, who nodded in response. Yes, my research institute is indeed working on this medication. We need to conduct live experiments to confirm its stability and side effects. Upon hearing this, Yun Yuelon was taken aback. She had initially thought that this research was just beginning. After a moment of thought, she spoke slowly. Xiao Li, if possible, I would like to invest in your company. As for the live experiments, I can arrange that as well. As Chu Fei articulated, let us first invest 100 billion. In terms of shares, how about 10%? 100 billion for 10%? For any company in Jiang'an, that would undeniably constitute a staggering investment. Before Su Li could utter a word, Chu Fei interjected. I say, what daydream are you indulging in during broad daylight? I mentioned 100 billion for 1%. Take it or leave it. Yun Yuelon's temper flared. You little brat. You have gone too far. This is 100 billion, not merely 10 billion. Which company could possibly warrant such a privilege? Moreover, once our family intervenes, the Han and Feng families would certainly hesitate to meddle. At this point, Chu Fei's brows slightly furrowed, acknowledging the validity of Yun Yuelon's point. If the Yun family were to engage, the other two prominent families would undoubtedly refrain from further involvement. However, it seems you have overlooked one detail. I am, in fact, a member of the Yun family myself. With my mother standing guard, do you truly believe the other three families would dare to interfere? Chu Fei chuckled heartily, leaving Yun Yuelon momentarily stunned. Indeed, she had forgotten this crucial detail. Chu Fei, in essence, was half a member of the Yun family. Nevertheless, if you wish to invest, it is not entirely out of the question. You can establish a branch office in the capital, with this being the headquarters. For the branch office, a mere 10% share would suffice. Additionally, inform the other families that the Yun family has already intervened, and anyone seeking to interfere must first consult you. Chu Fei's rationale for this approach was, in essence, to provide the Yun family with considerable advantages while simultaneously averting numerous complications. Upon hearing this, Yun Yuelon's face broke into a radiant smile. Now that is more like it. By the way, Xiao Li mentioned that we still require live experiments. I will consult with my uncle and second uncle. They should have a solution. Once the research succeeds, it could drive the entire world into a frenzy. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Yun Yuelon considered that if this experiment were to succeed, the affluent individuals worldwide would go into a frenzy. What is there to be excited about? One ought to reflect on their own significance. Do the two of you even weigh a pound combined? Truly. Chu Fei scoffed softly, provoking Yun Yuelon's immediate ire. Chu Fei, if I do not eliminate you today, I shall no longer bear the surname Yun. Come here and face me. Chapter 78. The unrevealed secret is exposed. Goodbye, cousin. At the entrance of the hotel, Su Li waved to Yun Yuelon, who departed after getting into her vehicle. Once Yun Yuelon was gone, A hint of concern appeared on Su Li's face. Bandit. Who do you think it could be? Aside from the researchers, the only ones privy to the secrets of our research institute are my father and I. No one else has a clue. Chu Fei's brow slightly knitted as he recalled the general manager of your company. He reviewed the list of researchers, but that does not imply he only scrutinized Professor Yang. Professor Yang's family is now safe. It cannot be him. Thus, the only suspects remain the other individuals within the research institute. He deduced this clearly. The antagonist had examined the list of researchers, and the target could not merely focus on a single individual. Professor Yang is a crucial figure within the institute, certainly the first to be compromised. However, just because Professor Yang is no longer in danger does not guarantee the safety of the others. Are you suggesting there is a traitor within our research institute? A flicker of disbelief crossed Su Li's face. It is not entirely without possibility. Chu Fei was still hesitant to confirm whether a problem had indeed arisen within the institute. But the immediate priority was to apprehend Li Fei and clarify matters. His previous holiday had long since expired, and tomorrow was conveniently Monday. He would utilize the workday to detain him for now. We cannot ascertain who the traitor is. The secret has been leaked. Yet, you need not overly fret, for with Yuelon and the others backing us, ordinary individuals would not dare to threaten our company. Local companies in Jiangnan would naturally not entertain any notions regarding Curson Corporation. 100 billion for merely 1% of the equity is a proposition they would not entertain unless they were utterly foolish. Even if they were aware that the emergence of this drug would yield significant profits, the initial investment amount is beyond their means. Furthermore, he had already promised Yun Yuelon to establish a branch office in the capital, securing 10% of the shares. The remaining 3 prominent families would be reduced to just the Han and Feng families. As for the Long family, they are currently preoccupied with their own challenges and have no time to involve themselves in this business. By the way, does your home have a computer? Chu Fei had already devised a plan. There is a computer in the study on the 3rd floor, but I haven't used it in a while. It should still be operational. If you need it, feel free to head upstairs. I will take a shower first. Su Li, somewhat fatigued, said this before taking her towel and heading to the bathroom. Chu Fei then made his way to the study, where the bookshelves were filled with various books. However, given Su Li's character, these books were likely there for show. Many had not even been unsealed. Sitting by the computer, he retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and plugged it in. After powering it on, he called Xiaoyu on his phone. Xiaoyu seemed unoccupied, her tone somewhat relaxed. Hey, Brother Fei, what's up? Do you have time now? I need you to create a computer virus for me. I require a password cracking virus, including for boot passwords and document passwords. Upon hearing Chu Fei's request, Xiaoyu appeared puzzled. Brother Fei, what's this for? Are you bored at night and looking to watch some cartoons? Hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened. Hurry up, no dilly-dallying, I need it for tomorrow. As the leader of the intelligence team, creating a small password cracking virus was a trivial task for her. In just 10 minutes. A simple plugin was sent to Chu Fei's email. Brother Fei, I've sent it to your email. Save it to your USB drive. Once connected to a computer, it will activate automatically, capable of cracking over 90% of passwords without needing to input them to access password-protected documents or files. Unless the other party is also a computer expert, this plugin should be able to crack the passwords. After searching, he discovered a document that required a password. The contents were formatted as JPG. Likely Images.it was a perfect opportunity to test it out. With a hint of curiosity, he reinserted the USB drive. The document that initially required a password opened with just a couple of clicks. As all the images unfolded before Chu Fei's eyes, he was left utterly stunned. What I never would have guessed. His eyes widened, flipping through each image. Each was filled with allure. The snow-white skin paired with various intimate garments nearly overwhelmed his self-control. Previously, he had found it peculiar that Su Li had purchased so many odd undergarments, yet never wore them. It turned out she had intended to take photos for herself at home. This folder contained nothing but Su Li's selfies. Every few images, she changed into a different style of clothing, leaving Chu Fei dazzled. Moreover, the further down he scrolled, the more captivating the photos became. Meanwhile, downstairs in the bathroom, Su Li had just emerged. Glancing around and not spotting Chu Fei, she recalled he had likely gone to the study to use the computer. Just then, her expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, she remembered that her computer housed numerous selfies. Moreover, these selfies were. In that instant, Su Li's entire face turned crimson, but swiftly, her mood settled. Her private folder was password protected. That guy should be oblivious. Yet, she still felt a tinge of apprehension. Stealthily, she tiptoed to the study door. Gently, she opened it a crack and peeked inside. Upon seeing Chu Fei with his eyes wide, fixated on the images on the computer screen, her face instantly flushed deep red. "What are you looking at?" Ignoring her damp hair, she flung the door open and positioned herself in front of the computer screen. Chu Fei wore a mischievous grin as he regarded her. "If I hadn't borrowed your computer, I wouldn't have known that those clothes were merely for collection. You scoundrel. You looked without my permission." Su Li's face was flushed as she bent down to shut off the computer, but her towel accidentally slipped. At that moment, Chu Fei's eyes widened. This was far more stunning than the images on the screen. Chapter 79. The disgusting general manager. It was time to rise for work. Chu Fei had already prepared breakfast and stood at the door. Gazing at Su Li, who was still in slumber, gently calling out to her, Su Li opened her somewhat hazy eyes, rubbed them vigorously, and shot him a look of annoyance. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have been up ages ago. I warn you, this is the last time. You must not act recklessly." Chu Fei understood her implication and nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, for the next few months, I will exercise restraint and not make any moves." Only then did Su Li cast him an exasperated glare. "Aren't you leaving? Do you intend to watch me change?" With that, Chu Fei reluctantly descended the stairs. After having breakfast, the two individuals arrived at the company. However, it was still relatively early, and not many people had come in yet. Most employees adhered to a strict timetable for their work hours, and Su Li did not express any opinion on this matter. After all, it was not yet working hours, and it was their prerogative to arrive whenever they pleased, as long as they were not late. Having said that, she left the office. Xiao Ban looked at his departing figure with some astonishment. Finding it rather peculiar, he was still puzzled about how Su Li had accessed his password-protected folder the previous night, and he had intended to wait until today to ask her. Yet, before he could even voice his curiosity, she had already rushed out. Was she trying to evade him? For Su Li, they had already reached the engagement stage, and whether or not he viewed her past selfies was of little concern to her. She was simply intrigued by what method he had employed to unlock her password. Upon leaving the office, Chu Fei glanced around before stealthily slipping into the general manager's office. That moment, Li Fei had not yet arrived, providing Chu Fei with the perfect opportunity to approach Li Fei's computer. He opened the computer and connected his USB drive. After rummaging through some files, he discovered that many of them were not password protected. Frowning slightly, he wondered if he had misjudged his suspicions. It seemed unlikely. The last time he had learned of the leak of the research personnel list, Li Fei's demeanor had been distinctly off. If he were not the culprit, then the remaining high-ranking officials in the company were even less likely to be involved. After several minutes of searching, having nearly scoured the entire hard drive, he finally located two password-protected folders. Without a moment's hesitation, he copied the contents of both folders onto his USB drive. He then removed the USB, shut down the computer, and discreetly exited Li Fei's office. Upon returning to Su Li's office, she looked at him with curiosity. "Where have you been?" Chu Fei merely flashed her a mischievous smile, suggesting he had procured something interesting. He placed the USB drive on the table, indicating for her to connect it to the computer. Su Li, half convinced, picked up the USB drive and plugged it into the computer. Upon opening it, she found not only a small plugin but also two password-protected folders. In that instant, memories of the previous night flooded back to her. "You shamelessly copied it. You thought I wouldn't notice?" Honestly, Su Li's face flushed crimson with anger, wishing she could immediately yank the USB drive out and hurl it at Chu Fei. Yet, he looked utterly bewildered. "What are you talking about? What is this about seeing or not seeing?" Su Li assumed he was playing dumb and was about to unleash her fury, but fearing that others outside might overhear, she opted for a hushed reprimand. "You not only snooped through my photos last night, but you also copied them. Don't pretend to be innocent here. I'm deleting them right now. If you don't let me delete them, I'll call Auntie and tell her you're bullying me." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei finally understood so. She had mistaken him for a despicable person. "Just open it and see for yourself. All right. What is so great about copying your photos? Wouldn't it be better to admire the real beauty instead of the pictures?" Upon hearing his explanation, Su Li's expression softened slightly. However, her gaze remained skeptical. "Then what's in these folders?" Noticing her lingering hesitation, Chu Fei leaned closer and whispered, I copied these from the general manager's computer. This revelation, Su Li immediately realized what he had been up to, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had misjudged him. But we can't make use of these files. We don't have the passwords. These folders are password protected, and the passwords are 8 digits long. Unless one is a computer expert, it would be impossible to crack them. Just try opening them and you'll see. At Chu Fei's insistence, Su Li hesitantly placed her hand on the mouse and clicked gently, causing the password-protected folder to open immediately. Oh, no password required. Chu Fei flashed a triumphant grin. Seeing his expression, Su Li recalled the events of the previous night. How did you manage to unlock my password-protected folder? With that, she playfully pinched his thigh, causing him to wince in pain. Stop fooling around and see what's inside. As they perused the contents of the folder, their expressions turned somber. The first folder contained a comprehensive list of all research personnel, including their names, addresses, identification numbers, and even emergency contact numbers. She was astounded that such sensitive information had been saved. It seemed they had indeed identified a mole within the company. Su Li's face darkened with fury. She prided herself on treating every employee equally, without any favoritism, and the company's benefits were well known among the staff. Yet, she could hardly believe that Li Fei, as the general manager, would betray the company. Let us see what's in the next folder, Chu Fei suggested. They opened the remaining folder, only to find it filled with videos. Clicking on one, they were both taken aback. From the angle of the video, it appeared to be a restroom, with a girl undoing her buttons to relieve herself. Alarmed, Su Li quickly covered Chu Fei's eyes. Don't look. She swiftly closed the video, but the subsequent clips were similarly disturbing. Merely featuring different individuals. With a grim expression, she said, I truly did not expect the general manager to be such a repugnant person. Chapter 80. Playing tricks at 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Fei arrived at the company, his demeanor relaxed. His mission had been accomplished, and he had received his payment. Even if he were to be dismissed from the company now, it mattered little. The money he had received would sustain him for the rest of his life. The thought thrilled him. I should check out my little videos, he mused, humming a tune as he settled into his office chair. He opened his computer, noticing that the coast was clear, and accessed the secret video folder. Just as he prepared to indulge in the delightful view of the girls, there was a sudden knock at the door. His previously buoyant mood plummeted instantly. Who is it? Come in. The interruption had extinguished his excitement, and he felt irritation bubbling within him. He hastily closed the video and folder, lit a cigarette, and turned his gaze to the door. At that moment, Chu Fei entered. Upon seeing him, Li Fei quickly stood up. Ah, it's Secretary Chu. What brings you here? Chu Fei maintained a calm gaze, informing him, the president has requested your presence in the office. Li Fei nodded nonchalantly. Very well, Secretary Chu. I shall head over now. Please, go ahead. Chu Fei said. Stepping aside, Li Fei was taken aback by Chu Fei's unexpected politeness. When they entered the office, Su Li was already seated at her desk. Manager Li, you look much better these days. She remarked. Li Fei nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your concern, President. Having navigated the corporate world for many years, Li Fei was well versed in such pleasantries. Since you're here, I have some items I'd like you to review. Manager Li, I believe you will find them intriguing. As she spoke, Su Li turned the computer screen towards Li Fei. On the screen was a video. Su Li pressed the spacebar, and the video began playing, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. Upon seeing the video, Li Fei froze in place, bewildered. He could not comprehend why the contents of his computer were now displayed on Su Li's screen, especially since his folders were encrypted. President Su, let me explain. Li Fei was immediately fraught with panic. If this matter were reported, he could spend years in prison. With hundreds of videos and thousands of hours of footage, he felt a chill run down his spine. I must ask, Manager Li, do you have any peculiar inclinations? Why would you install a pinhole camera in the women's restroom? Su Li's face was filled with rage. Such behavior was absolutely intolerable in her company. If this news were to leak, it could severely tarnish the company's reputation and lead to significant repercussions. President Su, Li Fei was drenched in cold sweat. Struggling to formulate an explanation, it was merely a trivial matter. I don't want to escalate this and cause any harm to the company. However, there is something I am quite curious about. In front of Li Fei. Su Li opened another folder. When Li Fei saw that Su Li could access his folder without a password, his face drained of color. That folder contained the list of research personnel and their personal details. As the names and details of the research personnel appeared on the screen, Li Fei felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. Could you kindly explain why you have stored the list of research personnel and their personal details? Su Li demanded. I distinctly recall that I held a meeting and expressly instructed all senior executives that they must not access the list of research personnel lightly, let alone save their names and personal information. Faced with Su Li's interrogation, Li Fei found himself at a loss for words. However, if there are no explanations, this is irrefutable evidence. The breach of the company's confidentiality, coupled with those incriminating videos, should land him in prison for at least a decade. After 10 years, he will emerge into a world so transformed that he wouldn't even recognize it. At this moment, Chu Fei interjected, "Manager Li, I believe this is not something you undertook voluntarily, is it? There must be someone orchestrating this from the shadows, am I correct?" As Chu Fei spoke, Li Fei felt a chill run down his spine. The truth could no longer be concealed. Su Li followed suit, saying, "Manager Li, I offer you two choices. The first is that I take this evidence to the authorities, and you will dutifully serve a decade or more in prison. The second is that you disclose who is behind this, and we will consider the matter resolved, allowing you to continue in your role as general manager. What do you say?" The two options presented were starkly contrasting. After merely a few seconds of hesitation, Li Fei replied, "Ms. Su, I truly do not know who that person is, only that he is called Yi Gu. However, he offered me 5 million to obtain the list of the company's researchers and their personal information." In a moment of folly, Li Fei slumped to the ground, his face ashen. Su Li frowned. "You trusted him so readily?" Li Fei explained. "He provided me with a 2 million yuan deposit, and after I sent him the documents, he transferred me an additional 3 million. Hearing this, Su Li felt an overwhelming urge to kick Li Fei down the stairs. "Manager Li, I have treated you well, yet you chose to betray the company's secrets for a mere 5 million. You shall spend the rest of your life in prison." With that, she picked up a voice recorder, which had captured their entire conversation. Upon seeing the recorder, despair filled Li Fei's eyes. He suddenly turned to Chu Fei. Realizing that Su Li would not have taken such drastic measures without Chu Fei's orchestration, "It was you." Chu Fei smiled slightly. "Indeed, it was I. But regrettably, this is for the benefit of the company. So, I must insist, you will be spending your remaining years in prison." As he spoke, he opened the office door, and 2 uniformed men entered. "Li Fei, you are suspected of selling confidential information belonging to Kuyao Company and infringing upon others' privacy. Please come with us." With that, the 2 men escorted Li Fei out of the office. After Li Fei was taken away, Chu Fei's expression turned solemn. Once again, it was this fellow, Yi Gu. This individual had orchestrated so many previous issues. Little did he know, this time the company's secrets had also fallen into his hands. If Yi Gu was not brought to justice, the resentment in his heart would remain unresolved. Taking a deep breath, he said to Su Li, "I need to make a phone call." Chapter 81. The trader in the research institute at the corner of the stairwell, Chu Fei was about to call Xiao Yu, intending to have him investigate this Yi Gu character thoroughly. However, before he could dial, Xiao Yu called him first. "Xiao Yu, I was just about to call you. Has something happened in the military?" It was evident that Xiao Yu rarely called him directly. It either meant there was a crisis in the military, or that he had uncovered some clues since their last discussion. "Fei Gu, there has indeed been an incident with the Long Group. Yi Ao has reported to the higher-ups that an election will be held in 3 days. The candidate with the most votes will become the leader of the Long Group, according to my current intelligence. Many within our Long Group have already been bribed by him." Hearing Xiao Yu's somewhat somber tone, a cold glimmer flickered in Chu Fei's eyes. It seemed this plot had been in the works for quite some time. "Understood. Is there any news from the Long family? I wonder what schemes they are concocting." Oddly enough, in just a few days, the Long family's enterprises had suffered severe setbacks, with over 60% of their upper management lost. Now, apart from a few elderly figures, only 3 young members remained. Furthermore, we have yet to uncover any clues as to who was behind these attacks. Hearing Xiao Yu's tone filled with confusion, Chu Fei simply responded, "Everything has its cause and effect. The Long family has certainly angered numerous individuals. At this rate, they may not live to see Ao ascend to the position of leader." Xiao Yu paused for 3 seconds. From Chu Fei's tone, he sensed an unusual undertone. The Long family's decline seemed to be linked to Fei Ji. "Understood. By the way, Fei Gu, you called me for a reason?" At this point, Chu Fei slowly exhaled. Please help me investigate if there are any significant underground organizations led by someone named Yigu. If you find anything, let me know. They seem to think their time is up. The chilling words resonated in Xiao Yu's ears. He understood that Chu Fei was preparing to take action. Got it? Fei Good, I will have news for you within a day. After ending the call, Chu Fei contemplated reaching out to his father to inquire about the situation with the Long family. However, he ultimately refrained, assuming his father was probably enjoying a meal at his grandmother's place. Upon returning to the office, he found Su Li packing her belongings. Let's head to the Research Institute, she suggested. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei comprehended her intention. Since the secrets of the Research Institute had already been exposed, there was no longer a need for concealment. They gathered some daily necessities and drove to the Research Institute. After nearly an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. In the reception area, Su Li coldly instructed, Xiao Bei, gather everyone in the conference room. I need to hold a meeting. Xiao Bei looked surprised but complied. Yang Chunghua regarded Su Li with confusion. Miss Su, what is going on? The other researchers also wore expressions of bewilderment, as they were in a semi-stop state, lacking live specimens for experimentation and thus could only focus on studying the side effects and potential states of their drugs. Up until now, they had only made one improvement. Professor Yang, you will understand shortly, Su Li replied, not intending to limit her explanation solely to Yang Chunghua and a few trusted subordinates. She wanted to address everyone and expose the culprit. Hearing her words, Yang Chunghua ceased speaking, as the gravity of the situation was evident. Otherwise, there would be no need to hastily call a meeting with all the researchers. After more than 10 minutes, the spacious conference room was filled with over 40 researchers. Standing on the stage, Su Li surveyed the crowd. The reason I have called everyone here is to discuss an important matter. After a brief pause, she continued, I believe many of you have devoted more than a year of your lives to this research without stepping outside or seeing your families. The hardships endured during this time, I trust many are aware. However, as the last two words escaped her lips, the atmosphere tightened. That, however, hinted at impending trouble. Someone has betrayed the secrets of our research institute. The moment those words were uttered, the entire assembly erupted in chaos. What? Who is it? After all our hard work, someone has sold us out. Who is it? Step forward, or I will kill you. Observing the commotion, Chu Fei's gaze swept across the crowd. For the moment, he detected no signs of abnormality. If he did not follow the lead of the others, the traitor would surely reveal themselves. Moreover, we have a mole in our company. The mole has been apprehended and sent to jail, where they will spend the rest of their life. Another bombshell dropped, leaving everyone in shock. A mole within the company? At this mention, Yang Chunghua immediately understood. No wonder his family had been threatened previously, pushing him to switch jobs. He had not expected there to be a mole within the company. In a bid for leniency, the mole had already handed over the list of individuals who sold out the company's secrets to me. With that, Su Li slammed a folder onto the table. Bang! The loud noise silenced the room. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Now, I hope those involved will step forward willingly. I, Su Li, will overlook this matter due to our collective efforts over the past year, and no report will be made. However, for those who wish to muddy the waters and evade responsibility, I regret to inform you that the list I possess will be handed over to the authorities. Considering our current situation, a sentence of over 10 years is unavoidable, she declared coldly. You have 3 minutes to decide whether to come forward or have me turn your names over to the authorities. After speaking, Su Li sat down, her expression icy. Chu Fei stood beside her, unable to resist giving her a thumbs up. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes after she sat down, a man stood up to Miss Su. I am the one who has wronged everyone. Just as he finished speaking, another person rose. Me too. Chapter 82. Good sister, would you like some braised pork? In the conference room, all eyes were on the 3 men who stood up. Alai Chong Lu Chao and Old Zhao. I truly did not expect it would be you. A researcher, unable to contain his pent-up fury, raised his fist, poised to strike at the 3 individuals before him. However, the other researchers nearby firmly restrained him. The 3 individuals bowed their heads, too intimidated to meet anyone's gaze. Such actions, regardless of the setting, are utterly inexcusable. Yet, they found themselves powerless. The terms offered by the opposing side were exorbitantly high, exceeding their current compensation by 100-fold. This kind of temptation was indeed worth the risk. Nevertheless, Su Li gently shook her head. The list I hold includes more than just the three of you. It appears my earlier words fell on deaf ears. If you wish to evade accountability, you must first grasp the situation at hand. Chu Fei was momentarily taken aback. This girl, Susli, doubted there were only three culprits. It was no wonder she had ascended to the position of CEO at Kashao Corporation at such a young age. The conference room fell silent once more. Even the three who had just risen to their feet were left in a state of confusion. They had no idea that others had betrayed the company's secrets. Yet, according to Su Li's assertion, the number of traitors far exceeded just the three of them. Su Li's gaze swept the room. Is there no one else? In that case, I shall not hold back. As for those who refuse to stand, I apologize, but there is no need. Before she could finish, an elderly man seated beside Yang Chenghua slowly rose. Upon seeing him, a look of astonishment crossed Su Li's face. Even Yang Chenghua was momentarily stunned. Old Wang, you? He had not anticipated that Wang Guan would be among those who had betrayed the Research Institute's secrets. Wang Guan, a professor at the institute, was merely responsible for a different area compared to Su Li, who oversaw the main research and development while Wang Guan was in charge of data collection. Xiao Su, I apologized, I was blinded by my own greed. Alas. Wang Guan hung his head in shame. As he stood, two more researchers among the crowd rose as well. Witnessing this, Chu Fei fell silent. It must be said that Su Li's intellect was not to be underestimated. A fabricated list had successfully unveiled the traitors within the institute. Su Li regarded the individuals who had risen, her expression marred by disappointment. Old Wang, I did not expect you to act in this manner. With that, she revealed the list before everyone present. The folder contained nothing but a blank A4 sheet, devoid of text. When the others beheld the empty document in Su Li's hand, they stood frozen in place. The rest remained utterly silent. A fictitious list had ensnared 6 traitors, a turn of events none had anticipated. Not even Su Li herself. She had initially believed that there might be at most 3, however. The moment Wang Guan stood up, she understood there were more than 3. I have stated it clearly. This matter shall not be pursued further, Su Li declared, turning to exit the conference room. Chu Fei followed closely behind. Once they had departed, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of furious shouts, soon followed by a clamor of chaos. Stepping into the open field outside, Chu Fei took a deep breath. Surprised, are you? Su Li gazed at the distant, desolate hills, a faint smile gracing her lips. Old Wang is one of them, which I did not foresee. However, it no longer matters. The company's secrets have long since been exposed to so many. There was no longer any point in concealing the truth. Hearing this, Chu Fei fell silent, settling onto a nearby ridge and plucking a blade of grass to chew. Indeed. Now we await Yuelon to procure live specimens for experimentation. Once successful, we shall be ready for the world. Su Li smiled faintly in response. Yes, so many have toiled for so long. It is indeed time. She then turned her gaze toward the azure sky and inhaled deeply. Chu Fei observed her delicate visage, hesitation flickering in his eyes, but it was necessary to speak, regardless of the timing. Will you accompany me to Beijing? Su Li looked at him in surprise. What business do you have in the capital? Chu Fei raised his eyes to the sky. I have matters to attend to. It may take 3 or 4 days. This family must be made to disappear. 3 factions in Beijing are sufficient. A 4th would only destabilize us. I understand. I shall not accompany you. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention here at the company. As the president, she could not afford to be absent for such an extended period. Very well. Just as Chu Fei prepared to don an apron to make dinner, his phone rang. On the other end, Yun Yuelon's voice chimed in. Little brother, would you like to hear some good news? Chu Fei's expression darkened. Spit it out quickly, no beating around the bush. Yun Yuelon chuckled. I informed the family about the situation here, and they have agreed to establish a branch in Beijing. Furthermore, the documents for the live specimen experiments have already been sent for review. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should be approved by tomorrow. I intend to visit the Research Institute to observe. Hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes lit up. Is that so? Splendid news. By the way, dear sister, I am about to prepare dinner. Would you care to sample my culinary skills? I assure you, you will be left wanting more. Upon hearing this, Yun Yuelon immediately sensed that he had ulterior motives and promptly declined. No. You think I would fall for your ruse of inviting me for a meal? As if I would believe you would actually cook. Chu Fei had not anticipated that she would see through his intentions. The reason he wished for Yun Yuelon to come over was to ensure that she could stay with Su Li. During his absence from Jiangnan, Yun Yuelan's presence would serve as a deterrent to those who might harbor ill intentions. The wrath of the four great families was not something everyone could withstand. Enough, my dear sister. I shall send you the location at once. Hurry, I am preparing your favorite braised pork. Chapter 83. Let us go together. Prior to this, he had indeed persuaded Yun Yuelan to stay with Su Li for the next few days, ensuring her safety. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to visit his grandmother and the others first. He hailed a taxi and arrived at a secluded courtyard. The crimson wooden door was flanked by two stone lions. One male and one female. Two large iron rings adorned the entrance, used for knocking. He lifted one of the rings and gently rapped 3 times. Shortly after, the door opened to reveal an elderly man who regarded the unfamiliar young visitor with surprise. Young man, whom are you looking for? Chu Fei smiled slightly at the elder. Uncle Yun, do you not recognize me? Upon hearing the familiar voice and title, Yunin scrutinized Chu Fei from head to toe. Finally recalling, you are Xiao Fei? Chu Fei nodded, noting that despite the years, Uncle Yun remained as healthy as ever. Yunin laughed heartily. Come in, your parents are here as well. He then called out to the others in the courtyard. Everyone, guess who has arrived? As Chu Fei entered, he saw a stone table surrounded by several people, including Chu Tianquang and Yun Yu. Grandma, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, Uncle, second uncle, fourth aunt. I wondered why there were magpies calling at the door today. Come over. Chu Fei's uncle, Yun Wu, waved him over. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice called out, step aside. Let me take a look. Instantly, the crowd parted. Chu Fei's grandfather and grandmother sat at the stone table. His grandfather, Yun Xiaotian, leaned on a dragon-headed cane, a smile lighting up his eyes. Chu Fei approached and bowed respectfully. Grandfather. Yun Xiaotian nodded approvingly. You've grown into a more mature young man over the years. This remark elicited laughter from everyone present. Chu Fei felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. Grandma, haven't Mom and Dad mentioned anything to you? At this, all eyes turned to Yun Yu. Mom, you need not worry about my girlfriend. She is a wonderful girl, and I like her very much. Xiao Fei likes her too. I thought so. This is indeed significant news. After chatting for quite some time in the main courtyard, Chu Fei finally found an opportunity to speak with his father alone. In the side courtyard, Chu Tianquang looked at Chu Fei, his eyes filled with mirth. In just over half a year, I may have the joy of holding my grandchild. How could I not be happy? You rascal, what brings you to me? Chu Fei shot him an exasperated glance. You promised not to tell Mom and the others, yet here you are, bringing her along. Chu Tianquang felt a bit sheepish and chuckled awkwardly. I just wanted to cheer your mother up. This time, she insisted on coming. You know, at home, I hold the least authority. While it was true that Chu Tianquang was a formidable figure outside, within the household, he was utterly subdued, particularly in front of Chu Fei's mother, who rendered him completely docile. It was not out of fear but rather, out of love. Enough, Dad. I'm not a petty person. Yes, fine that she came. It saves me a lot of trouble. But what about the Long family? At the mention of this, a cold glint flashed in Chu Tianquang's eyes. The Long family is now but a shadow of its former self. Aside from the few old men in their household, who spend their days cooped up in their estate, no one else dares to show their face. I have little interest in dealing with those minor characters. The Long family has reached its limit. As soon as we eliminate those last few individuals, they will be utterly finished. At that point, the capital will find itself in a triadic power struggle, with the Yun family naturally standing as the most formidable contender. Not for any other reason, but because the Yun family has its own backing. Over the years, while the Yun family has maintained a low profile, they have never shied away from confrontation. To outsiders, the Yun family has always appeared as honest and unassuming people, never the instigators of trouble. Yet, honest people can sometimes be the most terrifying. Is that so? Chu Fei pondered, his brow slightly furrowing. After a few moments of contemplation, he slowly articulated. How about this, Father? Could you lend me a few skilled fighters? I intend to pay a visit to the Long family's estate. Chu Tianquang looked at him with some surprise. You plan to take action? Chu Fei nodded, his gaze turning somewhat frigid. Master is still lying in the intensive care unit. Although his life is not in immediate danger, even after recovery, there may be lasting repercussions. I intend to hold the Long family accountable for this. The assailants included the head of the Long family, Long Quang, along with his eldest son and several subordinates. I do not wish to let any of them escape. Upon hearing Chu Fei's words, Chu Tianquang burst into hearty laughter, giving Chu Fei a hearty pat on the shoulder. Very good. You possess a fraction of the spirit I once had. Since you wish to visit the Long family, it has been many years since I last took action. It is indeed a good opportunity to test whether I have grown complacent. I shall accompany you. At this moment, it was Chu Fei's turn to be astonished as for his father's prowess. He had always been in a state of uncertainty. According to his father, Master could at best match him in a duel. To engage in a fight with oneself would truly be a case of father against son. Father, are you not concerned about being discovered by the military? Those personnel have been relentlessly investigating leads. If we take action, it will surely come to light, leading to considerable trouble. Humph. Some of those old-timers in the military have unresolved grievances with me. Should they dare to utter a single word against me, I would not hesitate to deal with them as well. Chu Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His father's temperament was indeed. All right, let us proceed. Tomorrow afternoon, we shall confront those petty fish from the Long family together. They dared to lay hands on my elder brother. I will ensure they understand what true fear is. Chapter 84. Preparing for action after having lunch at his grandmother's house, Chu Fei did not linger long. Yesterday, Xiao Yu had informed him to give him a day to gather information about that Yigu. Considering the time, it was about right. Xiao Yu? Any news? At this moment, in the office of the Long Group's intelligence team, Xiao Yu was fixated on the computer screen, which displayed an array of data. After thorough verification, he concluded that this information was indeed what Chu Fei had requested. Brother Fei, the person you asked me to find is located in the suburbs just outside the capital. He resides in a villa he built himself. From what I understand, this individual has trained several formidable fighters under him. It seems he is serving a certain high-ranking official in our military. Xiao Yu scrutinized the details. His brow furrowed in concentration. In a short span, he could not ascertain precisely whom these individuals were serving. However, it was certain that the organization behind them had military connections. Is that so? Chu Fei's expression darkened. Send the address to my email, then go find Hazy and the others. Inform them that I will be waiting for them on Qinghua Street. Also, make sure they bring their weapons. I intend to dismantle this organization personally. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's face turned tense. Brother Fei, isn't this approach a bit unwise? The team leader is currently absent. Although the captains of the smaller teams have the authority to command their squads, executing a mission requires the team leader's confirmation. Undertaking a mission independently and being discovered could result in punishment. If any members are injured or worse, it could lead to military law repercussions. Do not worry. This is the team leader's directive, Chu Fei replied with a cold smirk. His master may still be confined to a hospital bed, but he could easily convey to others that this was indeed the team leader's intention. Even if his master were to awaken, he would not oppose such actions. After all, it was already in motion, and he would certainly not lay blame on him. I understand. I'll notify Hazy and the others right away. After hanging up, Xiao Yu contemplated for a moment before rising to leave the office. The training ground of the Long Group, for muscular men were engaged in intensive training, their bulging muscles rivaling those of bodybuilders. Each bore the weight of dozens of pounds of stones on their backs, sprinting desperately across the field. Their clothes were already drenched in sweat. Huff, huff. Heavy breaths and beads of sweat adorned their faces. In just 2 minutes, Xiao Yu arrived. Spotting the 4 men running on the field, he waved them over. Hey Z, come here. The 4 men, startled at seeing Xiao Yu, slowed their pace and approached him. Xiao Yu? What brings you here? As the captain of the intelligence team, Xiao Yu was not one to leave easily. His appearance certainly indicated a matter of concern. The one speaking was He Zi, his skin somewhat dark, with thick brows and large eyes. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no one else was present, Xiao Yu spoke. Brother Fei called. He wants you 4 to prepare and bring your gear to Qinghua Street to meet him. There's a secret mission for you to undertake. The 4 men were taken aback. And what about the team leader? Aside from the intelligence team, He Zi and his companions were the only ones who had not conspired with Yao. Their captain was none other than Chu Fei. However, the first team comprised 4 smaller teams, each with 5 members. Chu Fei was the captain of the first team and also led their smaller unit. Yet, it seemed that the other 3 teams had already aligned themselves with Yao's faction. The team leader is currently safe and recuperating. By the way, you should exit through the back door of our intelligence team. If you go through the main entrance, you might be spotted by Yao's people. This is also Brother Fei's instruction. The men exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Upon returning to their dormitory, they quickly showered, changed into fresh clothes, and gathered their gear before heading to the intelligence team. They exited through the back door, leaving the military compound. After exiting, they hailed a cab straight to Qinghua Street. At this moment, inside a milk tea shop at the intersection of Qinghua Street, Chu Fei was seated, sipping his drink while observing the crowd around him. In his calculations, He Zi and the others should be en route by now. After finishing his cup of milk tea, he settled the bill and stepped outside. A taxi pulled over across the street, from which 4 robust men emerged. Each carried a small package and donned sunglasses. To the unknowing observer, they appeared as if they were on a movie set, dressed like characters straight out of a thriller. Chu Fei's expression darkened. Why were these 4 acting so ostentatiously? Were they trying to attract attention? After disembarking, the 4 men spotted Chu Fei across the street. Just as they were about to greet him, he shook his head. The 4 were puzzled by his gesture, unsure of its meaning. What does Brother Fei intend to do? He called us over, but doesn't he want us to meet him? Iron Bull, one of the team, inquired with surprise. Who knows? Perhaps we are just too dashing, and he fears we might overshadow him. Little Wu chuckled, thinking himself quite handsome as he tousled his hair. However, a business vehicle soon stopped beside Chu Fei. Young master, the car has arrived for you. The driver was Li Yu, who had received Chu Fei's call to procure a business vehicle. Chu Fei took the keys, nodding in acknowledgement. He walked over to the car and waved at He Zi and the others in the distance. Only then did they grab their belongings and open the car doors. Climbing inside, I have a plan, but first, we need to find something to occupy our time. There is someone who has been a thorn in my side during my missions, always trying to trip me up. Therefore, I intend to deal with him. Chu Fei's gaze turned cold. This individual had repeatedly sought trouble. Did he truly believe he could be easily bullied? Oh, splendid. Ever since you took on missions, we've been on the verge of suffocation from boredom. Training day in and day out. Little Wu grinned, then opened his bag, assembling firearms in front of the others. Wait, Little Wu, did you really bring out the sniper rifle? The others were taken aback. Brother Fei instructed them to bring their gear. But he hadn't mentioned anything about heavy weaponry. Such items would require reporting even for them to carry. Chapter 85. Late night infiltration. Hearing this, Chu Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What a good brother. You even brought out the sniper rifle. However, as the sniper of the team, Little Wu's choice did not pose an issue. Let it be. We are going to confront a large number of adversaries. They likely possess weapons as well. Remember to wear your bulletproof vests. Given that they are serving someone in the military, they will undoubtedly be armed. Even in the absence of heavy weaponry, it is certain that a considerable number of ordinary automatic rifles exist. Feige, if I understand you correctly, these individuals must be terrorists concealed within the capital. Those who possess firearms are indeed few and far between. The usually reticent Kai Huang finally spoke up. When it comes to setting traps, Chu Fei could only bow in admiration. With Kai Huang on the team, executing missions is undeniably a breeze. As for his name, it goes without saying. He is fond of gaming, and a character named Kai Huang in a game is his specialty. Although he often meets with failure, well, that is something. The opposing force is presumably a private organization cultivated by someone within the military. Unfortunately for them, they have crossed paths with me. Chu Fei chuckled lightly. However, everyone understood that of all the people to provoke, they had to choose Feige. Wasn't that simply a case of seeking unnecessary trouble? Did they truly believe that the title of King of Hell bestowed upon Feige was in vain? Enough. Let us assemble our weapons swiftly. Once the time arrives, we shall first observe the situation. After stating this, Chu Fei accelerated his pace once more. After nearly an hour and a half, the group finally arrived at the vicinity described by Xiao Yu. They parked the vehicle in a nearby wasteland and then climbed a small hill. Chu Fei took the binoculars handed to him by He Zi, gazing at the distant luxurious manor. The estate was not particularly large. Covering only about 1,000 square meters, at its center stood a grand villa, surrounded by several pavilions. At the entrance of the manor, 2 security guards were stationed at their booth. It was safe to assume that there were weapons within those booths. Furthermore, numerous individuals were seen wandering about the estate, seemingly on patrol. The situation inside the villa remained obscured for the time being. He Zi, change your clothes and scout the area. Understood. He Zi promptly removed his clothing, donning a simple outfit that made him resemble a laborer. Minutes later, under Chu Fei's watchful gaze, Heisey reached the entrance of the estate. The two security guards immediately approached and blocked Heisey's path. After a brief exchange, Heisey departed. Meanwhile, as Chu Fei observed, he noticed that the patrolling personnel had gathered behind the main gate as Heisey approached the manor. A frontal assault seemed improbable. Moreover, judging by the bulging waistlines of those individuals, they certainly bore arms. Fij, these individuals are quite cautious. Furthermore, there are weapons in the security booths. Even if we manage to swiftly eliminate the two guards, there is a possibility that we would be exposed. Chu Fei's brow furrowed slightly. He raised the binoculars once more for a closer inspection. After lowering them, he took a deep breath. Xiaowu, you will remain here and set up your rifle. Remember to equip the sniper rifle with a silencer. Kai Huang, you and Tiniu shall circle around to the rear of the estate and lay in ambush. Should anyone attempt to flee through the back door, eliminate them without hesitation. Heisey and I will infiltrate from the side under the cover of night. Chu Fei swiftly formulated a plan. This manor is defensible, yet difficult to assault. However, if Heisey and I strike from within, it would undoubtedly catch them off guard. The time is now 6:30. There is half an hour until nightfall. Once darkness descends, await my command to act. Kai Huang, you and Tiniu proceed to the back door and lie in ambush, and do not forget to wear night vision goggles. Meanwhile, within the villa of the estate, Yi Ao had just received news. Initially, he assumed it was a task assigned to him. However, the words from the other party left him astounded. For no other reason than the fact that Yi Ao intended to betray the Long family. Yi Ao had now allied himself with the Han family, and once he ascended to the position of leader of the Long faction, he and the Han family would become the closest of partners. As for the Long family, they had long since ceased to hold any real power. Collaborating with such a family was entirely incongruent with his current standing. Moreover, Yi Ao had informed him over the phone to prepare for action. Once the opportunity arose, they would utterly annihilate the Long family in 2 days. The election would take place. They planned to launch their final assault against the Long family at that moment, completely overthrowing them. Brother Yi, is it truly wise to oppose the Long family at this juncture? Although the Long family is currently under threat from mysterious forces, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. We have but a handful of people under our command. The Long family is unlikely to sit idly by, is it? Furthermore, if something goes awry, would we not bear the brunt of the blame? Beside Yi Qi, a man furrowed his brow and spoke. This was Sun Gong, Yi Qi's trusted subordinate, and a skilled individual. Whatever brother instructs us to do, we shall do. The Long family's manor is not so easily breached. Although in the urban area they would not readily employ weapons, should a confrontation arise, it is uncertain whether the enemy might resort to desperate measures. If that occurs, and the higher-ups initiate an investigation, all those involved will undoubtedly face dire consequences. There is no escaping that, however. Sun Gong still wished to voice his concerns, but Yi Qi waved his hand dismissively. No need for further discussion. Brother's word is law. Besides, collaborating with the Han family means they would not simply look on idly. If we encounter trouble, it would not bode well for them either. Upon hearing this, Sun Gong fell silent. It appeared that Yi Ao was resolute in confronting the Long family. Go rest. Conserve your strength. The final decisive battle is in 2 days. Yi Qi waved his hand, seating himself in a chair and gazing at the ceiling in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, 2 shadowy figures were scaling the wall and infiltrating the estate. Chu Fei patted Heisey on the shoulder, gesturing towards another direction. Heisey immediately grasped the signal, grasping his dagger in hand and stealthily advancing. Just ahead of them, a patrolling officer was scanning the surroundings. Chapter 86. The Killing Intent. Under the night sky, under the cover of darkness, Chu Fei donned night vision goggles, gripping a sharp dagger in hand. Silently, he approached a patrolling officer from behind, covering the man's mouth with one hand while swiftly slicing his throat with the dagger. He then gently dragged the body to a corner before cautiously making his way towards the villa. In his line of sight, several patrolling officers were drawing nearer to his position. With a cold expression, Chu Fei concealed himself in the shadows. After the patrols departed, he turned and entered through the back door of the villa. However, sometimes, surprises come too swiftly. Upon entry, he unexpectedly encountered Sun Gong. The two exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. Sun Gong had intended to step out for some fresh air and smoke a cigarette. Who are you? Sun Gong glared at the unfamiliar man before him, who was still wearing night vision goggles, his expression instantly turning cold. He drew a dagger from his waist, glaring at Chu Fei. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Fei sprang into action. Sun Gong's heart sank as he realized he was facing a formidable opponent. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Sun Gong soon sensed something was amiss. The intruder was targeting them. "Intruder!" he bellowed, charging forward once more. Outside, the patrolling personnel reacted to the shout, instantly realizing that someone had stealthily infiltrated the estate. Quickly, in an instant, numerous patrol officers drew their firearms, rushing towards the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the villa, Haizi, having heard the commotion, immediately deduced what had transpired. Feige must have encountered the enemy. He swiftly drew his handgun, abandoning any pretense of concealment. Bang, bang, bang. The successive gunshots reverberated throughout the night. 3 patrolling officers ahead of him fell, each with a bullet hole in their foreheads. Meanwhile, on a small hill outside the estate, Xiaowu also heard the gunfire from within. Instantly understanding that Feige and Haizi had been compromised, he aimed at the exposed patrolling personnel in his sights without hesitation. Pfft. The silenced sniper rifle emitted a muted sound. A patrol officer attempting to flee towards the side of the villa collapsed to the ground. And this was merely the beginning. Upstairs, where Yiqi was planning to rest, the gunfire outside jolted him into action. He retrieved a submachine gun from a nearby box, grabbing a walkie-talkie and shouting furiously, "Counterattack! I demand a counterattack!" Meanwhile, on the first floor of the villa, Chu Fei, realizing he had been exposed, decided to hold nothing back. "Since you have discovered me, then you shall meet your end." His movements accelerated sharply, causing Sun Gong's expression to shift dramatically. He hadn't anticipated that this individual would still show restraint. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. Yet, Chu Fei's speed was far beyond what he had anticipated. In a swift motion, Chu Fei lowered his head, plunging the dagger into Sun Gong's neck. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Before Chu Fei could withdraw the dagger, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. His pupils constricted, and every muscle in his body tensed at that moment. With a powerful leap, he distanced himself over a meter. The next instant, gunfire erupted. The place he had just occupied was riddled with bullet holes. Before he could rise, another volley of bullets rained down. Chu Fei dashed behind a load-bearing column. Bang, bang, bang. The column was peppered with bullet holes. Taking a deep breath, Chu Fei unsheathed his .92 pistol. From the trajectory of the bullets, it was evident that the assailants were positioned to his upper left and rear right. Bang, bang, bang. More bullets came flying. This time, he discerned the positions of his attackers. With a sudden leap, he sprang into action. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out as 2 individuals on the second-floor corridor fell to the ground. At that moment, Chu Fei also positioned himself behind another load-bearing column. He pondered how to confront the approaching patrolman. A series of gunshots erupted. Haizi burst into the villa's ground floor, dispatching several patrolmen before seamlessly reloading his weapon. Feige! Upon hearing Haizi's voice, Chu Fei sprang forth from behind a load-bearing pillar. A swift glance revealed a figure hiding in the corridor on the second floor. He raised his gun and fired. Bang! The opponent collapsed, a bullet piercing their brow. "Cover me. I'm heading upstairs." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Fei dashed towards the upper levels, while Haizi, wielding 2 handguns, took cover behind the pillar, aiming at the front door. Boom! As the door swung open, over a dozen patrolmen armed with submachine guns surged into the villa. However, they were met with a hail of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Haizi's handguns fired with such precision that each shot struck the chest of the foremost assailant as if there were no recoil. Given the current circumstances, aiming for headshots was impractical. Even chest shots could be fatal. Yet, with those in front absorbing the bullets, the rear ranks soon spotted Haizi lurking behind the pillar, raising their submachine guns to unleash a torrent of fire. Debris flew, and gunfire echoed relentlessly. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, Xiaowu could no longer remain passive. The opposing forces were all equipped with submachine guns, and Haizi and Feige were clearly outnumbered. He stood up and began picking off the patrolmen yet to enter the villa, 1 shot for each. At that moment, someone finally sensed the danger. "Be careful. There's a sniper." But before the warning could fully escape their lips, their head was pierced by a bullet. Concealed at the back door of the villa, Kai Huang and Tainyo exchanged glances, realizing the situation was more dire than expected. The gunfire indicated that this was no mere small armed group. Should we go in? Tainyo inquired, gazing at Kai Huang. With a grave expression, Kai Huang gripped his Type 95 rifle and fired 2 shots at the lock on the iron door. He kicked it open. Let's support Fij and Haizi. Simultaneously, Tainyo and Kai Huang entered the estate, standing back to back as they rapidly surveyed their surroundings. However, within their line of sight, the guards that had previously stood at the back door had already rushed to provide support at the front. Let's go! To the front door. Kai Huang gestured, and they split up to that moment. Chu Fei had reached the 3rd floor. Click! He replaced his magazine with a fully loaded one and raced up the stairs. Yet, in the next instant, several bullets whizzed overhead. Who are you? How did you find this place? The voice that spoke was none other than Yi Qi, flanked by just 2 subordinates, all armed with submachine guns. Hearing the sounds from the stairway, Chu Fei took a deep breath. You must be Brother Yi, right? Apologies, but someone has a price on your head. Chu Fei's tone was chilling as he gripped his handgun tightly. Do you think you stand a chance with just the 3 of you? Enraged by his words, Yi Qi suddenly sprang up, unleashing a barrage towards the source of the voice. Chapter 87. Annihilation. Chu Fei concealed himself behind the staircase, his expression frigid. The wall before him was already riddled with bullet holes. Below, the gunfire continued, suggesting that Kai Huang and Tainyo had indeed arrived to assist. These adversaries had no intention of retreating. Fully aware that they were outnumbered, it seemed they intended to eliminate him without hesitation. I'm quite curious. Who supplies your private armed organization with weapons? To acquire submachine guns, your backers must hold significant influence. Chu Fei spoke slowly, the dark muzzle of his gun trained on the staircase. Should they dare to show themselves, a bullet to the head awaited them. Heh, trying to fish for information? Allow me to give you a gift. Yi Qi sneered coldly, pulling a grenade from his pocket. He yanked the pin and hurled it towards the stairway. The moment he did, Chu Fei's expression changed dramatically. He leapt with all his might from the staircase to the 2nd floor corridor. Just as a tremendous explosion shook the air, boom, debris scattered, dust clouding his vision. His gaze turned steely. He hadn't anticipated that they possessed such weaponry. Clearly, the military higher-ups had invested considerable effort into nurturing this private armed group. At the staircase of the 3rd floor, Yi Qi signaled to his 2 subordinates, who understood immediately and stealthily descended the stairs. Yi Qi, however, did not rush down. Instead, he waited patiently, uncertain whether the grenade had claimed the life of that individual. On the 2nd floor, behind a wall, Chu Fei remained icy. Despite his rapid descent, the force of the grenade's explosion was beyond human endurance. Shrapnel had grazed his arm, leaving a wound that stained his sleeve crimson. Though it was not life-threatening, his expression remained cold as he contemplated how to force the enemy down from above when he suddenly detected the faintest of footsteps, though the sound was nearly inaudible amidst the chaos below. Chu Fei's hearing, honed through specialized training, discerned 2 individuals approaching. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his handgun tightly. In the next moment, he sprang into action. The 2 who had just descended the stairs barely had time to react before darkness enveloped their vision. 2 blood holes appeared in their foreheads. Gazing at the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, Chu Fei's face betrayed no emotion. He casually picked up the fallen submachine gun and stealthily approached the staircase. However, upon hearing the gunfire below, Yi Qi's expression shifted. He had not expected that his opponents were still alive and possessed the terrifying capability to eliminate his 2 subordinates. The enemy was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, he found himself on the 3rd floor of the villa, where even a jump down would be an arduous 11 to 12 meters. Even if he somehow survived the fall, escape would be impossible. Perhaps we should talk? Yi Qi exhaled sharply, calling out towards the staircase. Hearing this, Chu Fei allowed a cold smile to creep across his lips. Sure. You put down your weapons, and we can talk. Otherwise, wait until my brothers take care of your subordinates. And you won't have the chance to negotiate. Yi Qi's expression flickered with disbelief. Just how many of you are there? He struggled to comprehend that, within the estate, nearly 30 of his men were armed. Unless the attackers were a specially trained unit, a mere handful of people could not possibly defeat so many. 5. Including myself, Chu Fei responded nonchalantly. But I wonder if you've heard of Longzhu? In truth, Chu Fei revealed his identity to test Yi Qi. If he recognized the name, he would surely wonder why no one had informed him of their arrival. Are you deceiving me? You belong to Longzhu? Impossible. Yiqi dismissed the notion outright, unable to fathom that the assailants were indeed members of Longzhu. At present, aside from the intelligence team, most had already aligned themselves with the eldest brother. Moreover, to carry weapons openly implied they were on a mission, and Yiqi believed his elder brother would surely be aware of it. Noticing Yiqi's certainty, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed the adversary was connected to someone within Longzhu. Most likely, Yiqi had ties to Yi Ao. I believe you are quite familiar with Yi Ao. Are you not? Upon hearing the probing tone, Yiqi realized he had inadvertently exposed himself. The enemy had deduced the identity of his hidden benefactor. Since you know, are you not afraid of my elder brother eliminating you? As he spoke, Yiqi suddenly leaned forward, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the staircase. However, Chu Fei had already positioned himself beside the staircase on the second floor. Oh, it's Yi Ao backing you. In that case, there's no cause for concern. I can assure you that once you're dead, he won't be long in following you. As he spoke, Chu Fei swiftly rounded the corner of the staircase. Just as Yiqi became fully exposed within his line of sight, Yiqi instinctively reached for his weapon, but his speed could not match Chu Fei's. Bang! A bullet shattered through his wrist. Clatter! The gun fell from his grasp, as he reached for it with his other hand. Chu Fei denied him that opportunity. Another shot rang out. Bang! The other wrist was pierced as well. At that moment, Yiqi realized his fate was sealed. Despair clouded his gaze as he looked upon Chu Fei. He felt a strange familiarity with this person and suddenly recalled a photograph. The person in the image overlapped with the figure before him. It's you, Chu Fei, the captain of Longzhu's first team. The one they call the King of Hell. Long ago, he had seen Chu Fei's photograph, but he never imagined that the one coming for him would be the very same. Oh? It seems Yi Ao has shown you my picture. Chu Fei approached the edge of the corridor and peered down. The gunfire below was dwindling. Those who could escape had fled, and those who could not had perished. Unfortunately, they had no chance to flee the estate. Far off on the hillside, Xiaowu coldly packed away his sniper rifle. Outside the villa, at least 7 or 8 corpses lay sprawled upon the ground. And the gunfire had long since ceased. This organization has been utterly annihilated. Chapter 88. Live, for yourself. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, Chu Fei perched himself upon the railing. Kai Huang, Tainyo, and Haizi stood nearby. Observing the bloodied man seated on the ground, if all went as anticipated, this individual was indeed the target of Fei Jiyi's mission. Will you speak for yourself, or shall I encourage you to do so? Chu Fei's expression remained calm as he regarded Yiqi. What do you wish to know? Yiqi raised his head and met Chu Fei's gaze. Today, he could not escape death. Your relationship with Yi Ao. And what you have done for him. Yiqi looked at Chu Fei and smiled faintly. Relationship? I am but a dog at his side. Whoever he instructs me to bite, I shall bite. Many have perished beneath my gun. It is unfortunate that my recent missions have ended in failure. At these words, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. The missions you speak of, were they aimed at a woman named Su Li? Upon hearing this, Yiqi's expression froze momentarily. Realization dawned on him. You are the bodyguard beside that woman? He was not foolish. The fact that Chu Fei could pose such a question indicated a connection to her. The repeated failures of his missions could only stem from one reason. That woman had a formidable bodyguard, and he had not anticipated that this bodyguard was Chu Fei. You are not as dull as I presumed. Yet, it is a pity that your talents have not been utilized for noble pursuits. That person known as Yi Gu, is it you? Yiqi remained silent, merely nodding. Proceed. I have disclosed all that I could. There are matters I shall not divulge. In Yiqi's world, he had perhaps long since perished. From the moment he crawled out from that pile of corpses, he had ceased to be truly alive. Now, he existed merely as a walking corpse. To survive, to cling to life for a mere bun, he had to slay his friends. At that time, he was but a 7-year-old child. Seeing the glint of death in Yiqi's eyes, Chu Fei felt a surge of curiosity. Rarely did he encounter someone facing death without a hint of fear. Even the most vicious of criminals, when confronted with mortality, could not conceal the terror in their gaze. Yet this man exhibited not a trace of it. I am quite curious. How did you come to know him? Judging by your age, you cannot be over 20. Yiqi looked up at Chu Fei. A smile gracing his lips. I am 17 this year. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had never imagined that a mere 17-year-old child could command such an armed organization. As for how he had come to know him, well, at that time, he was merely a homeless child from a small nation, fighting with stray dogs for scraps of bread or leftover food from a garbage bin. One day, a man approached him, promising endless food if he followed him. Tempted, he agreed. The man took him to a basement where there was no endless food, only children of similar age. On the first day, they were provided ample food to satiate their hunger. He vowed it was the fullest he had ever felt. However, on the second day, no one came to deliver food. They were left hungry, forced to gaze out at the endless desert beyond the door. Barren and desolate on the third day, the fourth day, until the fifth day, when the man reappeared before them, a bucket filled with buns at his feet. He informed them that only one among them could partake of the buns. Then tossed a knife among the children and closed the door once more. Initially, none dared to retrieve the knife from the floor. Yet some, unable to withstand their hunger, began a bloody massacre. Yi Chi could not recall how the knife ended up in his hands. But he was blinded by fury. To survive, to claim the buns in that bucket, he fought until his dagger was dulled. The moment he collapsed, the door swung open. Subsequently, he was taken by the man to this country, where he underwent relentless training. By the age of 16, he had seized control of the organization, personally eliminating those who dared to defy him. As he recounted this, Chu Fei and the others fell into a profound silence. Their eyes filled with intense fury. They had never anticipated that this youth had endured such a harrowing experience. To survive, he had dulled his dagger through bloodshed. From the moment I survived, my heart had already died. Therefore, death holds no terror for me. Proceed. Yi Chi closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting the sound of gunfire. But Chu Fei did not pull the trigger. Instead, he approached him directly, live. Wasn't your original intent simply to survive? To live for yourself? Yi Chi was taken aback. He opened his eyes, staring at Chu Fei in confusion. Why? Are you not afraid that I may seek revenge upon you later? Chu Fei smiled nonchalantly. If you still wish to follow Yao, the next time we meet, I shall personally send you on your way. I am no virtuous man. Yet, I am not a villain either. You indeed deserved death long ago. But not now. With that, Chu Fei beckoned to Haizi and the others, who turned to leave, walking towards the manor's exit. Yi Chi watched their departing figures. A newfound belief in the will to live flickered in his death-filled eyes. In the car, Fei Gu, why did you let that kid go? They inquired, their confusion palpable. Letting a tiger return to the mountain poses future risks. Moreover, given Yi Chi's youth, if he is allowed to grow unchecked, who knows how far he may ascend? He simply wishes to survive. Now he has already faced death once. Do you think he will continue to follow Yao? Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. They had listened attentively to Yi Chi's story. None of this was his fault. He merely wished to live. If he were to continue foolishly following Yao, the next time they encountered him would mark his true demise. Chu Fei's voice turned icy. Haizi and the others exchanged glances, remaining silent. All of this was instigated by Yao. If one were to identify the true culprit, it would undoubtedly be Yao. After all, many within Long Group had already aligned themselves with him. Avoid any conflict with Yao's people. I will attend the elections in 2 days. Chapter 89. I am so afraid. Tomorrow, I must accompany my father to the Long family to stir up trouble. I ought to rest well. Though it may not be a bloody battle, the Long family's strength is not to be underestimated. Just after finishing my shower in the bathroom, a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, I found a drunken woman standing there, her eyes hazy. Judging by her figure, she was indeed a remarkable beauty, and her attire was anything but cheap. Miss, have you perhaps taken a wrong turn? Chu Fei, with a towel in hand, was drying his hair while casting a curious glance at the woman before him. No, this is room 1306, right? She slurred, pointing at the door number. Chu Fei leaned out to check. Realizing his room was actually 1309, you were mistaken. This is room 1306. As he spoke, he attempted to close the door, yet the woman stubbornly pushed past him, making her way into the room. She then flopped onto the bed. Chu Fei furrowed his brow, contemplating calling the front desk to have her removed. However, it appeared she had completely claimed this space as her own. She reached behind her back, unfastening her ample garments, which she tossed to the floor. Chu Fei's expression darkened. What was this nonsense? He was, after all, a married man, and he would never betray Su Li in such a manner. Yet that observing was harmless. He leaned against the wall, waiting for her next move. Yet, as she shed her clothing, she pulled back the covers and dove in. Moments later, she tossed out a pair of black lace panties, which fortuitously flew directly at Chu Fei. He caught them, then casually tossed them onto the bed. "Hey, this is my room. Kindly be more mindful," he called out to the woman sprawled on the bed. Yet, she appeared utterly indifferent, drifting off to sleep. Chu Fei's expression grew darker, contemplating heading downstairs to explain the situation to the hotel staff, when another knock echoed from the door. With a hint of curiosity, he opened it once more. This time, 3 men clad in black suits stood outside. The man in the center appeared quite young, probably in his 20s. He offered Chu Fei a polite smile. "I apologize. My friend has mistakenly entered your room. May I take her with me?" The man was courteous, and Chu Fei saw no reason to deny him. "By all means, go ahead." The man nodded and, with his 2 subordinates, stepped into the room. However, upon witnessing the discarded garments on the floor and the bed, their expressions soured instantly. Sensing their anger, Chu Fei waved his hand dismissively. She barged in here and began undressing. "I did not lay a finger on her, Timos. I merely admired her physique, which is indeed impressive. Surely, this cannot be blamed on me, can it?" Chu Fei did not speak falsehoods. This woman had barely entered for 5 minutes before these individuals arrived. Were it not for the fact that this man spoke rather courteously, he might have suspected that the other party was up to some trickery. Appreciating her figure, the man's countenance visibly shifted, his eyes glinting with intense hatred. "Take him to the restroom. Let him understand that not everyone is permitted to gaze upon my woman's form." The young man gestured dismissively to the 2 bodyguards at his side. Instantly, they advanced toward Chu Fei, evidently intent on administering a beating. However, Chu Fei merely chuckled softly. "You cannot manage your own woman, allowing her to wander freely. She barges into my room and begins to undress. How is this my fault?" Clearly, upon hearing these words, the man became even more enraged. "Break his legs for me." His tone was laced with fury. Chu Fei's expression gradually turned icy as he regarded the 2 approaching bodyguards, discarding the towel in his hand. "I advise you to take your woman and depart quietly. Resorting to violence is not a wise course of action. A careless move could result in harm." The man sneered coldly. "Is that so?" As a direct descendant of the Feng family, Feng Qihang's status is incomparable to that of ordinary individuals, in his eyes. Chu Fei was nothing more than a hotel guest, perhaps a mere business owner. But what of it? In comparison to himself, he was inconsequential. Break his legs and throw him out. With that, he strode towards the edge of the bed, seemingly intent on indulging himself here. This time, Chu Fei no longer held back. He had spoken kindly enough. If they refused to listen, he could not be held accountable, as the 2 bodyguards charged at him. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The bodyguard had not anticipated that Chu Fei would dare to resist, and was sent flying by the force of the kick. The immense impact left him with several broken ribs. Writhing in pain upon the floor, the other bodyguard, witnessing this, sprang into action. He swung a punch heavily aimed at Chu Fei's head. Chu Fei's face hardened, his arm raised to block the man's strike. With his left hand clenched into a fist, he landed a blow to the bodyguard's abdomen. The bodyguard's eyes nearly bulged out, his body collapsing to the ground like a cooked shrimp, curled up in agony. "I told you so. Why did you not believe me? Now look what you've done. You've injured yourself." As he spoke, Chu Fei had already moved to sit upon a nearby sofa. Feng Qihang gazed coldly at Chu Fei, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. "Very well. You dare to lay hands on me. Do you know who I am?" He seemed unconcerned about Chu Fei retaliating against him, as long as he revealed his identity. Even if Chu Fei had a formidable background, he would have no choice but to plead for mercy. Unless this fellow was a direct descendant of one of the other 4 prominent families. Unfortunately, while he was familiar with most members of the other families, he had never encountered the person before him. "I care not who you are. If you wish to take this woman away, I would be quite pleased. It would spare me the trouble. However, should you lay a hand on me, that would be quite unacceptable. You may leave with your people now, and I shall pretend that nothing has transpired. Should you harbor thoughts of revenge, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson." Upon hearing this, Feng Qihong erupted with laughter. You intend to strike me? Apart from my own elders, who in this capital would dare to do so? While I do not know where you derive your audacity, allow me to inform you. My name is Feng Qihong. Feng Qihong reclined casually on the sofa at the bedside, crossing his legs and awaiting Chu Fei's plea for mercy. You are of the Feng family, one of the 4 prominent families? Chu Fei regarded the man before him with some surprise. Congratulations, you guessed correctly, Feng Qihong replied with a cold smirk. Ah, I am terrified. You have frightened me to death. Should I kneel and beg for your mercy? The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Feng Qihong's expression darkened as he listened to Chu Fei's taunting remarks. You fear not death? Knowing that you are of the Feng family, you still dare to speak to me in such a manner. Do you not fear my retaliation? Or do you truly belong to one of the other 3 prominent families? Fear? Why should I? Chu Fei replied nonchalantly. Enough. I have no time for your prattle. Leave now. Do not compel me to throw you out myself. Chu Fei had no desire to engage in trivial conversation with a self-important second generation who believed he could do as he pleased due to his family's backing. Do you dare? Feng Qihong genuinely did not believe that this fellow would throw him out. However, he was gravely mistaken. Were it another individual, perhaps they would hesitate. But who was Chu Fei? He rose and strode directly toward Feng Qihong, raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap to his face. You are asking for it. You deserve to be struck. Subsequently, as if handling a mere chick, he flung Feng Qihong out of the room. As for the 2 bodyguards, they met a similar fate. After casually closing the door behind him, Chu Fei turned to regard the woman lying on the bed and he frowned, deciding that throwing her out would not be appropriate. Yet, keeping her could lead to misunderstandings, and that would be quite troublesome. After some thought, he resolved to sleep on the sofa instead. Meanwhile, Feng Qihong, who had been thrown out, was seething with rage. This was the first time he had been so humiliated in the capital. He immediately shouted at the 2 bodyguards, "Call for reinforcements. I want that brat to kneel before me and beg for mercy." The 2 bodyguards, enduring their own excruciating pain, explained, "Young master, that fellow is no ordinary person. He is clearly a martial artist. If he happens to be from one of the other 3 prominent families, we could be in deep trouble." Feng Qihong responded with an angry slap to the face of the bodyguard who spoke. Does the Feng family fear the other families? Now, immediately make the call. The 2 bodyguards, seeing the situation, had no choice but to place the call. Half an hour later, outside the hotel, several luxury cars worth millions were parked. One after another, bodyguards clad in suits emerged from the vehicles. From the middle car stepped a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat older. "Third uncle, you have finally arrived." Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Feng Qihong rushed over, his face displaying a mix of grievance and indignation. Feng Wuyo glanced at Feng Qihong beside him. "What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Are you looking for trouble? Mobilizing the family's elite? Had I not covered for you, your father would have surely punished you." Feng Qihong felt wronged. "Third uncle, that guy was too much. He struck me and even said the Feng family is nothing but trash. I was furious and wanted to retaliate, but I was no match for him. He threw me out." Upon hearing this, Feng Wuyo's expression darkened further. In this capital, there were those who dared to speak ill of the Feng family. Their audacity was indeed remarkable. I must see who this young man is, so brazen as to speak in such a manner. Even if he hails from one of the other 3 prominent families, I shall demand an explanation. The group strode purposefully to the 13th floor. The young receptionist, having never witnessed such a display, could only obediently hand over the room key. Upon arriving at room 1309, Feng Qihong covered his face and spoke to Feng Wuyo. "Third uncle, that brat is inside." Feng Wuyo waved his hand, and one of his subordinates promptly approached to swipe the card, unlocking the door. Inside the room, upon hearing the sound of the door unlocking, Chu Fei abruptly opened his eyes. Sitting on the sofa, he fixed his gaze upon the entrance. As the door swung open, Feng Qihong and Feng Wuyo entered the room, followed by over a dozen bodyguards in suits. The once modest room now felt somewhat cramped. "Kid, now let's see how you intend to escape." Feng Qihong looked at Chu Fei with an expression of triumph. In his view, this young man was doomed. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the bed, where the enchanting figure still lay, her alluring curves provoking thoughts of desire. Chu Fei regarded the newcomers with a slight smile. "What is this? Have you beaten the young one, and now the elder intends to intervene?" Feng Wuyo scrutinized the young man before him, his brow furrowing. Young brother, to whom do you belong? Chu Fei met Feng Wuyo's gaze with indifference. Does it matter to you who I belong to? Feng Wuyo's expression darkened further. Young man, with whom are you speaking? Today, unless you are from one of the other 3 prominent families, you shall not leave this door. Upon hearing this, Feng Qihang pointed at Chu Fei and retorted, My legs are my own. I shall come and go as I please. What? Is the earlier lesson not sufficient? Do you intend to bring this many people just to be beaten? Chu Fei cast a cold glance around the room, sneering. Feng Wuyo's gaze turned icy. Young brother, it is advisable to think before you speak. You may strike my nephew, and I shall overlook it, however. To insult the Feng family is a matter we ought to discuss. Would you prefer I call your elders? Feng Wuyo was attempting to suppress his rising anger. Had he been younger, he would have already killed this insolent brat. The audacity of the other party to utter such words clearly indicated that he held a significant identity. That will not be necessary, and my elders have long since retired for the evening. I have no wish to disturb their rest. Speak plainly. Chu Fei settled back on the sofa, casually retrieving a cigarette from the table and lighting it. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. In that case, do not blame us for being impolite. Feng Wuyo waved his hand, and several bodyguards immediately positioned themselves in front of Chu Fei. Seemingly preparing to subdue him, Chu Fei slowly rose, extinguishing his cigarette. The Feng family, am I correct? However, have you truly considered the consequences of your actions? If you believe I am merely trying to intimidate you, then by all means, feel free to test me. The corners of Chu Fei's mouth curled into a smile as he gazed quietly at Feng Wuyo. Feng Wuyo, visibly unsettled, pondered whether this individual indeed possessed a formidable background. Third uncle, did you hear his boastful claims? If he truly had backing, why would he need to utter such nonsense? Feng Qihang, filled with indignation, observed his uncle's hesitation, wishing he could command the attack himself. Yet, with his uncle present, these men only heeded his uncle's orders. He lacked the authority to direct them. Little brother, are you really not going to disclose your affiliation? Feng Wuyo pressed once more. If Chu Fei remained silent, they would have no choice but to take action. If word got out that the Feng family could not handle a mere youth, where would their pride be? Curious to know, Chu Fei replied, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Feng Wuyo. The latter's expression darkened as he sensed the gravity of the situation. Speak, Feng Wuyo commanded. Chu Fei shook his head, retorting, Are you intent on prying until you uncover every detail? Very well, let me enlighten you. With that, he pushed aside several bodyguards and leaned closer to Feng Wuyo's ear, whispering a single phrase. Consider the fate of the Long family. At those words, Feng Wuyo recoiled, fear flickering in his eyes as he turned to Chu Fei. You. Chu Fei's demeanor grew cold. I have said all I needed to say. The choice to stay or leave is yours alone. Chapter 91. The Long family is to be erased today. The following morning, Zhao Zhehui awakened from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the visage of a man. Ah, she screamed, nearly shattering Chu Fei's eardrums. Stop, don't scream. Yet, Zhao Zhehui paid no heed, continuing to shriek, for she did not recognize the man before her at all. As she attempted to rise from the bed, she realized something was amiss. Lifting the covers, her face drained of color, revealing skin as pale as snow. What have you done to me? Zhao Zhehui curled up at the head of the bed, clutching the blanket tightly with terror in her gaze directed at Chu Fei. Enough. Stop looking so pitiful. I did nothing. Such words, uttered at this moment, were hardly believable to her. Where's my phone? I need to call the police. Her eyes welled with tears as she instinctively feared she had been sullied. She had no recollection of the events from the previous night. Awakening to find this man before her was a complete shock. Are you mentally challenged? Are you just a muscle-bound fool? She exclaimed, though her heart sank further as she realized the implications. Next month, she was to be married, yet she had been defiled by a stranger. The thought brought fresh tears cascading down her cheeks. Chu Fei, observing her tear-streaked face, furrowed his brow. Why are you crying? You may have entered the wrong room, but you stripped in front of me. Thankfully, I am an honorable man. Her gaze shifted to Chu Fei, now filled with confusion and disbelief. Wrong room? Chu Fei regarded her as if she were simple-minded. Enough. I have no time to waste on your nonsense. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage and see for yourself. I have matters to attend to. With that, Chu Fei turned and left the room. As the door clicked shut, Zhao Jiahui snapped back to reality, hurriedly gathering her clothes from the table where Chu Fei had neatly laid them out. Once outside, she glanced at the room number, 1309. She froze. Had she truly made a mistake? She distinctly remembered not doing so. To verify the man's claim, she decided to review the surveillance footage. Upon discovering that she had indeed walked into the wrong room, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the man had not deceived her. However, the subsequent footage caused her expression to shift. Feng Qihong. She clearly saw Feng Qihong, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, engaged in a heated exchange with the man from earlier before entering the room. Mere minutes later, Feng Qihong was thrown out by that very man. It was then that she realized something was amiss. The previous night, she had deliberately arranged to dine with Feng Qihong to establish a connection with the Feng family. And in her inebriation, she had signed the contract. Yet, judging by the footage, if not for that man, she might have. The very thought filled her with dread. Thankfully, that individual was a good man. Otherwise, yet, he had the audacity to lay hands on Feng Qihong, which stirred her concern. In the capital, the Feng family was a leading clan. Incurring their wrath could lead to dire consequences, especially after the altercation with Feng Qihong. I must find him. She hurriedly exited the surveillance room, oblivious to the subsequent footage revealing Feng Wuyo's arrival, who promptly exited the room without incident. On the other side, Chu Fei had driven to his father's estate in the capital. Upon entering the villa, he found Chu Tianquang and Yun Yu enjoying breakfast. "You little rascal, where were you last night?" "Nothing much, just out and about," Chu Fei replied with a smile, casually pulling out a chair to sit. "Uncle Li, may I have a serving of breakfast as well?" Yun Yu offered a faint smile. "Certainly, young master." She then turned and entered the kitchen. "When are we setting out, Dad? I'm itching to go." Yun Yu cast a fleeting glance at Chu Fei. "Must you chatter so much while eating? Can't we discuss it afterward?" With his mother speaking, Chu Fei had no choice but to fall silent, knowing she ruled the household. After breakfast, Yun Yu changed into a new outfit and informed the father and son duo, "I'm going shopping with my friends." Once she departed, Chu Fei exchanged a knowing smile with Chu Tianquang. "Dad, shall we leave now?" Chu Tianquang shook his head, redirecting his gaze to Uncle Li. "Old Li, inform Shadow and his team of 4 to come here." Uncle Li nodded slightly. "Yes, sir." He promptly contacted Shadow and the others. Chu Fei felt a surge of excitement. The Shadow team was one of his father's most formidable squads. He recalled how, during his youth, they had trained him. Now, many years later, he wondered how much stronger they had become. Before long, Shadow and his team arrived. "Master, young master," Shadow, donned in a black demon mask, greeted them. "Brother Shadow, it's been a while." "Come at me." Chu Fei charged forward, fist clenched, aiming a punch at Shadow. Shadow smiled calmly, taking a step back. He prepared his own fist to meet Chu Fei's. Bang! Their fists collided with a dull thud, both staggering back a step. From that exchange, it was evident they were evenly matched. However, Chu Fei had only exerted 40% of his strength, whereas Shadow had used 30%. "Brother Shadow, as expected of you. I used 40%, and you barely used 30%, Chu Fei remarked, shaking his somewhat sore fist in astonishment. Shadow chuckled. "Your progress over the years has exceeded my expectations, young master. It won't be long before you are on par with me." Shadow recognized the rapid pace at which Chu Fei was improving. At just 23, he possessed such strength, which was certainly remarkable. Chu Tianquang waved his hand with a laugh. "Enough of your sparring. Let us go. Once we reach the Long family, you can unleash your full might." His tone suddenly turned cold. The Long family is to be erased today. Chapter 92. Today, the King of Hell comes for retribution at the Long family estate. Nearly a week had passed since the attack, yet no useful information had surfaced. It was as if those responsible had vanished into thin air. Inside the villa, Long Quang wore a particularly grim expression. The other 3 prominent families, aside from the Yun family, had begun encroaching on the Long family's smaller enterprises. Moreover, the heads of both families had approached directly to discuss potential collaborations. "Dad, those people must have left by now, right?" Long Xiao tentatively inquired. However, Long Quang's expression remained dark. "I have been contemplating a matter these past few days." Upon hearing this, the others in attendance exchanged puzzled glances. "Dad, what do you mean?" Long Zhen asked. Bewildered, Long Quang slowly articulated, given the military strength in the capital, locating individuals who have employed heavy weaponry should not pose a challenge. Yet, despite the passage of time, there has been no news. Have you not questioned the implications of this? If it were a high-ranking official who issued orders for the military to refrain from investigation, the military personnel would not dare to AT this revelation. Long Zhan and the others fell silent, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it made sense, as the leader of the entire Xia, the highest authority could command the military to comply without question. Thus, everything seems to fall into place. However, I fail to comprehend the rationale behind the Supreme One's decision to act in such a manner. The downfall of the Long family brings him no advantages. On the contrary, it would severely impact the entire economy of the Great Xia. Would he, as a leader, truly take such a step? Long Shao voiced his doubts. After all, a leader must consider the implications of their actions. The disappearance of the Long family and the ensuing financial crisis would certainly not bode well. Perhaps he has reached some sort of agreement with those individuals? Long Quang let out a cold laugh. Previously, when the Supreme One took Sun Yinying from him, he had vehemently opposed it. Yet, due to the other party's status, he did not dare to take extreme measures and could only allow them to take the half-dead Sun Yinying away. Just as doubts about the Supreme One began to circulate among the crowd, the butler rushed in from outside the villa, visibly agitated. "Sir, there are people here looking for trouble." Upon hearing this, Long Quang's expression instantly darkened. In such a moment, who would dare to come seeking trouble? Do they truly believe that the Long family is a soft target? In an instant, Long Zhan and the others rose from the sofa. "Let us go out and see." As he spoke, Long Quang led the way, followed closely by Long Zhan and the others. When they arrived in the expansive courtyard outside the manor, 2 luxury cars were parked at the entrance. In front of the vehicles stood 7 individuals. For Long Quang, 6 of them were unfamiliar. The last one, while not someone he knew well, he recognized Chu Fei. He immediately recognized Chu Fei among the group, and his gaze turned icy. "Long family head. I did not expect you to recognize me." "This is quite surprising," Chu Fei remarked, clearly taken aback that the other party knew him. However, given Long Quang's status, it was not entirely unexpected. "I wonder, did you come to my Long family for a purpose? Or perhaps you seek revenge for your master?" Long Quang chuckled derisively, his eyes filled with disdain. After all, if Sun Yinying was no match for them, how could Chu Fei pose a threat? As for the individuals he brought along, to Long Quang, they were merely members of the Long group. "You are indeed correct. As the King of Hell, I do not make appearances lightly, but when I do, it is to collect lives. So are you prepared to die?" Chu Fei's fists clenched tightly, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Long Zhan stepped forward. "Just based on you? Do you truly believe you are qualified to engage with my father? Come, let me see if you are the real King of Hell or just a pretender." As he spoke, he beckoned to Chu Fei with his fingers, the provocation evident. However, it was then that Chu Tianquang, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Long Quang, you possess quite the audacity. While it may be permissible to attack my son, if he is killed due to his lack of strength, that is on him. However, to assault my elder brother with several people ganging up on him, is that not somewhat unreasonable?" At this moment, the gazes of Long Quang and the others fell upon Chu Tianquang. It dawned upon them that this man was Chu Fei's father. They had never heard of him. Moreover, who was this elder brother of his? Could it be Sun Yinying? "Who are you?" Long Zhan's expression hardened as he coldly inquired. Chu Tianquang chuckled, producing 2 cigars from his pocket and tossing one to Chu Fei. "Who am I? My surname is Chu. My given name is Tianquang. You may not have heard of me, but that is of little consequence. What matters is I have come to exact revenge today. Are you prepared to meet your doom?" Chu Tianquang lit the cigar and took a deep drag, exhaling a plume of smoke that carried a hint of coffee aroma. Chu Fei, however, did not light his, but simply pocketed it with a sinister smile. His gaze turned cold, fixating on Long Quang and the others. Apart from Long Zhan and Long Shao, there were several experts from the Long family behind the 3. In terms of numbers, Chu Fei's side was at a disadvantage, as the opposing force had swelled to over a dozen. Furthermore, numerous bodyguards were rushing to the scene. In just 2 minutes, the opposing numbers had surged to over 30, all armed with cleavers. "Heh! Though I know not where you found the courage to trouble my Long family. Since you have come, I shall ensure you do not leave empty-handed. Revenge? Is it? Very well. My Long family has not encountered such a situation in a long time. Today, let your head serve as a warning to all of Great Xia that my Long family is not to be trifled with. Kill them! Long Quang roared furiously. Die in an instant. Over 30 individuals lunged toward Chu Fei and his companions. Old man, leave Long Zhun to me. I won't compete with you for that old geezer. Chu Tianquang discarded the cigar from his mouth, a fierce murderous intent igniting in his eyes. No problem. I also need to stretch my legs. Shadow, take care of those small fry. Shadow remained silent, drawing his weapon, a straight tang knife. The sharp blade glimmered ominously in the sunlight. He turned to his 3 companions and said, "Leave none alive." With a powerful push off the ground, he launched himself forward, leaving a deep imprint in his wake. The battle erupted in an instant. Chapter 93. The disappearance of the Long family in a mere few minutes. The ground was strewn with bodies in disarray. The stench of blood rose to the heavens, inducing nausea in those still standing. Yet, for those who remained alive, it had little effect. Bang! Chu Fei and Long Zhun exchanged a fist bump, both being pushed back several steps, leaving deep tracks in the earth beneath their feet. Kid, I did not expect your strength to be rather formidable. It seems I underestimated you. Long Zhun shook his slightly pained arm, his eyes narrowing. In his mind, Chu Fei's prowess surely exceeded what he had witnessed thus far. Although neither side had unleashed their true strength, he had a gut feeling that this young man might be stronger than himself. Is that so? Chu Fei's lips curled upward slightly as his muscles tensed. This time, he had no intention of holding back. As Shadow and the others neared the end of their skirmish, he too could not afford to linger. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Chu Fei, Long Zhun's expression grew increasingly grave. It appeared that the other party was preparing for a life-or-death struggle. Grabbing the hem of his clothing with one hand, he yanked it forcefully. Ryup, the thin fabric tore, revealing his well-defined physique. Chu Fei's countenance remained calm, his leg muscles taut. Bang! He shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Long Zhun, already prepared for battle, engaged him once more. The two became entwined in a fierce exchange, each strike aimed at the other's vital points. Bang! Chu Fei's fist connected with Long Zhun's ribs, while Long Zhun's kick landed squarely on Chu Fei's chest. Almost simultaneously, both retreated over 10 steps before managing to halt their momentum. Long Zhun's face soured, his ribs fractured from the impact of the blow. Meanwhile, Chu Fei was not faring much better, having coughed up blood from the kick that reverberated through his internals. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he beckoned to Long Zhun. Come again. Long Zhun's expression darkened as he charged forward. Meanwhile, the clash between Chu Tianquang and Long Quang had reached its climax. Long Quang was drenched in blood, his face clouded with gloom. His body was likely riddled with fractures. The fear in his eyes as he gazed at Chu Tianquang was palpable. He could not fathom why the disparity between their strengths was so vast. From beginning to end, he had been utterly overwhelmed by Chu Tianquang. The punch thrown at his opponent felt like striking an iron block, leaving his arm numb. Conversely, when Chu Tianquang struck him, it felt as though a massive boulder had crashed onto him. Who exactly are you? Your strength is certainly not that of an ordinary individual. Even now, he remained unaware of Chu Tianquang's true identity. While he recognized him as Chu Fei's father, he still could not grasp the full extent of his significance. Who am I? Did I not just tell you? Knowing too much is not advantageous for you. However, given that you will not see the light of tomorrow, it matters little to divulge. As he spoke, he moved in closer, his hands simultaneously blocking Long Quang's escape routes. The latter had no opportunity to retaliate, only able to retreat in haste. Yet, Chu Tianquang denied him any chance. With a sudden burst of strength, his speed surged once more. A punch landed heavily on Long Quang's chest. This strike utilized 70% of his strength. Long Quang's aged body could no longer withstand it. A mouthful of old blood erupted from his lips as he collapsed to the ground. His breathing growing increasingly labored. Chu Tianquang approached him, his expression calm. My surname is Chu. Care to guess how many families in the world share that surname? A brief statement caused Long Quang's pupils to constrict. This time, his eyes were filled with sheer terror. The Chu family, one of the most powerful families in the world. Their overall strength utterly eclipsed that of the Long family. Prepare to die in peace. And allow me to share a little secret. Among the 4 great families in this capital, Yours is the most insignificant. The Yun family has me backing them, while the Feng and Han families are supported by even more formidable clans. As for your Long family, you possess nothing, as saying goes, one reaps what one sows. When Long Quang heard these words, his lips moved as if to speak, yet no words escaped his mouth. The brilliance in his eyes gradually faded. As he swallowed his last breath and closed his eyes, at this moment, only Long Zhan and Chu Fei remained, yet to determine a victor. Chu Tianquang found a spot to sit and leisurely lit a cigar from his pocket. Observing the fierce battle between Chu Fei and Long Zhan, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You little brat, you're not doing so well, after all this time." Still not finished upon hearing this, Long Zhan, who was completely focused on his fight with Chu Fei, felt a jolt in his heart. To his horror, he discovered the ground littered with corpses, including that of his own father, all fallen. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Fei landed a powerful punch on his jaw. Bang! The terrifying force sent Long Zhan flying, dislocating his entire jaw in the process. Slowly rising to his feet, Long Zhan forcefully adjusted his jaw. Crack! Yet, this blow had inflicted a severe impact on his mind, making his gaze toward Chu Fei appear somewhat blurred. It must come to an end. Chu Fei took a deep breath and stepped toward Long Zhan. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. After 3 moves, Long Zhan collapsed to the ground, drenched in blood, with countless bones possibly broken. Only then did Chu Fei wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. From today onward, the Long family shall completely vanish. You brat! Your strength is still lacking. I thought you could crush me? Chu Tianquang mocked from the side. Chu Fei shot an annoyed glare at his father. Old man, how can you say that about your own son? Ha ha ha! Chu Tianquang laughed heartily. All right, let's go. As for this place, it won't be long before someone comes to clean it up. Just as they were about to leave, a convoy of military green jeeps rolled in, over 10 in total, all lined up at the entrance of the Long family estate. Hundreds of armed soldiers disembarked, led by none other than Yao. As he entered the courtyard, he was met with the shocking sight of the corpses scattered all around. The astonishment in his eyes was beyond words. Little did he expect that merely 10 minutes after receiving the news, the battle had already concluded. Chu Fei. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Chu Fei. Everything was due to him. The moment Yao appeared, Chu Fei's expression also turned cold. You arrived quite quickly. What? Planning to arrest me? Chapter 94. The Supreme emerges. The atmosphere became tense at that moment. Everyone Yao brought knew who Chu Fei was. One was the captain of the first team of the Long group, the other the captain of the second team. Both held significant positions. You guessed correctly. I came here today to arrest you. Yao sneered, his heart filled with joy. With the Long family dead, he could easily collaborate with the Han family, who would also provide him with assistance. The position of leader of the Long group was within his grasp. Then you may try. Let us see if your men dare to seize me. Chu Fei remained rooted in place, retrieving the cigar his father had given him earlier. He nodded slowly and took a deep breath. The familiar taste was quite enjoyable. Yao narrowed his eyes. Men, arrest them all. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to apprehend Chu Fei and the others. However, those under him looked at each other, and no one dared to act. Captain Yi, that's Captain Chu. We don't have the authority, a deputy captain spoke softly. Yao scoffed. What does it matter if he is a captain? I witnessed him slaughtering innocent civilians. Just this charge alone is enough to strip him of his position. If there is any resistance, shoot on the spot. As he spoke, Yao drew his pistol, aiming the dark muzzle at Chu Fei. At this moment, the 4 shadows stepped forward, gripping their tang knives tightly. Should the opponent dare to fire, they would act without hesitation. At the very least, the one with the gun pointed at the young master would meet his demise. Yao, you've long coveted the leader's position, haven't you? The leader's misfortune is also your responsibility. How about we settle this today? Chu Fei slowly pushed past the shadows and approached Yao. With the latter's gun still trained on him, Yao's expression was icy, yet he truly did not dare to pull the trigger. Without orders from the military, firing his weapon would lead to his own death. Moreover, those surrounding Chu Fei were certainly not ordinary individuals. He had no doubt that if he fired, he would also be killed. Chu Fei, you are indeed cunning. I cannot capture you, but none of your companions shall escape. Men, arrest everyone except Captain Chu. If there's any resistance, shoot on the spot. This time, the soldiers gripped their weapons and advanced towards Chu Tianquang and the others. The shadows were already prepared for battle, their eyes gleaming with cold, killing intent. Let us see who dares. Chu Fei barked coldly to in an instant. Everyone halted, their faces revealing a look of dilemma. Both orders were beyond their capacity to resist. What are you dawdling for? Take them down, Yao roared. Yet, Chu Fei did not give him the chance. He raised his hand and punched Yao squarely in the chest. Yao hurriedly raised his hands to block, but his body uncontrollably staggered back several steps. Frustrated, Yao lifted his handgun, ready to pull the trigger. But just then, a voice rang out, "Everyone, stand down." A man in a black suit slowly emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing this man, Chu Tianquang's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, while both Chu Fei and Yao were taken aback as well. Mr. Jiang. The man in the black suit was none other than the supreme person. Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping nodded, then turned to Yao. Clean this place up, seal off the news. Chu Fei, and that gentleman, why don't we have a chat? Jiang Ping's gaze fell upon Chu Tianquang. Chu Tianquang smiled calmly. Very well. Before Yao, Jiang Ping led Chu Fei and Chu Tianquang away from the Long family estate. Yao stood there, utterly stunned. He could not comprehend why Mr. Jiang would side with Chu Fei. Logically, Mr. Jiang should not align himself with any individual or family. Observing the corpses scattered about, his expression darkened. Men, collect all the bodies, dig a pit and burn them. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon, a mature man's voice came through. Mr. Han. Yao spoke with a tone of respect. Yes. What is it? Did I not mention that unless it's urgent, do not contact me? The man on the other end sounded displeased. Yao slowly replied, Mr. Han, we might have encountered some trouble. Just now, a murder occurred at the Long family estate. All members of the Long family, including Long Quang, are dead. After hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the line. Ha! It seems the Long family has provoked someone they shouldn't have. Do you know who did it? Yao hesitated for a few seconds before naming Chu Fei. Chu Fei. He has that kind of capability? It seemed Mr. Han was not surprised by the Long family's demise, but was astonished by the identity of the perpetrator. Indeed, moreover, Mr. Jiang also appeared and took away Chu Fei and those who acted. This revelation startled Mr. Han even more. Mr. Jiang intervened. It appears that this Chu Fei possesses certain identities we are unaware of. You may encounter difficulties in tomorrow's election. What? Yao's eyes revealed confusion. The Han family had previously promised to utilize all their connections to assist him in ascending to power. Now, however, they spoke of complications. Was this not mocking him? Mr. Han, you did not say this during our earlier collaboration. Yao's tone grew anxious. Little Yi, there are some things it's better for you not to know. Since Mr. Jiang has taken the initiative to intervene, don't you understand? Mr. Jiang likely does not wish for the Long group to be parasitic on any family. Working for a particular family, do you grasp my meaning? However, I cannot guarantee it will be this way. Regardless, the election is tomorrow. We shall see how things unfold then. I have matters to attend to, so I will hang up. The call ended, leaving Yao with a sullen expression. He had not anticipated that the promised arrangement would be rescinded. Why? He felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, as Mr. Han had stated, until the very end, no one could foresee the outcome. After a moment's contemplation, he took out his phone, intending to call Yi Qi and inquire about the situation on his end. However, the call rang without answer. He paused for a moment. This seemed to be the first time. Calling again yielded the same result, no answer. What on earth were they doing? Did they all wish him ill? Damn it. He then drove alone towards the secret estate outside the city. Chapter 95. Old friends in a luxurious quadrangle in the capital. A modest pomegranate tree stood in the courtyard, heavy with bright red pomegranates that exuded an alluring hue. Beneath the tree sat a stone table, where two men were seated, neither uttering a word. Minutes later, the tranquility was finally disrupted by someone. Why must the rules be broken? Your actions make matters exceedingly difficult for me. Jiang Ping gazed at the complex expression on Chu Tianquang's face. He was fully aware of the reasons behind Chu Tianquang's departure. However, there were certain matters he could not address in front of Chu Fei and the multitude present. Thus, he resolved to have a private conversation with him. Leaving Chu Fei outside the door to my elder brother has encountered a mishap, and I seek justice for him. Is that unreasonable? Chu Tianquang quietly regarded Jiang Ping, beginning to speak slowly. In truth, given the military's capabilities, locating the armed organizations that attacked the Long family in the capital would not pose a challenge. After all, having entered the Great Xia, many of their operations would not escape surveillance. Chu Tianquang understood that the reason they had not been discovered by the Long family was due to Jiang Ping's manipulation. Having concealed all information without revealing a single detail, that all there is to it. A mere Long family warrants such fury from you. Jiang Ping observed Chu Tianquang with calmness. Tio him. The Long family was merely the most audacious performer in the capital's stage. Yet, the Long family, in their arrogance, assumed themselves formidable, while the other three great families dared not speak against them. Little did they realize. They were nothing more than clowns. Should they truly provoke the other three families, their annihilation would be but a fleeting moment. Upon hearing Jiang Ping's words, Chu Tianquang fell silent for several seconds. Jiang Ping shook his head. Far from sufficient. In truth, you are more aware of their strength than I am. Your departure was also at their behest. It would be prudent to leave before they become aware. Otherwise, I too would find myself in a precarious position. Jiang Ping sighed deeply, and Chu Tianquang's expression grew increasingly grim. Ultimately, he rose and nodded slightly. I understand. However, my son must remain in the Great Xia. If he cannot stay, then let us each fight for our lives. With that, Chu Tianquang turned and exited the courtyard. Jiang Ping watched him leave, shaking his head. He was merely a minor figure. Before those individuals, he could be easily replaced. He possessed no real authority. In the eyes of ordinary people, he might appear as a great man. Yet, only he understood the extent of his own insignificance. Outside, Chu Fei was engaged in casual conversation with Yingzi. Father, what did Mr. Jiang discuss with you? Chu Fei was genuinely curious. He had not anticipated that his father was acquainted with Mr. Jiang, and judging by their demeanor, their relationship seemed quite special. What could they possibly have to talk about? Just tell me to leave quickly. If discovered, it would incite the wrath of the military. Chu Tianquang irritably tapped the back of Chu Fei's head. Why are you hitting me? This is not my fault. I initially advised you against coming, yet you insisted, and now, look where we are. Fortunately, you know Mr. Jiang. He must have concealed much information. Otherwise, we would have been discovered long ago. Chu Fei wore a face of helplessness. Initially, he had intended for his father to send someone to handle the Long family while he led a team. Who would have known his father would arrive of his own accord? Enough. Isn't there an election tomorrow? Tonight, I'll gather a few old friends to lend a hand, and you'll accompany me. Chu Tianquang gave Chu Fei no chance to refuse, giving him a firm shove into the car. Meanwhile, news of the Long family's disappearance began to spread throughout the capital. Various families received this alarming news. An entity as formidable as the Long family vanished completely from sight within a week. Such power was truly terrifying. Many speculated about which family was behind it. As night fell, in a luxurious 5-star hotel suite in the capital. Father, I didn't expect you to have old friends in the capital. Who are they? Do I know them? Chu Fei asked, intrigued. Chu Tianquang lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. You wouldn't know them. They blend in with ordinary people on the street. How could you recognize them? Chu Fei's curiosity deepened at his father's words. If they appeared inconspicuous on the street, then could it be that these friends of his father had some fearsome identities? Around 8 o'clock, a knock resounded at the door. Chu Tianquang smiled slightly. Please come in. An elderly man who seemed to be over 60 entered the room. Upon seeing Chu Tianquang, he broke into a smile. I knew you were behind the recent events. Haha. Chu Tianquang rose, chuckling. Please, have a seat. I'm in quite a predicament here. Xiao Fei, this is Uncle Yang. Chu Fei respectfully greeted. Hello, Uncle Yang. Liangjun chuckled, his gaze falling on Chu Fei. TSK, compared to you, he is truly impressive. The infamous king of hell indeed. This revelation left Chu Fei astonished. He had not anticipated that this elder would know his nickname. It seemed his father's old friend was no ordinary person. Just wait a moment. We'll serve the dishes once everyone arrives. I suspect Uncle Shangwan and Uncle Morong are still on their way. His father's words further surprised Chu Fei. A compound surname? In this day and age, individuals with compound surnames were exceedingly rare. Just as he pondered this, the door swung open, and 2 elderly men, both over 50, entered the suite. I didn't expect old Liang to be quicker than us. Haha, Chu Tianquang chuckled. Please sit. Xiao Fei, this is Uncle Shangwan, and that is Uncle Morong. Chu Fei stood and offered a polite greeting. Greetings, Uncle Shangguan and Uncle Morong. At that moment, Chu Tianquang pressed a button on the table. This is the button for serving dishes, a standard feature in star-rated hotels. Enough, Lao Chu. You must have summoned us for some grave matter, right? Speak up, what is it? Shangguan Bei asked directly as he settled into a chair. Chu Tianquang merely smiled slightly. Why the rush? We haven't even had a drink yet. After so many years apart, shouldn't we share a few cups before discussing anything serious? Chapter 96. I advise you to return home and check in. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chu Tianquang finally set his cup down. In fact, the purpose of summoning you here is to seek your assistance for this troublesome brat of mine. Tomorrow is the election day for the Long Group. He has long desired to assume this position. Hence, I hope you can lend a hand. Hearing this, Chu Fei felt somewhat helpless. What does it mean that I have long wished to occupy this position? I have no particular desire for this role. It is merely that my master insisted that I must not allow Yao to take this position, which compelled me to participate in the election. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother. Shangguan Bei chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on Chu Fei. After contemplating, he remarked, You must be the leader of the first team of the Long Group, Chu Fei, the King of Hell. Correct? Chu Fei felt a wave of embarrassment. He hadn't realized his reputation was so widespread. Yes, Uncle Shangguan, it's merely a baseless title before you. I am but a child. In truth, upon encountering these 3, Chu Fei distinctly sensed their formidable presence. At the very least, they were on par with his father. Despite their outward appearance as ordinary elders, they were, in reality, rare masters. You needn't be modest. Your reputation is quite significant. Liang Jun laughed heartily, regarding Chu Fei with newfound admiration. Compared to his own sons, this boy surpassed them in every aspect. I thought it was something monumental. Just this small matter? No problem at all. Morong Zheng nodded, not declining the request to them. It seemed trivial. A mere word to their respective families would ensure the matter was resolved. Aha! I knew seeking you out would pose no issues. Come, let us drink. Chu Tianquang grinned widely, raising his glass for another sip. The other 3 chuckled, draining their cups in unison. After some casual conversation, Chu Fei gleaned some previously unknown information from their discussion. For instance, Uncle Yang's family, while inconspicuous in the capital, had never had a single family dare to provoke them. Not for any other reason than that Uncle Yang's family was entirely composed of soldiers, their status within the military only rising. Furthermore, Chu Fei even heard familiar names, individuals who belonged to the upper echelons of the military, ranking alongside him, or even hired as for Uncle Shangguan. Chu Fei could not discern much. The only thing he knew was that Uncle Shangguan's family resided not in the capital, but in a neighboring province. The same went for Uncle Morong. His family was also located in a neighboring province. They merely resided in the capital to enjoy their twilight years, taking little part in family affairs. Having reached an age where they merely wished to savor the remaining days peacefully. After dinner, the 3 elders bid farewell to Chu Tianquang and departed in the suite. Only Chu Tianquang and Chu Fei remained. Father, I now understand Uncle Yang's family. What about Uncle Shangguan and Uncle Morong? I didn't hear you mention them during your earlier conversation. Chu Tianquang slowly rose, lighting a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled the smoke leisurely. Their families, for the time being, you do not need to know. If there is a need, I shall naturally inform you. For now, focus on your own responsibilities. A single statement from my father instantly extinguished the spark of interest that had just ignited within Chu Fei. Whenever there is something his father wishes to withhold, not a single word is uttered. Very well. As for tomorrow's election, I shall not accompany you. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei released a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that his father would linger here for an extended period. The following day, Chu Fei drove to the headquarters of the war zone. The election was to be held in the conference room on the top floor. And since it was still early, many had yet to arrive. However, a considerable number of high-ranking officials from the war zone had gathered outside the conference room. When they saw Chu Fei's arrival, many were taken aback. Wasn't it said that Chu Fei was on a mission outside? Curiosity stirred among the crowd, particularly as many had already aligned themselves with Yao's faction. Isn't that Captain Chu? Has the mission been completed? A sarcastic voice emerged from the crowd. The speaker was a young man, Lu Shihui, the Deputy Minister of the War Zone Headquarters. Lu Deputy Minister, it has been a while. How is your health these days? Are the Luadi Huang pills still sufficient? I trust you are no longer suffering from kidney deficiency. As soon as these words left Chu Fei's mouth, laughter erupted from those around them. Lu Shihui had fainted in the office last time due to kidney deficiency, and after examination, several bottles of Luei Di Huang pills were prescribed to him. This incident had quickly become a source of amusement. Yet, due to their positions, many refrained from discussing it openly, opting instead for private conversations. However, Chu Fei boldly stated it in front of Lu Shihui, provoking a round of mockery. Lu Shihui's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. You? Hmph. He turned his head away, refusing to look at Chu Fei.By this time. He had already reached an agreement with Yi Ao. There was no doubt that Yi Ao would secure the position of the Dragon Team leader in this election. Whether it holds any value, I cannot say. However, Lu Deputy Minister, do remember to take care of your health. Frequenting the club can be quite taxing. I wonder if your wife feels lonely at home during the late hours. Alas, poor wife, left to guard an empty household. I also wonder if anyone else parks in your parking space. With this statement, the crowd was momentarily taken aback before someone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Captain Chu truly is a master at awakening the slumbering minds among us. Others, after a brief delay, grasped the implication. This was a roundabout accusation against Lu Shihui for being cuckolded. He frequented the club to seek companionship, while his wife languished at home. Who could say whether another car might occupy his parking space? Just a little jest. I merely speak the truth, Chu Fei said, offering a slight bow to the crowd. Lu Shihui's face darkened with rage, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. Chu Fei's sharp tongue was renowned within the military. How could he not rein in his own mouth? He regretted causing trouble for Chu Fei. Lu Deputy Minister, why the silence? Have I struck a nerve? Lu Shihui glared fiercely at Chu Fei, wishing he could annihilate him. Yet he dared not act. Their statuses were equal, and Chu Fei led an independent team, answerable only to the highest authority, with the team leader's position even surpassing his own. In special circumstances, he would have to heed Chu Fei's commands. Enough, Lu Deputy Minister, please refrain from giving me that dead fish stare. It is rather unpleasant. I just had breakfast this morning, and I would prefer not to expel it. Chu Fei waved dismissively, then proceeded toward the conference room. That moment, the others exchanged glances and followed him into the conference room. Only 10 minutes remained until the election commenced. As time ticked away, more individuals entered the conference room, their ranks increasingly elevated. However, when Yi Ao walked in, many eyes gravitated toward him. His expression was notably grim, and his eyes were bloodshot. Chu Fei, upon entering, he directed an inexplicable remark at Chu Fei. The crowd was intrigued, pondering what had transpired to incite Yi Ao's ire so profoundly. Observing Yi Ao's demeanor, Chu Fei maintained a faint smile. Captain Yi, I am curious as to what I have done to provoke such anger from you. Yi Ao clenched his fists tightly. Were it not for their location at headquarters, he would have undoubtedly confronted Chu Fei directly. The organization he had painstakingly cultivated had vanished without a trace. Upon arriving at the mansion outside the city last night, he found only blood-soaked ground. The villa was riddled with bullet holes, indicating a fierce conflict had transpired. Upon inspecting the shell casings on the ground, he deduced that Chu Fei must have been involved. Moreover, the body of Yi Qi was nowhere to be found. This subordinate, who had received years of his dedication, was now lost, and he was unwilling to accept this fate. You know precisely what you have done, Captain Chu. Do not let me ascend to the position of leader. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Yi Ao's face bore a shadow of malice as he uttered these words in front of everyone. Yet, a heavy silence enveloped the room. They were all aware of the animosity between the two, albeit unspoken. Yi Ao's declaration was tantamount to a warning to Chu Fei that should he become the leader, he would ensure Chu Fei's demise. Very well, I await your challenge. Chu Fei remained unfazed, calmly observing Yi Ao's volatile demeanor. The latter, finding his provocations ineffective, could only simmer in indignation as he took his seat. At precisely 9 o'clock, as the highest commander of the war zone headquarters entered the conference room, silence fell over the assembly. Liang Quan's gaze swept over the crowd before he took his seat. Since everyone has arrived, I shall refrain from further ado. Given that Group Leader Su is of advanced age and unsuitable for the position of Dragon Team Leader, we shall now proceed to elect a new leader. I wish to emphasize that this is no trivial matter. I shall conduct this election with fairness and impartiality. Now, I ask Captain Chu Fei and Captain Yi Ao to rise. Liang Quan's expression remained calm as his gaze settled on the two men. Chu Fei and Yi Ao slowly stood from their seats. You are both favored disciples of Group Leader Su. The position of leader will be chosen from among you, regardless of who assumes the role. I expect you to manage the dragon team effectively and serve the nation. Do you understand? In unison, Chu Fei and Yi Ao replied loudly, understood. Liang Quan nodded in acknowledgement. However, before we proceed, I have an important matter to address. Group Leader Su has contacted me. Due to health concerns, he is unable to attend, and his vote carries significant weight, accounting for 40%. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense. This vote was crucial, and many anticipated that it would unerringly favor Chu Fei. Group Leader Su has decided to cast his vote for Chu Fei.At. This announcement. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. No surprises here. Let the election commence. Liang Quan's gaze turned toward Yi Ao, who bore a faint smile tinged with coldness. Even with Chu Fei securing 40%, 95% of those present had received benefits from him. There would be no unexpected outcomes in this election. He had already mentally prepared himself. The first order of business upon becoming leader would be to dismantle Chu Fei's first team. Now, those in favor of Yi Ao as the dragon team leader, please raise your hands. Before raising hands, I urge everyone to uphold fairness and justice in selecting your preferred candidate. With that, he fell silent. In the next moment, numerous hands shot up in the room. 1, 2, 3. Among the 46 attendees, over 30 raised their hands. Yet, Yi Ao's expression shifted slightly. He had anticipated at least 40 supporters, but now, he counted only 35. This indicated that 11 individuals had not chosen him, including those he had heavily invested in. Yet, these individuals remained placid, seemingly oblivious to the murderous glare directed at them by Yi Ao. Excellent. Those choosing Yi Ao number 35, accounting for 46%, slightly surpassing Captain Chu Fei. As soon as Liang Quan spoke, Yi Ao could barely contain himself. Hold on, there are still some who have yet to decide. Yi Ao could not restrain himself from interjecting. Liang Quan cast a cool glance at Yi Ao before speaking slowly. Are there any further votes for Yi Ao? After a full minute of waiting, Liang Quan turned his attention back to Yi Ao. All right, now, those in favor of Chu Fei as the leader, please raise your hands. With that, Liang Quan was the first to raise his hand. The individuals who had not voted for Yi Ao also began to raise their hands. This time, Yi Ao was utterly enraged. The murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. After spending so much money, they chose Chu Fei instead. He could not fathom it. Those in favor of Captain Chu Fei account for 54%, slightly surpassing Captain Yi Ao. Therefore, I hereby announce that the position of the leader of the dragon team shall be assumed by. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Yi Ao suddenly slammed his fist onto the table. I refuse to accept this. I request a challenge. Let me face Chu Fei in a contest. If he can defeat me, I will willingly relinquish the position of leader to him. Chapter 98. The challenge. A challenge? The crowd present was momentarily taken aback. In truth, the strengths of the two captains were quite comparable. When it came to a contest, the outcome was truly uncertain. Very well, you shall have it. Before Liang Quan could speak, Chu Fei interjected, eager to seize the opportunity to thoroughly best Yi Ao. Since Captain Chu has spoken, let us proceed with the duel. However, Yi Ao had conditions of his own. Furthermore, if you lose, you shall automatically forfeit the position of leader. How about that? Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply at his words. This implied that their duel was no mere sparring match. There would be no resolution without bloodshed. As you wish, in that case, let us meet at the training ground. Liang Quan, seeing that both had agreed, felt there was little more to say. After all, his elder brother had already advised him to cast his vote for Chu Fei. Although he did not understand the reasoning behind it, following his brother's guidance was undoubtedly wise. Under the gaze of the crowd, the two made their way to the training area. That moment, many were already engaged in their routines. The sight of so many high-ranking officials appearing simultaneously startled the soldiers. This was the first time they had witnessed such a grand spectacle. Liang Quan waved to the soldiers. Everyone, cease your training. Now, find a place to sit and attentively observe the contest between Captain Chu Fei and Captain Yi Ao. Pay close attention and learn well. Even a portion of their skills will suffice for you. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among the soldiers ignited with excitement. The two captains of the dragon team were about to face off. And before a large audience no less, This was indeed a first. Immediately, the squad leaders organized their teams, finding available spaces in the training area to sit. Liang Quan and the others also found a spot, disregarding the dust and debris on the ground. The news of the duel between Chu Fei and Yi Ao spread rapidly throughout the entire combat zone. Regardless of rank, even the ordinary soldiers gathered around, sitting orderly on the ground, eagerly awaiting the battle to commence. Meanwhile, Chu Fei and Yi Ao stood in the center, surrounded by the crowd. Liang Quan, observing the growing number of onlookers, did not rush to begin the duel. After 10 minutes had passed and the majority had arrived, he finally stood up. Chu Fei, Yi Ao. Let us begin. Yi Ao removed his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles, veins bulging across his arms. I have not had the opportunity to spar with you before. Today, let me witness the strength of the captain of the first team. Chu Fei, maintaining a calm demeanor, also shed his shirt, revealing a balanced and powerful physique. Though lacking the pronounced muscles of Yi Ao, he possessed a certain aesthetic appeal. I will ensure you understand the meaning of regret. As soon as the words left his mouth, both men charged at each other. Bang! Without any flashy techniques, their fists collided, producing a dull thud that sent shivers down the spines of many present. Were they not concerned about sustaining injuries? Almost simultaneously, Chu Fei and Yi Ao lifted their legs, delivering a kick to each other's chests. Bang! Another resounding impact echoed, causing both to stagger back several steps. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With muscles taut and eyes icy, Chu Fei prepared for the next exchange, and Yi Ao mirrored his intensity. Bang! The two surged towards one another again, leaving shallow footprints in the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Every strike aimed for the other's vital points, showing no mercy. The atmosphere suggested that it was a matter of life or death. Yi Ao's fist aimed for Chu Fei's chest, while Chu Fei retaliated with a punch to Yi Ao's jaw. Chu Fei staggered back, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away, remarking, "Not bad. You've got some strength." Yi Ao also rose from the ground, spitting out a tooth. "You are not lacking either. Just barely adequate." The onlookers could only watch in astonishment. In terms of power, the two were evenly matched. Their techniques were also strikingly similar, as both had trained under Sun Yinying, naturally employing countermeasures against each other's moves. Now, you better be ready for this. Yi Ao sneered at Chu Fei. Adopting an unusual fighting stance, it was clear that this posture was not one taught by Sun Yinying. Noticing Yi Ao's stance, Liang Quan furrowed his brow slightly. Something seemed off about it. Chu Fei's expression shifted as well. Sensing the gravity of the situation, it appeared that Yi Ao understood that a prolonged exchange would yield no victor. He had abandoned the techniques taught by their master. "It seems someone has taught you alternative skills." Chu Fei exhaled slowly, casting a cold gaze at Yi Ao. Though Yi Ao spoke not a word, he beckoned Chu Fei with a gesture, the provocation unmistakable. Taking a deep breath, Chu Fei clenched his fists before him. "Did you think you were the only one capable of this?" He too assumed a fighting stance. Liang Quan's eyes widened in surprise at this familiar posture. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and no wonder his elder brother had advised him to vote for Chu Fei. This young man was the son of Chu Tianquang. That explained why the stance seemed so familiar. Thus, the outcome of this match seemed almost predetermined. Yi Ao, gazing at the stance Chu Fei had taken, was left in shock. He was bewildered as to where his opponent had learned these additional skills. Chu Fei's posture was clearly one that had been ingrained in him from a young age. "Are you prepared to spend half a year lying in bed?" Chu Fei suddenly looked up at Yi Ao, who was momentarily taken aback. Before he could utter a word, Chu Fei charged forward. Yi Ao's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly raised his hands to block. Bang! The force of the impact sent Yi Ao stumbling backward more than 10 steps, each step leaving a deep impression in the ground. Before he could recover, Chu Fei advanced once more. 8 extremes collapse. Chu Fei roared as he approached Yi Ao, suddenly halting just before him, with his right elbow driving forward. Combining his full strength and the momentum from his charge, he forcefully struck Yi Ao's arms. The sound of a crack reverberated through the air. Yi Ao was sent flying over 3 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. His arms lay broken, bruised, and battered, rendering him unable to rise. Blood gushed from his mouth as he fixed his gaze on Chu Fei, confusion etched in his features. "How could you?" His words faded into silence as he slipped into unconsciousness. Chu Fei remained standing, his expression devoid of warmth. You are not the only one proficient in external martial arts. Chapter 99. The background of the Han and Feng families now. I announce, Captain Chu Fei shall assume the role of leader of the Dragon Team. I hope Captain Chu can lead all members of the Dragon Team to greater heights. As Liang Quan spoke. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Yet, many were also drenched in cold sweat. With Chu Fei now occupying the position of leader and Yi Ao injured, it would be a considerable time before he could recover. There was a possibility that upon his recovery, he might choose to depart. Should Yi Ao leave, those who had hoped to advance through him would inevitably face the wrath of Chu Fei. Yes, I will certainly do so. Chu Fei stood tall, bowing respectfully to the crowd. Now, return to your duties. Chu Fei, come with me. Liang Quan beckoned. The two proceeded to Liang Quan's office. Have a seat. Liang Quan smiled nonchalantly as he settled into his chair. Retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his drawer and tossing one to Chu Fei. Chu Fei hesitated for a moment before opening the pack and offering Liang Quan a cigarette, striking a match to light it for him. To be honest, I never expected you to be the son of Chu Tianquang. Had I not seen you adopt that stance earlier, I would never have guessed. Liang Quan took a deep inhale, quietly observing Chu Fei. Chu Fei offered an awkward smile. The commander never asked me. By the way, commander, what relation does Uncle Liang have to you? Liang Quan understood whom he referred to and chuckled. He is my elder brother. However, he has not been involved in military affairs for quite some time, preferring to rest at home. Your elder brother? Chu Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had not realized that Uncle Yang Zhen was the elder brother of the commander. It was no wonder the commander had cast his vote for him. Thank you for your trust, commander. Waving his hand dismissively, Liang Quan replied, There is no need for such formalities between us. However, allow me to share a bit of insider information. Yi Ao has been getting quite close with the Han family lately. The Han family is not to be trifled with, unlike the Long family. Even your father would not dare to provoke them lightly. Do you understand what I mean? Liang Quan's intent in warning Chu Fei was clear. He feared that the Han family might take action against him. Behind the Han family lay a force comparable to or even stronger than the Chu family. Commander, are you implying? Chu Fei asked, somewhat perplexed. As members of the four great families, could it be that the Han family is stronger than the Long family? Then why has the Han family never taken action against the Long family? It's rather meaningless. I merely wish to remind you to consider the consequences before acting. Should a conflict arise with the Han family, it would be prudent to refrain from casually resorting to violence. Do you understand? I have heard about Chu Fei's temperament. He may be bullied, but his companions must not be touched. Once that line is crossed, one must be prepared to face dire consequences. When this young man unleashes his wrath, he shows no mercy, regardless of who stands behind you. I don't understand. Chu Fei nodded. It seems the Han family is not as simple as I had imagined. Furthermore, it's not just the Han family. The Feng family is equally formidable. As for the Yun family, that's your own matter, so I shall refrain from further commentary. Currently, the capital is in a state of equilibrium among three powers, a situation that is unlikely to change for a long time. The Feng family too. This revelation left Chu Fei astonished. Could it be that among the four great families of the capital, aside from the Long family, which lacks a powerful backing, both the Feng and Han families enjoy substantial support? This realization took him by surprise. I see. Thank you for sharing this information with me, Commander Liang. Liang Quan waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall not keep you any longer. I have matters to attend to. Upon entering, he encountered Haizi, Kai Huang, and Xiao Yu standing at the entrance. They had already received the news of Chu Fei's appointment as the team leader. Upon seeing Chu Fei, they eagerly exclaimed in unison, Greetings, Team Leader Chu. Chu Fei looked at these familiar faces and thought to himself, Please, I know exactly what you're all thinking. Tonight, let's have the kitchen prepare some hearty dishes so we can enjoy a good feast together. In Jiangnan City, at the military hospital, Chu Tianquang visited Sun Yinying, who was still lying on the hospital bed. However, a lengthy period of treatment would be required for her to fully recover. Brother Su, I didn't expect that after so many years, our first meeting would be in a hospital once again. With you over there and me right here, that's hardly a good omen, Chu Tianquang said. Sitting by the bed with a self-deprecating smile, during their initial encounter, he had been the one lying in a hospital bed, while Sun Yinying occupied the adjacent one. This time, he was fine, yet Sun Yinying remained confined to a bed. Are you mocking me? Sun Yinying's voice was tinged with weakness, though her complexion had improved significantly. How could I dare? Chu Tianquang chuckled awkwardly. He was acutely aware of how vast Chu Tianquang's influence had become. Dealing with the Long family required minimal effort. The Long family is now a thing of the past. This. Chu Tianquang fell silent for several seconds before continuing. Upon hearing this, Su Nianying slowly turned to look at him. After a long pause, she let out a deep sigh. Are you still unwilling to accept it? Chu Tianquang sneered. Unwilling. This is the one thing in my life I am most reluctant to accept. Even in death, I have Chu Fei. I will make them see how far the person they once looked down upon can go. Hearing this, Su Nianying shook her head slightly. She understood that this matter was difficult for Chu Tianquang to come to terms with. But are you planning to tell him? Or Su Nianying hesitated as she looked at Chu Tianquang. He shook his head slightly. It was not yet the right time to reveal the truth. I came here to hand something over to you. As he spoke, he retrieved an object from his pocket. Upon seeing it, Su Nianying's expression shifted slightly. It was a simple jade pendant, seemingly no different from a trinket one might find at a street market. Yet it bore the powerful character Chu engraved upon it. Su Nianying seemed to grasp the implication, her eyes widening in shock. Chapter 100. Warm water with ice and pop rocks. The next day at noon. During his absence from Jiangnan, nothing of note had transpired. Upon returning home, he found that Su Li and Yun Yuelon were not present. Just as he prepared to head to the company to look for Su Li, he received a call from Wang Xia. Hello? I heard you went to the capital. Are you all right? Wang Xia asked teasingly over the phone. Who do you look down upon? Would I get into trouble? Have you ever seen someone encounter trouble on their own turf? Chu Fei chuckled. What's the matter? Did you need something? Wang Xia's tone turned more flirtatious. What? Can't I reach out to you if there's nothing going on? I'm feeling a bit of a physical need. Why don't you come and satisfy it? Chu Fei's expression darkened. This woman is utterly ridiculous. Does she not know that such jokes are inappropriate? I'm sorry. I am a gentleman and do not engage in such indecent acts. However, if you're truly desperate, I could recommend a place, that moment. Wang Xia's face turned crimson. After all, she was one of the few beauties in Jiangnan. Yet, inexplicably, this guy showed no interest in her. All right, I have something to discuss with you. Meet me at the CAF downstairs in my office building. With that, Wang Xia hung up the phone decisively. She then turned to her assistant beside her. Xiao Zhang, tell me do you think I'm attractive? The female assistant nodded vigorously. Of course. In Jiangnan, few can compare to you. President, I feel like the line of people wanting to pursue you could stretch out of the city. Hearing her assistant's words, Wang Xia felt even more frustrated. Then why is it that some men show no interest in me? I've been so proactive. Still, he remained unmoved. At this, the assistant's eyes lit up. President, I know. This tactic is called the bait and switch. Deep down, he must be yearning to engage with you. But on the surface, he plays the part of a gentleman. In reality, he's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. I've seen many like him. Upon hearing her assistant's explanation, Wang Xia surprisingly found it plausible. In her eyes, Chu Fei was indeed a hypocritical gentleman. All right, you stay at the company. If anything comes up, just call me. I have some matters to attend to. Wang Xia quickly tidied her makeup and then headed downstairs. She settled into a window seat at the CAF across the street, savoring her coffee. Before long, Chu Fei arrived by taxi. He plopped down on the sofa and took a large sip of iced coffee. What do you want to discuss? Wang Xia shot him a glance. Is that how you drink coffee? You really have no taste. Chu Fei scoffed. It's all coffee. Does it really matter if you gulp it down or sip it slowly? Besides, how many people can truly discern the nuances? It's all just pretentious nonsense. Hearing this, Wang Xia felt exasperated. This was indeed a fair point. Truly discerning coffee drinkers are few and far between. I haven't even eaten yet. Order me a rice bowl. Chu Fei boldly instructed Wang Xia. Wang Xia nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief. She quickly called over a waiter and ordered a rice bowl for Chu Fei. Just as Chu Fei was about to light a cigarette, the waiter approached with a smile and said, Sir, I'm sorry, but smoking is prohibited here. Wang Xia, already familiar with the rules, pulled out a few crisp bills and handed them over. Please bring me an ashtray. The waiter promptly accepted the money. Certainly, please wait a moment. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Chu Fei slowly said, Now, what is it you wanted to discuss? Wang Xia took out a lady's cigarette from her bag, lit it, and took a gentle puff. The Han and Feng families have approached me. They wish for me to relinquish my shares in Kiao Company. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed the Han and Feng families were not wasting any time. He hadn't expected them to reach out to Wang Xie so soon. Did you agree? Wang Xie held a 10% stake in Kiao Company. If they intended to buy, they would surely want to acquire it all. Leaving nothing behind. Am I foolish? Would I give away such a benefit? I told them, 1% for 10 billion. If they want it, I can sell the whole lot. As she spoke, a smile crept onto her face. It was evident that she had learned this phrase from Chu Fei. Hearing this, Chu Fei couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't expect you to pick up on it so quickly. However, Wang Xie's expression soon soured. After I refused them, they began leveraging their connections to target my company. The headquarters is facing immense pressure as well. You know my family's business isn't based in Daxia, aside from the regional headquarters. This branch is all I have. So, I hope you can lend a hand. Many individuals had come seeking to terminate contracts with Juanhao Group in recent days. They were willing to pay hefty penalties to avoid collaborating with Juanhao Group. She was well aware that the Han and Feng families were behind this. You want me to help? What can I do? Chu Fei was puzzled. His family was based in Daxia, and he had no enterprises here. The only entity he had was Chu Min Group, which was backed by the Yun family. I want to sell a portion of the company's shares to the Yun family to have them as a support. The woman you met last time was your cousin, right? I wish to arrange a conversation with her regarding this matter. Therefore, I must say, Wang Xie's perspective is indeed commendable. Once the shares of Juanhao Group are acquired by the Yun family, those companies wishing to terminate their contracts will have to contemplate the consequences. Although the Yun family maintains a low profile, it does not imply that they are easily intimidated. Your strategic move has been executed brilliantly. Truly, you are a talented individual. As the meal was served, Chu Fei devoured his food voraciously. Enough. If it weren't for the circumstances, I would rather not resort to this. Just tell me whether you agree or not. While eating, Chu Fei remarked, Sure, that poses no issue. However, if I assist you, it cannot be without compensation, can it? Wang Xie, observing Chu Fei's gluttonous demeanor, wore a charming smile. How about warm water? Chu Fei, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend the meaning. Noticing his confusion, Wang Xie continued, Warm water mixed with ice? Chu Fei remained bewildered. What does warm water and ice even mean? How come I cannot grasp it? Wang Xie's face flushed slightly, and with playful annoyance, she retorted, Warm water with ice, and add popping candy. If that doesn't work, then forget it. Chapter 101. The family master's ring. Chu Fei halted his actions, staring at Wang Xie in utter confusion. What are you babbling about? I cannot comprehend a word. Wang Xie nearly choked with exasperation. After painstakingly watching a few romantic films to learn this peculiar method of communication, she was frustrated that he could not understand. Should I perhaps add a bit of push to that? At this, Chu Fei finally grasped her meaning, but before he could swallow his bite, he spewed rice everywhere, coating Wang Xie's face in a flurry of white grains. Some even landed on the two pristine pomelos beside her. Ahem. I assure you, I am a respectable person. I have no understanding of what you are saying. Let us change the terms, I must admit. This woman is incredibly audacious. She dares to utter anything. If it were someone else, they would have likely lost their composure by now. Who could tolerate such nonsense about warm water, ice, and candy? Wang Xie's face turned crimson, and she felt an overwhelming urge to bite him. So, what do you desire? Speak. Chu Fei retrieved 2 tissues from the box, saying, Well, wipe your face. It's a shame to waste such beautiful pomelos. Wang Xie nearly suffered a heart attack. She took the tissues and wiped the rice off her face and chest haphazardly. I have yet to devise my conditions. I will inform you once I have figured them out. I agree to your request. Wang Xie shot him a fierce glare, declaring, Fine with that. She stood up to leave. As she passed by Chu Fei, she bent down and twisted his waist forcefully. You are such a scoundrel, a rogue with that. She strutted away, her demeanor proud. Chu Fei stood there, bewildered, wondering when he had become a scoundrel. Nevertheless, the meal was quite delectable. After finishing, he prepared to leave, but before he could, the waiter called out to him. Sir, may I have your payment, totaling 360 yuan? Would you like to scan my code, or shall I scan yours? What nonsense! Chu Fei's face darkened. To pay for one's own meal is one thing, but to be asked to settle the bill is quite another. I will scan yours, with a scowl. He paid the bill and then caught sight of Wang Xie across the street, giggling uncontrollably beneath the Juanhao Group building. That woman is doing this on purpose. He raised his middle and ring fingers, gesturing at Wang Xiya. Satisfied to see her flustered, Chu Fei then hailed a taxi and headed straight for Qiao Company. 20 minutes later, Chu Fei pushed open the office door and enveloped Su Li in a warm embrace. Everything all right? Feeling the warmth of Su Li, Chu Fei patted her hair reassuringly. Rest assured. What could possibly happen to me? Moreover, it seems some companies from outside the province have caught wind of our operations and have come specifically to see collaboration. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei smirked inwardly. No need to speculate. Those individuals are undoubtedly from the Feng and Han families. Let us not entertain them. They are merely eyeing you as a substantial opportunity. Currently, aside from us, there are only the Yu family and Juanhao group. They certainly will not passively allow such a lucrative opportunity to be divided amongst the three of us. Su Li nodded in agreement. After releasing the embrace, she looked at Chu Fei with a hint of shyness. By the way, yesterday, my aunt and uncle came to visit me. Hearing this, Chu Fei was momentarily taken aback. And why parents visited Su Li yesterday? What did they discuss? Su Li shook her head. Nothing much. They just chatted about family matters and shared stories from your childhood. Oh, they also went to see my grandfather. Chu Fei was not surprised by this. After all, his father had come to Jiangnan primarily to visit his mentor. He supposed the mentor had recovered somewhat over the past few days. Once he has time, he will visit the hospital to check on him. Additionally, my uncle gave me something to pass on to you. With that, Su Li retrieved a delicate box from her bag. She opened it to reveal a jade ring. Upon seeing the ring, Chu Fei was momentarily stunned. This is why father asked you to give me this? This ring symbolizes the identity of the family head of the Chu clan. Although Chu Fei is currently the sole heir, it seems premature for his father to pass this on to him. Indeed, he stated that you must learn to shoulder responsibilities now. Thus, he entrusted it to me. Gazing at the ring Su Li offered him, Chu Fei fell silent. It appears his father intends to cultivate him for leadership. Wear it. This object must be quite valuable. After speaking, Su Li took the jade ring and placed it on Chu Fei's middle finger. As he looked at the ring adorning his hand, Chu Fei inhaled deeply. It seems he must take the time to thoroughly understand family matters. By the way, I received a message from my cousin before you arrived. She mentioned that the review materials for the live specimen experiment have been approved. The specimen is currently en route and should arrive by tomorrow. Coincidentally, tomorrow is Saturday, so we can visit the research institute to observe the experiment. Chu Fei nodded. Now that the specimen is ready, the experiment can proceed. If it proves effective, we will be able to mass-produce it. At that point, the wealthy around the globe will go wild for it. Sounds good. By the way, what about Yulan? Remembering Wang Xia's earlier request, he inquired. She is probably outside. You need to speak with her? Chu Fei nodded. There has been a slight issue with Wang Xia. She has requested my assistance as the Han and Feng families have begun to target her. Her company has faced considerable setbacks, prompting her to consider selling a portion of her shares to the Yun family, seeking their support as a stronghold. Upon hearing this, Su Li realized the formidable power the Han and Feng families wielded. Even a large enterprise like Juanhao Group is not immune to their targeting. Necessitating aid from another family, you should call your cousin immediately. This matter should be resolved promptly. Su Li is a person who values gratitude. Wang Xia had previously invested 5 billion into Qiao Company during its struggles. Although that pales in comparison to Chu Fei's 20 billion, it is still significant. Alright, you continue with your tasks. I will call Yulan now. Chapter 102. The package carrier in the men's restroom. Chu Fei held his phone in one hand while supporting a younger colleague with the other. He dialed Yun Yulan's number. Yun Yulan was shopping at a mall in Jiangnan, intending to purchase a couple of suitable outfits. As for her living arrangements, she would naturally stay with Su Li. Upon receiving Chu Fei's call, she answered promptly. My dear cousin, what are you up to? Are you shopping? Would you like me to accompany you? With such a cordial tone, Yun Yulan's expression darkened immediately. No good deed goes unpunished. Whenever this kid has something to say, it is always in this tone. Just as she was pondering how to manage all the purchases she had made, she had received news last night that the Long family had been annihilated. While it shocked her, given that it was one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, its swift demise seemed rather abrupt. Furthermore, there were already individuals in the capital preparing to take over the Long family's assets. All direct descendants of the Long family had been eradicated, leaving only the collateral branches, which posed no threat. Additionally, the family had already arranged to divide the Long family's assets among themselves and 2 other families. How wonderful! I am currently at the Guimao Mall. I am in need of someone to carry my bags. Why not come over and assist me? Chu Fei shuddered and put away his phone. You are at Guimao? That works. I will ask Shaoli. If she agrees to let me come over, I will. If she declines, then I will not visit. Upon hearing this, Yin Yulan chuckled. No need for you to say anything. I will speak to Shaoli myself. Rest assured, she will certainly agree. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei felt a wave of frustration. She must have guessed that he wouldn't discuss this with Su Li, thus countering him deftly. Very well, I have come to carry your bag for you. But there is a condition. Wang Xie is currently facing pressure from the Feng and Han families, and therefore wishes to sell a portion of her shares to you. In other words, she seeks you as a pillar of support. Chu Fei has been quite straightforward about this matter. A little contemplation makes the situation clear. However, I cannot make a decision on my own and must consult with my uncle and second uncle. Nevertheless, I do not anticipate any objections. Hurry over. I have purchased a multitude of items that I cannot carry. With that, Yun Yuelon hung up the phone. Chu Fei gazed at his phone in exasperation and shrugged his shoulders. Upon returning to the office, he found Su Li busy at work. Noticing his arrival, she inquired, "How did it go? Did your cousin agree?" This matter is beyond her authority. She still needs to consult with our uncles. However, it shouldn't pose much of an issue. By the way, she has bought a lot of things and asked me to pick her up at Guomao. Su Li did not refuse. Go ahead. I still have some work to attend to. With Su Li's encouragement, Chu Fei turned and made his way downstairs. Driving Su Li's car, he headed directly to Guimao. 20 minutes later, he parked the car and called Yun Yuelon. Where are you? I'm coming up to find you. Yun Yuelon glanced at the floor indicator and replied, 4th floor. Come on up. 2 minutes later, Chu Fei finally met Yun Yuelon, who was carrying an impressive 7 or 8 items, resembling someone making a large purchase. What on earth? Are you out of your mind? You can't possibly need this much. Yun Yuelon shot him a disdainful glance. Are you foolish? Just take it. Chu Fei, with a resigned expression, stepped forward to take the items from her hands. They were mostly clothes and not particularly heavy. Is this enough? With so many items, it should suffice for your wardrobe. A brief glance revealed that the collection included approximately 5 or 6 complete outfits. With 1 outfit per day, that would last a week. And there's more. As she spoke, Yun Yuelon turned and entered a brand lingerie store. Chu Fei's expression darkened. This was not a place he could enter. He could only wait outside and found a bench to sit on. Inside the store, Yun Yuelon meticulously selected several sets. Wrapped them all up. The sales assistant had seldom encountered such an extravagant customer. After all, who buys several sets of intimate apparel in one go? Certainly. The assistant took the clothes to be packaged. Miss, you really might want to consider a smaller size, perhaps an A cup. The sales assistant looked awkwardly at the B cup that Yun Yuelon held. She found it puzzling that this customer, who seemed to be more of an A size, would choose a B cup. Doesn't it feel too loose? No, I'm buying it for my sister. Is rather well endowed. I can't quite remember the specifics. Subsequently, Yun Yuelon waved at Chu Fei, who was sitting on the bench. He was taken aback. Are you serious? You want me to go into a women's lingerie store? However, considering he needed her assistance, he could only enter with a grim expression. What now? Yun Yuelon playfully waved the delicate lace bra in front of him. It beautiful. Chu Fei froze, staring at the bra, then scrutinizing her from head to toe. Wait, if you're buying this, won't it feel too loose? Can it really support you? Upon hearing this, the sales assistant couldn't help but laugh, her face reddening with embarrassment. Is he really her boyfriend? Who speaks like that? Yun Yuelon's face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Fei. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Go to hell with that, she kicked at him. But fortunately, Chu Fei reacted quickly, stepping back just in time. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. Hey, a gentleman uses words, not actions. Yun Yuelon glared at him. I'm not a gentleman, so I don't have to follow the rules. And this isn't for me, it's for my sister. I'm putting in the effort to buy something nice for Su Li, and you have the audacity to speak like that. Upon hearing this, the sales assistant was taken aback. Sister? Goodness. He may be handsome, but he can't possibly be that close to her. She regarded Chu Fei with a look of disdain, as if he were a scoundrel. Realizing the assistant's gaze, Chu Fei quickly clarified, Don't get it wrong. She's my cousin, not my sister. Do you understand? His words only made the assistant more astonished. The beast. He doesn't even spare his cousin. Chapter 103. Agreeing to help. By the time they exited Guimao, It was already 5 in the afternoon. Chu Fei's face was as dark as thunder. He could not forget the way the sales assistant had looked at him, filled with disdain. If I ever carry your bags again, I'll consider myself your pet. He shot a furious glare at Yun Yuelon, who seemed unconcerned. Tesque, I have no such ungrateful child. At this, Chu Fei nearly threw his clothes at her face. Trying to remind himself that he had made this choice and should not be upset, he then forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Dear cousin, shall we get in the car? Satisfied, Yun Yuelon settled into the back seat as Chu Fei placed the items in the trunk. In the car, Chu Fei's expression finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. By the way, why don't you call uncle and second uncle to ask for their opinions? Upon hearing this, Yun Yuelon became serious and took out her phone to make a call. Soon, the deep voice of Uncle Yun Wu came through. Yuelon, what is the matter? After a moment of reflection, Yun Yuelon spoke. Uncle, there's a company in Jiangnan, owned by a friend of Xiao Fei. They hold some shares in Qiao Company, and the Feng and Han families have been pressuring them to relinquish their shares. Xiao Fei's friend wishes to sell their shares to us, seeking our support. After she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end. What does Xiao Fei think? At that moment, Chu Fei, who was driving, spoke up. Uncle, it's me, Xiao Fei. My friend's surname is Wang. He has previously assisted me, and his family's business operates abroad, making it difficult for them to intervene domestically. He reached out to me for help, hence. Upon hearing this, Yun Wu understood. The Wang family, though not particularly influential in Daxia, held a respectable status overseas. This was a favor he could grant. However, as a businessman, Yun Wu surely aimed to maximize benefits. Xiao Fei, here's the deal. You negotiate with her, and if she is willing to part with 2% of the Qiao Company shares, I am willing to assist her. If not, I will still lend a hand out of consideration for you. Understanding his uncle's intent, Chu Fei realized that, even if Wang Xie declined to relinquish those 2% shares, assistance would still be forthcoming. Of course, if she agreed, the terms would be fair. All right, uncle, let us proceed as discussed. Yuelon can directly negotiate with my friend, correct? Yun Wu agreed and hung up the phone. The Wang family? Is it the one from Australia? Yun Yuelon turned to Chu Fei. Yes, Chu Fei nodded. Let us meet tonight. They drove to the Qiao Company building, where Su Li was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing their car, she got in, cousin, after shopping all day. Aren't you tired? Su Li smiled with a hint of exasperation. It had been a solid 6 hours since noon, and if it had been her, she would have been exhausted. Little Li, I must tell you. You're pregnant now and should move around more. Don't spend all day in the office. It's good for you and the baby, you know? Chu Fei, who was driving, couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had never borne a child, yet he was giving advice to others. Upon hearing this, Yun Yuelon snapped back. Have you never seen a pig run if you've never eaten one? Immediately after speaking, she realized her mistake and looked at Su Li with embarrassment. Little Li, I didn't mean it that way. Please don't be upset. Su Li naturally did not take offense over such trivialities and smiled lightly. Cousin, I'm quite curious. Why do you two always bicker wherever you go? It seems like whenever you meet, there's bound to be some argument, and neither of you is willing to back down. This comment opened the floodgates. When we were younger, Yun Yuelon began, her face lighting up with amusement, while Chu Fei's expression darkened. Yun Yuelon, I warn you, you can eat recklessly, but you must be careful with your words. But this only piqued Su Li's curiosity further. The previous time their uncle and aunt had visited, they had shared quite a few stories about Chu Fei's childhood. Hearing this, Yun Yuelon was all too eager to continue. Thus, two women conversed animatedly behind Chu Fei, recounting the amusing mishaps of his childhood in his presence. Initially, Chu Fei felt a tinge of embarrassment, but as the conversation progressed, he became indifferent. After all, the tales had been told. What was there to be embarrassed about? As long as he felt at ease, the awkwardness belonged to others. Yun Yuelon eagerly retrieved 2 outfits from the trunk, prepared for Su Li. Reluctantly, Chu Fei carried the items into the living room, then took out his phone to send a text to Wang Xie, informing her of their meeting at 8 o'clock that evening to discuss collaboration. Within 2 minutes, Yun Yuelon and Su Li emerged. Interestingly, Su Li's face had turned crimson, while Yun Yuelon wore a look of contentment, raising an eyebrow at Chu Fei as if to say, Little Li is quite pleased with the outfits I chose for her. Be sure to seize the opportunity. Su Li's gaze towards Chu Fei was tinged with shyness, for the outfits were rather daring, even more so than her previous purchases. She found herself anticipating how he would react when she stood before him clad in them. Chapter 104. The Living Experiment. At 8 o'clock that night, in a luxurious private room of a restaurant. Mr. Wang, I wonder if you can accept this condition? Yun Yuelon maintained a calm demeanor as she gazed at Wang Xie. Wang Xie contemplated the terms presented. In truth, relinquishing 2% of the shares posed no significant obstacle for her. Although it constituted a loss, it would at least ensure the stability of Juanhao Group. Furthermore, with the Yun family as a backing, any future interference from others would require careful consideration of the consequences. Moreover, the 2% stake was being offered at a price of 5 billion, which, in the current market, seemed exceedingly generous. However, once the pharmaceutical product is successfully launched, its value could soar to 200 billion or more. Naturally, there were risks involved. If the development failed, they would face prolonged delays. After considerable reflection, Wang Xie finally smiled. Since Miss Yun has articulated her position so clearly, what reason do I have to decline? I am willing to part with the 2% of shares. With this arrangement, the Yun family would effectively hold 12% of Kaxiao Company's shares, making them the third largest shareholder, after Su Li and Chu Fei. Then let us toast to a successful collaboration. Yun Yuelon lifted a glass of red wine from the table, extending her hand. Wang Xie, naturally, would not refuse the gesture to a fruitful partnership. Chu Fei and Su Li exchanged glances, realizing they were all now bound together in this venture. Xiao Fei, what do you think? Should we involve Mr. Wang in tomorrow's living experiment? Su Li leaned closer to Chu Fei, whispering her inquiry. Chu Fei furrowed his brow slightly. He found it difficult to make a decision. After all, there were still unresolved matters concerning the research institute, and the Han family was already aware of its secrets. They would undoubtedly not let the issue rest. Their inaction was merely a matter of timing. If the living experiment proved successful and the drug was fully developed, the Han and Feng families would certainly not remain idle. If they joined forces, the Yun family might struggle to withstand such pressure. However, involving Wang Xie could present an alternative opportunity. If the Wang family recognized the drug's value, they might send reinforcements to Daxia, potentially deterring the Han and Feng families from acting too recklessly. I believe it could be beneficial, Chu Fei finally concluded. Yun Yuelon was taken aback, but soon realized this must be Chu Fei's idea. Moreover, involving Wang Xie would only bring advantages. Wang Xie herself was astonished. She never expected the living experiment to commence so swiftly. It seemed she would need to make a call home after witnessing the experiment tomorrow. Let's meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Downstairs at my company. The following morning, just before 10 o'clock, in Su Li's office. Yes, I understand. I will send you the location now. Please bring it over. After hanging up, Yun Yuelon sent the coordinates to her family. Xiao Li, Chu Fei, the live specimens have arrived at the airport. The vehicle is ready, and they will transport the specimens directly to the research institute. With that, they could set off. Just then, Chu Fei received a call from Wang Xie, who was already waiting downstairs. Mr. Wang has arrived. Let us head down. The trio descended to find Wang Xie had been waiting for several minutes. Upon spotting them, she raised her hand in greeting. However, Chu Fei noticed something unusual. Mr. Wang, did you not drive here? He felt somewhat perplexed as to why Wang Xie had not come in her own vehicle, especially with him acting as her bodyguard. Why would I need to drive when I have you? My formidable protector? Chu Fei was momentarily taken aback. Su Li chimed in. Mr. Wang makes a valid point. With a bodyguard present, my car can accommodate us all. Shall we set off? The live specimens are already en route. Thus, Su Li took the passenger seat while Wang Xie and Yun Yuelon settled into the back. The journey from the city center to the research institute would take approximately an hour. Initially, the three engaged in light conversation, but as they grew more comfortable, Chu Fei found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and indeed, their chatter became more animated. They touched upon subjects from astronomy to ethics, discussing whatever topics arose. Eventually, their conversation devolved into gossip, revealing the quintessential nature of women's interests. Chu Fei, driving, felt as if the buzzing around him was incessant. Upon arriving at the research institute, he realized he had endured the hour-long journey without even noticing how time had flown. We've arrived so quickly. I thought it would take longer, Yun Yuelon remarked, her expression reflecting disappointment as she seemed eager for more conversation. Su Li and Wang Xie also appeared somewhat unsatisfied. Yuelon, we will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Right, Xiao Li? Wang Xie said with a bright smile. Chu Fei had already turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. From addressing her as Miss Yun and President Su to now calling each other Yuelan and Shaoli, their relationship had evolved from a professional partnership to that of sisters. President Su, Xiaobei emerged from the research institute, visibly surprised to see the four of them. What brings so many of you here? Xiaobei, how are preparations coming along? Are Professor Yang and the others ready? Xiaobei nodded. All equipment and instruments are set up. As soon as the specimens arrive, we can commence the experiment. Hearing this, Su Li felt a surge of nervousness. In just over a month, it would mark 2 full years. Everyone had dedicated themselves to the research, and they were finally on the brink of results. The mood among Yun Yuelan and Wang Xia also shifted to one of tension. Should they succeed? This would be the world's leading pharmaceutical product, without peer. Cousin, Xia, the specimens should still take a while to arrive. Let us go to the reception room and rest for a bit, Su Li suggested. Waving to Yun Yuelan and Wang Xia, completely ignoring Chu Fei. With sisters in the picture, she seemed to have forgotten her husband. However, after waiting nearly 40 minutes in the reception room, the transporters of the specimens still had not arrived. Yun Yuelan's expression darkened. She pulled out her phone to call the person responsible for the transport, but the call went unanswered. Furrowing her brow, she dialed again, but still no response. What is going on? Chu Fei glanced at Yun Yuelan. Logically, the journey from the airport to the research institute should not exceed 2 hours. Yet they were approaching 2.5 hours without any sign of the specimens. Was it possible that something had gone awry? Yun Yuelan's expression grew heavier as she regarded the three of them. N01 is answering the phone. Ordinarily, even if there were delays, they should have arrived by now. Chu Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Could something have happened? Just then, Yun Yuelan's phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was a call from her uncle. Hello, uncle? On the other end, Yun Wu's tone was markedly cold. Yuelan, the live specimens encountered an incident during transport. They were intercepted, and all the specimens were killed, including 2 of our family's operatives. Chapter 105. The gruesome scene. In an instant, the reception room fell silent. Chu Fei and Su Li exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and confusion in their eyes. Uncle, who did this? Have they been identified? Yun Yuelan's expression darkened. At such a critical juncture, the specimens had been intercepted during transport. Furthermore, all the specimens and the family operatives were slain without exception. It was evident that the assailants were targeting them. Not yet. Investigations are ongoing. The operative managed to call me before he died, but when I attempted to return the call, no one answered. Yun Wu's expression was equally grim. This attack was undoubtedly a conspiracy against the Yun family, not merely a strike against them, but also against Chu Fei. It was likely that the police in Jiangnan had already been alerted. Have Xiao Fei call to inquire about the specifics. I will mobilize people to investigate from my end. I must hang up now. After saying this, Yun Wu ended the call. Yun Yuelan set down her phone, her gaze settling on Chu Fei and his companions. However, none of them spoke. After a prolonged silence, Chu Fei finally broke the quiet. I will step outside to make a phone call and inquire about the situation. With that, he rose and exited the reception room. Once outside the research institute, he took out his phone and dialed Jiang Ning. Young master, Jiang Ning's voice came through the line. Did anything significant happen just now? Jiang Ning was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Not long ago, he had received a call reporting a gruesome murder case occurring not far from the outskirts of the city. 2 commercial vehicles had been involved, and a total of 14 individuals had been ruthlessly slain. This incident was undoubtedly a major case in Jiangnan. He had already dispatched personnel to investigate, but as of yet, no updates had been received. However, now that the young master was calling, it implied a connection between the deceased and him. Young master, are you aware of the situation? Those individuals. Jiang Ning cautiously probed. Where is the location? Send it to me, and I will drive over to take a look. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning realized that the matter had surpassed his control. Yes, I will send you the location immediately. After hanging up, he hurriedly inquired about the site of the incident and promptly forwarded the information to Chu Fei. Upon reviewing the location Jiang Ning had sent, Chu Fei furrowed his brow. It was a mere 10 kilometers from the research institute. The positioning of the perpetrators was impeccably calculated. This distance was neither too far nor too close. A slight advance could potentially lead them directly to the research institute's location, escalating the situation into something far more troublesome. Returning to the reception room, he observed the 3 individuals, Su Li and the others, who wore expressions of gloom. Let us go. The three finally lifted their heads to look at Chu Fei. Xiao Bei, gather more security personnel to guard this place. Should any suspicious individuals approach, immediately inform me. After completing the reception, the four set off in their vehicle, heading straight for the site of the incident. Meanwhile, at the location, approximately 10 kilometers away from the research institute, the entire road had been cordoned off. Numerous vehicles were halted, unable to proceed. Dozens of uniformed police officers were stationed at the intersection, preventing any vehicles from passing. In the midst of the blockade, 2 black commercial vehicles bore countless bullet holes, a testament to the severity of the situation. As the director, Su Lin could not afford to remain idle in the face of such a grave incident. Observing the neatly arranged 14 corpses and the blood-soaked ground, his expression darkened. Director, everything has been organized, a subordinate reported. All 14 individuals were shot dead. Based on the shell casing dimensions, we can determine that the assailant used an automatic rifle, and it was not of domestic origin. We are currently tracing the source of the ammunition, but due to the absence of surveillance in the vicinity, we have yet to identify the perpetrator. Su Lin waved his hand dismissively. Having served as a director for many years, he had witnessed countless incidents, yet this type of attack was unprecedented. Who possessed such audacity? He could not fathom the depth of animosity required to execute all occupants of 2 vehicles without leaving a single survivor. Furthermore, the nature of the wounds suggested that some victims were still alive when the vehicle came to a halt, only to be executed afterward. As he pondered this, a subordinate approached him and announced, "Director, someone outside wishes to enter. He claims his name is Chu Fei." At the mention of this name, Su Lin felt a jolt of recognition. He was well acquainted with this individual, who was notably familiar with Mr. Jiang and commanded immense respect from him. "Quick, allow him entry." "No, I will go to him personally." With that, Su Lin hastened toward the entrance. His gaze swept across the crowd until it landed on Chu Fei, who stood at the forefront, accompanied by 3 breathtakingly beautiful women. Su Lin's heart raced in admiration. Was this the allure of influential figures? 3 stunning women? "Mr. Chu, what brings you here?" Su Lin stepped forward, lifting the blockade to allow Chu Fei and Wang Xie to enter. "The individuals involved in this incident are connected to me. I came to investigate." Chu Fei's declaration nearly sent Su Lin into a state of shock. The incident had only occurred roughly half an hour prior. Yet news had already reached the perpetrators, highlighting their capabilities. Moreover, the link between the deceased and Chu Fei was evident. Was it not clear that they were targeting him? Su Lin dared not speak further, merely following Chu Fei to the scene. Wang Xie and the others stood off to the side, their expressions fraught with discomfort as they gazed at the 14 corpses covered with white sheets. Chu Fei approached one of the commercial vehicles, peering inside. The interior was drenched in blood, the once white seats now stained crimson. The exterior was riddled with dozens of bullet holes, indicating that the assailants had opened fire while the vehicles were in motion. "Are there any shell casings?" Chu Fei inquired. "Yes," Su Lin replied promptly, calling out to a subordinate guarding the evidence. "Xiao Wu, bring over the evidence." Xiao Wu approached with the evidence in hand. Su Lin took it, opened it, and handed it to Chu Fei. Chu Fei examined the shell casing intently, inhaling the lingering scent of gunpowder before narrowing his eyes. AK-47. This revelation startled both Su Lin and Xiao Wu. Merely by observing and inhaling, he discerned the weapon used by the assailants. Such skill was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 106. Suspected individuals. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Fei asked, "Where is the nearest surveillance camera?" Su Lin remained silent, but Xiao Wu spoke up. "The closest surveillance camera is approximately 800 meters away, just around the next corner. Therefore, it is not visible from here." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei formulated a theory in his mind. It seemed the assailants had meticulously planned their operation, including the precise locations of the surveillance cameras. They had chosen to act within the blind spot, allowing them to leave without arousing suspicion. Although traffic in the area was sparse, passing vehicles would not draw attention. "Director Su, may I review the surveillance footage?" Su Lin, sensing the gravity of the request, readily agreed. "Of course. We will leave this in the hands of my subordinates." Chu Fei nodded. "Let us go. We need to investigate the footage." Accompanied by Su Li and the others, they followed Su Lin's vehicle. "Xiao Fei, who do you think is most likely behind this incident?" Yun Yuelan's mind buzzed with speculation, yet she was hesitant to confirm any suspicions. "The Han family," Chu Fei responded without a moment's hesitation. There was a considerable likelihood that the perpetrators were associated with the Han family. Yet, lacking evidence, he could not act. If sufficient proof emerged, he would confront them directly. His suspicion of the Han family stemmed from two primary reasons. Firstly, Yao had been collaborating with them. Now that Yao was incapacitated in the hospital due to his injury at Chu Fei's hands, and with Chu Fei not having assumed the position of Dragon Group leader, it was apparent that the Han family was displeased. The second reason involved the shares of Kaxing Company. Following the Yun family's intervention, the Han and Feng families had remained unusually quiet. However, it was unlikely they would relinquish their interests so easily. If this incident wasn't orchestrated by the Han family, it was possible they had collaborated with the Feng family. I share your thoughts, Yun Yuelon admitted. The Han family has remained uncharacteristically silent, while they are generally more inclined to take risks than the Feng family. This time, it is likely they sought to divert our attention while simultaneously issuing a warning, cooperate, or face their clandestine schemes. Moreover, I suspect the Feng family may soon align with the Han family following this incident. Yun Yuelon articulated her concerns. For the Yun family, this development was far from favorable. A coalition between the two families would significantly escalate the pressure on them. Chu Fei remained silent. The immediate priority was to gather evidence of the assailants' involvement. An hour later, they arrived at the police station. Upon entering the surveillance room, Su Lin quickly instructed his team to retrieve all footage from the vicinity of the incident. Chu Fei remained quiet, his gaze scanning the footage. From the moment the vehicles entered the blind spot until another vehicle passed by, only 10 minutes elapsed. Within this time frame, every vehicle became a potential suspect. However, considering the operational efficiency and combat proficiency of a specialized armed organization, it would take no more than 3 minutes to overpower 14 unarmed individuals. Based on the bullet holes in the vehicles, it was clear that the assailants were seasoned operatives. He advanced the playback, freezing the footage at the 3-minute mark after the vehicles had entered the blind spot. His eyes fixated on the screen. A minute passed, and a bus bound for the outskirts passed by. 2 minutes later, 2 black sedans and a white SUV followed. Within 5 minutes, 4 vehicles had traversed the area, aside from the bus. There were 2 smaller cars and the white SUV. Mr. Chu, I suspect it might be that SUV. Su Lin voiced his hypothesis. Chu Fei remained contemplative, deep in thought. Su Li and the others stood silently by, not uttering a word. A few minutes later, Chu Fei took a deep breath. Director Su, could you please have someone investigate that bus? Including the passengers on the bus and the driver, a thorough investigation must be conducted. Upon hearing this, Su Lin was somewhat taken aback. Investigating a coach? Moreover, it does not travel on the highway. There are numerous stops along the way, making such a search exceedingly challenging. Before he could voice his inquiries, Chu Fei spoke again. Let us also check the surveillance at the bus station. Faced with Chu Fei's directives, Su Lin could only comply. All right, I will arrange for someone to review the surveillance footage immediately. Meanwhile, Chu Fei departed the station with Su Li and the others at the entrance. Xiao Li Yulan, I shall take my leave now. Today's events were entirely unforeseen. Wang Xie shook her head slightly. The occurrences of today were beyond her anticipation. She did not expect the Han family to be so audacious. I did not foresee this either. Xie Jia, let us postpone it until next time. Once the next batch of live specimens arrives, I will notify you. Su Li nodded in agreement. Wang Xie waved goodbye to the 3 and subsequently left in a vehicle. Let us go on the bus. Xiao Fei, I am quite curious. Why did you choose to investigate that particular coach? Yun Yuelon expressed her confusion. If it were a coach, the whereabouts of the individuals would inevitably be exposed. Furthermore, if there were passengers on board, either they would be completely eliminated, or they would be released. If the passengers were released, they would undoubtedly alert the authorities. However, the number of passengers is typically limited. Nowadays, private cars are far more prevalent. If it were private vehicles, the investigation would pose no difficulty. On the other hand, if it were a coach with only 1 or 2 passengers, along with the driver, that amounts to merely 3 individuals. Eliminating these 3 would allow them to escape effortlessly. This significantly complicates the investigation. Upon hearing this, Yun Yuelon finally grasped Chu Fei's reasoning. In this light, it does make sense. As for my uncle, I suspect their investigation will not progress swiftly. Outside Jiangnan City, on a rural road, a coach came to a halt at the intersection. The interior was stained with blood, and 3 men carrying black duffel bags exited the vehicle, glanced around, and then proceeded towards a distant mountain path. One of them took out a phone and made a call. The task has been completed. It is unlikely that the authorities will discover our trail in the near future. Chapter 107. Good news. The following midday, Chu Fei received a call from Su Lin. Mr. Chu, yesterday evening, we received a report of an incident. Just as you surmised, both the driver of the coach and 2 passengers are deceased. Furthermore, the surveillance inside the vehicle has been tampered with. Our technical team managed to recover some footage prior to the destruction. Would you like me to send it to you? Upon hearing Su Lin's words, Chu Fei realized his judgment had not been mistaken. However, the fact that the passengers and the driver were killed by those individuals stirred a sense of anger within him. Innocent lives were entangled in this, and they did not deserve such a fate. Send it to me. Also, have your team conduct a thorough search around the vicinity of the coach. If there is any information, notify me immediately. Naturally, Su Lin would execute Chu Fei's orders with precision. Even without Chu Fei's instruction, he would be deeply invested in this matter. Moreover, the higher-ups had already issued their ultimatum. If the assailants were not apprehended following this attack, he would no longer hold his position as chief. Understood. I will ensure it is done. After hanging up, Chu Fei received a brief video. It was only a few seconds long, yet it clearly showed 3 men dressed in black, wearing caps and masks. Boarding the vehicle. In their hands, they carried a black duffel bag. Judging by the weight of the bag, it was evident it contained weapons. Subsequently, the last man to board the vehicle opened the bag and retrieved an AK-47. Firing a shot directly at the surveillance camera. The footage ended there. From the visuals alone, it was impossible to discern the origins of these individuals. Any updates? Yun Yuelon and Su Li were resting on the sofa. Having overheard Chu Fei and Su Lin's conversation quite clearly. It can be considered so. We have yet to locate the individuals. By the way, when will the second batch of live specimens be delivered from my uncle's side? The first batch is already gone. Before the arrival of the second batch, they must be apprehended. Otherwise, the adversaries may strike again. For the next 2 days, Chu Fei received no further news. Those individuals seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no traces behind. Moreover, a thorough search had been conducted in a radius of several kilometers from the site of the bus incident, yet no clues were found. That afternoon, Chu Fei was at the office awaiting Su Li's departure. In fact, many pharmaceutical companies had extended collaboration invitations. The demand for certain medications had significantly increased. I am so exhausted. My entire body aches. Su Li appeared fatigued, having been busy all day with hardly a moment to rest. After enduring a long day, the sensation of exhaustion hit her immediately. Chu Fei smiled at her affectionately, embracing her gently. Thankfully, they were alone in the office at that moment. Otherwise, their colleagues would surely be taken aback. After all, their relationship was not publicly acknowledged in the company. Many only knew Chu Fei as Su Li's secretary, but should their relationship be exposed, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. It was the perfect opportunity to inquire about when the second batch of live specimens would arrive. Su Li stretched her body, her joints cracking as she did so. Chu Fei nodded, intending to retrieve his phone to make a call when it began to ring. Director Su, I wonder if your call bears any good news? The caller was Su Lin. Mr. Chu, we have discovered some leads. After extensive investigation, a villager pointed us towards a promising lead. Approximately 5 kilometers from the site of the bus incident, there is a small cave. A villager stumbled upon it while farming and noticed signs of recent fires, along with some packaging from compressed biscuits on the ground. I suspect those individuals may be hiding in that cave. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression turned cold. After 2 days of waiting, they finally had some news. It seems those individuals did not stray far from Jiangnan. If they have remained in that cave, it is likely in preparation for the second batch of live specimens. Once the next batch arrives, they may proceed to act again as they did last time. Should they succeed, the live specimen experiment would be forced to cease. I understand. I will head over immediately. After stating this, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Any news? Su Li looked at Chu Fei with a hint of anxiety. They had been waiting for news for 2 full days. Now that there was finally some, it was a relief. Yes, Director Su just called to inform me that they may have found leads on the whereabouts of those individuals. I fear they may resort to desperate measures. Possibly taking you and your cousin as bargaining chips. Su Li nodded vigorously. I understand. However, you must also be cautious. Those individuals are armed. Chu Fei smiled nonchalantly, stating that it would be quite difficult for them to harm him. After bidding farewell to Su Li, Chu Fei took a vehicle to the police station. Su Lin had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing Chu Fei exit the car, He immediately beckoned him inside. In an instant, four armored vehicles sprang into action, hastily heading towards the location of the bus incident. However, they remained discreet, refraining from activating their sirens. Seizing the fading daylight, the group hurried towards the small cave indicated by the villager. As they approached the vicinity of the cave, the sky had begun to darken, and a full moon hung high above. When Chu Fei and the others were still several hundred meters away from the cave, they could already see flickering flames emanating from within. Presumably, those individuals were still inside the cave. Spread out and proceed with caution. Remember, do not alert the prey. I will go ahead to assess the situation. With that, Chu Fei requested a handgun from Su Lin and swiftly made his way towards the cave. Su Lin intended to refuse, but found himself unable to do so, as Chu Fei offered him no opportunity. After all, if anything were to happen to Chu Fei, Mr. Jiang would undoubtedly be furious. Under the cover of night, Chu Fei advanced briskly, his gaze fixed intently on the cave entrance. Chapter 108. Will King Chu spare my life? At this moment, within the cave, 3 men sat by a fire. The ground was littered with packaging from compressed biscuits and empty water bottles. It was evident that the 3 had subsisted solely on compressed biscuits over the past 2 days. Without any nutritional value. Brother, how long are we supposed to wait in this situation? The eldest of the Han family promised us 3 million for this job, yet the money has yet to arrive. Is he trying to deceive us? One slightly plump man wore a disgruntled expression. To undertake this task, the 3 of them were now likely wanted individuals. However, the eldest of the Han family had informed them that another task would be assigned in the next couple of days. With a price tag of 5 million, this was not a total sum. Rather, each of them would receive 5 million. The 3 had already made plans to flee abroad as soon as the payment was settled. Although it cannot be said that the latter half of life is free from worries, at the very least, we can afford to rest easy for several years. I am well aware of the Han family's reputation. They would not be lacking in this trifling amount of money. They may be preparing for the second task, so let us endure a little longer for the next couple of days. The man sitting in the middle is one-eyed. If one does not look closely, he appears no different from an ordinary person. However, a careful gaze reveals that one of his eyes remains motionless, not following the line of sight. That is a prosthetic eye, lost during a past mission when his eye was shot out. As for the man beside him, who has remained silent, he has a somewhat frail physique, with a dragon tattoo adorning his arm. Yet beneath his pair of eyes lies a chilling coldness. Once we finish our meal, let us quickly rest and see if we might have the opportunity to venture into the town tomorrow. Procure some supplies and indulge ourselves, the one-eyed man spoke again. For individuals like them, going without meat for several days would render their stamina inadequate. In the event of a confrontation, stamina becomes a grave issue. The other 2 nodded silently, munching on their compressed biscuits, while mere 100 meters away, a pair of cold eyes fixated on the 3 of them. Chu Fei observed the trio in the cave, consuming their compressed biscuits, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flickering in his eyes. However, prior to this, he would only resolve to eliminate 2 of them. The last individual, he intended to keep alive for the time being. At that moment, Chu Fei resembled a specter in the dead of night, stealthily approaching the cave entrance. Meanwhile, just 300 meters behind him, over 20 police officers were gradually closing in, weapons drawn. Bro, I need to take a leak. The portly man exclaimed, hastily finishing his compressed biscuits and gulping down some water before rising to exit the cave. Just as he sought a secluded spot, he caught sight of figures advancing in the moonlight. The sight startled him. Oh no, I've been spotted, bro, run. His shout shattered the tranquility of the night, but was immediately followed by the crack of a gunshot. Bang! A spray of blood erupted at the center of the portly man's forehead, his heavy body collapsing to the ground in an instant. The one-eyed man and the other slender individual in the cave reacted swiftly, seizing an AK-47 nearby and taking cover behind a rock. Chu Fei's expression turned frigid. He had not anticipated that the portly man would choose to step out for a bathroom break. It was clear that he had detected Su Lin and the others approaching from behind. However, his recent gunshot had thoroughly revealed his position. Just as he rolled aside a few meters, several bullets began to rain down on his previous location. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire disrupted his initial plans. The good news, however, was that the 2 trapped inside the cave had run out of options. Su Lin and his team, hearing the gunfire, immediately understood that a skirmish had erupted ahead, and he promptly directed his subordinates to advance. Likewise, Chu Fei had reached the cave's edge and called out coldly, "If you don't wish to die, drop your weapons and surrender." The expressions of the one-eyed man and the slender man darkened. They could not fathom why their whereabouts had been discovered. Moreover, it was evident that their adversaries had come fully prepared, making their escape today seem unlikely. Seeing that their opponents remained silent, Chu Fei continued, "Though I do not know who has bribed you to betray your own, should you divulge that information, I can guarantee your lives." His words were laden with temptation, yet the one-eyed man, having long navigated the treacherous waters of danger, had seen through Chu Fei's scheme. "Brother, if you found this place, it indicates your considerable skill. However, I fear you may be disappointed. Whether I disclose the identity of my employer depends on your capabilities." Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly as he leaned against a rock outside the cave. From the sound, it was likely that the adversaries were merely 1 or 2 meters within the cave entrance. "Do you believe you still have an escape route? There are over 20 armed soldiers outside. Do you truly think you can take them down with just your 2 AKs? Upon hearing this, silence fell upon the two inside the cave. With only 2 guns, even with 2 magazines, they possessed a mere 120 rounds. Facing over 20 armed soldiers, even if they could eliminate the foes. Should those adversaries possess grenades or heavier weaponry, they would soon find themselves reduced to mere pulp within the cave. "What do you propose?" After a half-minute of silence, the one-eyed man finally spoke. He did not wish to die, even if only a glimmer of hope remained. Although he had an inkling that the person outside was deceiving him, he was now left with no alternatives. "Brother, let me take a guess. Your employer must be surnamed Han, am I correct?" At this, the one-eyed man's expression shifted slightly. It seemed that the individual outside the cave was indeed an enemy of the Han family. "Since you already know, why bother asking me?" He sneered coldly. "I have no ulterior motives. If you are willing to surrender, I, Chu Fei, can guarantee your lives." Chu Fei. Upon hearing that familiar name, a flicker of fear crossed the one-eyed man's eyes. For within the mercenary realm, this name was synonymous with an untouchable adversary. He could hardly fathom that the target the Han family had set upon him was none other than the very man before him. "Those treacherous dogs of the Han family weave intricate schemes. Chu Yama, I concede. I hope you keep your word. Once I surrender, you will spare my life." Chapter 109. Turning the tables outside the cave. Over 20 soldiers had trained their weapons on the interior, ready to turn the two inside into Swiss cheese should they dare to fire. Chu Fei stood before the troops, watching intently as the one-eyed man and the slender individual emerged from the cave. Their weapons raised high above their heads. "Drop your weapons to AT," his command. The one-eyed man and the slender man hurled their guns to the ground. Yet, at that very moment, Chu Fei suddenly raised his handgun. The dark muzzle aimed squarely at the one-eyed man's head. In that instant, the one-eyed man's expression shifted dramatically. "You promised you would spare me." His eyes brimmed with disbelief as he gazed at Chu Fei, unable to comprehend that the formidable Chu Yama would not uphold his word. However, a cold smile crept across Chu Fei's lips. "Indeed, I promised to spare your life, but I never stated that I would spare your subordinate." Bang! The gun swung, and the slender man beside the one-eyed man now bore a bloody hole in his forehead, his eyes wide in shock as he fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to comprehend that he had been killed for such a reason. "You!" The one-eyed man's eyes flared with rage, wishing desperately to seize his weapon and confront the man before him. Yet, he dared not act. Any reckless move would result in him being riddled with bullets by the many guns surrounding him. Chu Fei tossed the weapon to Su Lin, who promptly instructed his subordinates to restrain the one-eyed man, then arranged for the bodies on the ground to be dealt with on their way back. Chu Fei called Su Li, briefly explaining that they had captured the individuals and were currently transporting them to the station. However, to extract useful information from them, he resolved to conduct the interrogation personally. An hour later, nearing 9 in the evening, the interrogation room was set. The one-eyed man was bound to the interrogation table. "I am quite curious. Did the Han family not inform you that their target was me before you made your move?" Chu Fei settled into a chair, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and tossing one to the one-eyed man. After lighting his own, he offered the lighter to the one-eyed man. The latter accepted without hesitation. Lighting the cigarette and taking a deep puff, "If they had informed me that the target was you, do you think I would have acted? The world knows the name Chu Yama. I lack the audacity to make a move against you." Chu Fei shook his head, understanding. Aside from your group, did they arrange any others? In truth, he sought to ascertain whether the Han family had made any other preparations in Jiangnan. He had no desire to be intercepted again midway. I am not privy to that, however. Given the Han family's character, they would undoubtedly not rely solely on my team. Moreover, I received word that there may be another task assigned to us in a few days. I had intended to linger a bit longer, but here I am, caught by you. The one-eyed man wore a look of resignation, having not anticipated crossing paths with Chu Fei. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that news of the second batch of live captives had already reached others. Furthermore, it was clear that they were not limited to this single group. There might very well be other contingents as well. Anything else? Chu Fei inquired once more. This time, the one-eyed man shook his head. Everything I know, I have already disclosed. By the way, the one who arranged our mission is the Han family's third son, Han Jinlong. Hearing that name, Chu Fei fell silent. However, now that he had captured the individual, there was no chance of letting him go. Moreover, he intended to keep this man around for a face-to-face confrontation with the Han family. Once this matter is resolved, I will naturally release you. With that, Chu Fei exited the interrogation room. Outside, Su Lin, upon seeing Chu Fei, immediately bowed and inquired, Mr. Chu, has the matter been settled? How should we handle this individual? Was it a direct execution, or do I understand? I will take care of it right away. I hope Mr. Chu can speak a few good words for me in front of Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei nodded. These past few days, Su Lin had been quite busy. If there is an opportunity, it wouldn't be a problem for Jiang Ning to promote him. Rest assured, your performance has been outstanding, and you will undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights. Having said that, he departed, leaving Su Lin with a beaming smile that it seemed he still had a chance to rise further. He immediately summoned 5 soldiers and had the one-eyed man confined to a solitary detention room. After leaving the police station, Chu Fei took out his phone and called his uncle. Hello, uncle, it's me. Are you resting? On the other end, Yunwu sighed slightly upon hearing Chu Fei's voice. Not yet. There hasn't been much news lately. We have prepared the second batch of live specimens, but I dare not send them over. The few individuals who acted previously have already been captured, and the leader has confessed that the one who hired them this time was Han Jindong, the third son of the Han family. Moreover, they received a call from Han Jindong, stating that there would be another task assigned to them in a few days. If that is the case, the second batch of live specimens should be arriving soon, right? How did the Han family come to know this information? Hearing Chu Fei's words, Yunwu's expression darkened. No wonder the previous batch of live specimens was intercepted. He had never considered that the problem lay within their own ranks. Are you suggesting that, aside from me, the only ones who know this information are likely to be insiders? Chu Fei acknowledged with a sound, remaining silent thereafter. Yunwu also fell into contemplation. The only people who knew this information besides himself were a few high-ranking members within the family. Some of these high-ranking members had been in the family for decades. The thought of betrayal never crossed his mind. All right, I understand. Tomorrow, I will visit your grandparents and mention this matter. High-ranking family members are not easily swayed. Unless they committed a grievous error or betrayed the family's interests, they would only face minor penalties. Thank you for your trouble, Uncle. By the way, I have a plan. I wonder if it will work. Yunwu was slightly taken aback. What plan? Chu Fei smiled. Since they are already aware of our plan, why not turn the tables on them? The next morning, while Yun Yuelon was still resting, she received a call from Yunwu. Uncle, so early. Is there something wrong? On the other end, Yunwu's voice came through. IVE arranged for the second batch of live specimens to be sent over. The earliest flight should arrive around 11 o'clock in Jiang. I will send you the contact number of the person in charge. He will reach out to you once they arrive. With that, the call ended. Yun Yuelon was jolted awake, puzzled as to why her uncle had arranged for the second batch of live specimens to be sent so quickly without prior notice. Checking the time, it was already 9 in the morning. In just 2 hours, the specimens would arrive at the airport. She quickly changed her clothes and called Chu Fei. Chu Fei and Su Li had already gone to the office, leaving her alone at home. Hello, Xiao Fei. The second batch of live specimens is on its way, as arranged by Uncle. They are expected to arrive around 11 in the office. Upon hearing this news, Chu Fei smiled faintly and feigned surprise. So soon? Why didn't Uncle inform us earlier? His tone revealed no hint of suspicion, yet this was part of the plan he discussed with Yunwu the previous night. I don't know. Perhaps something has changed. Be cautious. I believe we should make plans early. Yun Yuelon's intent was clear. They needed to find someone to escort the specimens, and of course, it was unnecessary to say who that person would be. It would certainly be those from the police station. Do you have any good ideas? Chu Fei countered. Didn't you know the chief before? Why not ask him for help to arrange a few vehicles for escort and have his men equipped with weapons? In truth, it was unnecessary for her to suggest, as Chu Fei had already laid out all the plans, including all the possible escape routes for the other party. He was simply waiting for them to take the bait. Moreover, this time, he intended to execute a clever ruse. This batch of live specimens totaled 10 individuals, plus 2 in charge, making 12 in total. He had already purchased their tickets. They would be taking a bus to the research facility, as the bus would pass near the research facility, allowing them to disembark nearby. The business vehicles they would use were borrowed from Zhao Dajuan's battalion. These vehicles were bulletproof, impervious to ordinary weaponry. He had arranged for Zhao Dajuan's men to play the role of the live specimens, driving the business vehicles to the research facility. That's a clever plan. All right, I'll call that chief now and ask for his assistance. After ending the call, Chu Fei sat back in his office chair to rest, while Su Li had already gone to a meeting. I've been feeling quite drowsy these past few days, Su Li said, her eyes heavy with fatigue. I nearly dozed off during the meeting just now. Despite having gone to bed at 9 the previous night and waking up at 7 this morning, she still felt overwhelmingly tired. Chu Fei stood up and gently cupped her face, planting a tender kiss on her lips. Silly, that's a normal reaction. Don't worry. If you're too tired, feel free to rest for a bit. Su Li stubbornly shook her head. There are some matters that require my personal attention. It's fine. I'll take a short break. Just remember to wake me at 10:30. With that, Su Li lay down on the sofa. Exhausted, Chu Fei grabbed a small blanket from a nearby cabinet and covered her with it. The early autumn morning was still quite chilly, and most people had already donned thicker coats. Although Jiangnan belongs to the south and is not as frigid as the north, the biting cold wind could still make one shiver in the blink of an eye. Su Li had fallen asleep in the office for an hour. Meanwhile, Chu Fei received a call from Yun Yuelon. Are you all prepared? The person in charge just called me. They're already at the airport. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Chu Fei's face. We are ready. Rest assured, this time there will be no issues. After hanging up, he immediately called Zhao Dajuan. At that moment, Zhao Dajuan and his 11 subordinates had just exited the airport and received Chu Fei's call. Captain, the people are already on the bus. It has just departed. He glanced around, noticing no suspicious individuals. Then you all get on the bus. Remember, everyone needs to wear bulletproof vests and be armed. Understood. Thus, 2 black business vehicles sped toward the research facility. Shortly after their departure, a black sedan closely followed behind them, occupied by 4 stern-faced men. The man in the front passenger seat toyed with a black handgun. I didn't expect their movements to be this swift. It seems our previous brothers have already been captured. The speaker was the team leader of the quartet, Han Tian, a distant relative of the Han family. The family had dispatched him to carry out this mission. If successful, he would ascend to the ranks of direct family members, drastically altering his identity and status. The primary difference between distant and direct family members is that one serves the family, while the other holds all the crucial secrets. Moreover, direct family members possess the authority to command distant relatives. This is a blind spot for surveillance. Eliminate them within 3 minutes. Han Tian's tone was frigid. He had invested considerable effort into this mission. The last time, the One-Eyed Group had effortlessly dispatched that batch of individuals, and it was his achievement, as he had identified the surveillance blind spot. Once they reached the capital, no matter how formidable the opposition, they could not imprison him in the Han family's dungeon. Yes, he had hired these assassins at great expense, each costing several million. However, compared to the status of being a direct family member, spending over 10 million recently was a worthwhile investment for him. All the while, the 4 men leisurely trailed behind the 2 black business vehicles. It was only after they left the city that Han Tian coldly instructed, past them, maintaining a distance of about 50 meters ahead. The driver of the assassin team immediately pressed the accelerator, overtaking the 2 business vehicles ahead. Zhao Dajuan, seated in the front passenger seat of the first business vehicle, had already noticed the black sedan. Since they exited the airport, the sedan had been tailing them without changing direction. Its sudden overtaking likely signaled preparations for an impending battle. We've been waiting for you. Everyone, load your weapons. Chapter 110. The experiment begins approaching an hour. The business vehicle finally arrived at the site of the previous incident. Zhao Dajuan's gaze was fixed intently on the black compact car ahead. Suddenly, the black car came to an abrupt halt, positioning itself squarely in the middle of the road. The soldier responsible for driving slammed on the brakes, bringing their vehicle to a screeching stop. Observing the front car's sudden stoppage, the business vehicle behind also slammed on its brakes. Thus, the three cars stood immobile in the middle of the road. Given the remote nature of the location, no other vehicles were currently approaching from behind. Act now? Han Tian scoffed coldly, then flung open the car door, brandishing an AK-47 as he unleashed a barrage towards the business vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. The other three individuals immediately exited their vehicle and swiftly advanced towards the business car. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Despite Han Tian's relentless gunfire, the only damage inflicted on the business vehicle was a punctured tire. The windows remained intact. The paint job bore merely a sprinkling of white dots. For a moment, all four men were rendered momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Fortunately, Han Tian was quick to comprehend the situation. The vehicle before them was no ordinary business car. It was clearly an armored vehicle equipped with bulletproof glass. Unless armed with a rocket launcher, their firearms would be utterly ineffective against the armored shell. He looked up towards the driver and passenger seats. The man in the passenger seat flashed him a chilling smile, as if he had anticipated their ambush. A chill ran down Han Tian's spine. This is bad. Retreat. Get in the car. He finally recognized that he had been outmaneuvered. He dashed towards the compact car, desperate to escape. However, they had only focused on the first business vehicle, failing to notice that soldiers from the second business vehicle had already disembarked. Clad in body armor and wielding heavy weaponry. Drop your weapons and surrender, or we will open fire, shouted one of the squad leaders, directing his fury towards Han Tian and his associates. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Zhao Dajuan had exited his vehicle. Clutching an automatic rifle, he raised it and unleashed a volley of bullets, piercing through the three assailants before him. Meanwhile, Han Tian had taken his place in the driver's seat, poised to flee. Yet, it seemed his escape was futile. From the roadside, a dozen armed special forces stormed in. Su Lin stepped forward, casting a smile at Han Tian, who sat in the driver's seat. Everything was unfolding just as Chu Fei had foretold. Their meticulous plan had been flawlessly executed, with Zhao Dajuan's team playing the role of both bait and leaders, while Su Lin and his comrades cut off the enemy's escape route. Whether fleeing or retaliating, they had been stripped of any opportunity. Zhao Dajuan approached Han Tian, aiming the dark muzzle of his weapon at the car window. Will you exit the vehicle voluntarily, or shall I assist you? Faced with the armed special forces, Han Tian's face drained of color. He could hardly fathom that his adversaries had executed such a cunning switch. Moreover, he had no inkling of how his assassination mission had been compromised. If it had not been leaked, how could the enemy have orchestrated such a comprehensive plan? Yet, despite his musings, he recognized that he had already lost. He shoved the car door open, discarding his weapon. In the next instant, Zhao Dajuan delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. You don't seem as formidable as you thought. You dared to fire upon the Jiangnan Military Division's personnel without a hint of fear for your life. Han Tian remained silent, clutching his abdomen in agony as he curled up on the ground. Zhao Dajuan retrieved his phone and called Chu Fei. Captain Chu, we have captured the target. It appears to be a significant catch. At that moment, Chu Fei, Su Li, and Yun Yuelon were at the research facility, where the second batch of live subjects had already been brought in. The experiments had commenced. Take them to your location. Once I finish my tasks here, I will join you. Zhao Dajuan chuckled, understanding the implication. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the research facility, 10 individuals were being processed. Each bore a criminal record and faced death sentences. However, through the efforts of the Yun family, they had been brought here. Although the risks were considerable, their fates remained uncertain. Outside the protective glass, Yun Yuelon, Su Li, and Chu Fei observed the 10 men bound to the examination tables. Su, everything is ready. Shall we commence? Yang Chengguo approached, glancing down at the scene. 3 researchers donned in protective gear stood before each subject, holding trays that contained 3 syringes filled with the concoction they had developed. This will be directly injected into their bodies. Su Li inhaled deeply and nodded. Let us begin. Upon hearing her command, the 3 researchers slowly approached their assigned subjects. They lifted the syringes, gently tapping them, and pushed out a small amount of the transparent fluid from the needles. Carefully, they pierced the arms of the men on the examination tables, administering the injections until every last drop was delivered. All 10 individuals remained unconscious. Prior to their arrival, they had been heavily sedated and would not awaken for some time. Once the injections were completed, the researchers nodded towards Su Li and her companions. Yang Chenghua's expression grew tense. Now, we await their awakening. Chapter 111. The stronger the body, the better the effect. After several hours of waiting, the live subjects in the laboratory began to stir gradually. The first to awaken was a robust man. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the other men on adjacent tables, each connected to various instruments. Suddenly, a flicker of terror crossed his face as he seemed to recall something. Instinctively, he reached to remove the devices attached to him, but a chilling voice echoed throughout the room. If you wish to survive, I advise you against doing that. He glanced around, unable to identify the source of the voice. However, through the one-way mirror, Chu Fei and his team watched the man regain consciousness. They had waited nearly 4 hours, and it was now past 5 in the afternoon. All vital signs were normal. Blood pressure and heart rate were stable. We can proceed with blood extraction for testing, Yang Chengwa stated, analyzing the data on the computer. Proceed, Su Li affirmed. Immediately, Yang Chengwa arranged for a researcher in protective gear to enter the laboratory with blood collection tools. As the man witnessed the researcher approach, his heart rate began to accelerate dramatically, reaching 120 beats per minute. The man's heart raced uncontrollably, climbing higher and higher. 130. Yang Chenghua's tone grew increasingly anxious. For a typical adult, a resting heart rate hovers around 80 to 100 beats per minute. During physical exertion, it may reach around 120 to 130. However, exceeding 160 beats per minute could signal danger. Oh no! It's reached 170. Get out! Yang Chengwa shouted at the researcher preparing to draw blood. At that moment, the awakened man's face flushed crimson, the veins on his arms bulging. The metal guardrails of the examination table were already beginning to bend under his grip. The researcher instinctively turned to flee. Meanwhile, behind the mirror, Chu Fei's expression shifted. Though separated by the glass, he sensed a significant transformation occurring within the man. Based on his current strength, he undoubtedly surpassed the vast majority of ordinary individuals. Even those who exercised regularly or performed strenuous labor would not match his newfound power. 180. The researcher had exited the laboratory, yet the man's heart rate continued to soar. Remarkably, his demeanor showed no signs of distress. If anything, he appeared increasingly exhilarated. With a sudden burst of strength, he wrenched the metal guardrail from the bed, a feat that would be impossible for an average person. In the next moment, he leapt from the table. Stripping away all the attached instruments, he then charged at the heavy lab door, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The massive door quivered under the force of his strike. How is this possible? Yang Chenghua's eyes widened in disbelief. The door had cost over $1 million to construct and weighed over 1,000 pounds. The man's kick had generated immense power. If it struck a person, they would surely be killed. Open the door. Let me out, and I will kill you all. The man's demeanor grew increasingly volatile. He seemed to grasp the extent of his physical transformation, his eyes gleaming with excitement and madness. He had awoken to find himself endowed with such extraordinary strength. He harbored a delusion, believing that a single punch from him could fell a bull. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds erupted, causing the expressions of Su Li and her companions to darken. Although they understood that the man could not possibly kick down the iron door, his persistent presence inside was becoming increasingly problematic. They still needed to acquire blood samples from these individuals for research. Amidst the cacophony, one by one, people began to awaken. Initially, none of them exhibited the same frenzy as this man, but soon, they seemed to grasp something, their eyes lighting up with excitement. At that moment, the man smashing the door appeared to grow weary, his heartbeat slowly diminishing. Upon witnessing the decline in his heartbeat, Yang Chengwa finally let out a sigh of relief. Checking the time, he noted that the man had maintained a heart rate of 180 beats per minute for nearly 10 minutes, and his physique showed no signs of abnormality. Just as they assumed the man would start to relax, an unexpected turn of events transpired. He beckoned to a man of average build, sporting stubble. With a flick of his finger, "Hey, you, come here." Hearing this, Su Li, Yun Yuelon, and Yang Chengwa were momentarily taken aback, unsure of the man's intentions. However, Chu Fei's expression shifted slightly, sensing that this man intended to test his strength against someone. The average-built man seemed to share this sentiment. Despite being vastly outmatched in size and weight, he felt an illusion of invincibility, as though he could triumph over his opponent. "Do you wish to die?" The stubbled man sneered coldly before stepping up to confront the muscular man. Both were accustomed to having taken lives. Killing was second nature to them. "Indeed, however, I believe it is you who shall meet your demise first." With that, the muscular man swung his fist toward the stubbled man's chest. The latter instinctively raised his hands to block, but the speed of the blow exceeded his expectations. Bang! The punch landed squarely on the stubbled man's heart, sending him hurtling backward, a torrent of blood spewing from his mouth. Shock and disbelief clouded his eyes. Despite his significant physical transformation, he could hardly fathom how his opponent had managed to send him flying with a single blow. "You didn't even manage to kill me with that punch." The muscular man gazed at the stubbled man with astonishment, convinced that his strength should suffice to dispatch an ordinary individual with ease. Chu Fei observed their confrontation keenly, his brow furrowed, a thought forming in his mind. Does this drug work better on those with greater physical strength? Chapter 112. Who approves, who opposes? Rubbish. Inside the laboratory, the muscular man approached the stubbled man with a mocking grin. The latter had already recognized the disparity between himself and the muscular man. They were not even in the same league. It was akin to a gaming scenario where one character was at level 10 and the other at level 1. "How do you wish to perish?" The muscular man placed a foot on the stubbled man's chest, crushing his sternum. Pain contorted the stubbled man's face, blood erupting from his mouth. Yang Chunghwa scrutinized the data on his computer. At this moment, the stubbled man's heartbeat had dropped to over 80, and his vital signs indicated weakness. Unless something unexpected occurred, he was likely nearing death soon. "That man is close to death," Yang Chunghwa remarked anxiously, pointing at the stubbled man. After all, they had painstakingly acquired 10 experimental subjects. Losing one would be a significant blow. Su Li was acutely aware of the situation, yet she knew that if ordinary researchers entered, they would likely be slaughtered by those within the laboratory before they could even begin drawing blood. "Allow me to take a look," Chu Fei interjected. The gazes of the three fell upon him. Yun Yuelon understood the extent of Chu Fei's strength. Even if the individuals in the laboratory were twice as powerful, they likely wouldn't stand a chance against him. However, Su Li was unaware of Chu Fei's true capabilities, merely sensing that he was considerably stronger than the average bodyguard. Would it be safe? She regarded him with concern. Chu Fei smiled reassuringly. "It's fine, don't worry. Professor Yang, hand me the access card." Yang Chunghwa hesitated for a moment before passing the access card to him. Chu Fei then proceeded to the laboratory, swiping the card. The heavy iron door emitted a sound of unlocking in the next moment. The gazes of the muscular man and others turned toward the entrance. Chu Fei slowly opened the iron door and stepped inside, subsequently closing it behind him. Upon seeing Chu Fei enter alone, the muscular man released his foot from the stubbled man. "You've got some guts, coming in here alone. Open the door, and perhaps I will spare your life." The muscular man sneered at Chu Fei. However, Chu Fei merely smiled slightly, raising the access card in his hand. "You wish to leave? That is possible. Take my punch, and if you retreat no more than 3 steps, I will let you go. Exceed 3 steps, and you shall remain here, obediently." His tone turned icy at the end. The muscular man burst into laughter, perceiving Chu Fei as nothing more than an ordinary man, devoid of any strength. Even if he stood there and allowed him to throw 10 punches, it was unlikely he would feel any pain. "All right, here's the deal. I'll let you hit me 3 times. If I take a single step back, I concede." Arrogance and hubris radiated from him, while the others regarded Chu Fei with mocking expressions. The muscular man was a formidable character among them. In unnecessary circumstances, they would not choose to provoke him, and no need for that, I fear you. "Take my 3 punches, and you shall perish." Chu Fei slowly set the access card down on a nearby table. The others, witnessing this, had no inclination to snatch it away, believing it to be the muscular man's. "How laughable. You think you can kill me with 3 punches? Do you genuinely believe you are Tyson?" The muscular man scoffed. Yet, as Chu Fei approached him, he finally sensed something different. The man's gaze was chillingly cold. It was a look that conveyed seriousness, not jest. "I shall grant you the opportunity to defend yourself. Stand ready." Chu Fei spoke again. The muscular man instinctively took a step back, adopting a fighting stance. Though not entirely proper, it would suffice against an ordinary opponent. You. The muscular man began to speak, but in the next moment, Chu Fei's fist was already upon him. He instinctively raised both hands to shield his chest, yet he underestimated his opponent's strength. Bang! The muscular man was sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. The entire wall cracked, resembling a spider's web. Cough, cough, cough. The muscular man staggered to his feet, blood spilling from his mouth. The surrounding onlookers stood in stunned silence. One punch had sent the muscular man flying 3 or 4 meters. Could they withstand such a blow from this man? Shall we continue? Chu Fei slowly lifted his gaze to the muscular man. This time, the latter dared not utter a word. Clearly, he was intimidated by Chu Fei's punch. In Chu Fei's eyes, he sensed an aura of lethality. This was unlike the frenzy he exhibited when killing. In those moments, he was wild and reckless, solely focused on taking lives, heedless of the blood that splattered everywhere. Yet this man before him exuded a calmness that was unnerving. Killing someone appeared to him as a trivial task, devoid of any emotional weight. Now, I intend to draw blood from each of you. Who opposes, who supports? At this moment, Chu Fei nodded toward the two-way mirror on the wall. Su Li, witnessing this, exhaled a long breath of relief. Professor Yang, send someone in to draw blood for testing. Meanwhile, in a distant luxurious estate in Jingsheng. What? It failed. How is that possible? Han Jinlong gazed incredulously at his subordinate. Just moments ago, he had received a report detailing the failure of the mission to intercept the Yun family's transport of live subjects. And Han Tian had also been captured, taken to the Jiangnan War Zone branch. Now, even if he wished to extricate Han Tian, it seemed nearly impossible, given Chu Fei's standing. Only a handful of individuals ranked higher than him, and those few were not aligned with any faction. Seeking their assistance would be less effective than simply sending a few men to storm in and rescue him. All right, I understand. You may leave. Han Jinlong waved his hand dismissively, signaling for his subordinate to depart. Once alone, his expression darkened, eyes glinting with cold fury. He was left with two options. Either reconcile with the Yun family and offer reparations, or eliminate Han Tian to leave no witnesses. In doing so, the Yun family would have no evidence to prove that the Han family was behind the incident. However, with Han Tian detained in the Jiangnan War Zone branch, the military defenses there were impenetrable unless they resorted to bombarding it with missiles. But was that feasible? Unless the Han family wished to vanish from the Xia dynasty, they would not dare confront a national war zone branch. No matter how bold they were. Damn it. Han Jinlong pondered for a long time but could not devise a suitable plan to address the current predicament. If all else fails, then war it shall be. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Feng, do you have a moment? I have an idea that we might discuss privately. Chapter 114. Preparing for rain early the next morning. Chu Fei bid farewell to Su Li and Yun Yuelon and made his way to the Jiangnan Military District's branch. He intended to seek out Zhao Dajuan and inquire about the individual who had been captured. Curious about his true identity, inside the office, Zhao Dajuan was engrossed in his work. Upon seeing Chu Fei enter, he promptly saluted. Team Leader Chu. Chu Fei waved his hand. Is he still with you? Zhao Dajuan chuckled. Of course, in Jiangnan, no one dares to intrude upon my territory. However, after our interrogation yesterday, that lad has already spilled some secrets. It is said he is a collateral member of the Han family from the capital. Named Han Tian. This mission was specifically assigned to him by Han Jinlong, and if he succeeds, he will qualify for direct membership. Upon hearing Zhao Dajuan's explanation, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Fei's eyes. He did not expect the individual to divulge information so quickly, which could raise suspicions. However, the fact that he mentioned Han Jinlong confirmed his credibility. The last one he apprehended, the one-eyed man, was also a task assigned by Han Jinlong. All right, take me to meet him. Chu Fei nodded. The two then proceeded to the holding room. Inside, Han Tian appeared pale, his eyes bloodshot. His body bore numerous bruises, clearly having endured considerable mistreatment. When the door swung open, and Chu Fei along with Zhao Dajuan entered, Han Tian, looking battered, caught sight of them. How are you? I trust last night was not particularly enjoyable. Hearing this, Han Tian finally lifted his head to regard the man before him. Who are you? The man who had come with the commander of the military district, Zhao Dajuan, clearly held a status far superior to that of Zhao. Who am I? Do you not know? Did Han Jinlong not inform you of my name? If Han Tian was indeed a member of the Han family, he would surely possess information about his own background. Yet, his failure to recognize Chu Fei could mean that Han Jinlong deliberately withheld this information from him. Regardless of your identity, I have already revealed all I know. Feel free to ask me anything further. Han Tian had lost all hope. Having been brought here, he surmised that Han Jinlong would not squander resources to extricate him. It was better to disclose all the secrets he held. Perhaps this would afford him a chance at survival. You are rather forthright. However, I have already learned what I need to know. Now, I present you with a choice. You can serve as a witness, and I will take you to the Han family to hold them accountable. Acknowledge that all of this was coerced by Han Jinlong. Afterward, I will set you free. Chu Fei spoke calmly. Han Tian regarded him with some astonishment. He wondered what power this individual possessed to challenge the Han family. With the Long family now defunct, the Han, Feng, and Yun families were regarded as the three major clans of the capital. Aside from the other two families, only a select few powerful figures could contend with them. Very well, on the condition that I remain alive until I meet Han Jinlong. Han Tian understood his precarious position. He was but a discarded pawn, of little value. You need not worry. I assure you that you will remain alive until your encounter with Han Jinlong. However, I have one more question for you. As a collateral member of the Han family, is there any collaboration between your family and the Feng family? Han Tian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He was merely a collateral member and had no authority to know such matters. Those were controlled by the direct line of the family. They were only tasked with eliminating obstacles. Since you are unaware, I shall not press you further. Dajuan, keep a close watch on him with that. Chu Fei turned and departed. After Chu Fei left, Han Tian regarded Zhao Dajuan with curiosity. Who exactly is he? Zhao Dajuan smirked coldly. You do not even recognize the infamous Chu Yanwang? Han Jinlong sent you here. Truly a death sentence. Upon hearing this, Han Tian's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the man he faced was indeed Chu Yanwang. And no wonder Han Jinlong had been reluctant to disclose this. Who would dare to provoke him? Stepping outside the holding room, Chu Fei took out his phone and called his uncle, Yun Wu. Uncle, I've captured the individual. He is a collateral member of the Han family. Named Han Tian. I plan to send him to the military district by special aircraft tomorrow, and I would appreciate your assistance in receiving him. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Yun Wu's face. Excellent. This time, I shall see what Han Jinlong has to say. By the way, have the live specimens begun testing? What are the results? At this question, Chu Fei hesitated for several seconds. The results of the experiments were still uncertain, but the observable effect was that the subjects exhibited several times the strength they previously possessed. If his assumptions were correct, the stronger the individual's physique, the better the effects, and vice versa. Uncle, the experimental results are not yet available. At the latest, we should have them in 3 days. However, the visible effect is an enhancement of physical strength. As for any additional benefits, further testing is required. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Yun Wu's face. This effect is akin to that of a stimulant. However, stimulants have certain side effects, and their efficacy does not compare to this. I understand. If all goes well, I should be able to visit in 3 days, bringing the third batch of live specimens with me. After a brief conversation, Chu Fei hung up. At that moment, Zhao Dajuan emerged from the holding room. Team leader Chu, he began. Chu Fei contemplated for a moment before continuing. If any high-ranking military officials inquire about him upon our arrival in the capital, inform them that this is my directive. Without my permission, anyone attempting to take him will be shot on the spot. Chapter 115. Maintain a low profile. However, just as they were en route, Chu Fei received a call from Su Hui. Hello, Brother Chu. It's me, Xiao Hui. Chu Fei was taken aback by Su Hui's call. As it had been quite some time since the young man had reached out, it was evident that he had encountered trouble. However, given his status, there should be few who dared to provoke him in Jiangnan. Right? Yes, it's me. What's the matter? Upon hearing Chu Fei's voice, Su Hui nearly burst into tears. Brother, I've been beaten up. The people around him are formidable, and I am no match for them. He even claimed that no matter who I bring, he will deal with them. He said that in this small place of Jiangnan, even the so-called number one figure would have to bow to him. Chu Fei was somewhat surprised by this revelation. It indicated that the assailant was not from Jiangnan, but rather hailed from elsewhere, possibly even from the capital, where members of the Han and Feng families were not uncommon. Su Hui might have provoked someone from either of those families. All right, where are you? I'm on my way. Chu Fei inquired. At the Zue Yuqing bar. Hearing the name of the bar, Chu Fei paused briefly. Wasn't that the place where he and Su Hui had their first encounter? At that time, Su Hui had been contemplating how to flirt with Feng Qing. Understood. He ended the call and instructed the taxi driver, take me to Zue Yuqing. Got it? Meanwhile, at Zue Yuqing, Feng Qihong lounged in a booth, casually resting his legs while embracing two women. His hands wandered restlessly over their ample curves. The two women appeared to be enjoying themselves, occasionally feeding him fruit from the table. Standing nearby were two bodyguards clad in black suits. As for Su Hui, he had been thrown out of the bar, crouched by the roadside with bruises adorning his face, wincing in pain. He understood that the bodyguards were not the sort his small group could handle. Such individuals could only be dealt with by his older brother. Damn it. Just you wait. When my brother arrives, I'll make him pay. Su Hui clutched his face, grimacing in pain, as his companions could only stand by helplessly. After a brief wait, a taxi pulled up in front of them. Chu Fei stepped out and spotted Su Hui and his friends crouched by the road. What happened to you? He was taken aback. Observing Su Hui's battered appearance, brother, you finally made it. If you had delayed any longer, I might have had to confront that scoundrel myself. Su Hui winced as he covered his injured face, his expression full of grievance. I never expected there would be someone you wouldn't dare to confront here in Jiangnan. Quite intriguing. Let us head inside. I want to see who it is. With that, Chu Fei led Su Hui and his friends towards the bar. As they pushed open the door, a bottle came crashing down at their feet. Get lost. This place is booked for the night. Chu Fei looked up to see that the entire bar was nearly empty. Save for the largest booth where only 3 individuals remained. One man was embracing 2 women, flanked by 2 bodyguards behind him. However, Chu Fei was somewhat taken aback. After all, the individual seated in the booth was not unfamiliar to him. On the contrary, they had crossed paths before. Kid, you're finished? My elder brother has arrived. Su Hui shouted towards Feng Qihong. At that moment, Feng Qihong slowly lifted his gaze towards the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Fei, his expression changed dramatically. You again. He could hardly fathom that Chu Fei would appear here. This time, his family had sent him to Jiangnan to oversee a family business. The family had established a new branch here, while he himself was aimlessly idling in the capital. To test him, the family had deliberately assigned him a company to manage and develop. Is this so strange? Yet you, on the other hand, are quite arrogant. You dare to strike my little brother? As Chu Fei spoke, he had already led Su Hui and others towards Feng Qihong. The latter could only sit there in silence, unsure whether to rise or remain seated. He understood that this was someone he could not provoke. After all, his third uncle had warned him before. Avoid provoking him if possible. This fellow's background was somewhat intimidating. This is a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Feng Qihong forced a stiff smile. I believe your mother, Su Hui shouted, pointing a finger at Feng Qihong's nose. In response, the 2 bodyguards behind Feng Qihong instinctively took a step forward. However, Chu Fei suddenly raised his head. His icy gaze fixated on them. If I were you, I wouldn't move. At that moment, the 2 bodyguards felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. The murderous intent in his eyes was reminiscent of someone emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. For a fleeting moment, neither bodyguard dared to budge. They had no doubt that if they advanced a single step further, this man would send them flying. So, what do you want? Feng Qihong gritted his teeth, glaring intently at Su Hui. The next second, Su Hui raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Slap! The resounding slap left Feng Qihong dazed. Seeing their young master being struck, the bodyguards instinctively moved forward. Yet, they were met with a kick from Chu Fei. Bang bang. With 1 kick each, they were sent sprawling. I told you. Don't move, do you not understand? At that moment, the 2 bodyguards could only lie on the ground in agony, clutching their chests. The gap in strength was too vast. Is it pleasurable? Just a moment ago, you struck me like this. Su Hui, not satisfied with merely slapping him, lifted his leg and kicked Feng Qihong in the stomach. This time, Feng Qihong could no longer hold back and retaliated with a punch to Su Hui's face. However, Chu Fei did not intervene. After all, Feng Qihong was nothing more than a worthless individual with no fighting capability. If Su Hui couldn't even defeat him, then he was unworthy of being his subordinate. Bang bang bang. The 2 exchanged blows, each landing hits upon the other. Fortunately, Su Hui had grown up in brawls and quickly subdued Feng Qihong, pinning him to the ground and raining down blows upon him. Slap, slap, slap. A series of sharp slaps resounded against Feng Qihong's face. After 3 to 4 minutes of this, Su Hui finally ceased, his hands red from the exertion. Meanwhile, Feng Qihong's face had swollen, blood frothing from his mouth. He seemed to want to say something, but the pain rendered him mute. At that moment, Chu Fei slowly regarded him. Next time, remember, in Jiangnan, there are some individuals you cannot provoke, understand? One must remain low-key. Otherwise, you will be beaten. Chapter 116. The bounty list. Eventually, Feng Qihong was assisted out of the bar by the 2 bodyguards, while Su Hui, with a face smeared in blood, wore an expression of elation. Elder brother, it's all thanks to you. Come, elder brother, I toast to you. I'll drink, you do as you please. Su Hui seized a bottle of beer from the table, bit down crack, and downed it in one go. All right, you and your little brothers enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. If anything comes up next time, give me a call. Also, if it isn't necessary, don't provoke that fellow from earlier. His family background is not simple. While he may not dare to confront me, dealing with you and your father would be considerably easier. The influence of the Feng family is not to be underestimated. Perhaps the other party would not dare to act against him, but for Su Hui, it would be a different story. It could be accomplished with just a word. However, I imagine that fellow will refrain from troubling Su Hui after this incident. Understood, elder brother. By the way, elder brother, I heard from my father that recently, quite a number of foreign individuals have come to Jiangnan. It appears they are not here for tourism. Upon hearing Su Hui mention this, Chu Fei's brow furrowed slightly. A large influx of foreign individuals. Although countries currently maintain a facade of cordiality, with many people traveling abroad, a sudden influx of foreigners in Jiangnan is indeed unusual. Is that so? I see. You all drink up. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Chu Fei waved his hand and turned to exit the bar. Just as he reached the door, he pulled out his phone to call Su Lin. Director Su, do you have a moment? The voice on the other end instantly turned respectful upon recognizing Chu Fei's voice. Ah, Mr. Chu, I happen to be free right now. What can I assist you with? After pondering for a moment, Chu Fei slowly replied. I heard from Su Hui that a considerable number of foreign individuals have entered recently. Is that true? Su Lin was momentarily taken aback, surprised. Mr. Chu, you know my son? He had no prior knowledge of this. Yes, I know him. We have a good relationship. Upon hearing this, Su Lin's face broke into a wide smile. What a clever boy. He has managed to establish a connection with Mr. Chu without making a fuss. If I hadn't known he was always getting into trouble, I would have never guessed he had such capabilities to associate with you. Ah, Mr. Chu, my son is a decent fellow. Please look after him in the future. As for the earlier matter, what my son mentioned is indeed true. Recently, through the aviation department, we've learned that a considerable number of foreign friends have entered, numbering around 40, and only across 2 flights. Over 90% of them are here for tourism, while some are for business dealings. Mr. Chu, is there an issue? Hearing this, Chu Fei's brow furrowed. 40 individuals, while not an unusual number during regular times, is concerning when they arrive on 2 flights. Who would organize a group of over 20 people to tour the Great Xia? Director Su, could I trouble you to retrieve the details of these individuals from the aviation department and send them to me? I suspect their intentions for entering may not be pure. Upon hearing this, Su Lin's expression shifted slightly to Mr. Chu. Are you implying that these individuals are not here for tourism? Chu Fei nodded, refraining from elaborating further. Understood. I will contact the aviation department immediately for the information. After hanging up, Chu Fei contemplated for a moment before calling Liu. Liu was the chief steward of the Chu family and had been residing in the capital. Many matters within the Great Xia were handled entirely by Liu. Young master, a steady voice resonated from the other end of the phone. Li uncle, has the immortal bird family been up to anything lately? In truth, Chu Fei's suspicion was straightforward. His family was embroiled in a conflict with the immortal bird family. Now, with so many foreign individuals entering, it was hard not to suspect that this matter was related to the family. Upon hearing this, Liu fell silent for a moment. After several seconds, he slowly spoke. Young master, initially, the old master instructed me not to inform you. But now that you have grown up, there are some matters you ought to know. The old master is furious and has decisively eliminated one of the opposing factions. This incident has incited dissatisfaction among certain foreign organizations, and the Immortal Bird family has issued a bounty. This is their retaliation against US. In the next instant, Chu Fei's expression turned icy. If he was not mistaken, his name was likely on that bounty list. Those foreign individuals entering the country could very well be targeting him. What about my father? Surely wouldn't just stand by and do nothing? Liu chuckled. Of course not. The old master has already instructed our armed organizations abroad to prepare a strong counterattack against the Immortal Bird family. However, this implies that many foreign individuals will be involved in this matter. So, young master, you must exercise caution while in Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei took a deep breath. His suspicions were confirmed. Understood. Has the matter been resolved? Su Li regarded Chu Fei with curiosity. Of course. Chu Fei nodded casually, picking up the tablet from the table. Well then, today's workload isn't too heavy. During the lunch break, let us visit the hospital to see grandfather. We haven't been there in a few days, and I wonder how his recovery is progressing. Although he had never met his grandfather throughout his life, the bond and sense of kinship stemming from blood ties were undeniable. Certainly, here's the revised translation. Good. Upon witnessing his nod, Su Li resumed her bustling activities. Meanwhile, Chu Fei picked up his tablet and entered a familiar web address. The webpage soon materialized before him. And in the next moment, the display took on a sinister appearance, awash with hues of black and crimson. Exuding a palpable air of bloodshed, he logged into his account and opened a bounty list. A familiar photograph caught his eye. Below it lay a personal introduction. Name: Chu Tianquang, bounty amount, 1 billion USD, location, Doppler Island, Chapter 117. Breaking the rules. How generous with the expenditure. A chilling smile graced Chu Fei's lips. To counter his father, the bounty had soared to a staggering $1 billion. Had he been an adversary, he would have been tempted long ago. Completing this job would ensure a lifetime free from financial worries. With a casual swipe downwards, he encountered another photograph. Yet, the image depicted was his own name, Chu Fei, only son of Chu Tianquang, alias Chu Yanwang. Bounty amount, 900 million USD. Location: Southern Great Xia. His eyes narrowed slightly. He never anticipated finding himself on the list. Clearly, the other party had come well prepared, intent on eliminating his entire family. He scrolled down further, a man with a rugged beard and sharply defined features. His golden hair glinting appeared on the bounty list. Name: Olian. Title: The Grim Reaper. Bounty amount: 870 million USD. Location: Unknown. Those providing accurate coordinates will receive a reward of 10 million USD. Olian? A faint smile crossed Chu Fei's face. He hadn't expected this old rival to be on the list as well. During a solo mission abroad, he had encountered this individual. Not to mention, their strengths were nearly equal. Thus, they had mutually decided to ignore one another and walked away. Yet, 3 years later, it seemed Olian had inadvertently crossed someone, landing him on the bounty list. He continued to scroll down a few more times. Among the top 10 on the bounty list, aside from 2 foreigners, 8 were from his own circle. This included their chief steward, Liu, and even his mother, all listed, with bounties exceeding 1 million each. Excellent, truly excellent. A cold scoff escaped Chu Fei's lips. Glancing at his account, which still held over $2 billion, he decided to unleash a bombshell upon them. Without delay, he contacted the administrator of the bounty list. Thousands of kilometers away, in a luxurious villa, a golden-haired man was perusing the bounty list, his mouth agape in astonishment. This time, the Chu family was likely facing significant trouble. He muttered to himself, preparing to shut down his computer for a much-needed rest. Given the late hour of 11 o'clock, however, a sudden message halted his actions. Stunned, he opened the message page. Upon seeing the sender's avatar, he was momentarily dumbfounded and gasped, "My heavens, Chu Yanwang? Chu Yanwang? Indeed, Bruce, I wish to post a bounty. Is that all right? You guessed correctly. 0.5% of the commission has already been transferred to your account. Take a look." Bruce was taken aback, glancing at his phone. To his astonishment, an additional $100 million had mysteriously appeared in his account. Chu, have you lost your mind? A $20 billion bounty? Do you realize the consequences of this action? It is essential to note that whoever posts a bounty must pay a 5% commission. And the larger the bounty, the greater the commission. However, up until now, the highest bounty had merely reached $10 billion. Although there was no set limit, in everyone's minds, $10 billion was the ceiling. I am fully aware of the consequences. Besides, You Haven Tea set a limit, have you? So let it be posted. Bruce inhaled deeply, hastily sipping his coffee. He understood that once he posted this amount, mercenaries from around the globe would go into a frenzy. As the leader of the immortal bird family, Amp would undoubtedly not remain idle. Chew, have you thought this through? Once posted, it will not come down unless the task is completed. He was well aware of the rules of the bounty list. Go ahead and post it. After a few moments of hesitation, Bruce opened the administrator page. After considerable contemplation, he uploaded Amp's photograph, name, bounty amount, and location to the list. Chew, it's done. Chu Fei closed the message page and refreshed the bounty list. In the next moment, a foreign elder, over 60 with graying hair, appeared at the top of the list. He looked no different from an ordinary person, yet his eyes radiated a chilling coldness. Consider this my greeting gift to you all. Chu Fei murmured to himself. As the bounty list refreshed, the world fell into madness. Zhang Nanhai. On a private island. What the hell? Has this person lost his mind? $20 billion for Amp? In a base somewhere in Iraq. What? $20 billion? Who is this person? Has he lost his mind? In a humble wooden hut in the countryside of Syria. My heavens. This is an earth-shattering gamble. Quickly, prepare the fighter jets and secure a dedicated flight route. Armed to the teeth. I must claim that 20 billion bounty. Similar sentiments echoed across the globe. Some watched the spectacle unfold, while others armed themselves, ready to take action. Most dangerously, those with grievances against the immortal bird family, even without a bounty list, would have fought fiercely. Now, with the bounty list established, it was as if they had been injected with adrenaline, filled with excitement and fervor. As long as they could present the heads of their targets to the bounty list administrator for verification, they would receive that $20 billion. Such wealth would afford them a lifetime of luxury anywhere in the world. Meanwhile, on a certain remote island abroad, heavily fortified with various weapons and secondary air defense systems, attacking here would be akin to storming a military fortress. In an opulent room, a man's furious roar reverberated. Who is it? Get me Bruce on the line. I must know who this person is that dares to violate the rules of the bounty list. I will kill him. Chapter 118. Chu Tianquang departs on Doppler Island, the Chu family's defensive stronghold. Within a quaint courtyard, Chu Tianquang was intently gazing at the tablet in his hands. A smile gracing his face. The bounty list displayed was once topped by him, but now it had been usurped by Amp, the leader of the immortal bird family. This little brat sure knows how to stir up trouble. However, this was not without its merits, as it spared him considerable hassle. $20 billion was merely a drop in the bucket for the Chu family. Yet, the higher the price he set, the more the other side would feel compelled to raise their bounty. It would devolve into a pointless price war, benefiting only the mercenaries. Should they inadvertently succeed in their missions, the rewards would far outweigh the risks they undertook. There's nothing worth seeing here. Put it away. Yunyu, seated beside Chu Tianquang, gently took the tablet from his hands, her gaze filled with concern for him. Hearing his wife's words, Chu Tianquang lifted his head towards the azure sky. Inhaling the faint scent of the seed, a relieved smile graced his face as he remarked, You wouldn't understand. Otherwise, do you think my ancient martial arts came from nowhere? However, there is a prerequisite. Xiao Fei's abilities must gain their acknowledgement. If he fails to meet their standards, then Xiao Fei will be obliterated. In their eyes, only pure bloodlines are worthy of mastering ancient martial arts. The fate of those who attempt to learn clandestinely is death. At this point, Chu Tianquang let out a soft sigh. I have already entrusted everything to Brother Su. This place is ultimately not our territory. We have attracted too many enemies. Tears shimmered in Yunyu's eyes. Her gaze filled with reluctance. Chu Tianquang tightly embraced her. Yunyu remained silent, merely holding onto him tightly. After a long while, he finally released her. At that moment, the steward entered the courtyard. Sir, the plane is ready. Upon hearing this, Yunyu grasped Chu Tianquang's hand tightly, shaking her head vigorously. Yet, Chu Tianquang gently extricated himself from her grasp, his eyes filled with unwavering confidence as he looked at her. Trust me. In the end, with a heavy heart, Yunyu released her hold. After watching him exit the courtyard, she quietly began to weep. Hearing her sobs, Chu Tianquang's footsteps faltered momentarily, but quickly, he hastened his pace. I am sorry. This time, I am merely fighting for you and the little brat a chance to survive, he murmured, Before boarding the plane, at Kiao Company, Su Li stretched lazily, finally done with her tasks. Let us go see Grandpa. Chu Fei set down his tablet and nodded. The two drove to the military hospital in the ward. Sun Yining was already able to get out of bed and walk around. Indeed, the recovery ability of individuals who engage in regular exercise is unparalleled by that of the average person. Grandfather, Master. Chu Fei and Su Li pushed open the door to the hospital room. Carrying an assortment of fruit, I thought you two had forgotten about your grandfather. And you rascal, still dare to call me master? Shouldn't you consider a change in address? Upon hearing this, the expression on his face darkened immediately. Master! The generational gap is too significant. It feels inappropriate. Sun Yining, seated by the bedside, looked at him with eyes full of mirth. Is that so? Under the piercing gaze of his master, Chu Fei relented. Grandfather! Sun Yining nodded in satisfaction. Su Li sat beside them, peeling an apple for Sun Yining while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Meanwhile, Chu Fei observed, interjecting occasionally. When the discussion turned to the groundbreaking research of the medication developed at Su Li's laboratory, a flicker of surprise crossed Sun Yining's eyes. Especially upon learning about its effects, his expression turned grave. He understood deeply how crucial such a substance could be for a warrior. If this were to appear on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly be a formidable presence. Dear, the effects of this substance must not be disclosed to anyone. Remember? Under no circumstances should it be allowed to leak. Otherwise, it could bring about dire consequences. Sun Yining spoke with a heavy tone. Why, grandfather? The purpose of my research on this medication was merely to extend the lifespan of the elderly. Sun Yining shook his head. Just as Xiao Fei mentioned earlier, this medication significantly enhances various capabilities of the human body. But have you considered what catastrophic consequences might arise if such a substance were to find its way onto the battlefield? Upon hearing his master's words, Chu Fei's complexion also shifted. Indeed, if this substance were to manifest on the battlefield, the aftermath would be utterly unimaginable. With the same number of troops and equipment, but one side armed with this medication, each soldier would be as invigorated as if fueled by a stimulant. Charging into battle would be effortless, and even the recoil from firearms would feel negligible. The outcome is all too evident. However, Su Li attempted to say something further, only to be interrupted by Chu Fei. Xiao Li, heed your grandfather's words. He speaks the truth. This substance must not enter the public market. Chu Fei's expression turned serious. Su Li, somewhat disappointed, nodded in acquiescence. Very well, but the specific results remain to be seen. We shall await the outcomes before proceeding. I shall step out for a moment with that. Su Li rose and exited the room. After her departure, Sun Yining turned to Chu Fei and said, You scoundrel, if this substance truly proves effective, I want to be the first to try it. Even if it means acquiring it through dubious means, you must secure a dose for me, understand? Chu Fei anticipated his master would express such a desire. Understood. However, we must wait for the results to materialize first. By the way, master, how well do you know about the Phoenix family? Chapter 119. The Origins of the Phoenix Family. The Phoenix. Have you gotten entangled with them? Upon hearing Chu Fei's words, Sun Yining's brow furrowed slightly. The Phoenix family is a vast entity abroad, controlling numerous high-profile enterprises, and many officials overseas owe their rise to this family's backing. These individuals wield significant influence over numerous clans, if they so wished. They could easily orchestrate a change in leadership for an entire nation. I did not provoke them. They approached me. Chu Fei chuckled with resignation. On the black market, both my father and I hold the top 2 spots on the bounty list. Later, I placed the leader of the Phoenix family, Amut, on the list for a bounty of $2 billion. Sun Yining's eyes nearly popped out upon hearing this. It took him several seconds to regain his composure. You impudent boy. You are truly too arrogant to be doing this. You are effectively breaking the unspoken rules. Do you understand? If you can place a bounty of $2 billion, can they not place one of $30 billion? Chu Fei chuckled, letting them do as they please. If they set such a high price, and it turns out to be a futile endeavor, I shall find it amusing. Sun Yining shook his head in exasperation at his attitude. Do you know why they are called the Phoenix family? When asked this question, Chu Fei shook his head. In his understanding, the so-called phoenix is akin to the mythical creature, the Fenghuang. The phoenix is known for its ability to be reborn from ashes, growing stronger with each resurrection. Noticing his ignorance, Sun Yining finally began to explain. In truth, The Phoenix family represents generations of lineage. As far as I know, the Phoenix family has existed for several centuries, ensuring the purity of their bloodline through internal marriages. Some among them possess astonishing intelligence and outrageous combat prowess. Of course, intermarriage also carries a significant downside, often resulting in the birth of abnormalities. Individuals who are neither fully human nor fully ghostly, akin to monsters. However, such talents are the most terrifying. Upon hearing his master's explanation, Chu Fei slightly parted his lips. So, the Phoenix family reproduces in this manner? Any rational person understands that consanguineous marriages can lead to deformities. Moreover, there is a high probability of producing individuals with intellectual disabilities. Yet, the Phoenix family defies this expectation. The children they bear possess extraordinary intelligence and innate abilities far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. It is no wonder they are referred to as the Phoenix. Thus, there are very few families in the world capable of contending with them. I am aware that your family is currently in opposition to them. However, to put it bluntly, your Chu family has only risen for a few decades. How can you possibly challenge a family that has existed for hundreds of years? If they truly wish to annihilate the Chu family, it would take no more than 3 days. Hearing this, Chu Fei felt a surge of defiance. Then why have they not taken action? Ever since his childhood, he had known that the family was in conflict with the Phoenix family. According to his master's words, the opposing side could eliminate the Chu family at any time. Being countered by Chu Fei, Sun Yining promptly fell silent. There are some matters he preferred not to divulge to this young man. Perhaps they are also wary of your Chu family's hidden trump cards. Who knows what formidable weapons your family might possess? Sun Yining quipped. Chu Fei absorbed his words but sensed an underlying unease. It seemed as though his master's statement held deeper meaning, but he could not pinpoint the issue. What are you two discussing? Sun Yining chuckled. We were just pondering what names to bestow upon my great-grandson or great-granddaughter. If it's a boy, perhaps Chu Qianfan would be a fine choice, and if a girl, then Chu Moi would be lovely. What do you think, grandfather? Upon hearing this, Su Li's cheeks flushed. Grandfather, what are you saying? Sun Yining laughed heartily. Isn't this an inevitability? In just a few more months, I shall be able to hold my great-grandchild. The mere thought brings me such joy. Ha ha ha. Observing his master's exuberance, Chu Fei felt a mix of amusement and resignation. Perhaps such uncomplicated thoughts are the essence of old age. After spending the afternoon in the hospital conversing with Sun Yining, they finally took their leave as the sun set. On the road back to the villa, Su Li, with a slight blush, turned to Chu Fei and said, I have a question for you. What is it? Do you prefer boys or girls? Su Li gazed at him nervously. Well, of course that I like both. Ideally, a pair of twins, one of each, would be splendid. Hee hee. Chu Fei grinned mischievously. However, in this day and age, it is quite rare for someone to conceive twins. You dream big, Su Li retorted playfully. But if it were to be one, I hope it is a girl. After all, every man dreams of having a warm little companion, and I am no exception. Chu Fei chuckled. The ultimate dream of a man is indeed to have a caring little companion. But what if Su Li's words were cut short as Chu Fei slammed the brakes suddenly? The tires screeched against the pavement, leaving a long mark on the road. Su Li was startled, unable to comprehend the situation. In the next moment, Chu Fei abruptly leaned over, pressing Su Li's head down. The following instant, bang! A terrifying sound erupted in their ears. The glass shattered, forming a gaping hole. Fortunately, it did not completely shatter. However, the bullet had already penetrated the glass. Striking the vehicle, Chu Fei kicked the steering wheel. Propelled by the force, he slid over to Su Li's side. He swiftly opened the car door. Get out! Su Li remained in a state of shock, not fully grasping what was happening. Seeing this, Chu Fei had no choice but to shield her with his body. Hurry, get out! It was only at his urgent command that Su Li snapped back to reality and hurriedly exited the vehicle. Yet, the second bullet followed swiftly, bang! This shot shattered the glass. Chu Fei felt a sharp pain in his side. Blood gushed forth. He quickly exited the car, pulling Su Li to take cover behind it. Fortunately, a large truck approached, providing cover beside their vehicle. Observing this, Chu Fei seized the opportunity to drag Su Li into a nearby clothing store. A long trail of blood marked the ground beneath him. Chu Fei, without a moment's hesitation, extracted his phone and dialed Jiaodajuan. Southeast Road. There are individuals armed with heavy weaponry. Dispatch helicopters immediately. Hurry. Chapter 120. Su Shashan. Jiangnan Combat Zone Division. Zhao Dajuan, just about to indulge in dinner, received Chu Fei's call. Initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. Bring me helicopters, now, at once. However, a woman's sobbing voice soon echoed from the other end. Chu Fei, wake up, wake up. What has happened? Why is there so much blood? At the sound of her words, Zhao Dajuan's heart plummeted. It was over. Captain Chu had been attacked and injured. Yet, this was the territory of the Great Xia, and Captain Chu was now the leader of the Dragon Team. What audacious individual would dare to assault the leader of the Great Xia's Dragon Team? Was this not a death wish? Bring me 3 combat helicopters, ready at once. I want those responsible to pay in blood. Target: Southeast Road. Move swiftly. In a mere 3 minutes, 3 combat helicopters soared towards Southeast Road. Meanwhile, the pedestrians on the street had already been gripped by terror. This was likely the first time in their lives they had encountered a genuine armed assault. Inside a nearby clothing store, the employees were paralyzed with fear, covering their mouths tightly to stifle any sound. Suli crouched nearby, her eyes brimming with tears, disregarding her blood-soaked clothes as she desperately attempted to lift Chu Fei. However, being pregnant and naturally weaker, how could she possibly lift a man weighing 140 pounds and standing at 6 feet tall? She barely managed to raise one of his arms, but the weight forced her to collapse to the ground. Then, she turned her gaze to the nearby sales clerk. Please, I beg you, help me. Tears streaming down her face, her eyes pleaded with the clerk. Yet, the terrified clerk recoiled, her expression filled with rejection. Despair washed over Suli as she struggled to steady her racing heart. With trembling hands, she lifted Chu Fei's shirt. Beneath it lay a wound larger than a thumbprint. Even penetrating through to the back, she could only press her hand against the wound, attempting to stem the flow of blood. But this effort was futile. It merely delayed the inevitable. Suddenly, she remembered the need to call for emergency assistance. Yet, her hands were too occupied. She could only place her hopes on the clerk. Could you please help me make an emergency call? The clerk, regaining her composure amidst the horror, nodded shakily and took out her phone to dial. Hello? Southeast Road, Perfect Clothing Store. Someone is severely injured and unconscious. Please send help. Suli watched through tear-filled eyes, murmuring a heartfelt thank you. At that moment, Chu Fei's breathing had grown weak, and his heartbeat slowed significantly. Having lost too much blood, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Without urgent medical intervention, he risked going into shock and dying from blood loss. On a distant rooftop, 2 men with blonde hair and blue eyes wore expressions of grim determination. Damn it! His vehicle was modified. The windows are standard bulletproof glass. I didn't expect him to evade the first shot. The second shot hit him because he was protecting that woman. But with the bulletproof glass, he is likely only severely injured. With prompt medical aid, his life is not in jeopardy. The man who had fired the shot spoke coldly. The other man took a deep breath. We should leave now. It will be considerably more challenging to eliminate him from here on. Nodding in agreement, the two turned and descended the rooftop. Just a minute after their departure, 3 combat helicopters appeared overhead, each filled with soldiers clad in military green. Armed with heavy weaponry, their faces icy. Zhao Dajuan, spotting the damaged Maybach and a long trail of blood leading into the clothing store, swiftly slid down the helicopter's rope and dashed towards the store. Upon entering, he beheld the bloody Chu Fei and the weeping Suli. Sister-in-law. He hurriedly approached to support Suli, then checked Chu Fei's carotid pulse. Sighing with relief at the faint heartbeat, he reassured her. Do not worry, I will get Captain Chu to the Combat Zone Hospital immediately. He waved to summon assistance, directing them to transport Chu Fei and Suli to the hospital. The helicopters swiftly departed, one carrying Chu Fei while the other provided escort. Seal off a radius of 1,000 meters. Anyone who dares to leave will face my wrath. Bring me 1,000 personnel from the division. Not even a mosquito shall escape. After issuing his orders, Zhao Dajuan promptly contacted the chief of the Jiangnan police. In an instant, the entire Jiangnan was in an uproar. Many were informed of the shooting incident, even stirring the military into action. All individuals and vehicles within a 1,000-meter radius of Southeast Road were sealed off to the Combat Zone Hospital. Chu Fei was rushed into the operating room. Outside, Suli sat on a bench, her eyes devoid of focus. Even now, she had no inkling of who had attempted to attack Chu Fei. After sitting in silence for more than 10 minutes, She finally began to regain her composure. Wiping her tears, she wearily made her way to Su Ninying's hospital room. Inside, Su Ninying lay in bed, scrolling through a list on the dark web. Suddenly, the door swung open, and his eyes widened in shock at the sight of Su Li, bloodied and distressed. "Child, what has happened?" He could not fathom why she was covered in blood. They had only been apart for an hour. "Grandfather!" Su Li seemed to find solace in his presence, collapsing by the bedside and weeping uncontrollably. Su Ninying's heart quaked as he pieced together the situation. Surely, Chu Fei would not have allowed Su Li to come alone. But where was he now? "Child, do not cry. Tell grandfather what occurred." Chu Fei. Chu Fei was shot. He is currently in the operating room. Su Ninying's expression shifted to one of alarm. Those people are audacious enough to shoot in the Great Xia, attempting to assassinate the leader of the Dragon Team? In the next instant, a chilling resolve washed over Su Ninying's face. "Very well. If I, the old leader, do not intervene, it seems they have forgotten my former reputation," he muttered to himself before logging into the dark web. Upon accessing his account, an ominous title appeared: Su Shashan. Chapter 121. Out of danger, Su Li, ultimately too exhausted, fell asleep on a nearby hospital bed beside Su Ninying. Meanwhile, Su Ninying's face was cold as he manipulated his phone. The screen displayed content from the dark web. His account had limited funds, only 700 million yet. Without hesitation, he allocated all his resources to a bounty. Instantly, several high-ranking members of the Undying Bird family appeared on the bounty list. Furthermore, his message notifications began to flood in, signaling that many were inquiring about him. Once he completed these tasks, he exhaled deeply. Closing the website as he gazed at his granddaughter, who had collapsed in exhaustion, his expression softened with tenderness. His heart ached for her. Should anything happen to Chu Fei, he would not let the Undying Bird family escape unscathed. He was prepared to utilize his most formidable trump cards. Slowly, he exited the hospital room and made his way to the operating room's floor. After waiting for nearly 5 hours, the clock approached 3 a.m. Finally, the lights in the operating room blazed to life, and several doctors emerged, visibly fatigued. Upon spotting Su Ninying waiting at the door, they promptly saluted. "Su Team Leader." Su Ninying waved his hand. "How did it go? Is that kid in any danger?" The lead doctor wore a complex expression. "To be frank, Su Team Leader, Captain Chu's injuries are quite severe. The bullet penetrated his ribcage and damaged his kidney. Recovery may take a considerable amount of time." To put it simply, the doctor's expression shifted, and he leaned closer to Su Ninying's ear to impart a troubling message. Upon hearing this, Su Ninying's eyes widened with shock and disbelief. "Is it truly impossible?" The doctor slowly shook his head. "Unless we replace it with a new one, there is a high chance of complications. However, a replacement carries the risk of rejection, making the surgery highly perilous. Therefore, we will have to wait until Captain Chu regains consciousness to discuss this matter." Upon hearing this, Su Ninying appeared to age several years, his complexion paling. He nodded slowly and turned back toward his hospital room. The doctor sighed deeply, resigned to the reality of Chu Fei's condition. The bullet had penetrated his kidney, leaving a gaping wound, nearly impossible to repair. Their only course of action was to perform basic repairs, suture the wound, and administer a blood transfusion. Beyond allowing Chu Fei's body to heal itself, they had little else to offer. Moreover, the impairment of one kidney is highly likely to hinder Chu Fei's ability to lead a normal physiological life in the future. Tio put it simply, it would render him incapable of fathering children. While many assert that one kidney does not significantly affect regular living, such individuals are often childless. For now, all that can be done is to await Chu Fei's awakening and discern his thoughts on the matter, whether to pursue a transplant or allow for natural recovery. The following day, Su Li awoke from her slumber, startled to find herself lying on a hospital bed without recalling how she got there. Turning her gaze, she met the gentle eyes of Su Ninying. "Silly girl, you're awake?" Su Li's heart instantly sank. "Grandfather, how is Xiao Fei?" She was utterly unaware of when Chu Fei's surgery had concluded and felt a pang of guilt for having slept. She almost wished to slap herself. "Do not fret. This lad is quite fortunate. He is fine. However, he lost a significant amount of blood. After receiving transfusions and having his wounds stitched, his life is no longer in peril. He is in the room next door. If you're concerned, you may go and take a look. He should still be unconscious." Upon hearing this, Su Li hurriedly rose and made her way to the door of the adjacent ward. Peering through the glass, she saw Chu Fei lying on the bed, surrounded by various medical apparatuses, wearing a respirator, still in a state of unconsciousness. Tears welled up in her eyes as she longed to enter and see him. Yet, the nurse stationed nearby gently reminded her, "The patient cannot be disturbed at this moment. I will inform you once he awakens." Listening to the nurse's words, Su Li reluctantly suppressed her yearning, lowering her hand. Observing Su Li's dazed expression, Su Nianying felt a pang of compassion. "Silly girl. He is all right now. By the way, you should change your clothes. Look at yourself." At the reminder from her grandfather, Su Li finally glanced down at herself. Her attire was stained with blood, her hair disheveled, and her face marred with tear streaks. "Rest well and change your clothes. Xiao Fei would surely not want to see you like this, would he?" Su Nianying's words allowed Su Li to finally release the tension that had gripped her heart. "Yes." In response, Su Nianying quickly shook his head. "Silly girl that I'm here. There is nothing to worry about. You should rest today. I estimate this lad will awaken by tomorrow." Meanwhile, in the city, Zhao Dajuan wore a grim expression as he gazed at the weapons in the vehicle, his fists clenched. This was the weapon that had injured Chu Fei. Yet its owner had expertly left no fingerprints behind. Despite the interrogation of thousands, no suspicious individuals had been uncovered. Even the review of nearby surveillance footage would take time. He could not indefinitely seal off the area. Thus, upon the discovery of the weapon by his subordinates, he ordered its release. "Relay the command. Have every precinct in the city work overtime to review the surveillance. If any suspicious individuals are found, arrest them without question. I refuse to believe that in Jiangnan, they can simply escape." He found it perplexing that the assailant seemed to have known Chu Fei's route in advance. No one could ascertain when the perpetrator had concealed themselves atop that building. Moreover, their investigation revealed no one had accessed the rooftop via the building itself, implying that the assailant likely traversed from an adjacent structure using ropes. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in. "Commander, Director Su Lin wishes to speak with you." Chapter 122. "There's a problem. Mention my name, Su Lin." Zhao Dajuan's brow furrowed slightly. Why would the director of a precinct seek him out? He was already entangled in enough trouble. Nonetheless, after a moment's thought, he nodded. "Let him come in." Yes, half a minute later, Su Lin finally stood before Zhao Dajuan. "Greetings, Commander Zhao." Zhao Dajuan waved his hand. "Director Su, there's no need for pleasantries. We are busy with official matters. Please get straight to the point." Su Lin offered an awkward smile, initially intending to flatter. "Actually, Mr. Chu sought my assistance earlier. He had suspicions regarding some foreigners entering the city, so he asked me to gather their information from the aviation department. Before I could relay this to him, he encountered an incident. I suspect this matter may be related to those foreigners." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dajuan's expression shifted dramatically. If Su Lin's words held any truth, then it was highly probable that the foreigners were involved, given that Chu Fei would not seek their information without reason. He must have uncovered something significant. What about the data on those foreigners? Zhao Dajuan inquired urgently. "It's on my phone. I saved it in a document. Would you like me to send it to you now?" Su Lin had not anticipated that this information would prove crucial to the investigation. "Send it over." Zhao Dajuan wasted no time. After a brief glance at the data, a resolution formed in his mind. "Director Su, I have a favor to ask. Why personnel are unsuitable for law enforcement within the city. So I request that your team detain all foreigners who have entered Jiangnan within the past week. NO1 is to be released without my orders. Should anyone resist, feel free to use force without hesitation. I will take responsibility for any fallout." "Understood, Commander Zhao. I will attend to it immediately." As Su Lin prepared to leave, Zhao Dajuan hesitated for a moment before calling out to him. "Director Su, remember to ensure your team is armed. Some of these individuals may be carrying weapons." Suddenly struck by the realization, Su Lin felt a chill. Indeed, it was likely that these foreigners were armed. If so, he could not personally engage. The risk of being killed by criminals was too high, a fate he could not afford. Understood. After that, Su Lin departed. Once Su Lin had left, Zhao Dajuan took a deep breath and dialed a number. "Hello? Commander Liang. I have encountered a situation that may require your assistance." Far away in the headquarters office in the capital, Liang Quan was handling minor matters when he received Zhao Dajuan's call, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. "Dajuan? What's the issue?" After a brief hesitation, Zhao Dajuan recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that Chu Fei had been struck by a sniper, Liang Quan immediately sprang to his feet. What? He was shot. Is he in danger now? Zhao Dajuan let out a bitter laugh. Commander, Chu group leader has escaped life-threatening danger for now. However, he previously sought the local director for information on certain individuals, all of whom are foreigners. I propose we apprehend everyone listed in the data for questioning. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhao Dajuan's request, Liang Quan promptly agreed. Arrest them. Leave no one behind. This is outrageous. To conduct an assassination on our dragon group leader in our territory. These individuals truly lack the will to live. As for the State Department, I will personally explain the situation. Remember, if anything arises, mention my name. I want to see who dares to push their luck. I will ensure they regret it. With the commander's consent, Zhao Dajuan's expression grew grave. Yes, Commander. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. In a luxurious hotel suite in Jiangnan, a blond man smiled at Hanja, who sat across from him. Mr. Han, thank you for your assistance. It is unfortunate that we could not eliminate him. Not at all, Mr. Brian. When you require help, I will naturally oblige. There is an ancient saying in Daxia, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As luck would have it, your target happens to be an enemy of the Han family? Hanja replied, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed as though everything was unfolding according to his design. His father had entrusted this task to him, confident in his ability to resolve it. Coincidentally, he also held an account on the dark web and had noticed Chu Fei listed as a target. This revelation alerted him to the likelihood that the foreigners recently arriving in Jiangnan were. In fact, after Chu Fei, through various connections, he found Brian and True, informing them that if they successfully eliminated Chu Fei, they would be rewarded with an additional $5 million, along with precise intelligence and weaponry. Naturally, Brian and True were eager to collaborate. Haha, the culture of Daxia is indeed profound and far beyond our reach. However, it's regrettable that we failed to kill him this time. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise? Brian expressed his disappointment in their failure to eliminate Chu Fei. Yet, Hanja remained unfazed. Mr. Brian, there is no need for concern. To eliminate him is as easy as turning one's hand. Hanja smiled confidently. In Jiangnan, he had acquired a wealth of information, such as the fact that Chu Fei's fiancée is Su Li, or his cousin Yun Yuelon, or even Wang Xie from the Juanhao group. The connections he had with these individuals were far from simple. Oh, I wonder what other plans Mr. Han has. True, seated across from him, looked at Hanja with a hint of surprise. They could not fathom how this seemingly cultured man could possibly eliminate Chu Fei. No need to rush. As I tell you this, it is impossible for him to recover immediately, right? Upon hearing this, Brian and True exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Given the power of a sniper rifle, even if one were not killed, they would at least lose half their life. Mr. Brian, let us drink. After we finish our drinks, I shall take you on a quest for joy, Hanja said, adjusting his glasses. A perpetual smile gracing his face. The two exchanged knowing looks, understanding each other's intentions. Mr. Han is truly gracious. However, it is our fortune to collaborate with you. To drink. Chapter 123. Finding something to do the next morning, Su Li arrived at the hospital early. She had changed into a clean outfit and was holding a container of hot porridge she had purchased on the street. Upon peering into Chu Fei's hospital room, she found the bed empty. Her expression changed dramatically. She hurried to the nurse's station on the floor to inquire. Excuse me, where is the patient in room 106? The young nurse at the station glanced at Su Li, her face showing surprise. Are you referring to the patient named Chu Fei? Upon hearing this, Su Li nodded vigorously. Yes. The nurse then explained, the patient woke up early this morning and requested to be transferred to room 808 upstairs. 808? Su Li was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that her grandfather's room? She had feared something dangerous had happened to Chu Fei. It turned out he had merely been moved to her grandfather's room. Thank you. After saying this, she took the porridge and headed upstairs. Meanwhile, in room 808, Chu Fei lay on the adjacent bed. The medical equipment he had been tethered to was no longer necessary. Aside from receiving some glucose and anti-inflammatory medication, he merely required a change of dressings. His physical condition was stable. He simply needed to wait for the wounds to heal completely. In fact, there was no need to remove the stitches, as he had been stitched with cosmetic thread, commonly known as flesh thread, which would automatically blend with the surrounding tissue. In this day and age, is there anything more valuable than money? Moreover, those individuals value money over life if they can survive. The price on your head alone would suffice for their entire lifetime. Su Nianying spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, if he were to die, the value of his head alone would reach a staggering $1 billion. Such wealth could tempt many to forsake their lives. Furthermore, those mercenaries were inherently drawn to this line of work. However, he found it curious how his whereabouts had been so accurately tracked by these individuals. Even knowing which car he drove, he could not believe that no one had tipped off the mercenaries. Even if they knew he was in Jiangnan, a city of such vast expanse, locating one person would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The only explanation for their precise tracking was that someone must have leaked information. By the way, Master, what are your thoughts on the Han family? They have been rather audacious of late. I am inclined to take action against them. Chu Fei's demeanor turned icy. The Han family had indeed become increasingly arrogant. Were it not for the evidence he had gathered, they would undoubtedly deny any involvement in the attack on a living target. No, you must not. Su Nianying interjected firmly, cutting off Chu Fei's thoughts. Why not? Chu Fei asked, perplexed. Although General Yang had previously warned him that the Han and Feng families were not to be trifled with, he did not comprehend the specific reasons behind this caution. Su Nianying cast him a sidelong glance. You shall not extract any information from me. For now, you cannot act, even if we must take action. It must be the Yun family that does so, and you can only observe, and no further explanation. Master S. words left Chu Fei feeling helpless. He was uncertain whether his uncle had approached the Han family to seek retribution. Regardless, he had already sent someone over. If not, it would only imply that the Han family's background was far beyond his imagination, certainly not just the three prominent families of the capital. As the two conversed, Su Li pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Li, what brings you here? Chu Fei asked, somewhat surprised to see her. However, Su Li regarded him with fiery anger. Sensing the ire emanating from her, Chu Fei could only offer an awkward smile. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Didn't you buy porridge? Could you share some with me? He surmised that Su Li had likely gone to his previous room, discovered his absence, and was anxious about whether something had happened to him. Now that she learned he had moved, she felt a mix of anger and relief. Not a chance. Starve with that. Su Li walked straight to Su Nianying's side and placed the hot porridge on the table. Grandfather, please have some porridge. Seeing Chu Fei's chagrined expression, Su Nianying could not help but laugh heartily. Looks like you've been put in your place. Serves you right for sneaking off without a word. Ultimately, it was only after Chu Fei apologized that he was able to indulge in the warm porridge. Near noon, Su Li departed for work at the company. Now that Chu Fei was no longer in grave danger, he simply needed to change his dressings regularly. You rascal, surely your health has improved by now? I feel as though I've recovered significantly. I plan to be discharged tomorrow. Would you care to join me? Su Nianying raised an eyebrow at Chu Fei. He had been hospitalized for over half a month, and now his body had healed to a certain extent. Although he was not yet fully recovered, he could move about freely without issue. He merely needed to exercise caution, avoiding strenuous activity, and certainly not engaging in any square dancing like ordinary elderly folk. Of course. What are a few injuries to you? In truth, this injury was trivial to Chu Fei. He had endured far worse injuries in the past. It was merely the recovery time that was longer. Very well, tomorrow, we shall discharge together, grandfather and grandson. And while we're at it, let us find something to do. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Su Nianying's eyes. Sensing the change in his master, Chu Fei realized that she was indeed furious. All right, master, what are your plans? Give me a heads up so I can brace myself? A secret. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Peering through the window, Chu Fei recognized Zhao Dajuan. He waved him in, and Zhao Dajuan entered, carrying a basket of fruit. Team leader Su, Captain Chu. Zhao Dajuan greeted the two with a bow. Dajuan, what brings you here? Zhao Dajuan set down the fruit basket, his expression grave. Captain Chu. I've informed General Yang about yesterday's attack on you. The general is taking this matter very seriously and has instructed me to initiate an investigation. I heard from Director Su that you requested him to gather information on a group of foreigners. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei nodded. Indeed, he suspected a connection between this incident and those individuals. It seems I was not mistaken. The general has ordered me to apprehend all foreigners who entered Jiangnan within the past week. We have already detained 36. There are still 12 for whom we have no leads. Chapter 124. Perhaps a gamble is in order after our thorough examination. we discovered that half of those detained had questionable identities. Therefore, I came to inquire how you, Captain Chu, intend to proceed. After listening to Zhao Dajuan's explanation, Chu Fei's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed that the number of individuals involved exceeded his expectations. Among the 30-plus people, half were likely members of a mercenary organization. His life must be quite valuable if they had traveled such great distances to assassinate him. However, there were still 12 individuals unaccounted for. It was likely that these 36 individuals were not the true perpetrators. The actual assailants must be hiding. For now, we must temporarily detain them. They cannot be released. Some among them may be wanted criminals. Those reckless individuals who dared to come here to assassinate me have certainly been involved in significant terror incidents. And some must be on the international wanted list. If we can identify them, they are as good as dead. Understood, Captain Chu. Zhao Dajuan nodded vigorously. Also, we must quickly locate those remaining 12. The real culprits may very well be among them. Since they dared to act, they must have chosen a secure hiding place. Captain, there's one more thing. During our apprehension, we found that 2 foreigners had arrived in Jiangnan within the past 3 days. And these 2 are under the protection of the Han family. Our personnel were hesitant to act against them. Director Su specifically mentioned this matter to me. Apart from these 2 individuals, the rest are all within the city. It should merely be a matter of time before the apprehension occurs. The Han family? Chu Fei furrowed his brow tightly. Could it be that this incident is also related to the Han family? Do they have such audacity to use their influence to protect 2 outsiders? No matter. Tomorrow, I will personally lead a team to their residence to seize them. I am eager to see who has come from the Han family this time. Since I plan to leave the hospital with my master tomorrow, this matter must be handled by my own hands. Moreover, he had no doubt that once he appeared within the Han family's sight, his position would undoubtedly be exposed. Indeed, Zhao Dajuan rose, bidding farewell to the 2. After Zhao Dajuan departed, Sun Yinying slowly spoke. Do you believe the Han family is involved in this matter? Chu Fei nodded without hesitation. The ability of the other party to pinpoint his location with such precision, coupled with their knowledge of all the individuals around him, leaves only the Feng family aside from the Han family. The Feng family's people should not be audacious enough to oppose the entire nation. However, the Han family is different. Their willingness to dare eliminate the living beings sent by the Yun family signifies their utter fearlessness regarding my identity. I will accompany you tomorrow. It will be a good opportunity to gauge the extent of the Han family's audacity. Meanwhile, far away in the Han family estate in the capital, Han Jinlong looked at Yun Wu with a forced smile. Brother Yun, what do you mean by that? Are you planning to come here to demand an explanation? Beside Yun Wu stood 2 experts, who were currently detaining Han Tian. Han Jinlong, are you attempting to deny your accountability? The individuals you dispatched have been captured by me. Isn't it a bit late to backtrack now? Yun Wu scoffed, reclining casually in his chair. Han Jinlong's eyes narrowed slightly. Brother Yun, that statement is somewhat excessive. What do you mean by the people I sent out? I do not comprehend your muddled words. Yet you, for no apparent reason, have detained a member of my Han family and are contemplating coming here to demand an explanation. Do you believe my Han family is easy to bully? Observing Han Jinlong's demeanor, Yun Wu realized that this man intended to feign ignorance. He remained unfazed, merely gesturing for Han Tian to step forward and clarify. Han Tian took a step forward, a hint of a cold smile flashing in his eyes. Han Jinlong, you cunning old fox. Initially, you sent me to assassinate the living beings sent by the Yun family to Jiangnan. Yet now you refuse to acknowledge it. Are you afraid to own up to your deeds? Han Tian, previously a junior, now boldly addressed Han Jinlong by name. Han Jinlong's expression turned frigid. I know not how many benefits you received from the Yun family that prompted you to bite back. But I can assure you, from this moment forth, there will be no place for you in the entire capital. Including your family and friends, they will certainly face difficulties in the capital. Upon hearing this, Han Tian's expression immediately shifted. His parents were still under the Han family's protection. His death was inconsequential, but his parents were already advanced in age. The implication was clear. Should he dare to betray the Han family? They would show no mercy, even to collateral relatives. You dare threaten my parents and family? Han Tian glared at Han Jinlong, seething with rage, wishing he could charge forward to eliminate this man. I believe you have misunderstood. This is not a threat. I am merely informing you that being someone else's dog is not as easy as you might think. Han Jinlong smirked coldly, reclining in his chair as if he had anticipated the situation unfolding before him. Han Tian's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. He was at a loss regarding what course of action to take. Choosing to oppose the Han family would not only lead to his demise, but also jeopardize his family. Han Jinlong, is this all you are capable of? You refuse to acknowledge your responsibility? No matter, we can go to war. Although my Yun family does not seek trouble, we are certainly not afraid of it. If you refuse to acknowledge your accountability, then there is nothing more to discuss. Let our abilities speak for themselves. With that, Yunwu stood up, preparing to leave. The two bodyguards also began to escort Han Tian out of the Han family estate. However, at that moment, Han Jinlong interjected, "You may leave, but Han Tian must remain. After all, he is a member of my Han family. If you take him away, where will my Han family's face be?" The implication of his words was unmistakable. This was the Han family's estate, brimming with experts. If Han Jinlong did not permit them to leave, it was highly likely they would not escape unscathed. Oh, is that so? I am curious to see how you intend to keep me here. I can unequivocally assure you that if I perish within the Han family estate, within a day, I guarantee your Han family estate will be reduced to rubble. If you do not believe me, let us make a wager. Chapter 125. Sufficient respect. The following noon, Chu Fei and Sun Yenying had changed into a clean set of clothing. They departed from the War Zone Hospital and arrived at the War Zone Division. To alleviate Su Li's concerns, Chu Fei even took the time to call her and explain the situation. "Captain Chu, is there enough manpower?" Zhao Dajuan stood before Chu Fei. Behind him stood 8 armed soldiers, each adorned with serious expressions. These individuals were Zhao Dajuan's trump cards, each capable of standing on their own. While they might not match the members of the Dragon team, they were not far behind. "Sufficient, let us proceed." Chu Fei nodded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dajuan immediately gestured to his men. "Get in the vehicles." 3 military green jeeps sped towards the city. According to Su Lin's subordinates, those 2 foreigners, along with the Han family's people, were residing in the Tianhao Hotel, all in presidential suites. The 3 jeeps headed straight for the Tianhao Hotel without a moment's pause. This moment, in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Tianhao Hotel. "Mr. Han, do you think staying here poses any issues?" Tulu glanced at Hanja with concern. Since yesterday morning, they had been under surveillance by the authorities, who had warned them against leaving the hotel. Otherwise, immediate arrest would ensue. Had it not been for Hanja's presence, they would have undoubtedly been apprehended. Those individuals were evidently well prepared, and they had no suitable weapons at hand for any potential resistance. "Rest assured, with me here, they would not dare take action against you. Besides, they lack evidence. Illegally detaining you would bring them significant trouble." Hanja appeared entirely unconcerned. With the Han family's reputation, even the top figure in Jiangnan would have to give him some respect. If he opposed the arrest, it would be futile even if the top figure from Jiangnan arrived. "Hearing you say that puts us at ease. However, Mr. Han, should we not prepare in advance? Once that individual is discharged, we should act swiftly to eliminate any future troubles," Brian suggested slowly. Upon hearing this, Hanja smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need to rush. Furthermore, I have yet to complete the tasks assigned by my father. Killing Chu Fei is one task. Acquiring a portion of the QE company shares is another. There is a crucial connection between these 2 tasks. Prior to that, I need to use Chu Fei's life in exchange for a portion of the shares. There is no cause for concern, Mr. Brian. He wishes to be discharged, but it will take at least 3 to 5 days. We have ample time to arrange everything." Unbeknownst to Hanja, while they conversed, Chu Fei and Sun Yenying, accompanied by Zhao Dajuan and others, had already arrived at the hotel entrance. The staff downstairs, witnessing the soldiers clad in dark green uniforms disembarking from the vehicles, wore expressions of shock. What on earth was happening? Why were there so many armed soldiers at the hotel? The hotel manager hurriedly emerged, ingratiatingly asking, "Gentlemen, may I inquire what brings you to our humble establishment?" Chu Fei cast an indifferent glance at the hotel manager. Less questioning, more action. The hotel manager, feeling rebuffed, could only seal his lips. It was evident that these individuals were of significant status. Their arrival must pertain to a major undertaking. "Is there anything we can assist you with?" The hotel manager respectfully inquired. Chu Fei pondered for a moment. "You should know which room the Han family's guests are occupying, correct? Hand over the key card." He extended his hand as he spoke. The hotel manager's expression drastically changed, shock evident in his gaze as he looked at Chu Fei. This young man had come to confront the Han family. Did he not fear their retaliation? As the manager of a 5-star hotel, He was privy to many details. He had certainly heard of the Han family, one of the three major families in the capital. Moreover, his boss had instructed him to ensure that the young master of the Han family residing in the presidential suite was well taken care of. This, sir, that may pose some difficulty. May I inquire about your identities? For the sake of safety, he felt compelled to clarify their identities before deciding whether to surrender the keycard. Zhao Dajuan stepped forward, his gaze icy as he regarded the manager, Jiangnan Warzone Division, Chief Commander Zhao Dajuan. Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, the hotel manager's expression transformed entirely. The chief commander of the Warzone Division? A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out upon his forehead. This identity was not one that a mere insignificant figure like him could provoke. Even their boss would have to show deference in the presence of such individuals. Indeed, I shall fetch your keycards right away. After saying this, he promptly approached the front desk and obtained the keycard for the penthouse suite. Once he had the keycard in hand, Chu Fei added, "You would do well to mind your tongue. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear." With that, he and Zhao Dajuan, along with several others, ascended to the top floor via the elevator. 2 minutes later, Zhao Dajuan and the others arrived at the final floor. The rooms here were few, numbering only 5 or 6. After all, not many could afford the luxury of a presidential suite. With nightly rates soaring into the tens of thousands, they stood before room 1. A cold smile played upon Chu Fei's lips. At the entrance stood 2 bodyguards clad in black suits. When the guards spotted Chu Fei and his companions approaching, their expressions shifted instantaneously. "You would do well not to make any sudden movements." Zhao Dajuan raised his weapon, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at the 2 guards. Just as the guards lifted their hands to knock, they hesitated, realizing they did not wish to meet their demise. As Chu Fei reached the door, the 2 guards silently stepped aside, fully aware that they could not impede their advance. He produced the keycard and gently swiped it. Beep. With a crisp sound, the door swung open. Inside, Hanja and Brian were leisurely sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Upon hearing the door open, the trio's gazes snapped towards the entrance. As they recognized the figures entering, they swiftly rose from their seats. However, it did not take long for them to freeze in place, for Zhao Dajuan and the 8 soldiers filed in, each gripping their weapons and aiming them directly at the trio. A glint of coldness flickered in Hanja's eyes. He had not anticipated that Chu Fei would be discharged from the hospital so soon. Yet, judging by his demeanor, it was clear that his injuries had not fully healed. The elderly man beside Chu Fei was also familiar to him, Sun Yinying, the former leader of the Dragon Team. The presence of both the former and current leaders was indeed a show of respect toward him. Chapter 126. Did your father not tell you not to provoke me? Gentlemen, I am at a loss as to your intentions. Have we broken the law? Hanja quickly regained his composure, his gaze icy as it fell upon Chu Fei and the others. Chu Fei regarded Hanja, but in his recollection, there was no memory of this individual. He recognized that he was connected to the Han family, yet the specifics of his identity remained unclear. However, Sun Yinying was not unfamiliar to him. Having served as the leader of the Dragon Team for many years, he was acquainted with all the direct descendants of the 4 prominent families in the capital. If memory served him correctly, this young man before him was Han Jindong's eldest son, Hanja. Sun Yinying stepped forward, casually taking a seat on a nearby sofa. With a beaming smile, he gestured, "Please, make yourselves comfortable." Chu Fei moved beside his mentor, pulling up a chair to sit. Nevertheless, his attention was fixed on Brian and True. Upon entering, he sensed that these 2 individuals were somewhat amiss. Their expressions reflected surprise and shock upon seeing him, as though they believed he should not have been discharged so soon, if nothing unexpected had occurred. These 2 were likely the ones who had attacked him that day. Moreover, their connection to the Han family was evidently significant. No wonder they were so well informed about his whereabouts. It was indeed the Han family's doing. Reflecting on this, a chilling, murderous intent flickered in Chu Fei's eyes as he turned to Hanja, a cold smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Sun Yinying busied himself pouring tea into a cup, taking a delicate sip before exclaiming, "Rich yet not cloying, mellow yet not overwhelming, with a slight bitterness on entry, followed by a sweet finish. What a splendid tea, would you agree, Hanja?" "Master Han?" Hanja chuckled softly. Slightly bowing his head, "Director Su, you flatter me. It is an honor to receive such praise from you." Sun Yinying chuckled in response, then shifted his gaze to Brian and True. His frigid stare instilled a palpable sense of terror in them. They felt an overwhelming impression that, should the elder wish it, he could effortlessly eliminate them on the spot. Even if each were armed with a knife, they would stand no chance against this old man. Master Han, while I am uncertain of your relationship with these two foreigners, they have committed transgressions, and thus I must take them with me. You have no objections, I trust? Upon hearing this, Hanja's eyes narrowed slightly. Yet, he quickly responded with a smile. Director Su, may I inquire as to what crimes my two friends have allegedly committed? Surely, you must have evidence to support your claims. We were merely enjoying tea and discussing business matters. If that is a crime, then I have no further remarks to make. Wouldn't you agree, Director Su? Listening to this explanation, Su Nianying could not help but admire Han Zha's composure. It was evident that he was a strategist of the Han family, able to navigate any situation with ease. However, this time, Su Nianying did not intend to engage in a debate. Master Han, you may have misunderstood something. Su Nianying took another sip of tea, while Hanja replied nonchalantly, Oh? What is it that I have misunderstood? In response, Su Nianying slowly set down his teacup. The next moment, his tone shifted to one of cold authority. Why word is the evidence? Is this acceptable? These words caused Hanja's expression to alter slightly. It seemed that the elder had firmly resolved to take Brian and True away. Otherwise, he would not have spoken with such conviction. Just then, Chu Fei's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his uncle. Xiao Fei, I heard you ran into some trouble. Are you all right? Yunwu had just received news that an assassination attempt had been made on Chu Fei in Jiangnan, and that he had even been shot. Uncle, I'm fine to be by the way. What is the latest on the Han family? At the mention of this, Yunwu chuckled coldly. I called to discuss that very matter. Han Jindong is refusing to take responsibility, even threatening war. I nearly found myself trapped in the Han family. If they hadn't been wary of me, I might not have made it out. Hearing this, Chu Fei's expression turned icy. He had not anticipated that Han Jindong would choose to deny responsibility. This made their intent quite clear. They were prepared for war. The delicate balance of power that had only recently stabilized was likely about to be disrupted once more. By the way, Uncle, do you know Hanja? Chu Fei recalled the young man currently negotiating within the room. From his mentor, he had learned that the individual was named Hanja. What? Did he have a hand in your troubles? Yunwu instinctively connected the dots. Uncertain, Chu Fei shook his head. I cannot yet confirm whether this incident is connected to the Han family. If it is, it suggests that the Han family has long been prepared for conflict. Xiao Fei, Hanja is regarded as the brain of the Han family. He has demonstrated remarkable leadership and cunning from a young age, known for being ruthless. Though he lacks martial prowess, many decisions within the Han family are made by him. It is likely that he will be the next head of the family, and he is Han Jindong's eldest son. Upon hearing his uncle's explanation, Chu Fei's understanding deepened. Hanja was indeed Han Jindong's eldest son, and likely the future head of the Han family. This elucidated much. The attack on him was likely orchestrated with this young man's knowledge. I understand now. Uncle, however, this time, his expression was exceptionally cold. Within the room, silence reigned as all eyes turned to Chu Fei. Hanja smiled faintly, assuming this to be the new leader of the dragon team. Chu Fei. What an honor to meet you, Chu team leader. I am Hanja. It is a privilege to make your acquaintance. A smile graced Chu Fei's lips, yet it was frigid. So it is Master Han, the son of Han Jindong, is it not? Hanja's brow furrowed slightly at the direct mention of his father's name. However, given the current circumstances, he dared not react. Yes. May I inquire if Team Leader Chu has any questions? Chu Fei stepped forward, towering over him. Did your father ever tell you not to provoke me? Hanja's expression shifted, his gaze now filled with shock. Before he could respond, Chu Fei delivered a swift kick to his chest. Bang. The force of the strike sent both Hanja and the sofa careening over a meter away. Clutching his abdomen, Hanja writhed in pain on the floor. Yet, the exertion exacerbated Chu Fei's own injuries, causing his complexion to pale. Nevertheless, he advanced towards Hanja, placing his foot firmly upon his chest. I am Chu Fei, known as the King of Hell. Chu, if I were to end your life right now, do you believe anyone would come to your rescue? Chapter 127. The true Han family. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. Even Su Nianying and Zhao Dajuan regarded Chu Fei with altered expressions. They held no doubt that he would act upon his threat. However, the consequences of such actions would undoubtedly invite the full wrath of the Han family. You insolent brat, Su Nianying scolded, his face darkening. He had initially believed that Chu Fei had lost his composure. There is no advantage in killing Hanja. On the contrary, it would bring about terrifying troubles for them. Stepping onto Hanja's chest, I slowly crouched down, my icy gaze fixed upon him. "Oh, you think anyone will come to your rescue?" I had expected Hanja to display fear or terror in his eyes. However, to Chu Fei's surprise, he wore a disturbingly calm expression. "You dare not." It seemed as though Hanja had anticipated Chu Fei's actions all along. Slap. The response was a resounding slap across Hanja's face, sending his glasses flying to the ground, where they shattered, revealing numerous cracks in the lenses. Chu Fei smiled nonchalantly, and now, Hanja lay on the ground, offering no resistance. "I reiterate, you do not dare to kill me. If you were to do so, you would be unable to bear the consequences. Perhaps you do not comprehend the formidable presence that stands behind me. However, I believe that team leader Su should be aware that I am a genuine direct descendant of the Han family." His calm voice imparted an unusual flavor to Su Nianying. Subsequently, his expression shifted slightly. "You little rascal, stop it with that." He rose and pulled Chu Fei aside. "You cannot kill him now." Chu Fei looked at his master in confusion. Why not? He could not understand why his master forbade him from acting. The Han family had made their stance clear, declaring war against the Yun family, and they had targeted him as well. He wanted to convey to the Han family that not everyone could walk all over him. Yet Su Nianying shook his head slightly, fully aware of the true meaning behind Hanja's words. If he was not mistaken, Hanja had already visited the genuine Han family and had thus become a true direct descendant of the clan. For this reason alone, Chu Fei could not act. Should he kill Hanja, the situation would spiral beyond his control. "Listen to me," Su Nianying urged seriously, gripping Chu Fei firmly. At that moment, Hanja had already risen from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and brushing off the dust from his clothes before retrieving his fallen glasses and putting them back on. He adjusted the frames with his middle and index fingers, then revealed a faint smile. "Team leader Chu, I will remember your kick and slap. You will pay for this. I hope you are prepared. Furthermore, you may take them with you. I will not obstruct you. But I can assure you that the information I provided them regarding your attack does not surprise me in the least." Upon hearing this, Su Nianying's expression changed. Even Zhao Dajuan sensed an unusual undertone. How could the other party openly declare such a thing without fearing immediate reprisal? It was important to note that attacking a significant figure of the state was a capital offense. "You seek death." Chu Fei's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. However, Su Nianying's hand firmly restrained him. He understood Chu Fei's current emotions but knew that acting at this moment was absolutely unwise. "Chu Fei, let him go. I will provide you with a reasonable explanation." Su Nianying's tone was grave. The fact that the other party dared to voice such a statement further confirmed their identity. In response, Hanja merely smiled calmly. "Chu Fei, you should feel fortunate that you did not kill me today. Otherwise, you would come to regret it. Farewell, and when we next meet, I hope you will be stronger." With that, Hanja turned and departed the room, flanked by 2 bodyguards. In front of everyone, he walked away. Chu Fei clenched his fists, his blood boiling with rage. He longed to strike that man down immediately. Had he not shielded Su Li and her unborn child from that bullet, they would have perished. Yet now, his master forbade him from acting. The fury within him could find no outlet. His gaze shifted to Brian and True. You will pay." As he spoke, he broke free from Su Nianying's grasp and charged at the two in a state of extreme anger. Despite his injuries, Chu Fei's physical condition did not hinder his performance. Brian and True stood little chance of retaliation, and they were brutally beaten to the ground, their bones likely shattered in numerous places. After dispatching the two, Chu Fei's mood gradually calmed. He sank into the sofa, picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and took a deep drag before exhaling slowly. "Are you calm now?" Su Nianying observed him and finally spoke. He had refrained from stopping Chu Fei from killing the 2 foreigners precisely to allow him to vent his pent-up anger. "Yes," Chu Fei nodded, his expression still somewhat grim. "It is good that you are calmed. If you wish to know something, just ask. Keeping it from you is not beneficial." With that, he gestured to Zhao Dajuan and the others. "Dajuan, you all may leave for now, and take these 2 corpses with you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dajuan realized that the ensuing conversation was not for him to overhear. He quickly ordered his men to carry the 2 bodies outside before closing the door to the room. Once Xiao Dajuan and the others had departed, Chu Fei looked at his master with confusion. Master, I am curious, what kind of background does the Han family possess? Why did you stop me from acting just now? Chu Fei remained silent, patiently awaiting an answer. Xu Nianying took a deep breath and slowly replied. In the capital, there are 3 prominent families. Aside from the Long family, which your father eradicated, the other 3 are Feng, Yuan, and Han. What they present to the world is merely the fade. You may also consider that there are 2 Han families. One is visible, while the other operates behind the scenes. The truly formidable one is not the Han family in the open, but the genuine Han family that lurks in the shadows. They are the true Han family, just as the Long family. If the Han family truly wished to annihilate them, a single word would suffice. Their power far exceeds your imagination. Chapter 128. Master S. Old Minter. After hearing his master's explanation, Chu Fei stood frozen in place. If this were the case, then the true Han family had yet to reveal itself. No wonder Hanja had the audacity to speak to him that way. He was completely unafraid, confident that Chu Fei would not dare to kill him. Even if he did, his master would intervene. Did this mean that the Feng and Yun families were similarly positioned? Chu Fei voiced the questions that plagued his mind, if that were the case. Why had he been completely unaware? He had spent ample time at his maternal grandfather's home. His uncles had never mentioned any of this. Exactly. Xu Nianying nodded slightly. The true Feng family, the Han family, and the Yun family, including your maternal grandfather's family, are all beyond your comprehension. This is the reason I stopped you. If Hanja were to die, the Han family behind him would undoubtedly retaliate against you. The Chu family lacks the strength to protect you from their wrath. Do you understand now? Hearing this, Chu Fei fell silent. His master would not jest about such matters. If even his own family could not match the Han family, then killing Hanja could indeed lead to dire consequences. However, you need not worry as long as you do not kill him, even if you beat him to the point of being bedridden for a year and a half. The Han family behind him would not intervene. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known this beforehand, he would not have allowed that brat to leave. He should have taught him a lesson, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. All right, the murderer has already been dealt with. Nevertheless, you should prepare yourself mentally. Xu Nianying understood well. The Han family would not accept a powerless fool. However, there was one exception. Exceptional intelligence IT was evident that Hanja fell into this category, which was why he could be considered a true direct descendant of the Han family. Understood, Master. Chu Fei nodded. Facing such an opponent indeed posed a headache. Such individuals must either be completely eradicated or avoided altogether. Yet the premise was that he had already clashed with the other party, and this conflict could not be resolved. All he could do now was prepare for everything and guard against retaliation. Let us go. I will take you to meet someone. It has been many years since I last saw him. If he is willing to help you, perhaps the Han family will think twice before moving against you. Xu Nianying chuckled. After leaving the hotel, Chu Fei drove south, following Xu Nianying's directions. After 2 hours on the road, they arrived at a mountain path situated over 100 kilometers from Jiangnan. The surrounding hills were not particularly high, but the peaks were shrouded in mist. The trees were lush, and fragrant grass flourished. From a distance, it presented a refreshing sight. Master, who exactly is the person you mentioned? Does he reside in that distant village? In the car, Chu Fei pointed to the 10 or so households at the foot of the mountain. From his vantage point, those homes appeared dilapidated, hardly habitable. He even doubted that they could withstand a slightly stronger wind without collapsing. Even the fields in front of the houses had fallen into disrepair, overgrown with weeds. You are correct, Xu Nianying chuckled, nodding in affirmation. As the 2 individuals drove their vehicle to the edge of the only bridge leading to the village, they discovered it was a wooden bridge. The car could not pass, and they were compelled to park it aside. Beside the small bridge stood a stone tablet, inscribed with the name of the person who built the bridge, as well as its name, Jingxin Bridge. Jingxin Bridge, Chu Fei murmured softly. Let us proceed, Xu Nianying replied with a serene smile, taking the lead onto the bridge. After traversing fields and winding paths, they finally arrived at the quaint mountain village. However, upon reaching the village entrance, Chu Fei spotted an elderly man, dressed simply and puffing on an old pipe, seated on a stone at the village's edge, smoking intermittently. Upon noticing Xu Nianying and Chu Fei, he appeared somewhat taken aback. In contrast, Sun Yinying regarded the elder with utmost respect, cupping her hands in greeting. I am a descendant of the Su family. Accompanied by my disciple, Chu Fei. It is an honor to meet you. Elder Fong. A descendant? Chu Fei was taken aback. His master was over 70 years old, so if she referred to herself as a junior, this elder must surely be over 90. Nevertheless, he maintained his decorum. Clasping his fists in salute, I am Chu Fei, a junior. Honored to meet you, Elder Fong. Fong Mian, the elder with the pipe, fixed his calm gaze upon the two. After a prolonged pause, he sighed deeply. You, the Su family's descendant, have made no progress over the years. Alas, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Sun Yinying's face. Elder Fong, you are well aware of my innate talent. Thus, I have not aspired for greater heights. I merely wish to introduce my disciple to you. Upon hearing this, Fong Mian turned his attention to Chu Fei, regarding him with mild surprise. After scrutinizing him for a considerable time, he finally spoke. This lad, from the Chu family? Indeed. I am Chu Fei. He reiterated with another bow. However, Fong Mian waved his hand dismissively, no need for further introductions. You are from the Chu family? Chu Fei was momentarily stunned by this remark. Given his surname was Chu, how could he possibly be from any other family? It seemed Fong Mian noticed the perplexity on Chu Fei's face and hesitated for a few seconds before glancing back at Sun Yinying. This lad, could he be the child of that one? A wry smile crossed Sun Yinying's lips. You can never keep anything from you, elder. We have come seeking your assistance for a matter. As she spoke, she leaned in and whispered a few words. Chu Fei stood by, unable to discern the conversation between his master and the elder. However, after listening, the elder laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. That lad possesses a modicum of courage. He then shook his head. Chu Fei, listening in, felt utterly bewildered. He understood that the lad they referred to was his father. Wasn't this an indirect way of cursing his father's demise? Yet, from the expressions of his master and the elder, there seemed to be no such implication. Well then, since he is your disciple and the child of that lad, I shall extend my assistance. Come with me. I see that this lad is gravely injured. We must tend to him first. Inside the dilapidated wooden cabin, smoke curled gently upwards. Chu Fei and Sun Yinying sat precariously on a rickety stool, quietly observing Fong Mian as he prepared the medicinal brew. He persistently tossed herbs from a basket beside him into the pot, creating a dark, murky concoction. The pungent aroma was somewhat overwhelming for Chu Fei, a blend of potent herbal scents mixed with a hint of something foul. He couldn't ascertain what ingredients were involved. By the way, I have heard that things have not been particularly peaceful over there lately, Fong Mian remarked casually while stirring the brew. Upon hearing this, Sun Yinying's expression grew somber. Fong Mian, however, chuckled lightly. What must vanish will inevitably vanish. It is but a struggle to prolong the inevitable. These words caused Sun Yinying's countenance to darken further. She understood the implications all too well. Chu Fei, eavesdropping on their exchange, felt utterly lost, brimming with confusion. What sort of cryptic dialogue were his master and this elder engaging in? As their conversation continued, an hour slipped by. Chu Fei gleaned a fragment of understanding from their discourse. It appeared that his master intended to venture to a perilous location, where a moment's carelessness could result in death. Yet, his master had compelling reasons for this journey. The elder advised his master to refrain from acting hastily upon arrival, suggesting instead that he conceal himself until the opportune moment to strike. All right, come here, lad. Fong Mian beckoned to Chu Fei with a finger. Hearing this, Chu Fei rose and approached Fong Mian's side. The elder, as if aware of Chu Fei's injuries, abruptly lifted his shirt. Upon witnessing the bloodied wound, he tore away the bandages and medicinal ointments. The sudden movement of flesh elicited a slight grimace from Chu Fei as he felt a twinge of pain. Blood oozed from the wound, trickling slowly down his skin. Fong Mian then retrieved a piece of herbal paper, evenly spreading the dark medicinal paste from the pot onto it. Bear with it. It may sting a bit. However, this remedy is far more effective than the one you used. Without waiting for Chu Fei to respond, he pressed the herbal paper onto the wound. At that moment, Chu Fei experienced a surge of excruciating pain radiating from the injury, akin to being sliced by a dull blade, slow and agonizing. He gritted his teeth, his muscles taut, as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. All right, Sit down and rest for a few minutes. Little Su, come with me, Fang Mian instructed, waving Su Nianying into the inner room. Chu Fei was left waiting in the main area. After several minutes, he noticed that the pain from his wound had considerably subsided, replaced by an odd tingling sensation as though the flesh were rapidly mending. What a miraculous remedy! Chu Fei thought, astonished, as he instinctively reached to scratch the area around the wound. The once dark and thick paste had lightened significantly, as if absorbed by his skin. Tentatively peeling back a corner, he was astonished to discover that the majority of the stitches had healed remarkably well, leaving scarcely a scar. Just as he marveled at the transformation, Su Nianying and Fang Mian emerged from the inner room. After our discussions, I have gleaned a general understanding of the situation. Should anything arise, I will naturally make my presence known, Fang Mian stated. Su Nianying performed a slight bow. Thank you, Elder Fang. Fang Mian smiled in return. It is merely beneficial to me as well. Without some advantage, I would not engage in such a laborious endeavor. Uncertain of the contents of their conversation, Chu Fei bowed and, together with his master, departed the modest wooden cabin. Upon reaching the village entrance, he finally mustered the courage to inquire, Master, what did you discuss with that elder just now? Su Nianying chuckled softly. Nothing of great consequence. Observing his master's reluctance to elaborate, Chu Fei refrained from pressing further, reasoning that if his master wished to share, she would do so without prompting. By the way, Master, who exactly is that elder? I feel as though his medicine is miraculous. In such a short time, my wounds have improved significantly. At this, Su Nianying halted, turning to face Chu Fei. He is a divine physician. The number of lives he has saved likely surpasses the number you have taken. In this world, aside from a few rare ailments beyond his reach, he can even cure some common terminal illnesses. Whether he chooses to assist, however, depends solely on his disposition. Chu Fei stood frozen, incredulous. Such a person, did he truly exist in the world? Why then did he remain in this village? If he desired fame and fortune, it should be a simple matter, no? Su Nianying merely chuckled, continuing their walk. He has long since transcended worldly desires. For him, such accolades are but trifles easily attained. Chu Fei nodded in understanding. Indeed, for an elder of his caliber, if he so wished, fame and fortune would be mere trifles within his grasp. In a remote area of the southwestern province of Daxia, surrounded by mountains, lay a quaint little village nestled in a valley. Lacking opulent structures, it was instead adorned with charming, traditional wooden courtyard houses. The path from the village entrance to its end was lined with peach trees. And come spring, the entire village would be enveloped in a sea of pink blossoms, resembling a paradise untouched by time. Nearby, a small stream meandered gently. Having departed for nearly 30 years, a man with determined strides approached the village entrance. At that moment, several children were playing near the entrance. Upon spotting Chu Tianquang, they abruptly halted their games. A boy, appearing around 11 or 12 years old, shouted at Chu Tianquang, "Halt! This is Chu Family Village. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. You may leave." As he spoke, several other boys and girls gathered around, scrutinizing the unfamiliar figure. This was their first encounter with an outsider in Chu Family Village. I am not an outsider. I am merely a person cast out from the family. Hearing this, the leading boy furrowed his brow. You are from Chu Family Village? Then what is your name? Chu Tianquang gazed at the boy. Inhaling deeply, his gaze fixed on the depths of the village as he summoned his inner strength. Chapter 130. Conquering 3 challenges. The moment his voice resonated, the entire Chu Family Village seemed to plunge into an eerie silence. The young ones stationed at the village entrance, attempting to obstruct Chu Tianquang, were equally taken aback by the thunderous timbre of his utterance. Within a mere 2 minutes, several venerable elders approached with solemnity. At the forefront, an elder leaned on a dragon-headed cane, his snowy hair and a foot-long white beard exuding an ethereal aura. Following this assembly of elders, a formidable throng of over 100 individuals trailed behind them, their imposing presence instilling a palpable pressure upon Chu Tianquang. Yet, he met their gaze with unwavering resolve, his piercing eyes betraying no hint of fear. Among this assembly of elders stood his own father. And further back, his elder brother's point. One elder called out to the group of youngsters before Chu Tianquang. Xiao Fan, come here. A boy of 11 or 12 glanced at Chu Tianquang with a look of surprise. In the crowd, a middle-aged man regarded Chu Tianquang with a cold, indifferent stare. Chu Tianquang, are you courting death? Upon recognizing the familiar visage, Chu Tianquang chuckled lightly. Elder brother, I have come here precisely to seek death. The man who had just spoken was none other than Chu Tianquang's biological elder brother. Chu Tianqing in the next heartbeat. Chu Tianqing charged toward Chu Tianquang, closing the distance in an instant. His right fist swung heavily toward Chu Tianquang's chest. Yet a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. This punch was not delivered with full force. Chu Tianquang clenched his fist, and the two collided with a resounding impact. Both were thrust backward several steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath them. Halt! The elder with the dragon-headed cane interjected. However, the delight and excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Chu Tianquang, have you forgotten the rules of the Chu family? Any who are cast out are forbidden from setting foot in Chu family village. Those who defy this decree shall be pursued by the Chu family to the ends of the earth. Grandfather, I have not forgotten. Even if it means sacrificing my life, it matters not that I intend to conquer the 3 challenges. As Chu Tianquang uttered this declaration, astonishment rippled through the entirety of Chu family village. Conquer the 3 challenges? Even the elder with the dragon-headed cane, Chu Taixian, was taken aback. Tianquang, have you lost your mind? An elder standing beside Chu Taixian, with a voice laced with disappointment, cast a reproachful look at Chu Tianquang. This man was none other than his father, Chu Zhaoyang. Historically, only a handful had been expelled from the family, yet there had been over a dozen. To confront the 3 challenges with their lives on the line was a gamble no one had ever survived. The inception of the 3 challenges was a path to certain death. Father, I am unfilial. I have resolved to face the 3 challenges, Chu Tianquang implored, kneeling on one knee in deference to all present. Witnessing this scene, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. A glimmer of regret flickered in Chu Taixian's gaze as he regarded Chu Tianquang. Yet, the rules cannot be broken. In the name of our ancestors of the Chu family, I grant it. Chu Tianquang of the 13th generation shall face the 3 challenges. Should you fail, your bones shall rest in the wilderness, forever barred from the Chu family ancestral tomb. As Chu Taixian's voice echoed, the hundreds gathered at the village in trance gradually retreated to the side. The first challenge, Wu Gui, Chu Tianqing, Chu Tianao, Chu Tianao, step forward, called forth. The 3 men emerged from the crowd. Upon hearing their names, a smile graced Chu Tianquang's countenance. Elder brother, second brother, fourth brother. Chu Tianqing stood at the forefront, his expression somber as he gazed at Chu Tianquang. Tianquang, you, before he could finish, Chu Tianquang interrupted, Elder brother, you know the rules. There can be no mercy. The first challenge of the 3 was a duel against one's own kin. The number of brothers dictated the number of bouts. A clean sweep was required to pass the first challenge. A loss meant a dead end. Furthermore, mercy was forbidden amongst brothers, or else it would invite others into the fray. Chu Taixian observed the 2 brothers with a hint of sorrow in his tone. Commence the battle, Jiangnan City. In a luxurious suite of a hotel, young Master Feng. What do you intend to do? Hanzhu inquired, suppressing a chuckle at Feng Qihong's bruised visage. They had received word that the Feng and Han families had fully allied. Now declaring war on the Yun family. As for Kiao Corporation and its latest pharmaceutical developments, they were determined to acquire them. Eliminate him. I must avenge this grievance, fury blazed in Feng Qihong's eyes. Time and again, he had been targeted by Chu Fei. Had it not been for his uncle's earlier warning to steer clear of that individual, he would have surely sought to eliminate him at any cost. Young Master Feng, I share your sentiments. I know a few capable individuals who specialize in such matters. How about this? We each contribute half the funds to have his wife kidnapped, and then seize the opportunity to eliminate him? Hanzhu proposed, a slight smile gracing his face. It appeared as though he orchestrated everything with ease. Yet Feng Qihong was convinced that monetary concerns were trivial. The true objective was to eliminate Chu Fei. Money was a mere detail. But will this not be risky? That fellow's identity is far from simple. Feng Qihong expressed concern. After all, through Hanzhu, he had learned of Chu Fei's true identity, the leader of the Dragon Group. A position not easily trifled with. Even his own Feng family dared not provoke such an individual. Rest assured. Young Master Feng, consider this. The position of Dragon Group leader has a substitute. If he perishes, another shall assume the role. Do you truly believe the prominent figures above care for the demise of a mere Dragon Group leader? Not in the slightest, so you need not worry. the more Feng Qihang pondered. The angrier he became, recalling the 2 instances he had been thoroughly beaten by Chu Fei. His frustration could find no outlet. With a resolute heart, he clenched his jaw and nodded in agreement with Han Zhe's plan. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that Han Zhe merely provided the scheme, yet did not take action himself, he had become a pawn in someone else's game. Chapter 131. Research results what? The research results are in? Early the following morning, Su Li received a call from Yang Chenghua. He explicitly stated that the experimental results had been finalized, and they were now invited to the research facility to assess the situation and make decisions accordingly. Bandit, the experimental results are out. Gather Grandpa, Sister Yuelon, and Sister Xie. Su Li vigorously nudged the still-sleeping Chu Fei. Evidently, after old Feng's treatment, Chu Fei's health had nearly returned to normal, and his wounds had completely healed. He awoke from his slumber at Su Li's exclamation, a hint of surprise gleaming in his eyes. It appeared that the experimental results must be promising. Otherwise, Professor Yang would not have been so eager to contact Su Li. Half an hour later, a vehicle awaited at the villa's entrance. Chu Fei took the wheel, with Su Nianying seated beside him, while the remaining 3 women occupied the back seat. They sped along, and after nearly an hour, they finally arrived at the research institute. Upon entering, they were met with a cacophony of jubilant cheers emanating from the reception area. When Professor Yang and Xiao Bei spotted Su Li and Chu Fei, Xiao Bei immediately approached with a smile. General Manager Su, this round of experimental results has been remarkably successful. After tireless research, Professor Yang and the team discovered that among the 10 subjects, 8 possessed telomerase capable of dividing more than 5 times, while the remaining 2 could even divide 6 or 7 times. This means that the former 8 individuals could potentially live beyond 130 years, while the latter 2 might even reach 140 or 150. Most importantly, through these recent findings, the physical capabilities of these 10 individuals have significantly enhanced, with each person's strength nearly doubling. Moreover, their bodies have developed formidable antibodies against common ailments. While ordinary individuals may suffer from colds, fevers, or bone spurs, the occurrence of such issues is virtually non-existent after using this drug. If we secure enough raw materials, we could mass-produce this medication and distribute it worldwide. Xiao Bei's tone grew increasingly fervent as she envisioned the culmination of nearly 2 years of hard work yielding this breakthrough. She believed their names would be etched in history, confident that this medication would remain unparalleled for the next century. Their immediate goal was to procure sufficient raw materials and equipment for mass production, ensuring that this medication could extend the lives of the elderly globally. However, Su Li's expression was far from cheerful. While the experimental results were undeniably encouraging, both Chu Fei and Grandpa had cautioned her that this drug should never be mass-produced or distributed globally. Such an action would likely plunge the world into crisis and panic. Weaker nations would inevitably suffer under the oppression and destruction wrought by more powerful countries. Thus, a catastrophic war would erupt across the globe, which would undoubtedly bode ill for the common populace, I understand. Here, I wish to express my gratitude to everyone for their diligent efforts over the past 2 years. I will honor my previous commitments, including the promised bonuses, without exception. However, the drug cannot yet proceed to mass production. Upon hearing this last statement, several professors in the reception room were taken aback. They looked at Su Li with disbelief. Their eyes filled with profound confusion. They could not fathom why such a lucrative opportunity was not being capitalized upon. Sensing the collective gaze upon her, Su Li found herself at a loss for words. Just as she hesitated, Chu Fei stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that President Su is reluctant to disclose the implications of this drug. If that is the case, allow me to assume the role of the villain. He then elaborated on the potential benefits this drug could bestow upon humanity while simultaneously alluding to the specter of war. Following his explanation, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Initially, they might have thought this drug would yield immense profits. Yet the grim reality was that countless ordinary lives could be lost in the pursuit of wealth. Thus, this was the conclusion reached after discussion with President Su. Furthermore, it is imperative that no word of this drug escapes. For doing so would endanger each one of you. I trust you grasp my meaning. Chu Fei's admonition was not directed at anyone in particular. Rather, he felt that all researchers involved in the experiment were aware of the drug's specific effects. Should any of these researchers fall into the hands of unscrupulous individuals or powerful families, they could be coerced into revealing the drug's true nature. The mere thought of the drug's effects being exposed sent shivers down his spine. As he pondered whether he and the Yun family could safeguard this invention. Well then, everyone should take some time to rest. Enjoy your breaks, travel, spend time with your families, and cherish your children. Though reluctant, Su Li uttered these words. Once everyone had departed, only Su Li, Chu Fei, Sun Yinying, Wang Xie, and Yun Yuelon remained in the reception room. Sister Yuelon, Sister Xie, while the drug is not yet ready for mass production, we can still produce it in limited quantities. Therefore, I propose that this medication be exclusively supplied to your two families. What are your thoughts? Even with just the Yun and Wang families, there would be ample funds to support Kiao Corporation's development. I have no objections, Wang Xie replied with a slight smile, already plotting in her mind. She had not been present during the last experiment, but during their time in the car, Yun Yuelon and Su Li had already explained the drug's effects to her. Upon returning, she would need to convey the drug's uniqueness to the higher-ups in her family, allowing them to decide whether to procure it. Xiao Li, this is not solely my decision. I need to consult with my uncle and grandfather. After all, this is no ordinary matter, Yun Yuelon said earnestly. Having understood the implications of the drug, she recognized its potential dangers. By the way, we haven't even named this drug yet. Why not come up with a name? Chu Fei suggested with a smile. Instantly, the gaze of the others turned to Su Li, the one expected to name the drug as its president. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively proposed, how about calling it by Jiaolu? Ultimately, after deliberation among the group, the drug was named Chongqing Shui, Longevity Water. Chapter 132. Chongqing Shui in another laboratory of the Research Institute. The space had been emptied, now furnished with 5 sets of bunk beds. The 10 individuals undergoing experimentation resided within this lab. Behind a glass partition, Chu Fei and the others observed the 10 subjects, who had been confined for nearly 4 days. Aside from the researchers who delivered their meals daily, they had no contact with anyone else. However, the atmosphere in the lab was far from harmonious. Frequent conflicts erupted among the 10, and disputes escalated to physical altercations. Deep imprints of feet and fists marred the walls, while the heavy iron door bore faint marks, all evidence of their struggles. They remained confined due to their heinous criminal backgrounds. If released, they would undoubtedly pose significant risks. Over the span of 3 days, while their tempers flared, there were no apparent physical changes. Su Li remarked, the situation has stabilized, and the plan is underway. We are merely awaiting news from Uncle and the Wang family. If both families confirm their need for this drug, I will instruct the researchers to continue production. However, this drug will not be made available to the public. Xiao Li, I also want to try this drug, Sun Yinying, who had been mostly silent, suddenly declared. Startling everyone, grandfather, that is not advisable. It has only been 3 days. We cannot predict any other changes in these individuals. Although the drug's stability is commendable, we cannot ensure that unforeseen consequences won't arise. Su Li's tone was resolute, clearly unwilling to risk her grandfather's life due to an experimental drug. Rest assured, I will be fine. I am already over 70 years old, and my remaining years are few. Moreover, this drug was developed primarily for the elderly, right? If it is safe for the young, surely it will be even more beneficial for me. I still wish to embrace my great-grandchild someday, so I hope to live a few more years. Sun Yinying replied with a smile. However, Chu Fei understood that the Master's remarks were meant to alleviate Su Li's concerns. While the drug indeed lacked side effects, it was still too early to ascertain the long-term outcomes. He knew that within 2 days, the master would likely leave Jiangnan, having discerned from their previous meeting that he would not linger. This departure might entail risks, yet the emergence of Chongqing Shui would significantly enhance the master's strength in the short term. Potentially safeguarding him from danger, however, Su Li was still inclined to refuse, but Chu Fei interjected, do not worry. Your master is already in his 70s. In a few years, he will be 80 and no one can guarantee how much longer he will live. By using Chongqing Shui, he could easily gain an additional 10 to 20 years, perhaps even reach the stage of holding his great-grandchild. Yun Yuelon and Wang Xie remained silent, yet internally, they concurred. The initial purpose of researching this drug was precisely to extend the lives of the elderly. Naturally, this was only applicable to the average elderly individual. Those suffering from severe illnesses would not find their lives prolonged by this drug alone. Very well then. Ultimately, after the insistence of Sun Yinying and Chu Fei, the 5 of them proceeded to the research facility, where Chongqing Shui was stored. At that moment, Professor Yang and several researchers were diligently confirming the effects of Chongqing Shui. Upon noticing Su Li and her companions, they quickly set aside their work. President Su, what brings you here? Su Li paused for several seconds before responding. Professor Yang, could you please administer a dose of the drug to my grandfather? Upon hearing this, Yang Qinghua's face was etched with shock and confusion. Although research results had emerged, further observation of living subjects was essential to ensure absolute safety. Administering the drug at this stage seemed rather hasty. Is this truly appropriate, President Su? You are well aware of how long it takes for a new drug to be developed. He refrained from continuing, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. Yet Su Li shook her head. It's fine. Just proceed, Yun Yinying chuckled, stepping forward, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his sturdy arms. Bring it on. What is there to fear? I have lived for over 70 years. I am not afraid of this. Seeing Su Yinying's determination, Yang Chenghua felt somewhat helpless. Ultimately, he retrieved a vial of Chongqing Shui from the sterile storage. After removing the needle cap, the sharp needle pierced Su Yinying's vein. As the drug slowly entered his body, Su Yinying distinctly felt a warming sensation coursing through him, accompanied by an increasing heart rate. Once the injection was complete, his complexion took on a healthier hue. Professor Yang, how many vials do we have left in stock? Su Li inquired curiously. There are only 18 remaining, and those are reserved for the next batch of live experiments, Yang Chenghua replied. President Su, should we produce more? Ideally, we should increase our stock to around 100 vials. After contemplating for a considerable time, Su Li ultimately decided to expedite production, aiming to increase the inventory to 500 vials. Meanwhile, Su Yinying had removed his outer clothing, as his surface temperature felt somewhat elevated. The 70-year-old man appeared as fit as a man in his 40s, boasting a set of 8-pack abs and well-defined pectoral muscles. Wang Xie and Yun Yuelon were both taken aback, utterly astonished that this old gentleman possessed such a physique. You rascal! I now feel an abundance of energy with no outlet. Since you have nearly recovered, why don't we step outside and exchange a few moves? I wish to see if you have made any progress over these years. Upon hearing his master's words, Chu Fei immediately nodded in agreement. Certainly, master. It has been quite some time since you last instructed me. As your disciple, I would be grateful for your guidance. You may inquire whether I have surpassed the teachings of my predecessors. Chapter 133. The Unpredictability of Life and Death in the Desolate Land Outside the Research Institute. Su Yinying and Chu Fei stood approximately 10 meters apart. Meanwhile, Su Li and Wang Xie remained at a distance of over 10 meters from the two. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Will it be Grandfather Su, or that rascal Chu Fei? A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Yun Yuelon's eyes. I am uncertain. However, I have a feeling that Grandfather should be quite formidable. Such a substance holds great significance for individuals like him. Su Li's expression betrayed a hint of worry. After all, the medication had only been examined for 3 days. N01 could predict potential side effects that might arise from prolonged use. Wang Xie stood silently beside them, her brow furrowed in contemplation, eyeing the barren field. A faint smile adorned Su Yinying's face as he beckoned Chu Fei with a gesture. Come, you rascal. Let us see what you've got. Chu Fei shed his outer garment, placing it on the grass beside him. Very well, but you must be cautious, master. No sooner had he spoken than Chu Fei charged forward. The ground bore the weight of his formidable power. Leaving behind deep impressions of his footsteps, he understood clearly that his master was already a formidable force. With the enhancement of the longevity potion, Su Yinying's strength had significantly surpassed his own. Thus, Chu Fei knew he must summon his utmost strength to engage in battle. Come at me, Su Yinying bellowed. His seemingly frail arms bulged with veins as he faced Chu Fei's advancing fist. Choosing to meet it head-on without flinching, bang! Their fists collided, producing a dull thud that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet soon after, Chu Fei found himself staggered back 3 steps by the sheer force. While Su Yinying merely retreated a single step, both left deep imprints in the earth, illustrating the tremendous impact of that blow. Not bad. Your strength has indeed improved. Now it is my turn, be on your guard. With that, Su Yinying took 3 steps forward and launched a powerful kick towards Chu Fei. Chu Fei's expression shifted, and he quickly raised his hands to shield his chest. Yet, he had underestimated his master's current strength. Bang! Like a cannonball, Chu Fei was sent flying by the kick, crashing heavily to the ground, covered in dust. What? Master, are you truly going all out? He rose from the ground, brushing off the dust. That kick, if delivered to an ordinary person, would have shattered bones and ribs. Thankfully, after years of training, the resilience of his bones was not something a typical person could match. Otherwise, that single blow would have nearly cost him his life. I warned you to be cautious. I only used 70% of my strength. Chu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. 70%. Does that mean Master is stronger than my father? It's known that in a full-on confrontation, even my father would have to exert 80% of his strength to contend with me. Yet now, Master is only using 70. Let us go again. I have yet to feel satisfied. Su Nianying seemed to be still mastering his own physical prowess and needed Chu Fei to help him refine it. Xiao Li, Yulan, I'm going to make a phone call to the family. Wang Xie observed the ongoing battle between Chu Fei and Su Nianying and slowly spoke. Very well, the two nodded, watching with keen interest. Wang Xie moved to the side and took out her phone to make a call. Half a minute later, a mature and steady voice came from the other end. What is it, dear daughter? Is something the matter? Upon hearing her father Wang Ran's voice, Wang Xie smiled slightly. Dad, I have some good news to share with you. She proceeded to explain everything about the longevity potion to Wang Ran. Upon hearing it, Wang Ran seemed incredulous. How could such a thing be developed? Modern science should have no concept of such substances. My dear daughter, you aren't being deceived, are you? Does this really exist? Wang Xie knew her father would be skeptical. Dad, the Chu Fei you introduced to me earlier is that rascal from the Chu family. You remember him, don't you? He is aware of this matter. And this medication was developed by his wife. Moreover, I have witnessed its effects. It is undoubtedly something beyond common understanding. I have already agreed to collaborate with them, and this medication will only be supplied to me in the Yun family of Dasha's capital. Wang Ran was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated this to be true. He was indeed familiar with the Chu family's young man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to let his daughter go on a blind date with him. Collaboration would certainly not be a problem, but what would be the price for such a substance? Speaking of which, Wang Xie was momentarily stunned. Yes, they had yet to determine a price. Regardless of the cost, the Wang family would undoubtedly make a purchase. However, if the price is too steep, there would be little profit left. I'm not sure, but I am good friends with Chu Fei, so the price shouldn't be exorbitant. Wang Ran responded with an then he chuckled lightly. By the way, that lad from the Chu family actually didn't take a liking to my dear daughter? How did your blind date go? With such great conditions, are you not better than his wife? Wang Xie was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. She recalled how she had gone to great lengths to win Chu Fei's affection. It was quite embarrassing to think about. She felt an urge to find a hole to hide in. She had even taken the initiative to express her feelings, yet he still acted oblivious. She knew he wasn't interested in her. However, they were not strangers either. Their current relationship was akin to that of friends. Perhaps he had his own thoughts. Perhaps our destinies simply do not align. After pondering for several seconds, Wang Xie finally offered her explanation. On the other end of the line, Wang Ran laughed heartily, surprised that his dear daughter had also faced a setback. Nevertheless, you must pay close attention to the matter of the longevity potion you just mentioned. I have a premonition that this substance could potentially bring about significant changes in the world. This is also an opportunity for our Wang family to rise. You should set aside all your work and closely monitor this development. Upon hearing her father's serious tone, Wang Xie understood the gravity of the situation. I understand, Dad. At that moment, the battle between Chu Fei and Su Nianying reached its conclusion. As expected, Chu Fei was defeated thoroughly. Su Nianying had exerted all his strength, while Chu Fei was primarily on the receiving end, with no opportunity to retaliate. Master, I am your only disciple. How could you be so ruthless? Chu Fei clutched his chest. Feigning a pained expression, Su Nianying delivered a playful kick to his backside. Enough! I merely loosened your muscles. It's not as severe as you make it out to be, having his act called out. Chu Fei chuckled. You are indeed the master. I, as your disciple, have no idea when I will surpass you. In their recent spar, neither had employed any ancient martial arts techniques. Such techniques, once invoked, would either result in death or severe injury for the opponent. Their exchange had merely been a simple bout of skill, not requiring the use of ancient martial arts. All right, it's about time. After donning his clothing, Su Nianying spoke slowly. Wang Xie had business matters to attend to at the company, so she departed first. Chu Fei, meanwhile, drove with Su Li, his master, and Yun Yuelon to the Su family villa. Traditionally, a family banquet was held every Saturday, but it had been cancelled following the passing of Su Li's grandmother. However, Su Nianying's discharge from the hospital had not been communicated to Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian. The arrival of the four was a pleasant surprise for the couple. Dad, Xiao Li, Xiao Fei. And who might this be? Zhang Qinglian looked at them, somewhat astonished. Chu Fei smiled and replied, Auntie, this is my cousin and also a partner of Xiao Li's company. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qinglian smiled broadly. That sounds wonderful, however. Shouldn't you change your form of address? You two have only half a month until your wedding, and it will pass in the blink of an eye.at this mention. Both Chu Fei and Su Li were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, over half a month had already passed. In just over 10 days, the wedding would take place, and they had yet to prepare anything. Mom, there's still half a month left. We have time. Su Li's cheeks flushed slightly. Their acquaintance had barely lasted over 2 months before the wedding, truly a whirlwind romance. Yet, they were not surprised. After all, they were expecting a child and were in love. The dinner concluded amidst laughter and joy. Xiao Fei, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Yun Yuelon and Su Li have gone upstairs to rest. In the villa's courtyard, only Su Nianying and Chu Fei remain. The mischievous Boyas Su Nianying gazes at the starry sky. She utters these words. Although Chu Fei is somewhat taken aback, he has already deduced the situation. Earlier, when his master was conversing with the old man from that faction, he sensed that his master would not linger in Jiangnan for long. Master, will this journey bring danger? Upon hearing this, Su Nianying smiles faintly. Life and death are unpredictable. The next day at noon, Chu Fei, Su Li, and Yun Yuelon are shopping in the commercial district. Sister Yuelon, I think this outfit suits you quite well. Why don't you give it a try? Inside the clothing store, Su Li is selecting garments with Yun Yuelon. Chu Fei, on the other hand, sits quietly outside the store, observing the two women. Accompanying women on shopping trips is indeed a physically demanding task. However, there is no alternative, as one of them is his wife. Just as he prepares to take out his phone to check the recent happenings, an unfamiliar call comes through. Noticing the unknown number, Chu Fei's brow furrows slightly. Typically, even if someone misdials, it shouldn't reach his phone. Clearly, the caller must know him. He presses the answer button. Is this Chu Fei? As expected, the caller opens with a familiar greeting. Who are you? Chu Fei narrows his eyes slightly. My identity is of little consequence, but there is someone you should recognize. With that, the phone seems to be passed to another person. Immediately, a somewhat weak voice comes through, Wang Xiya. Chu Fei. Upon hearing her voice, Chu Fei's expression darkens. Although Wang Xiya is not someone he harbors feelings for, she is nonetheless a friend. Moreover, the Wang family has a cooperative relationship with his own. Now, do you understand my meaning? The phone is taken back by the man. After a brief hesitation, Chu Fei suddenly laughs. You've kidnapped a woman to threaten me. The mastermind behind this must be quite deranged. Don't you think? Do you know who you have abducted? Her background is not inferior to that of your puppet master. If anything were to happen to her, do you think you would survive? Upon hearing this, the other party shows no sign of panic. Instead, he chuckles. Since I dared to kidnap her, I naturally know her identity. However, her family is far away overseas. If we were to eliminate her and then disappear, do you think her family could track us down? At this, Chu Fei's expression turns ICY.IT. Seems the caller anticipated his reaction. Clearly, this step was part of their plan. What do you mean? Chu Fei inquires coldly. No special meaning. I merely wish to play with you. I hear you are a figure feared by all, known as King Chu, correct? Unfortunately, I am the Jade Emperor, and you are not in my league. I'll give you half an hour. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop of the tallest building in the old city. If you're late, I'm afraid this woman might just be dropped from above. Hearing this, Chu Fei realizes they are targeting him. They are well aware of the connection between Wang Xiya and himself, intending to use her to coerce him. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the tallest building in the old city of Jiangnan, Wang Xiya is bound to a load-bearing wall, her once fair face now showing signs of bruising. In front of her stand 3 men, each wielding firearms. The man in the center is speaking with Chu Fei on the phone. She feels a deep sense of despair, having lost all hope. After all, she is merely an ordinary friend of Chu Fei. Would he truly risk his life for her? It seems unlikely, yet a flicker of hope persists within Wang Xiya. Wishing the one to rescue her would be Chu Fei.as anticipated. The man in the center seems to have guessed what Chu Fei would say. He deliberately activates the speakerphone and steps closer to Wang Xia. King Chu, could you please repeat what you just said? After a few seconds of silence, Chu Fei speaks again. I said she is merely an ordinary friend of mine. I have no obligation to risk my life for her. Her fate does not concern me. With those words, the call is abruptly ended. Wang Xia's face reveals a bitter smile, the last vestige of her hope extinguished. Clearly, Chu Fei would not sacrifice himself for her. Now, her only prayer is that her family's experts will swiftly discover her disappearance. Otherwise, she might indeed perish here. You speak of such a beautiful woman. The leading man gazes at Wang Xia with pity. If I were to kill you, I might actually feel a twinge of regret. Let me call him once more. If he confirms he won't come, then I'm afraid it's farewell for you. You deserve better than to know him. For he is not worth your acquaintance. A black car speeds down the city streets, ignoring even the red lights. The speed has reached 100 miles per hour, yet no traffic officer intervenes. Inside, Chu Fei's expression is grim. He never expected the other party would resort to kidnapping Wang Xia to force his hand. His previous words were deliberate, intended to lower their guard and provide him with a chance to rescue her. Just then, the phone rings again. It is the man from before. He strives to maintain a calm and indifferent demeanor. There's something else? The man on the other end chuckles coldly. Indeed, there is, let me guess. You must be driving over now, correct? The statement sends a jolt through Chu Fei's heart. How did the caller know he was feigning? Were they monitoring him? It seems improbable. What do you mean? Chu Fei's tone sharpens. Since the other party has seen through him, there is no need to continue pretending. Nothing much. Just wanted to inform you that you are too late. We have already left, as the man states. Wang Xia has already been knocked unconscious. They are currently driving out of the city. With a screech of tires, Chu Fei pulls over to the side of the road, addressing the man on the phone with icy resolve. Speak. What are your conditions for her release? The man merely smiles. Conditions? Quite simple, really. There are two. The entirety of Qixiao Corporation's shares and your life. Both are indispensable. Without either, this lovely girl may not survive. The brazen laughter heightens Chu Fei's anxiety. He realizes that such a scheme could not have originated from mere thugs. It must stem from Hanja. When it comes to intrigue, he is indeed a formidable figure. Taking my life is no issue. However, I cannot surrender the shares of Qixiao Corporation. I only possess 30%. I can give you all of that. No. I want not 30%, but the entirety. The refusal is evident. The man in the black SUV glances at the time. Nearly 20 minutes have elapsed since their last conversation. They must have succeeded by now, right? Ha ha ha. The call ends abruptly, and Chu Fei's expression shifts dramatically as he hurriedly dials Su Li. Yet, her phone is switched off. He turns to call Yun Yuelon, but there is no answer after an extended wait. At this moment, Chu Fei can no longer contain his rage. Clearly, this is a diversionary tactic. They used Wang Xia to draw his attention, only to turn around and capture Su Li and Yun Yuelon. For a moment, he feels utterly at a loss. Just then, his phone rings. It is Yun Yuelon. Hello? Xiao Fei, something's wrong. Su Li has been taken. The urgency and trembling in Yun Yuelon's voice pierce through Chu Fei's heart. His eyes turn crimson. Su Li carries his child within her. Where are you? He demands. I'm at the parking lot in the commercial district. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Fei hangs up and floors the accelerator, racing toward the parking lot. Within 10 minutes, he arrives. Before even exiting the car, he spots Yun Yuelon anxiously speaking on the phone. He stops the vehicle, flings open the door, and rushes toward her. At that moment, Yun Yuelon ends her call, her eyes swollen and red from crying. Chu Fei takes a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Yun Yuelon then recounts the recent events. Just as they reach the parking area, 3 burly men suddenly emerge from the SUV parked beside them, dragging Su Li inside. She attempts to intervene but is kicked aside. As if aware of her identity, they do not resort to lethal force. She tries to pursue them, but they are far too swift, leaving her no choice but to call Chu Fei. Upon hearing Yun Yuelon's explanation, Chu Fei finally comprehended that from the very beginning, the adversary's target was not himself or Wang Xia, but rather Su Li. The moment he departed, the opponent took action. Clearly, this entire scenario had been meticulously premeditated. I have already informed my uncle and the others, but I am uncertain of what will transpire when they arrive. Before Yun Yuelon could finish her sentence, she broke down in tears once more. Initially, He had presumed that the adversary would refrain from harming Su Li due to his own presence, but he was taken aback to realize that they had no intention of sparing her at all. It was at that moment that Chu Fei's phone rang. This time, it was another unfamiliar number. Upon pressing the answer button, a familiar voice resonated from the other end. Chu Fei, are you surprised? Is it a pleasant surprise? The gift I prepared for you is quite acceptable. Wouldn't you agree? The voice belonged to Han Zhe. After receiving a call from his subordinates informing him that Su Li had been captured, he understood that at this juncture, Chu Fei was akin to a toothless tiger, devoid of any threat. With his wife in his grasp, no matter how formidable Chu Fei might be, he would not dare to act. What do you want? Chu Fei clenched his fists, yearning to appear before Han Zhe at that very moment and deliver a fatal blow. However, Han Zhe seemed utterly unconcerned. Instead, he merely chuckled and remarked, "Do you recall the slap and kick you delivered to me last time? I warned you to be prepared. Yet, it appears you are still unprepared. How should I address you?" Chu Fei remained silent, listening intently to Han Zhe's subsequent words. "Now, I present you with two choices. The first is to rescue your wife. She is located south of the city. The second is to save your dear friend. She is situated to the north. I shall grant you 3 minutes to contemplate your decision. I will call you back in 3 minutes. Should you fail to choose, I regret to inform you that both will perish." The call was abruptly terminated, and Chu Fei's fist crashed into the wall, leaving a deep dent in its surface due to his overwhelming strength. 3 minutes. Attempting to rescue two individuals seemed nearly impossible. If Zhao Dajuan were to deploy a helicopter, the moment the adversaries heard its sound, they would likely take immediate action. He found himself engulfed in a dilemma. Chapter 136. Only one day remains. The fleeting 3 minutes passed swiftly. Soon, Chu Fei's phone rang once more. "So, have you made your decision?" The voice, laden with amusement, prompted Chu Fei to regain his composure. "I will trade my life for my wife's. I will exchange all the shares of Kashin Corporation for my friend's life. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Han Zhe let out a derisive laugh. "Do you truly believe you possess the standing to negotiate terms with me? At present, you are akin to fish on a chopping board. Entirely at my mercy. Is that so? Are you aware that the latest drug developed by Kashin Corporation has been successfully created?" After a brief pause, Han Zhe fell silent, taken aback by the gravity of Chu Fei's statement. He found it challenging to gauge whether Chu Fei was merely attempting to intimidate him, or if he had indeed accomplished such a feat. The primary objective of this venture to Jiangnan was to procure shares of Kashin Corporation. Rumored to possess a new drug that transcended conventional boundaries, before he could respond, Chu Fei interjected, "All my people are in your hands, and I do not wish to see them in danger. The drug's effects can enhance an ordinary person's strength by twofold or more, extending their lifespan to over 130 years. For practitioners, this drug can yield even greater results, potentially tripling their strength. Is this secret sufficient?" Upon hearing these words, Han Zhe was utterly astonished. Clearly, Chu Fei had no reason to deceive him. However, the potential of this new drug exceeded his wildest imagination. Even the true Han family did not possess such a substance. If he could claim this for himself, his status within the Han family would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. After pondering for several seconds, he finally spoke. "In that case, I shall trust you once. However, I require a sample of the new drug. I need to test it. If what you say is true, I shall accept your previous terms." Upon hearing this, Chu Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, Su Li and Wang Xie would not be in immediate danger. "Very well, grant me 1 day. Additionally, provide me with the location, and I will ensure the delivery is made." Hearing this, a smile crept onto Han Zhe's face. "Excellent. I will now head to the research facility to retrieve the drug." Yun Yuelon had overheard the preceding conversation, yet she was somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, she could not fathom Chu Fei's intentions and thus resolved to comply. "Get in the car. We are headed to the research facility." With that, she and Yun Yuelon made their way to the facility. After over an hour, they finally arrived at the research center and located Professor Yang Chenghua. "Secretary Chu, what brings you here?" Chu Fei's expression was exceptionally grave. "Professor Yang, I cannot elaborate on everything now, but I urgently require an injection of the new drug." The astonishment on Professor Yang's face was palpable. His eyes filled with confusion, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chu Fei. "Professor Yang, there is no time." Faced with Chu Fei's agitation, Yang Chenghua seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He led Chu Fei to the cold storage, retrieving a vial of the longevity serum and administering it into Chu Fei's body. As the effects began to manifest, Chu Fei felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, exponentially greater than before. Professor Yang, give me 2 more vials. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chenghua handed over the remaining 10 vials from the cold storage, providing 2 to Chu Fei and 1 to Yun Yuelon. Subsequently, he forwarded the address sent by Han Jia to her. You must deliver this. They will not give you any trouble, and it will also aid in rescuing Wang Xie and Su Li. The flight is scheduled for 3 in the afternoon, and you should arrive in the capital by around 7. Glancing at the time, Chu Fei noted it was already 2:10. Without further ado, he drove directly to the airport. Yun Yuelon, holding the longevity serum, took a deep breath and opened the address Chu Fei had forwarded. It led to a luxurious hotel. After arriving at the hotel, she was intercepted by 2 men clad in black suits before she could enter. You must be Miss Yun Yuelon, correct? Where is the item? Recognizing the 2 men as Hanja's associates, Yun Yuelon retrieved the packaged longevity serum from her bag and handed it over. I have delivered the item. I hope you will relay my message to Hanja. Should anything happen to my sister-in-law, the Yun family will spare no effort to annihilate the Han family. With that, Yun Yuelon turned and left the hotel. The 2 men in black suits exchanged glances, and only after Yun Yuelon had distanced herself did they leave the hotel entrance. Instead, they stopped at a nearby motel. After confirming that no one was following them, they ascended to the upper floor. Moments later, in a room upstairs, Hanju examined the longevity serum in his hands. Is this the new drug? It doesn't appear particularly remarkable. The room housed not only 2 bodyguards but also 2 attractive women, currently engaged in a rather provocative performance. Why don't you give it a try? After contemplating for a few moments, Hanja pointed at one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard's complexion turned pallid, as no one could ascertain whether the contents were poison or a miracle cure. What if it turned out to be poison? However, he could not disregard his master's orders. Yes, ultimately, he hesitantly stepped forward, removing the needle cap and injecting the longevity serum into his bloodstream. Hanju observed silently, awaiting the bodyguard's reaction. In less than 2 minutes, the bodyguard felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Young master, I now feel as though my strength has at least doubled. Moreover, it feels as if my body has undergone some form of transformation, significantly enhancing my capabilities. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard, empowered by the longevity serum, punched the wall with tremendous force, creating a substantial dent that startled everyone present. Young master, we need not test it any further. Witnessing this scene, Hanja finally grasped the drug's terrifying potential. If this substance could be mass-produced, every member of the family would likely experience a qualitative transformation. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved his phone. Sitting by the window, he gazed at the sky outside. Han family, are you prepared to meet your demise? Chapter 137. Assembly at 7 in the evening. The plane landed at the capital's airport, where Li Yu had been waiting outside for quite some time. In the car, he remarked, it seems the situation is rather serious, young master. Upon hearing Li Yu's inquiry, Chu Fei's expression immediately darkened. Su Li has been captured by the Han family, along with a friend of mine. They demand my life and all the shares of Kaxing Corporation. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's countenance shifted to one of grave concern. He was aware of the Han family and could hardly believe they would resort to such despicable actions for the sake of Kaxing Corporation's shares. However, he found himself puzzled as to why Chu Fei had not rescued his wife and friend in Jiangnan, but instead chose to come to the capital. Nevertheless, knowing that Chu Fei must have a plan in mind, he felt compelled to assist. Young master, the manpower left by the old master in the capital is rather limited. Do you require me to contact them? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei fell silent for several seconds before shaking his head. The individuals his father had left in the capital were not ones he wished to trouble at the moment. Those individuals represented the last trump card his father had bequeathed him in the city. He would refrain from utilizing them unless absolutely necessary. Yet, even without their assistance, he possessed the means to compel the Han family to release the captives. Young master, do you intend to? Liu expressed some confusion. Uncle Li, have you forgotten my current identity? Chu Fei replied with a hint of indifference. Hearing this, Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. With wide eyes filled with disbelief, he turned to him and said, Young master, you can't possibly be thinking of using your current identity to confront the Han family, can you? Such an action would surely provoke a significant backlash before he could finish his sentence. He was interrupted by Chu Fei. And what of it? Is my identity merely for show? Liu fell silent. There were matters that the young master might still be unaware of, but he absolutely could not disclose them now. By the way, Uncle Li, has my father contacted you recently? Upon being asked this, Liu quickly shook his head. Not at all. Perhaps the pressure from the Phoenix family has been overwhelming, keeping him preoccupied? Chu Fei sighed in resignation upon hearing this. The Phoenix family and the Han family had effectively cornered him into a tight spot. After nearly half an hour, the vehicle finally arrived at the headquarters of the battle zone. Thank you, Uncle Li. Nodded in response. You're welcome, young master. After the car departed, Chu Fei proceeded toward the headquarters. Due to the dimness of the night, the guards at the entrance naturally halted him. Hello, please present your identification. Chu Fei retrieved his identification from his pocket and handed it over. Under the illumination, the two guards finally recognized him and promptly stood at attention, saluting. Greetings, Group Leader Chu. Chu Fei waved his hand dismissively, accepted his identification, and made his way toward the Dragon Group. After more than 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the headquarters of the Dragon Group. At that moment, everyone was resting in their dormitories. Aside from training, their daily routine involved studying. Upon reaching the training grounds of the Dragon Group, Chu Fei took out his phone and called Haizi, Xiaoyu, and the captain of the second team, Li Yi, instructing them all to assemble at the training grounds immediately. Within just 3 minutes, the training field was filled with over 100 personnel. Reporting to the group leader, all members of the Dragon Group are assembled. Haizi, as the captain of the first team, spoke up. Chu Fei's gaze swept over everyone as he took a deep breath. Listen up, everyone. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, all of you must be present at the assembly point. Additionally, bring your respective weapons. This includes heavy weaponry, so be prepared. Is that understood? Over 100 voices responded in unison, yes, dismissed. Subsequently, Chu Fei led Haizi and a few others to the office. Upon entering, Haizi curiously inquired. Fij, what's going on? Why are we mobilizing the entire Dragon Group? His question was met with curious glances from the others. Chu Fei seated himself on a chair and took a deep breath. This time, it is actually a personal mission. The statement left everyone momentarily stunned. They were taken aback, for utilizing their identities to resolve personal matters was strictly prohibited and could result in severe consequences, including military law. Fij, isn't that a bit excessive? If all over 100 of us from the Dragon Group are deployed, it will be impossible to keep it from the higher-ups. If not, we brothers can sneak out without issue. Xiaowu expressed his concerns. The others nodded in agreement with Xiaowu's viewpoint. However, Chu Fei gently shook his head. I have no intention of hiding this from the higher-ups. The individuals I intend to confront are the Han family. The declaration sent a shockwave through the room. The Han family was one of the most powerful of the 3 major families in the capital. Fij, how could you possibly be in such a major conflict with the Han family to warrant the involvement of all of us? Xiaoyu sensed the gravity of the situation and asked. Upon mentioning this, Chu Fei's expression instantly turned cold. Members of the Han family have kidnapped my wife and a friend of mine. They demand my life and all the shares of my wife's company in exchange for their safety. The revelation ignited fury among those present. Damn! The Han family, despite being a prominent family, could stoop to such a despicable act. Fij, no need to elaborate. We brothers understand what must be done. Tomorrow morning, we head straight for the Han family. However, Xiaoyu perceived an unusual implication. Fij, I'm a bit puzzled. While I can understand the conflict between you and the Han family, their demand for your wife's company shares is perplexing. The Han family has numerous enterprises. But as far as I know, your wife's company isn't particularly large. Why would they want shares from her company? Upon hearing Xiaoyu's question, Chu Fei smiled slightly. Xiaoyu. You've always been sharp, you've hit the nail on the head. As he spoke, Chu Fei pulled out the last vial of the longevity serum from his pocket. The sight of the vial caused the others to pause in surprise. Fij, what is that? Haizi asked. Bewildered, Chu Fei took a deep breath. Initially, I hadn't intended to let you all use this, as I'm uncertain about any potential side effects. However, I now plan to let you try it. The group fell silent, unsure of his intentions. Haizi, you're the strongest among you, so why don't you give it a go? Xiaoyu, assist him with the injection. After saying this, he handed the vial to Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, Haizi had already rolled up his sleeve. Let us see what this is all about. They understood that Chu Fei would never harm them. This was undoubtedly something beneficial. Xiao Yu removed the needle cap and injected the serum into Haizi. After the injection, Haizi initially felt nothing unusual, but Chu Fei remarked, "Let us head to the training grounds and test it out." Subsequently, they arrived at the training area. At this point, the longevity serum had begun to take effect. Haizi felt as though he had taken a potent stimulant, his breathing becoming notably heavy. "Feige. This stuff is something else. I can hardly handle it." As he spoke, Haizi bolted out with astonishing speed, leaving everyone stunned. In a mere second, he had dashed over 10 meters. Bang! Haizi delivered a powerful kick to a 50-kilogram sandbag, obliterating it in an explosion of sand that left Xiao Yu and the others dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Does Haizi possess such strength? "Haizi, come and spar with me." Chu Fei moved swiftly to Haizi's side. The onlookers were taken aback. It felt as though a gust of wind had blown past. And Chu Fei was suddenly beside Haizi. "Feige. I feel like my strength has increased by more than double. You better watch out." As he spoke, Haizi swiftly launched an attack in a matter of seconds. The two had exchanged over 100 blows, yet Haizi found himself thoroughly overwhelmed by Chu Fei. This was despite Chu Fei not exerting himself fully. Otherwise, Haizi would have been unable to withstand even a single punch. "I concede. I can't take it anymore," Haizi gasped, supporting himself on his knees. After several hundred exchanges, he was utterly exhausted. However, he had completely acclimated to his enhanced physical state. Chu Fei exhaled a deep breath. "Why don't you share your experience with Xiao Yu and the others?" At that moment, Xiao Yu and several others approached. They had been observing the intense exchange but struggled to keep up with the rapid pace. After a moment of contemplation, Haizi finally spoke. "This serum can enhance my strength by nearly threefold, and my reaction speed and agility have experienced a terrifying boost. I could easily take on 10, or even more of my former self." His proclamation left everyone in astonishment. "Is this stuff really that terrifying? By the way, Feige, how long does its effect last? I can't imagine something this powerful being effective for long." Haizi asked, puzzled. Chu Fei hesitated for a few seconds before explaining, "If all goes well, it should be permanent." "What?" The revelation plunged everyone into silence. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yu spoke up, "Now I understand why the Han family kidnapped your wife. It must be for this serum. It's no wonder that if such a thing were monopolized by any corporation, it would be catastrophic." Chu Fei nodded in agreement. "I refuse to let the Han family have control over this serum. And I will also save your sister-in-law. Tomorrow morning, we head for the Han family." The next morning at 7 o'clock sharp, over 100 individuals were already prepared at the training grounds. Each individual donned bulletproof vests, their bodies laden with an assortment of elixirs. Outside the training ground, over a dozen jeeps and 3 large vehicles stood parked, the latter equipped with heavy weaponry, such as rocket launchers. As Chu Fei observed that everyone had gathered, he waved his hand decisively. His cold voice echoed in the ears of every person present. Everyone, board the vehicles with his command. All promptly climbed aboard. Chu Fei, along with He Zi and others, took their seats in the first jeep. At the entrance of the war zone headquarters, a convoy of jeeps began to roll out. The guards at the entrance were left in a state of shock. What monumental event was unfolding that warranted such a mobilization of personnel? Moreover, one guard seemed to discern the figure of Chu Fei in the lead jeep. Only after the last vehicle had departed did the guards regain their composure, hastily calling in to report to their superiors. After several layers of communication, the information finally reached Liang Quan at that moment. Liang Quan was equally puzzled as to which department had orchestrated such extensive training, mobilizing so many vehicles. However, the office phone soon rang. "Hello? Is this Commander Liang? We have a serious situation." Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Liang Quan was momentarily taken aback. "And these individuals are armed with heavy weaponry." At this revelation, Liang Quan shot up from his chair. "What? How was I not informed? And why was there no report made to me?" His expression was one of fury. "Commander, I am equally in the dark. You should contact Group Leader Chu for clarification." Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Quan ended the call and promptly dialed Chu Fei's number. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of the capital, countless onlookers were left in astonishment at the sight before them. A full convoy of military green jeeps was advancing, their occupants seemingly armed to the teeth. Phones were drawn, capturing the moment in the lead jeep. Chu Fei received a call from Liang Quan. "Commander." Soon, Liang Quan's enraged voice resonated through the line. "Chu Fei, what on earth are you planning?" A faint smile graced Chu Fei's face. "Commander, I intend to confront the Han family." Chapter 139. The arrival at the Han family on the lively streets of the capital. Throngs of pedestrians were capturing photographs of Chu Fei's convoy, an unprecedented scene outside of anniversary celebrations. As Chu Fei ended the call with Liang Quan, he resolved that this time, he would not shy away from confronting the Han family. Liang Quan, left fuming after the abrupt disconnection, felt his face pale with anger. He had previously warned this young man that the Han and Feng families were not to be trifled with. Yet, it had barely been a short while, and now Chu Fei was mobilizing forces against the Han family. Was this a case of seeking trouble? The mere thought of Chu Fei stirring up a hornet's nest with such a large entourage filled Liang Quan with dread. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to call his elder brother in a modest courtyard within the city. Liang Zhan was engaged in his morning exercises, his aged body moving through a series of martial forms. However, upon receiving Liang Quan's call, he paused. "Hello, Xiao Quan, what is it?" His brow furrowed in confusion at the early hour of the call. "Hello, elder brother. We have a grave situation. Chu Fei has taken the entire dragon team to confront the Han family." Liang Zhan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets at this revelation. What? Has he lost his mind? What has transpired? He could hardly believe that Chu Fei, known for his composure, would act so impulsively. Yet, it was evident that the Han family must have crossed a line with him. Inciting such a response, I am unsure. I only just received word from below. When I inquired, I learned he was armed with heavy weaponry and intended to engage the Han family in a significant confrontation. Liang Zhan fell silent, contemplating the gravity of the situation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Come drive me over. We need to address this matter." He ended the call and, after a moment's thought, dialed Shangwan Bei. "Shangwan, we have an issue. The young man from the Tianquang family has taken his people to confront the Han family. This situation may escalate beyond control." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the city, Shangwan Bei was enjoying his morning tea in his courtyard when he nearly choked upon receiving the news. What? Is he serious? This young man is far too reckless. All right, I understand. I'll change and head over right away. Also, call Murong and have him join us. With that, Shangwan Bei hastily left, neglecting his breakfast, after speaking a quick word to his wife. Liang Zhan also reached out to Murong Zhang, who was equally taken aback by the news but wasted no time in ordering his driver to head to the Han family. Meanwhile, the Han family remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in the latest pharmaceutical developments from Qiao Company. Eldest brother, second brother, this time our family is poised to ascend to new heights. With this breakthrough, the Han family will undoubtedly be the foremost family in the capital. Han Jinlong exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating his face. This information had been relayed to him by Han Jia, and it was fortunate that his son had not brought shame upon them. In mere days, they would obtain all shares of Qiao Company, including the patent for this groundbreaking medication. Once released, it would likely incite worldwide frenzy, securing their family's prominence. Indeed, third brother, Xiaojia is truly a gem chosen by our family. With him, the Han family will undoubtedly thrive in the capital. Han Tianqin, the current patriarch, laughed heartily. Eldest brother, third brother, what about the Yun family? Should we join forces with the Feng family to eliminate them? Or, Han Xinhuan, the second in command, interjected. Preparations for war had long been set in motion between the two families, and should the timing be right, they could swiftly plunge the Yun family into turmoil, and no need. Our alliance with the Feng family is solely for the acquisition of Qiao Company's breakthrough. By tomorrow, Xiaojia will possess all shares, along with the patent. There is no reason to share this bounty with them, Han Jinlong scoffed. His initial proposal to collaborate with the Feng family stemmed from a lack of opportunity to secure the shares. But circumstances had changed. They no longer needed to divide the spoils. True enough. Han Xinhuan nodded in agreement. Third brother, please inform Xiaojia. Once this news reaches the family, it will undoubtedly provoke a significant response, and he will be well rewarded. Han Tianqin smiled. Yet, as the men conversed, their butler rushed in, visibly flustered. Patriarch, this is dire. More than 100 armed personnel from the military have surrounded our estate, declaring that no one is to enter or exit under any circumstances. What? Han Jinlong sprang to his feet, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. They had received no prior warning. If the military intended to act against them, they would have been informed. Who is leading them? Han Jinlong demanded. The butler shook his head, indicating he did not know. Han Tianqin's demeanor turned icy. Let us go see who dares to challenge the Han family. With that, the three of them strode towards the exit. Upon stepping outside the villa, they were met by a line of men clad in military green, weapons trained upon them. However, their gazes were drawn to Chu Fei, a figure they recognized all too well. Ironically, the very first task assigned to Han Zhao upon arriving in Jiangnan was to eliminate the nuisance that was Chu Fei. Little did they expect that he would arrive in the capital before them. Stepping closer, Chu Fei's cold eyes scanned the three middle-aged men before him. Who is Han Jinlong? Step forward. Upon hearing his name called, Han Jinlong took a step forward. What is it? Group leader Chu. Do you intend to use your weapons against me? His expression darkened, for this was their territory. Yet, he seemed to have misjudged the situation. This dragon crossing the river would not engage in negotiation. With a swift motion, Chu Fei raised his firearm. Bang! Chapter 140. You are not worthy to negotiate with me. A single bullet pierced Han Jinlong's kneecap, leaving him no time to react. Agony surged through him as he collapsed to the ground, the shot shattering his left kneecap. You dare? Han Tianqin's eyes blazed with fury. How audacious it was for someone to draw a weapon on their own territory. Even if he is the leader of the dragon group, he must bear the consequences of his actions. Everyone, heed my command. Should anyone dare to strike, do not hold back. Execute them on the spot. If there is any resistance, bombard them with rocket launchers. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Tainyo, standing behind Chu Fei, set aside their automatic rifles and lifted the rocket launcher resting on the ground. Its warhead already loaded and ready for launch. This scene caused Han Tianqin's eyes to widen in disbelief. He simply could not fathom the audacity of this young man to confront the Han family. Young man, do you have any idea what kind of presence stands behind me? Have you truly considered the repercussions of your actions? Han Tianqin said coldly, his gaze shifting towards Han Jinlong, who had been shot and had his kneecap shattered. Now unable to rise, blood pooling around him. You must be Han's father, correct? Han Jinlong looked at Chu Fei with a gaze as dark as a stormy sky. Oh, what if I am? Do you dare to kill me? However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that his son had crossed this young man's line. Otherwise, he would not have been so reckless as to bring so many people to the Han family's doorstep and even dared to fire a shot at his own. Yet, upon hearing this, Chu Fei burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Your son indeed possesses some skills, I concede. However, I can assure you, he is doomed, and you are no different. That cold voice, devoid of any emotion, lingered in the ears of Han Jinlong and the others. Now, I present you with a choice. Have your son release the captives, and I may spare your life for the time being. Otherwise, if my people perish, I will ensure that the entire Han family pays the price. As he spoke, Chu Fei's arm slowly rose. In the next moment, Xiao Wu and the others raised their weapons in unison. Meanwhile, the members of the dragon group outside also advanced into the estate. Over a dozen rocket launchers and hundreds of automatic rifles were aimed at the villa within the estate. With just a command from Chu Fei, the entire Han family estate would be reduced to rubble. How dare you? You cannot bear the consequences of your actions, do you understand? Han Tianqin glared at Chu Fei with a cold expression. Unfortunately, Chu Fei showed no regard for his words. He sneered, What do you think you are? Do my actions require your judgment? A severed head is merely a larger scar. Han Tianqin was seething with anger, yet he dared not speak recklessly, fearing that this young man might truly lose his mind and level the place. Then they would have no place to seek justice. Hee. Chu Fei, you are exceedingly naive. Do you think that by targeting the Han family, the only one to perish will be you? Let me tell you, your entire family will meet the same fate. Han Jinlong's eyes were filled with a frenzied light, as if he had already foreseen Chu Fei's demise. Bang. Another shot shattered his right kneecap. You talk too much. I have no interest in listening. Release the hostages. Chu Fei, having lost patience, declared. This time, Han Jinlong began to panic. This young man was serious. If this continued, he might truly die here, and furthermore the entire Han family would vanish. In that moment, Han Jinlong shakily retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Han's number. However, Chu Fei quickly stepped forward and kicked Han Jinlong in the chest, snatching the phone from his grasp. Awaiting Han's response, Seconds later, Hanja's voice came through the line. Dad? A cold smile crept across Chu Fei's lips. Good son. Hanja, resting in a hotel, shot up from his seat upon hearing that familiar voice. His face instantly turning icy. Chu Fei, you are courting death. Do you believe I will have someone kill your wife right now? Yet, Chu Fei remained unfazed. Instead, he calmly replied, do as you wish, but I can guarantee. If my wife dies, your entire family will be buried alongside her. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I am currently in your family's estate. With that, Chu Fei hung up the phone and called out to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, let him hear a sound. Xiao Wu nodded in response. Yes, with that, he pulled the trigger on the rocket launcher. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the pavilion near the villa was obliterated. This scene left Han Tianchen and the others in shock. They never imagined this young man would truly dare to open fire. I don't have many people here, just over a dozen rocket launchers, hundreds of guns, and thousands of bullets. You can test whether I can wipe out everyone in the Han family. Chu Fei spoke to Hanja on the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Hanja's face turned a deep shade of anger. He never expected Chu Fei to have such audacity. Having kidnapped his wife, he directly led a group to raid his own home. Fine, Chu Fei. I'll give you credit for your boldness. I will release the hostages now, but if a single hair on my family is harmed, I will ensure you pay the price. Hanja was not a man who would sacrifice his family for personal gain. His parents were still inside the estate, and he dared not gamble with their lives against Chu Fei's willingness to fire. It seems you have forgotten one crucial detail. I am not here to negotiate. You must release them. If my people lose even a single hair, I will take the life of someone from the Han family. Do you understand? Within half an hour, if my people have not arrived at the Jiangnan Combat Zone Division, then I am sorry, but the Han family will cease to exist. With that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. However, his heart raced with anxiety. In his view, even the lives of the entire Han family could not compare to Su Li's safety. Moreover, Su Li was carrying their child. After he hung up, 3 vehicles appeared at the entrance of the Han family estate. Liang Zhan, Shangguan Bei, and Murong Zheng hurriedly approached the villa, their hearts filled with fervent prayers that no one would perish. Chapter 141. Or perhaps, shall I offer you 2 pills? As Liang Zhan and the others entered the Han family estate, they let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, no lives had been lost. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. However, upon seeing Han Jinlong lying on the ground, blood pooling around him, their hearts skipped a beat. This young man, Chu Fei, truly had the audacity to shatter Han Jinlong's legs. Upon seeing the 3 newcomers, Chu Fei was taken aback. He did not expect that Uncle Yang and the others would arrive as well. Yet, the expressions of Han Tianchen and his companions turned frosty upon seeing Liang Zhan and the others. The influence of these 3 in the capital was arguably equal to that of the Han family. While the Han family might ignore many influential figures in the capital, they could not afford to overlook these 3. You audacious brat. You truly have some nerve to be so arrogant, Liang Zhan. Upon spotting Chu Fei, was filled with indignation. He approached and delivered a fierce kick to Chu Fei's backside. Chu Fei looked at the 3 of them in surprise. Uncle Yang, Uncle Shangguan, Uncle Murong, what brings you here? Shangguan Bei shot him a fierce glare. If we hadn't come, you would have turned the entire capital upside down. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei could only let out a long sigh. I did not wish for this. However, they have gone too far. I had no choice but to act. His gaze then fell upon Han Jinlong. In a frigid tone, he declared, you targeted me before, and I let it slide. But when you turned your sights on my loved ones and friends, do not blame me. As he spoke, Chu Fei raised his gun, poised to take Han Jinlong's life at any moment. Observing this, Liang Zhan quickly stepped forward to lower his hand. He then turned to Han Tianchen and the others with a beaming smile. Han family head, the younger generation has acted impulsively. I hope you will overlook this and not take it to heart. All right? Hearing Liang Zhan's conciliatory words, Han Tianchen's mood gradually improved. However, Han Jinlong sneered. Sitting on the ground, his legs soaked in blood, he showed no concern for the pain. Liang Zhan, you need not feign sympathy. I suspect you are quite pleased to witness this scene. Aren't you? This brat has the audacity to touch the Han family. You must have been aware, right? Liang Zhan chuckled at this remark. Well, I only just found out about this incident. To prevent a bloodbath, I decided to come here. Otherwise, why would I wait until your family is entirely wiped out before arriving? He did not speak falsely. He had just learned of the situation from Liang Quan and rushed over without delay. Thankfully, he arrived in time to avert disaster. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fei interjected, "Uncle Liang, there's no need to waste words with him. I have already stated, today he must die." Chu Fei's eyes were devoid of any emotion. Han Jinlong and Hanja had already made it onto his death list. The lives of the other members of the Han family could be spared, but these two, regardless of their immense background, must die. "You insolent brat." Upon hearing this, Liang Zhen immediately pulled him aside and, with a serious expression, said, "Do you have any idea of the true background of the Han family? Hanja is a direct descendant of the Han family, and his father will also be protected. If you kill both of them, even your father won't be able to save you. Not only that, but your father might also be implicated. Let alone the others." Liang Zhen laid out the gravity of the situation. "It is evident that now is not the time to act against the Han family. Uncle Yang, I understand your meaning. I am also well aware of the Han family's background. However, Han Jinlong's son, Hanja, has kidnapped my wife and friends. He even threatened my life in exchange for theirs. If it were you, what would you do? Would you negotiate with them or bow down in defeat?" Upon hearing these words, Liang Zhen was momentarily taken aback. He was unaware of the specific reasons for Chu Fei's trouble with the Han family. However, upon hearing this, he could comprehend, if it were his younger self, he would have thought little of the consequences and dealt with the Han family first. As for the repercussions, they could be addressed later. So what are the current conditions? The other party has agreed to release the hostages. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhen finally sighed in relief. He genuinely feared that Hanja would not release them. If a conflict broke out, the annihilation of the Han family would be certain. Yet, the real Han family would undoubtedly intervene. At that point, it wouldn't just be Chu Fei facing misfortune. They too would be implicated. "All right, as long as the people are safe, I will negotiate with the Han family." With that, he approached Han Tianqin and the others. "Head of the Han family, can we discuss this now?" Han Tianqin's face was ashen, but given their current disadvantage, he could only nod in agreement. Minutes later, Han Jinlong was sent to the hospital for treatment. At this moment, within the Han family's villa, only Chu Fei, Liang Zhen, and two others remained, along with Han Tianqin and Han Qianhuan. "Head of the Han family, I believe you understand that your actions have gone too far. Kidnapping Captain Chu's wife and friends and threatening him with their lives. Anyone would find this intolerable. Captain Chu was forced into such actions. However, Han Tianqin knew exactly what he meant. Wasn't this implying that they were in the wrong? He let out a cold laugh. Then, "Mr. Liang, what do you mean?" Liang Zhen smiled faintly. "It means nothing. You, Han family, will release the hostages and provide Captain Chu with some compensation and assurances. That's all." "Compensation? Assurances?" Hearing this, Han Qianhuan, seated on the couch, couldn't help but laugh in anger. The Han family had never suffered such a loss since their establishment. Injuring the third son was one thing, but to dare ask for compensation? Only Liang Zhen would have the audacity to make such a demand in the entire capital. "Haha, I can agree to the compensation and assurances." Han Tianqin laughed loudly, but his laughter was chilling. Shangguan Bei and Morong Zhang were taken aback. Wasn't Han Tianqin agreeing a bit too quickly? However, Wei agreed to compensation and assurances, but Captain Chu injured my brother's legs. It's possible my brother might never stand up again. How do we settle this score? Han Tianqin's eyes were filled with a fierce, murderous intent. Yet, before Liang Zhen could respond, Chu Fei had already risen from his seat. Casually, he stated, "That's simple." He took 2 bullets. "Shall I send you 2 as well?" As he spoke, he drew a sleek black handgun from his waist. The dark muzzle was aimed directly at Han Tianqin. Chapter 142. Confrontation. The atmosphere in the hall became tense to the extreme. Liang Zhen and the others were startled by Chu Fei's sudden action. Injuring Han Jinlong was one thing. After all, Han Jinlong's son had kidnapped Chu Fei's wife and friends. But Han Tianqin had done nothing. If a shot was fired, there would be no negotiation left. It would simply be the annihilation of the Han family. "Xiao Fei, put the gun down. We are still negotiating. It makes things difficult if you do this," Liang Zhen said with a smile that in truth, he was eager to see the Han family humiliated. Over the years, the Feng, Han, and previously the Long families had reaped considerable benefits in the Daxia, amassing wealth and influence that made others bow to them. The Yun family operated discreetly, maintaining harmony and never showing disdain towards others, unlike the remaining 2 families. "Uncle Yang, if it's difficult, then let us not bother." The Han family isn't giving you face. So we need not be overly cordial. Chu Fei's words infuriated Han Tianqin. Did he have to play the role of both the good and bad guy? What was he supposed to be? Yet, who could blame the other side for having a gun? Although everyone present was skilled, and their abilities were formidable, Chu Fei was no pushover, especially with a weapon in hand. Just as the tense atmosphere persisted, Chu Fei's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Su Li. Xiao Fei. Su Li's choked voice came through the phone. After being held captive for over 10 hours, she almost thought she would never see Chu Fei again. Unexpectedly, they suddenly released her, and she ran into Wang Xia right by the combat division. They both quickly realized that it had to be Chu Fei's doing. Hearing Su Li's choked voice, Chu Fei finally relaxed. Are you all right? Did they do anything to you? After a hard-fought pause, Su Li managed to suppress her sobs, saying, No, they didn't do anything to me. But Sister Xia was beaten. She has some bruises on her face and is now at the combat division hospital for simple bandaging. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression turned icy. Those people were truly ruthless. They even dared to hit the only daughter of the Wang family. All right, you and Xia wait for me at the combat division. I have some matters to attend to first. After saying this, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Their conversation was clearly heard by everyone present. Liang Jian and the others' expressions darkened. It was over. Han Jinlong's son had hired people who dared to strike Chu Fei's friends. Did you hear? Han's people attacked my friends. Who do you think should bear this responsibility? As he spoke, Chu Fei set down his handgun, seemingly intending to resolve the matter with bare hands. What do you intend to do? Han Tianqin glared at him coldly. Well then, since Han Jinlong is injured, you will bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Han Tianqin erupted in laughter, his veins bulging, a terrifying power surged from him. Come, let me see how capable you, the leader of the dragon team, truly are. He stepped back 2 paces and beckoned to Chu Fei with a finger. Chu Fei was about to make a move when Hazy stepped forward. Brother Fei, how about I give it a try? Hazy was now very confident in his strength, especially after using that longevity potion, which had significantly enhanced his abilities. Forget it. You're not his match. Chu Fei shook his head. It wasn't that Hazy lacked strength, but Han Tianqin was different from the head of the Long family. The latter had the true Han family backing him. It was needless to guess that such a family must possess genuine ancient martial arts. Hazy had never practiced ancient martial arts, and against Han Tianqin, he could only lose. What? Is the leader of the dragon team only capable of this? Want to team up against me? No matter. Come at me together. Han Tianqin's eyes were filled with disdain. In his view, Chu Fei was merely the leader of the dragon team. He, on the other hand, was backed by the true Han family and possessed ancient martial arts that ordinary people could never access in their lifetimes. With this alone, defeating Chu Fei would be a piece of cake. Do I even need to team up against you? As Chu Fei stepped forward, the ground beneath him shattered. With each step, he left a deep footprint, all of which were remarkably similar in depth. Liang Jian and the others' pupils constricted slightly. This kid, his strength is rather terrifying. Han Tianqin's expression also shifted. Could this kid's strength truly be that formidable? Although he could achieve similar feats, maintaining uniformity in the depth of each footprint was an extraordinary challenge. When Chu Fei reached Han Tianqin, he slowly raised his head, looking at him. Within 3 moves, if you don't fall, I will cut off my head and kick it around like a ball. Everyone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. This kid is far too arrogant to claim he could take down Han Tianqin in 3 moves. Even those who practiced ancient martial arts could hardly achieve such a feat yet. Inexplicably, they all believed in Chu Fei's words. Old Liang, do you think this kid is on drugs? His strength is probably not far from old Chu's. Shangguan Bei expressed his astonishment. How would I know? The last time I saw this kid, I didn't tease since his strength was this remarkable. Liang Zhan replied. At this moment, Murong Zhang, who had been rather taciturn, slowly spoke. That lad, after his recent trip to Jiangnan, must have encountered something significant. Otherwise, his strength could not have surged so rapidly. Moreover, it is highly likely that it is related to the incident involving his wife's abduction. Once this skirmish concludes, we shall inquire and ascertain the truth. Chapter 143. Are you trying to take advantage here? The first move shall be merely a test. Chu Fei approached Han Tianqin, raising his fist to strike. The latter, showing no signs of retreat, responded with a punch of his own. At that moment, their fists collided with tremendous force. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The tiles beneath them could not withstand their combined might, shattering into fragments and leaving a deep crater in the ground. Han Tianchen felt a jolt of shock. This boy's strength is exceedingly formidable. I exerted nearly 80% of my power, yet it appears he has only utilized half. His expression remained stoic as he stepped back, the pain in his fist revealing a harsh truth. He was no match for this young man. Impressive. The head of the Han family is merely this capable. A faint smile graced Chu Fei's face. Han Tianchen's eyes blazed with fury. You will regret your words, young man. With that, Han Tianchen closed his eyes and assumed a combat stance. His left hand was held horizontally before him, while his right fist hung naturally at his side. Observing this, Chu Fei understood that Han Tianchen intended to employ ancient martial arts. However, he deemed it unnecessary for himself. Now, prepare to receive my attack. With this declaration, every muscle in Chu Fei's body tensed. He slowly raised his right hand to his chest. Bang! In an instant, they struck again. This time, the ferocity of their engagement escalated beyond the previous exchange. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the outcome of the battle was determined. Han Tianchen lay on the ground, his arm contorted at an unnatural angle, clearly a result of Chu Fei's punch breaking his bone. His pale face was etched with confusion and disbelief. He could not comprehend how his ancient martial arts had proven utterly ineffective against Chu Fei, who simply used raw physical power to overwhelm him. This was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Meanwhile, Liang Zhan and the others stood nearby, equally astonished. They knew that Han Tianchen had just utilized ancient martial arts, yet Chu Fei had crushed him with sheer strength. What level of power does this young man possess? The Han family is nothing extraordinary. Chu Fei gradually withdrew his hand. His objective had been achieved. If he were to eliminate the entire Han family, the repercussions from the family's powerful connections would likely lead to endless retaliation. Uncle Yang, Uncle Shangguan, Uncle Morong, Haizi, let us depart. Liang Zhan and the others had no choice but to follow him out of the grand hall. Outside, Liang Quan had already arrived, though he did not enter the villa. Upon seeing Chu Fei and his elder brother Liang Zhan along with Shangguan Bei, his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated the heads of the Shangguan and Morong families to be present. It seems this lad is acquainted with quite a few significant figures. You little rascal, do you have any idea of the impact you've caused? Liang Quan approached and delivered a punch to Chu Fei's chest. However, this strike lacked considerable force. Chu Fei pretended to stagger back in pain, exclaiming, "Commander, you've injured me. I must return to rest." Liang Quan, fully aware of Chu Fei's pretense, feigned an attempt to strike again. Yet, Chu Fei cleverly positioned himself behind Liang Zhan. "Uncle Yang, look, the commander is after me." Liang Zhan's expression darkened. "Enough. Do not play coy while trying to gain favors." Chu Fei chuckled awkwardly. Haizi and Li Yi immediately stood at attention. Yes, team leader. Subsequently, over 100 individuals gradually departed from the Han family estate. "You cheeky brat, get in the car." Liang Zhan kicked Chu Fei playfully, urging him to enter. After more than 40 minutes, the group of 5 arrived at Liang Zhan's tranquil courtyard. Liang Zhan called out to those inside, "Wife, brew a pot of Wui rock tea. Shangguan and the others have arrived." "Got it." Seated around a small wooden table in the courtyard, everyone settled in. "You little scamp. Speak." Shangguan Bei regarded him with utmost seriousness. Noticing this, Chu Fei recounted the entirety of events that had transpired. Upon hearing the tale, their faces were filled with righteous indignation. Han Jinlong and Han Zhe truly deserved their fate. Morong Jing's tone was laced with a hint of coldness. If he were in the same position, he would not easily forgive the Han family. Indeed, the expressions of Liang Zhan and the others were equally grim. However, little Fei, the Han family places immense value on this matter, so it must hold significant utility, correct? From the preceding narrative, they understood that the Han family sought the elixir of longevity. Yet, Chu Fei wore an expression of difficulty. After all, the secret of this elixir could not be divulged to the public. However, he had previously entrusted it to Han Zhe to stabilize the situation. Now that he had completely severed ties with the Han family, it would not be long before the truth surfaced. After much contemplation, Chu Fei finally revealed the properties of the elixir of longevity. Is this substance real? Are you jesting? Is it something that current technology can produce? Shangguan Bei's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief in their view. Such a substance could not possibly be synthesized with contemporary science. Perhaps not even in a century. Uncle Shangguan, do not doubt me. I believe you sensed my strength during our last meeting. Did you not? Now, I am more than twice as powerful as before. This enhancement is due to that elixir. Chu Fei chuckled helplessly. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Clearly, the elixir must indeed exist. Otherwise, Chu Fei's rapid ascent in strength would be inexplicable. You little scamp, without further ado, I demand 10,000 vials. Deliver them to me promptly, understood? Liang Quan immediately requested a staggering quantity of 10,000 vials. Chu Fei leaped in shock. Commander, are you attempting to take undue advantage? You ask for 10,000 vials as if you intend to rob a bank. Furthermore, each vial is nearly worth 100 million. 10,000 vials? You might as well kill me. Chu Fei adopted an expression of mock despair. 10,000 vials? Setting aside how long it will take for the research facility to produce them, even if they could, the first to receive them would be the Yun family and the Wang family. Followed by others, Commander, asking for 10,000 vials is beyond reason. Liang Quan chuckled. If 10,000 is not feasible, perhaps a few hundred vials would suffice. I can settle the bill later. Once the military supplies arrive, I'll trade them for you. Chu Fei resolutely shook his head. No, not a single vial. I never intended to make this public. Had it not been for Uncle Yang and the others being present, I wouldn't have divulged anything. Chapter 144. One down. One more to go within the courtyard. Chu Fei continued haggling with Shangguan Bei and the others. 100 vials. If you don't agree, I'll have no choice but to eliminate you. Shangguan Bei stood up and tightly gripped Chu Fei's neck. Chu Fei rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ugh, Uncle Shangguan, it would be better if you just killed me. Uncle Yang and the others only asked for 70 vials, and you want 100. That's blatant favoritism. 70 vials at most. No more. Finally breaking free from Shangguan Bei's grasp, Chu Fei gasped for breath. Fine, but you must ensure the price is reasonable. I've only recently managed to save some pocket money. If you take it all, how will I eat? Shangguan Bei felt a pang of sympathy. After all, the cost of 70 vials approached 70 billion. Such an amount was beyond what most companies could muster in one go. This money was meant for his retirement. However, with the elixir, spending money to buy life seemed worthwhile. Uncle Shangguan, please don't make this difficult for me. I'm not the one setting the price, am I? However, I can offer you a 10% discount. Chu Fei grinned. Prices were negotiable, especially since the current quantity of the elixir was limited. As supply increased, prices might fluctuate, but the overall cost would remain stable. Agreed. Just as they were discussing, Liang Quan's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly. The highest authority is calling. At this announcement, the room fell silent. Chu Fei was equally bewildered. The highest authority? The last time he had encountered such a person was when the Long family was annihilated. Hello, sir? Liang Quan's tone bore an unusual respect. Liang Quan, is Chu Fei with you? Upon hearing this, Liang Quan's gaze fell upon Chu Fei. Yes, do you wish to speak with him? Soon, a voice came through the phone. Indeed. I am en route to the war zone headquarters. I will wait for you in your office. With that, the call ended. Liang Quan set his phone down, his brow furrowing slightly. You little rascal. Now it seems Mr. Jiang wishes to meet you. Certainly, it must be your commotion that has stirred the waters. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei felt a sudden unease in his heart. The attention of the highest authorities on this matter is certainly not a good omen. Most troubling is the fact that he remains oblivious to their intentions. Should they lean towards the Han family, then today's incident may not conclude favorably for him. Mr. Jiang has taken note of this situation? In that case, this young man might be in a bit of trouble. Liang Zhen's brow furrowed slightly. He had thought that with the three of them intervening, it would suffice. He had not anticipated that the highest authorities would also take action. Perhaps not. It would be prudent to wait for that troublesome lad to meet with them before making any conclusions. Morong Zhang spoke up as well. Shangguan Bei slowly exhaled. All right, Xiao Liang, you and Chu Fei should go and meet with the highest authorities. Liang Quan nodded in agreement and departed the courtyard with Chu Fei. In the car. You troublesome brat. When you meet Mr. Jiang, you'd best rein in that foul temper of yours, do you understand? Chu Fei nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. 40 minutes later, as they approached the lobby of the office building, the guards at the entrance announced, Commander, the highest authorities are awaiting you in your office. Liang Quan acknowledged with a nod, I understand. Moments later, he stood before the office door and knocked. A steady male voice resonated from within. Come in. Liang Quan and Chu Fei exchanged glances before pushing the door open and stepping inside. In the office, Jiang Ping stood by the window, smoking a cigarette. Upon their entrance, he turned to face them. Liang Quan and Chu Fei quickly bowed in respect. We greet Mr. Jiang. Jiang Ping waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the formalities. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Chu Fei. You, young man, you possess quite the audacity to provoke the Han family. Are you not afraid of their retaliation? Jiang Ping sat down on a chair, regarding Chu Fei intently. Chu Fei, with a look of helplessness, replied, Mr. Jiang, I had no choice. If I did not take action, my wife would be in danger. Furthermore, the Han family seeks my life. Should I simply await my demise? In truth, Jiang Ping had already gleaned the background of the situation from his subordinates. He bore no ill will towards Chu Fei. He merely sought clarification after receiving a call from a genuine member of the Han family. I am aware of this matter. I do not wish to place blame upon you. However, do you realize that after you departed from the Han family, their backers have already contacted me? Their message is quite simple. They demand half of your wife's company shares as compensation, and in return, they will let bygones be bygones. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that a legitimate member of the Han family could wield such influence to reach the highest authorities. Clearly, the relationship between the highest authorities and the Han family was intricate. Though not adversarial, it was certainly not amicable. Mr. Jiang, compensation is out of the question. Half of the shares. They must be dreaming. Chu Fei showed no regard for Jiang Ping's authority and outright rejected the proposal. They kidnapped my wife and seek my life. Now that the matter is nearing resolution, they expect compensation? What a fool's errand. Jiang Ping smirked. I knew you would be unwilling. Thus, I have taken the liberty to refuse their demands on your behalf. Chu Fei was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. But do not rejoice too soon. My refusal comes with conditions. The Han family will strike back at you, and their condition is that you cannot deploy the Dragon Team or any other personnel from the war zone. In other words, when the Han family retaliates, you are absolutely forbidden from using the Dragon Team against them. Of course, should you wish to utilize intelligence teams for reconnaissance, that is permissible. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei understood clearly. This meant that when facing the true Han family, he would no longer possess the identity of the Dragon Team leader. His only recourse would be his own family and his maternal grandfather's clan. Yet, a cold smile graced Chu Fei's face as he replied, I comprehend, Mr. Jiang. I will bear the brunt of the Han family's retaliation myself. However, I would appreciate it if you could convey a message to them. Should they seek revenge against me, they must prepare for my counterstrike. Whether I kill one or two, it matters not. I am unperturbed by the prospect of taking more lives. My sincerest apologies, esteemed readers. I am truly sorry. I will make amends once my daughter is feeling better. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 145. Is father on the brink of collapse? Upon exiting the office, Chu Fei's countenance was far from pleasant. From Mr. Jiang's words, it was evident that the Han family's vengeance would be swift and fierce. While ensuring the safety of Su Li and her family, he must remain vigilant against their retaliation. A momentary lapse could result in the enemy seizing upon his vulnerabilities, a scenario Chu Fei was unwilling to entertain. Liu was busy raking the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Upon seeing Chu Fei enter, he promptly ceased his task. Young master, what news do you bring? He was already aware that early in the morning, Chu Fei had led a contingent to confront the Han family. Chu Fei approached a table in the courtyard and sat down, a frown adorning his face. They have released the individuals, but we may encounter numerous complications moving forward. Liu, perplexed, stepped closer. If they have released the individuals, why do you speak thus? Do they still dare to retaliate? Li uncle, tell me honestly, do you know the true background of the Han family? Chu Fei inquired, believing that Liu, having served his father for many years, must possess secrets unknown to him. Perhaps the true origins of the Han family or the Feng family. A flicker of surprise crossed Liu's face upon hearing the question, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a forced smile. Young master, you jest? How could I possibly know such secrets? His expression was noticeably uneasy. Li uncle, let me be frank. My actions against the Han family have already come to the attention of their backers. Moreover, the highest authorities have summoned me for a discussion, stating that from now on, I am forbidden from deploying any members of the Dragon Team, including their weaponry. This is due to the fact that I am about to face the true wrath of the Han family. Upon hearing this, Liu could no longer maintain his composure, his face betraying a mixture of shock and concern. If what the young master said was true, then his situation was indeed precarious. "Young master, you are not jesting, are you?" he asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Chu Fei shook his head. "Eli uncle, do you truly believe I would make light of such a matter?" Liu fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. No one would make a jest of this nature. "What do you plan to do, young master? Will you report this to the family, or, given the current circumstances, the best course of action would be to inform the family? While the Chu family's strength may not be sufficient to contend with the Han family, they would at least avoid a humiliating defeat." "Very well. Gather all the individuals my father has stationed in the capital." "Ah?" Liu was visibly unsettled by this request. After all, these individuals were the last line of defense arranged by the master, and unless absolutely necessary, they would not be called upon. Yet, given the current situation, it appeared unavoidable. "Understood, young master, I will call them immediately." With that, Liu took his phone and stepped away to make the call. After approximately half an hour of waiting in the villa, all personnel assigned to the capital by Chu Tianquang had arrived. Among them were company employees, janitors, and security guards from various neighborhoods. These individuals had been assigned to different roles, rarely crossing paths unless necessity demanded it. "Greetings, young master." 13 men of varying ages stood before Chu Fei. The eldest among them was in his 40s, while the youngest was merely 20, even younger than Chu Fei. Yet their capabilities were formidable. For instance, the eldest, Li Tongming, possessed strength rivaling that of a Chu Fei who had not ingested any enhancement potions. In fact, without the potions, their chances of victory would be evenly matched. The other individuals, while slightly less capable than Chu Fei, were not far behind. "Very well, since you are all here, I shall not stand on ceremony. I intend to enhance your abilities, in order to ensure absolute safety." Chu Fei set aside the secret of the longevity potion. He aimed to multiply the strength of these 13 individuals by 2 or 3 times, utilizing them to protect Su Li and her parents. They could not fall into the hands of the Han family, for that would endanger his own position. Upon hearing this announcement, the assembled individuals expressed no doubts. Their purpose for being there was to assist Chu Fei. "All right, you will stay here tonight, Eli uncle. Please make the arrangements. I will make a phone call." As he prepared to call Su Li to inquire about her situation, an unexpected number appeared on his phone. "Huh? Master? Where are you?" It has been 3 days since the master departed. Throughout these 3 days, he has not made a single call, and now, out of the blue, he contacts me. Could it be that the matter has been resolved? "You troublesome rascal, next, I may need to discuss something with you. Prepare yourself mentally." On the other end of the line, Sun Yining's tone was somewhat subdued, as if she bore a burden too heavy to articulate. Chu Fei's expression darkened slightly. The master seldom spoke to him in such a manner. If he did, it indicated that something was amiss. "Master, please speak," he urged. However, Chu Fei waited several minutes without hearing a word from the master. Nearly 10 minutes later, Sun Yining's voice, tinged with sorrow, finally resonated through the receiver. "Your father may not have much time left." Upon hearing these words, Chu Fei's heart sank abruptly. "No, master. What are you saying? My father is at home. How could he suddenly be on the brink of death? You cannot be joking with me." A vague sense of foreboding began to creep into Chu Fei's mind. "Dio, you think I would jest with you regarding such matters? But you can take solace in one thing. Your father is still alive, for the moment." The sudden shift in tone left Chu Fei bewildered. What does this mean? One moment he is gravely ill. The next he is merely temporarily incapacitated? "No, master. Please, explain this to me." Chapter 146. The true background of the Chu family in the hall. Chu Fei sat on the sofa, engulfed in confusion. It was evident from the master's words that something had befallen his father. Yet, wasn't he supposed to be abroad? How could this Tio unravel the truth? Chu Fei resolved to call his mother and inquire about the situation. Half a minute later, the call finally connected. On the other end, Yun Yu's voice, tinged with fatigue, greeted him. "Xiao Fei, what is the matter? Is there something wrong?" Hearing the weariness in his mother's voice, Chu Fei took a deep breath. "Mother, please tell me the truth. Where is father?" Startled by the directness of the question, Yun Yu quickly regained her composure and replied with a smile, "Where could your father possibly be? He has been busy fighting with the Immortal Bird clan lately. Is that why you called?" Though her words seemed lighthearted, her tone betrayed her lack of confidence. "Mother, stop deceiving me. The master just called me, saying that father is on the verge of death. Chu Fei's voice carried a hint of anger. He could not comprehend why his family would conceal such grave matters from him. Now that he was grown, he deserved to know the truth. How long did they intend to keep him in the dark while his father was so gravely ill? Your master called you? Yun Yu's voice suddenly filled with concern. If so, this could only mean one thing. Chu Tianquang had failed and left severely injured. It was likely that he wouldn't last much longer. Mother, please just tell me the truth. I am not a child anymore. Upon hearing Chu Fei's near yell, Yun Yu's face clouded with worry. After a long pause, she sighed. It's difficult for me to explain everything over the phone. If you have the time, go speak with Uncle Li and clarify things with him. I have other matters to attend to, so I must hang up. With that, Yun Yu ended the call, leaving Chu Fei staring at the disconnected line in confusion. He could not fathom why his mother became so sensitive at the mere mention of this topic, and why Uncle Li seemed to be aware of matters that he himself did not know. Uncle Li, Chu Fei shouted towards the outside eye in the courtyard. Li Yu was busy assigning tasks to 13 individuals, whose primary duty was to ensure the safety of the young master and mistress. Upon hearing Chu Fei's outburst, he was taken aback. Why was the young master suddenly so furious? He quickly pushed the door open and entered the hall. Young master, what is the matter? At that moment, Chu Fei glared at him coldly. Uncle Li, I just spoke with my mother. Li Yu's heart raced at this revelation. He looked at Chu Fei, noting that his expression did not suggest deceit. Letting out a long sigh, he replied, Young master, the master has his reasons. As soon as Chu Fei heard this, he realized that Uncle Li must know much more than he was letting on. Uncle Li, please sit down and explain everything. Just now, my master called and informed me that my father is gravely ill. Li Yu seemed unsurprised by this news. He merely chuckled bitterly. I anticipated this outcome. Chu Fei was puzzled by Li Yu's words. Yet he remained silent, patiently awaiting further explanation. After a prolonged silence, Li Yu slowly began to elucidate. Young master, do you know why the Chu family has developed so rapidly? In just a few decades, your father has established such a vast family abroad. Chu Fei had pondered this question long ago. It was common knowledge that to establish oneself overseas, one needed considerable strength and connections, as well as the ability to contend with local bullies. He had assumed that his father possessed sufficient power and resources, but it appeared that was not the case. In truth, this is largely due to the influence of the real Chu family. They have provided us with a modicum of assistance behind the scenes, enabling us to navigate the most challenging obstacles. What? The real Chu family? Chu Fei sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Li Yu. Are you implying that our Chu family is backed by a powerful clan? One akin to the Han or Feng families? Li Yu nodded, albeit with a hint of bitterness. What you say is not entirely incorrect. However, your father is not truly a member of the Chu family. Rather, he once was, but no longer is. What? Confusion clouded Chu Fei's features. He was once, but he isn't now. Uncle Li, what does that mean? Li Yu ignored his question and turned to gaze out the window. Many years ago, your father was about your age. Back then, his talent was not inferior to yours. However, as is often the case, one encounters a beloved during youth. Your father fell in love with your mother at first sight? A pairing heaven made. However, you must understand that at that time, families forbade unions with scions of smaller clans to ensure their own strength. Your father was betrothed to a woman from another family. But knowing your father's temper, he would never accept such a fate. Thus, he took the plunge first and asked questions later, much like yourself. At this point, Li Yu's gaze settled on Chu Fei, who felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It seemed this trait was hereditary. His father and mother had conceived him before marriage, and now he found himself in a similar predicament. Later, your father was discovered by the Chu family. Your grandfather? His father was enraged and expelled him from the family. Nevertheless, you are still a descendant of the Chu family, and when you were born, the Chu family sent representatives. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei was left dumbfounded. He was already 24 years old. Wasn't that merely a month away? His wedding with Xiao Li was just 10 days away. After the wedding, it would soon be his birthday. The Chu family intended to take him away? Chapter 147. Returning to Jiangnan, however, there was one crucial point to consider. If your talent does not meet the Chu family standards, both you and your father will have your meridians severed, rendering you ordinary. Furthermore, the ancient martial arts you learned within the family were bestowed upon you by the Chu family. Therefore, your father had only one choice, which was to conquer the 3 trials to my knowledge. No one has ever successfully passed the 3 trials of the Chu family. After Li Yu's revelation, Chu Fei stood frozen in place. He had never imagined that he bore such a powerful identity. Yet, from Uncle Li's words, it was clear that he would have to face the true test of the Chu family. Should he fail, he would become an ordinary person. That is enough, young master. I have said all I needed to say. I must return to my duties. With that, Li Yu rose and exited the living room. Chu Fei remained seated on the sofa, engulfed in confusion. The real Chu family would soon come knocking at his door. Although they were his kin, the only course of action available to him now was to enhance his own strength and prepare for the retaliation of the Han family. After a considerable time, Chu Fei shook his head, casting aside these complex thoughts. When the soldiers come, I shall meet them. When the waters rise, I will build a dam. If that day truly arrived, he would deal with it then. The group traveled to the district's military division. Su Li and the others dared not leave the division for fear of being captured by the Han family, which would lead to unnecessary complications. At the division's reception area, Chu Fei encountered Su Li and Wang Xia. Wang Xia's previously fair complexion bore a hint of bruising, barely perceptible unless one looked closely. However, Chu Fei discerned the situation at a glance. Upon seeing him, Su Li hurriedly approached and embraced him tightly, her eyes reddening with emotion. Wang Xia observed the two in their embrace, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. Yet, she held back her tears, refusing to let them fall. In truth, she longed for Chu Fei's embrace as well. However, she was acutely aware that such a desire was utterly unattainable. Only after they parted did Chu Fei stride over to Wang Xia. Extending his hand with a sense of guilt, I am truly sorry for the fright and danger you endured. Rest assured, I shall ensure that those responsible face the consequences. Witnessing Chu Fei's earnest demeanor, Wang Xia managed a faint smile. I believe in you. By the way, my family is aware of my predicament and has sent some people to protect me. When the time comes, I shall treat you all to a meal. You must not decline. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei smiled and returned. No problem. With an invitation, how could I possibly refuse? The atmosphere shifted, dispelling the earlier melancholy. After conversing for a while, Chu Fei learned that the Research Institute was now fully engaged in the production of the longevity elixir. With a current inventory of around 50 vials, however, some unforeseen complications had arisen. The Feng and Han families had intervened, directly acquiring the suppliers that collaborated with Qiao Corporation, thereby severely restricting access to essential raw materials. As it stood, Qiao Corporation's stock could only produce approximately 100 additional vials. Prior to Chu Fei's arrival, Su Li and Wang Xia had been discussing this very issue. Xia, could you possibly devise a plan to import some raw materials from abroad? My family has not engaged in the pharmaceutical business, but if I recall correctly, your family has diverse interests. Chu Fei pondered aloud. Wang Xia's expression grew serious. Actually, Su Li mentioned this to me earlier, and I contacted my father. The raw materials you require are quite valuable. I have already arranged for my father's pharmaceutical company to send over some supplies, yet it remains insufficient. We need to procure more from other companies, and the cost will be considerable. The raw materials for producing the longevity elixir are predominantly expensive drugs, with even a kilogram costing tens of millions. Even the supplies sent from the Wang family amount to merely several dozen kilograms. To manufacture in bulk, this quantity is utterly inadequate. By the way, Su Li, have you consulted Sister Yuelon? She specializes in pharmaceuticals and should have a substantial stock of such raw materials. Chu Fei suddenly recalled that the Yun family primarily dealt in the pharmaceutical trade. Yes, Su Li nodded. I inquired, and Sister Yuelon has already communicated with my uncle. A recent shipment of raw materials will be sent from the capital. However, she also mentioned that their inventory is limited. At our current production pace, we can only sustain operations for a month at most. Moreover, Sister Yuelon noted that the Han and Feng families are aware of their procurement activities and have intervened, even offering 20% above market price to acquire a significant quantity. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei clenched his fists. The Feng family was tolerable, as they had not truly intervened. Yet the Han family had consistently been a thorn in his side. This matter was far from over, and Hanja was still very much alive. Until he was dealt with, Chu Fei could not find peace. Su Li grasped Wang Xia's hand. Sister Xia, you must be bored at home alone. Why not visit me? Sister Yuelon will be there as well, and we can discuss potential collaboration. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Xia finally nodded in agreement. Chu Fei borrowed 3 jeep vehicles from Zhao Dajuan, taking Su Li and Wang Xie towards the villa. Meanwhile, the 13 individuals led by Li Tongming followed closely behind in the remaining 2 vehicles, in the courtyard. Chu Fei was assigning tasks to Li Tongming and the others. Zhao Hu, Bai San, Hemo you 3 will each lead 3 people, forming teams 1, 2, and 3. Team 1 will ensure the safety of this villa, residing here for the duration. Team 2 will be responsible for the Su family villa. If any suspicious individuals are detected, report to me immediately. Team 3 will safeguard Miss Su Li and Miss Yun Yuilan. Li Tongming, you will remain by my side. Chapter 148. Arrival of raw materials the next morning. Chu Fei rose early. After preparing breakfast for Su Li and Yun Yuilan, he headed to the courtyard. He noticed that Zhao Hu and the others were nowhere to be seen, allowing him to breathe easier. Knowing there would be no stealthy intrusions into the villa, taking a deep breath, Chu Fei removed his shirt, revealing a chest adorned with scars but remarkably sturdy. Perhaps due to the transformation from the longevity elixir. He felt an undeniable increase in his physical strength compared to before. Previously, he had exuded an aura of balance and power, but now his musculature was distinctly defined. Since arriving in Jiangnan, he had not practiced traditional martial arts for quite some time. While the effects remained effective, he felt a slight unfamiliarity creeping in. Moreover, Liu had made it clear that if he lacked sufficient strength and were taken by the Chu family, his fate would be reduced to that of an ordinary person. With a determined spirit, Chu Fei commenced his practice of traditional martial arts in the courtyard. Each punch and kick flowed with an innate grace. After years of training, every move was second nature to him. Completing an entire set of techniques left him slightly breathless. Why does it feel a bit easier than before? Chu Fei pondered, sensing something unusual. Before consuming the longevity elixir, completing a full set of techniques would leave him utterly exhausted. Drenched in sweat in contrast, now he merely felt slightly winded, without the usual fatigue or excessive perspiration. Let us try again, he muttered to himself, immersing back into his practice, in the hidden corners of the villa. Zhao Hu and the others looked on in astonishment at their young master. This set of traditional martial arts had been taught to them by their grandfather long ago, yet not a single one among the 13 could complete the entire sequence. The strongest among them, Li Tongming, had only managed half before collapsing in exhaustion. Zhao Hu himself had only grasped the initial 4 moves before gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Yet now, their young master had executed the entire sequence twice in succession, a clear testament to his superior strength compared to all of them. Given the current situation, it seemed that the combined strength of all 13 would not match that of their young master. Only after completing the second set did Chu Fei finally feel fatigued. The 2 sets had consumed a full hour. Meanwhile, Su Li and Yun Yuilan had long finished their breakfast and were engaged in discussions in the living room. Upon seeing Chu Fei enter, Yun Yuilan spoke up. Xiao Fei, the raw materials have arrived at the airport. TOB on the safe side. Shouldn't we go in person? I fear the Han family might try to sabotage us. Having experienced the Han family's ambush on live subjects before, Yun Yuilan was now hesitant to let her family's personnel deliver them to the research institute as before. Coincidentally, Su Li also intended to visit the research institute today. That sounds reasonable. I'll just freshen up briefly. Chu Fei was also wary of unexpected incidents, for this shipment of raw materials was crucial. Should this batch be lost, production could be delayed by at least 1 to 2 months. While a delay of a month or 2 might not seem significant, and the drug was not urgently needed for sale, Chu Fei understood his current predicament. Theo contend with the true Han and Feng families. The longevity elixir was his best option. With a sufficient supply, he believed he could cultivate a formidable force point. 10 minutes later, Chu Fei had changed into a clean outfit, ready to accompany Yun Yuilan and Su Li to the airport. However, this time, he would not be driving. With Li Tongming assigned to accompany him, the responsibility of driving naturally fell to him. Chu Fei also resolved that once they delivered the raw materials to the research institute, he would administer a vial of the longevity elixir to Li Tongming to enhance his strength. His initial plan had been for all 13 individuals left by his father to consume the longevity elixir, thereby elevating their overall power. This way, even without training in traditional martial arts, they would not be helpless against the Han family's experts. However, with the current limited inventory at the research institute, he could not use it all for himself. Both the Yun and Wang families needed it, and today he intended to bring Wang Xie along to distribute the 50 vials in stock. 40 minutes later, the quartet finally arrived at the airport. Outside the terminal, a bulletproof commercial vehicle had been converted into a simple cargo truck. Aside from the driver's seat and passenger seat, all other seats had been removed, replaced by 3 refrigerated containers. These containers housed the raw materials required for producing the longevity elixir. Are all personnel accounted for? Yun Yuelon inquired, surveying the 6 individuals before her. They were experts sent by her family to safeguard the raw materials, each possessing commendable strength comparable to ordinary members of the Long family. 2 of them were responsible for driving the commercial vehicle, while the other 4 followed closely behind in a smaller vehicle for protection. As for Chu Fei and the others, they took the lead at the forefront, guiding their companions towards the research institute. The group had gathered. Miss Yulan. The middle-aged man at the helm nodded. He was the leader of this 6-member team and also the most formidable among them. That will suffice. You shall drive in tandem with us. Should any irregularities arise, promptly communicate with us via radio. The man nodded once more, then waved his hand grandly, assigning another individual to drive the business vehicle while the remaining 4 boarded a smaller car behind. Thus, the trio of vehicles commenced their journey towards the outskirts of the city. Just as the 3 cars departed, a man at the airport entrance, clad in a cap and mask, promptly retrieved his phone. Speaking into the device, he reported, "Young master, they have set off. Soon." The voice of Hanja resonated from the other end of the line.